Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 here at the Pokémon World Championship 2026. We are here with your pre-show before the action gets started. Of course, I've got some amazing representatives here from every single game being represented here at this amazing world in San Francisco. I'm Evan Hashimoto, joined by, with VGC, Sierra Dawn, with the full legal names, and then for TCG, Emily Forson, and then, of course, Caleb Peng, who's going to be doing all of my Unite stuff because he knows the game better than me. Well, we've got so much action going on here. Actually, a lot of you have done Unite. I made that joke earlier, but we've got so much action that has happened over the past few days. I mean, of course, players and teams coming from all across the world, and it's been so exciting to watch, but we're only, I guess half-ish through the entire tournament. Already we've seen so many upsets and some great wins, so I'm going to go one by one and kind of ask you all, first of all, what is your big takeaway so far now, being partway through this event and seeing what's going to come into the future? So, Sierra, VGC.
mean, first off, for the Pokemon video game, the biggest takeaway from the get-go is this has been a really tough tournament. We have had so many of our previous world champions get knocked out in phase 1 of the competition, which, I mean, you come to Worlds, it is the best of the best. Some people have to drop along the way, but I think we were really hyping up this repeat champion, and we do have a couple of them still in the field, but it's looking tricky. The other one, too, with our current regulation, M/B, it's all been about this Mega Charizard, right? But we have seen that even though it's really at the top percentages, it's not necessarily all of the top teams. We've gotten to see Mega Dragonite by Yuya, which has been incredible. Justin Tang with his Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. NJ and Carrie D'Ortona with Mega Staraptor and Raichu, just showing that there is a lot of innovation in different Megas that really could rise to the top.
Yeah, of course, it's so exciting seeing, of course, the new game and all the new formats, and there's just so many things being changed. But Emily, how about TCG? What's the takeaway?
Well, you can't talk about the Pokemon trading card game without talking about the big bad Dragapult EX, which of course is here in full force. But honestly, not as much as people would expect at the World Championship, only sitting at 43.2%. A lot of players actually thought that this deck would actually be above 50% for this tournament. But all the way at the top of our Swiss Phase 1 is going to be Brent Tonneson from Australia, who is currently undefeated 8-0 with Dragapult crushing hammers. So there's a couple of variants of Dragapult that can be played, but it seems like Brent has actually really locked down just the most consistent list and where you really just don't want to take risks here in the World Championship.
It's you either want to take no risks or take every risk, right? Because it's the chance here. But of course, with Pokemon Go, how's it feeling?
Definitely. So a big takeaway here is our two grand finalists, Potoman and Beelzeboy, are still in the running to make another grand finals appearance. They were top 2 for a reason, and Beelzeboy, reigning world champion. We've never, speaking of repeat world champions, we've never had a world champion VP ever as well in our 5th year. So still early on, but it really might happen this year. Meanwhile, Potoman, the finalist that finished 2nd last year, has gone on 5 straight championship Sundays in international worlds combined, which is absolutely insane stat line. And he's looking to try to make it back in the grand finals to finally win that world championship that he's been going for. So that could be a super exciting one, especially if they get that rematch. They had a rematch in NAIC that was super close, and I'm sure it's on the back of both their minds that they might face off again in day number 2 and maybe in the championship Sunday.
All right, well, that actually is a great segue into Unite because we've got a lot of players that are former champions, world champions, but a lot of them have been eliminated. You know, they moved on to other teams. We've got our previous reigning world champion as well that's having a little bit of a tough time. But the real takeaway here that nobody expected is people who have never been the world champion, which is Europe, right? We've had Japanese champions, we've had American champions, we've had a LATAM champion most recently, but Europe has qualified with 1 extra spot through like kind of a big qualifier at UIC, and all 4 of their teams have made it to day number 2, which I believe is the first time that's ever happened, and they are looking extremely good. So they've made it up to like 2nd place at Worlds, they made it to the grand finals before, but they've never quite been there. It's just been one of those regions. This might be their year, so everybody's really looking towards Europe, but we still have basically every region present in day number 2, so anything can really happen with Pokemon Unite. It's looking very exciting, but of course there have been some amazing moments that have happened already, and I think we want to each kind of highlight one of them that's happened so far. So in, of course, the Pokemon video game, any big moment?
Oh, I highlighted 2.
Oh, okay.
We had to highlight 2. But starting off, talking about the fact that we can have a repeat world champion, I wanted to highlight for Shohei Kimura's match, our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Looking back at this match too, he was going up against our, okay, we got the clip switch, but we'll start with this one first. So we're switching the points. We're talking about the unique Pokemon. We'll come back to Shohei in a second. I wanted to highlight Carrie's team and Carrie as a player, because Carrie has been someone who has really stepped up throughout this year. He is reigning regional champion, and when we're looking at a couple of these unique megas, he has 2 of them with the Staraptor and the Raichu, but it was really this Hizui and Arcanine that stole the show. This has been a Pokemon that hasn't necessarily picked up on so many teams, but it really made so much impact. But this is what I was talking about. Shohei Kimura going up against a Japan national champion in Hiroshi Onishi, and this was such a great match. Shohei now sitting at a 7-1 record. We had very similar teams, with Mega Charizard being one of the dominant teams going into this tournament, and how Shohei piloted it was such a we know that he's so skilled, but to see it again in such confidence display was really like, wow, if this is just a preview of his matches, he's gonna go all the way. Like, it was incredible.
It's such a big stage to be able to show something like that on. And yeah, now since, of course, Pokemon video game had 2 clips, now that means Unite gets 0 clips, unfortunately. They took it away from us.
I'm sorry, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. No, no, we'll have one later. But for the trading card game, of course, this is a gigantic tournament. Any moment that you wanted to kind of showcase?
Well, there's plenty, right? And I think for a lot of players that may be tuning into the Pokemon trading card game for the first time, they may not know this, but we've had a whole expansion set that has been released in between NAIC and the World Championship. But of course, it is going to be Brett Tonneson on the right, piloting that very straightforward, very consistent Dragapult. He even ran out of ways to get Dragapult in the end, and then Dragapult's best friend, Monkey Dory, coming in with the Mind Bend, with that ability, Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over and then taking the win from here. But honestly, this is my favorite moment of yesterday. Mateusz, who actually got top 8 at Worlds last year with Dragapult, I believe, is piloting Alakazam. Now, the most popular stadium that we actually have in the trading card game these days is Team Rocket's Watchtower. It shuts off the Dunsparce, but he actually paired it with Dusknoir. So it's definitely a very tricky way to make the deck, but he knows exactly how to trip up the rest of the field.
That's another 2 clips. I think you're actually out of clips now.
Yeah, they're not even gonna let me finish this segment. They're just gonna take me off stage immediately. No, I love the fact too that when we talk about all these games together, which is not, we don't get all that many opportunities to, it just sounds so ridiculous to hear 2 Pokemon paired together that it's classic. You're like Dragapult and Dragapult's best friend Monkey Dory. Like, looking at that from other games' perspectives, it's like, what? That's wild. And then you think, like, maybe I should play a trading card game, Crime Round was good at it for a while. I want to play that. But of course, we can't ignore Go. I think they might have taken away your clip too, because they're so greedy. They have too many clips.
We'll see if there's a clip or not. We don't have Monkey Dory in the game yet for Pokemon Go. We do have Dragapult, which someone actually tried to bring last year for World Championships and quite worked decently well. But we are in our 5th year, and I feel like the skill level for this game has gone to an all-time high. It's going higher and higher, as this is Emi Wido, one of our former world champions, against the 2-time Thailand champion in their first matchup on the winners finals. Winner goes to day number 2 on that winner's side. Loser might even get knocked out of the tournament. But look at how close this is, down to the wire. Both players having like 2 or 3 Pokemon left with red HP bars, only a fraction of percentages of health. And you can see in the very end, it comes down to the final second, simultaneous knockouts. Just really highlights the skill level of the game too. That's a half second that they had to, tie on that very moment, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen that in so many of our matches throughout, and these players, like, they're so tuned into the game that they kind of are anticipating each other's anticipations, and that's kind of how Go has been this year. And so I say every world champion every year is just better and better than the previous.
It's so cool, especially with games like, of course, I love video game, love TCG, but, I feel like our games are a little bit newer, right, as far as things go competitively. So it's really, really cool to see the players level up more and more as time has gone on. And that's actually what my clip is, which is, if anybody out there is not familiar with Pokemon Unite, I think this is such a great clip to kind of show how amazing the game is, like how strong the movement is. This is Haruto, one of the best players in the world coming out of Japan, pulling off one of the best jukes that we have ever seen. They're going to be on the Lucario, and they're going to be chased around. So you should be able to see them kind of in the top right there, juking an entire team, 1v4. They managed to escape into the Kyogre pit. They're escaping the entire team. They managed to teleport backwards using Bone Rush right here, a huge juke, and they waste the entire time of Root Dignitas, which was considered one of the best teams in the world, looking to win this entire tournament, but they actually got eliminated on day number 1 in a big upset. And part of it was because of this, but there are just too many good teams, so...
Breaking ankles over there.
Yes. Oh, such an amazing juke. That's going to be an amazing clip for all time, so if you haven't checked out Pokemon Unite, that's kind of the movement that you can expect from it. So, amazing moments already from all of these games. It's been such an amazing half of the event so far, or I guess maybe 1/3 if we're considering Sunday as well. And of course, there's so many amazing things out here in this actual venue. I cannot believe how huge it is. There's so many things to do. I feel like I've I don't know, caught like 10% of it. I feel like you were.
Yeah, I tried to go for a wander, and I'm like, all right, I'm off for a couple rounds. Surely I can see everything, right? You start getting out to the convention floor, and it just goes as far as the eye can see, and there's still so much more. I looked at a map, and I'm like, this doesn't even scratch the surface. It is just incredible how much love there is for Pokemon, how much love has been poured into the event, and so many things going on. So hopefully we have the opportunity today, but as our competition ramps up, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, to build on Sierra's point, I really feel like there's something here for a Pokemon fan of any level. Even if it's your first day, if you've been with the series for years, you really can just find something for you. I know there's musical performances outside. There's a whole outside stage. Pokemon XP happening for the first time. For me, my favorite thing that I've seen so far is that life-size Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard made out of Lego.
The Lego.
It's so cool.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I trying to get a picture with that. Have not been able to yet. Do you have a favorite thing, real quick, before we move on to the next thing?
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've, similar to Emily and probably everyone else here, maybe haven't had the full time to experience all of it.
Or
from all my friends and competitors that have gone to this event, even just after first day, they're like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect from the Pokemon XP side of things, but all of them, for everyone them said, it's blown their expectations away, right? And it's just, if you're a fan of Pokemon, you love Pokemon, it's the perfect place for you. If you're on the fence about Pokemon, you'll probably fall in love with Pokemon after this weekend. So many great reasons to come out to these World Championships, and no better way to celebrate it than the 30th.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, I want to make sure that everybody at home doesn't feel bad as well. So of course, there are things that every game is giving out for just for watching, which unfortunately I've been missing because I've been here, so I actually haven't had the streams open. But let's talk about what our games are kind of giving away. So let's start with the Pokemon video games. Sarah, if you have anything knowledgeable about what's actually being distributed for the Pokemon video games.
We're giving away so much. I don't know which order the graphics are going to fly, but we're giving away swag in-game if you want the World Championship shirt. As well, we got to make sure that your style is matching your Pokemon, and you have the opportunity to pick up the 2026 World's Incineroar. Incineroar is everywhere now for VGC. It's kind of taken over. Whether you love or hate Incineroar, it has taken over. It is here. It is one of the strongest Pokemon. Opportunity to grab that there. And this is the shirt I was talking about. Enjoy Worlds 26. Again, enjoy Worlds 26. Write it down. Take a picture. Don't ask 10 million times in the Twitch chat. Enjoy Worlds 26, and you can get that hat and shirt.
All right, I need a pen. Production, can you bring me a pen so I can write that code down, please? Or otherwise, I'll just ask in chat later. No, I'm just kidding. And of course, we have so many different things for so many games. I agree. I was like, I don't know what's going to come up first, but for the trading card game, we'll see what they bring up. There we go.
Honestly, you talk about swag in Champions. You can also get your swag in the Pokemon trading card game live as well. I personally love the jacket. Looks like a half leather jacket, half Letterman, which is really sick. But of course, players love to customize their deck boxes as well. So you can find all of your world swag right on your screen. But the longer you watch the Pokemon trading card game, the more things you actually get unlocked. So in order to get all of this swag that you see right here, you have to actually watch for 60 minutes. But if you only have time for 30 minutes today, you can actually get 6 packs of Pitch Black. So once again, that is our newest set that we have in the Pokemon trading card game. I personally love watching a regional stream on the side to make sure I'm always opening packs either in person or online.
There's so much stuff here that I genuinely cannot read that text from here. I'm going to be honest. So this is a nice giveaway. Pokemon Go. Let's see what you're giving away. We've got so much stuff. I feel like we got to zoom through this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll just quick highlight. You get Elite Charge TM, super exclusive resource that you can get for watching up to 60 minutes. Also, more importantly, you get the world champion from last year, Beal's Voice Tinkaton, that he used his stats on the Tinkaton, and more importantly, he even gets an exclusive background just on the Tinkaton. Really cool to have. And of course, we got the Pokemon Pikachu XP, you can see in the space outfit, as well as the champion Pikachu spawning in the game right now, so you can get it if you're opening game. So open up a game, play it, and you also get a fresh avatar shirt as well you can do. And you know, no big deal, but I might have gotten the shiny Pikachu with the space, costume yesterday. So, but hey, you could be like me if you just open up a game and play it.
Everybody up here is greedy. They're bragging about the shinies, getting multiple clips.
We got so much good stuff. What does Unite got?
I know. Yeah, Unite, of course, has some really actually amazing things. Depending on how you watch for, you get an exclusive logo sticker for the event, or at 30 minutes, you get to an exclusive license art for Pikachu, which is very, very cool. And then you can actually get a license for one of the Pokemon from the World Champion Team Peru last year, what they won with, if you do watch for 45 minutes. So some really nice stuff. And of course, just be sure to watch all of the streams for each of these if you want to be able to get some rewards at home. And I mean, just watch all your favorite players play, because we are getting so close now to starting day number 2. I know it's been an amazing day 1 so far. And of course, as a reminder to everybody, this is all leading up to a huge championship Sunday in the Chase Center, the arena. I mean, we got a little sneak peek of it. It is incredible. It is going to be a show like I think no Pokemon fans have ever watched. So of course, we've got 4 amazing games. Be sure to watch all the broadcasts. We're going to have a really tough time today, I think, deciding who will be moving on towards that special championship Sunday. So thank you from all of us. We're going to be moving on very soon as we get sending it over to our start for day number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships 2026. We'll see you all playing soon.
stand at the start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hey everybody! Welcome to day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP! Yeah. We are absolutely delighted you decided to spend your days in the Bay enjoying oh so sunny San Francisco, California. What a day that we have in store. I'm Gabby Durden, and after a strong start to yesterday, I'm back to keep us on track towards Championship Sunday and the culmination of all the fun surrounding Pokémon XP. Have you seen the skate park? You get a chance to? Yeah? It's cool, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to go check that out. It's wild. You know what else is wild? The fact that we are going to know our finalists across all of the divisions by the end of the day. Some of which will be crowned world champions when we take over even more of the city by unleashing the power of Pokemon in the Chase Center. Today is about our trainers. Across Pokemon Champions, the trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, our incredible competitors are ready to battle for glory. And I'm curious, who are you cheering for? Let's see, who did I write down in my notes yesterday? Oh yeah, and Pokemon VGC trainers Yuya Wakasugi, Justin Tang, and Stefano Greppi. They look like they have the best shot at Championship Sunday, but we'll see how things shake out once we get into Top Cut. The Pokemon TCG competition has been unmistakably fierce. But Brent Tonneson, Henry Chow, and Rune Hermans, they really hope to hold on to yesterday's momentum, and I know a lot of people agree that they can. In Pokemon GO, I mean, not gonna lie, I'm keeping my eye on Beelzeboy, as well as Potaman and ME Weedle as they tap their way through the bracket. And finally, for Pokemon UNITE, we've got Peru Unite, Reject, and Komai ready to put up a fight. Am I right? Who's gonna shine bright in the Championship Sunday arena? Well, I'm stoked to find out. How about you? As we've mentioned, The Pokémon World Championships are only half of the fun we have this weekend. Pokémon XP is in full swing. And whether you're tuning in from home or you're here with us in person, there is something for everyone. Later on, make sure you check out the Pokémon XP panels featuring Pokémon GO, LEGO, and Jimmy Paul. Those will be live on the Pokémon XP channel. You don't want to miss it, so this would be the time to add that to your schedule. And while I have your attention, can we take a moment to recognize all of the people that make an event like this possible? Join me in thanking the phenomenal staff, judges, production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes to bring the Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP to life in San Francisco, California. See? The Pokémon community truly is something special, and it's because each and every one of you is part of it. Okay, that's enough from me right now. We have a day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships to get started. Let's get into it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. We cannot wait to get started here at the 2026 Pokémon World.
Number 2 of Pokémon World Championships 2026. We're kicking off day number 2 with our top 32 players, and we have a number of reigning world champions, or previous world champions, I should say, in the mix as well. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined with 2 opponents. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling amazing. We started with over 300 of the best Pokemon Go trainers on the planet. Today we have 32, but that by the end of the day, only 2 will remain to advance to tomorrow, Championship Sunday in Chase Center.
That's right. Yeah, and if this is your first time tuning in to a Pokemon Go broadcast, let's take a look at the format to see what it's all about.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Go at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon Go World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using a Great League format. Only 2 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Now we have 32 players, but as the day progresses, the prizes is what you want to keep your eye on, because not only, of course, the first place prize and becoming the world champion is that 20,000, but if you get into that 13 through 16 range, you get the prize money as well. And then once you start getting into that 9 through 12 range or that 5 through 6 range, the prizes just go up exponentially.
That's right. And of course, beyond the prizing, there's the glory, there's the coveted title of becoming the world champion, especially on the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. It doesn't get better than that. And we got 2 players here in the top 32 that are looking for their 2nd world champion title as well.
We absolutely do. And if you missed day number 1, let's look at some of the best action. We, of course, have Beelzeboy. You mentioned it. He is our reigning world champion in Pokemon Go. And he was looking like it in day number 1, making quick work of the competition. He is very familiar with that team composition advantage, and he executed all day number 1.
I believe he only dropped 1 single game, didn't drop a single match, though, against his opponents. He was looking locked in. It's rare that a previous world champion makes it this far again in the very following year, because we're only in the 5th year, right? And it's not a knock on the previous world champions, but Beelzeboy has always shined on the biggest stages. And of course, speaking of biggest stages, we got Pokémon, who, speaking of not dropping any series, he didn't drop a single game. Our finalist from last year, 2nd place, and arguably maybe even the best player in the world. 5 straight championship Sundays, all spanning throughout the past year and a half, and looking to make another grand finals here in San Francisco. As you can see, dominant throughout, straight off the bat against Caspian Pike. He has returned to the big stage. And speaking of big names, we also have rising stars. This is H. Shira, one of our fellow colleagues as well, a commentator, but also fantastic game. First ever World Championship for her. And she has started out day number 1 completely undefeated. No games lost at all, no match lost. And the most incredible thing here, Butters, is she almost didn't even qualify for Worlds. She was the final player to qualify for North America in that final spot. One less championship point throughout the entire year, and she wouldn't have made it. But that just goes to show that anyone could truly win it when they make it to the world stage.
Literally from the top to the very bottom of the trainers qualified. Beelzeboy, the reigning world champion, to the 75th trainer to get that qualification. And H. Shira, both dominant in day number 1. But who are the players to watch here in day number 2? Of course, Beelzeboy, Padaman, and H. Shira, they are the biggest names right now because could we see that rematch once again? Probably the prohibitive favorite to win it all here. It's actually Padaman because he has continued that dominance in the 2026 season. Of course, Beelzeboy did have an awesome 2026 season, but since becoming the world champion, he has not gotten a title. Padaman has, and then H. Shira, it's the underdog story. It's the story of those trainers just coming in, just trying to get their ticket, and now they have that opportunity to make a name for themselves, to reach glory, and she has that opportunity today.
That's right, and let's take a look at some of our predictions as well and how it's shaken up so far as we're heading into the second day. I gotta say, the Dondozo prediction was pretty clean, Butters. I know you and Homesize Henry had that prediction as well. That bulky water type is a great neutralizing factor for the very ever popular Shadow Cancel Ninetales.
Well, I wasn't positive which water type it would be. I just wanted to represent the biggest water type possible to represent that Pokemon that could counter the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I think that is the most impactful Pokemon in the meta right now, probably that or Tinkaton. So having that water type with the water type pressure like the Waterfall and Dondozo gives you an awesome opportunity to do well. But might have to face the grass type, that last second adjustment from the world champion, bringing that Jumpluff.
Yeah, Jumpluff, great neutralizing factor to those water types, especially because you have to go for the larger energy outrage to do any meaningful damage. And speaking of world champion, Beelzeboy with that Jumpluff, if you're tuning in to broadcast live on the rebroadcast, you're in the right place at the right time. Because if you tune in for at least 60 minutes, you get all these rewards. You get Elite TM, you get some Pokemon encounters, and more, as well as Beelzeboy, the reigning world champions, Tinkaton. Not only is it his Tinkaton that he used at World Championships last year, but also it has a special exclusive background. You can't get it anywhere else. So if you're tuning in right now, be sure to sync in your Twitch drops to get it. And if you have friends that aren't tuning in, shoot them a message, get them to tune in to stream as well. Not only do they get the Twitch drops, but they'll probably get some great action as well.
No better time. Tinkaton is even better than it was last year at the World Championships, where it was fringe meta. Now it is hard meta. It's probably a top 2 Pokemon in all of Pokemon GO PvP. You're gonna want this Pokemon. Let's look at all the other titles have awesome rewards for you as well. You can take advantage of this Pokemon XP in 2026 World Championships items. You have jackets, you got a hat, you got some packs as well.
That's right, and we have something for all the games, not only just Pokemon GO and TCG. We have Twitch drops for the video game series, and that's Pokemon Champions, the newest game here on the block. You can get the exclusive merchandise, the world shirt and hat, if you just enter in this code. Take a screenshot, and we know a lot of our Pokemon fans, they don't just play one of the games, they play multiple games here too, so be sure to tune into all the broadcasts if you can, or again, any of the rebroadcasts will work for that too.
And we want to hear from you. Make sure to hashtag Pokemon Worlds and tell us how you're experiencing the whole World Championships, or how are you liking Pokemon XP, and who do you think is going to make it to Championship Sunday? Are we going to see a rematch of Beelzeboy and Padaman at Chase Center tomorrow, when we are going to be in the biggest championship Sunday ever, literally in an NBA arena? It doesn't get more epic than this.
No, definitely not. On the 30th as well, the 10-year anniversary of Pokemon GO, the 5th year for Pokemon GO in the official circuit. But to kick off day number 2, let's take a look at the usage of all the players that have made it in this top 32. As we can see, the usage has shifted a bit, right? We had Tinkaton in that top 3 spot on day number 1, but Galarian Corsa has risen up to that 3rd spot. Mantine making that 4th spot as well. You can see no Stumpus really around even the top 12, making Mantine even safer in that. Because Mantine, you know, you can at least hit back against the Hisuian Electro, but against the Stumpus, it's just nowhere to go. But Empoleon, a great meta read, I think, for a lot of players. Maybe wasn't very high usage day number 1, but it's crept up to that number 6 spot. If you look at it across the meta, it has play into pretty much everything.
Yeah, one of the risers for sure in day number 2. Of course, the Malamar and Dondozo as well. We weren't expecting that to be 8th and 9th usage. Malamar is the trickiest one for me because we saw it a ton on stage. We even see it from some of the top trainers. I believe PvP David and Boom, that made their teams together. They're actually great friends. They both
have the same birthday too.
They have the same birthday. Yeah, they have the same team. They have the same everything. But they built that team together. They also had the Malamar. I think Beelzeboy has the Malamar as well. We're going to see shortly on stage next. This Pokemon that you didn't think had an awesome spot in the meta has really risen. And I haven't seen it been utilized to its highest extent yet, but I can't wait to see how it performs in day 2.
It's a dark type that has play into Tinkaton, which is the most crucial thing, right? Because Thievul, yes, a lot of people like it as well, but you're just completely walled off against that Steel Fairy typing. But Malamar, you could at least throw the neutral superpower, do some decent damage, and you know you can't really Fairy Wind down the Malamar. And a lot of people opting for the non-Shadow Malamar for additional bulk. But like you said, our reigning world champion brought it as well, so he's definitely onto something. I think a lot of our top 32 players are as well. But of course, there's plenty of Pokemon even outside the meta that we've seen on day number 1. And speaking of one of them, it is the Hippowdon, the Shadow Hippowdon actually going to be on Hiromaru's side. And this is, of course, Beelzeboy. No need for second introductions here. It's so well known in the circuit. A 4th place in his first ever Worlds. In his 2nd Worlds, he wins it all. In his 3rd Worlds, he already made a top 24 at a minimum. Absolute crazy consistency. And Hiromaru is definitely going to be a huge underdog in this matchup. But like we said, anyone can take it all, and upsets can happen.
Hiromaru, one of the trainers from the Japan region, I believe one of 8 here in day number 2 to make that coveted top 32. So Japan is doing quite well here at Pokemon Go Worlds to face the world champion. If he's able to win this series and move on, Japan will be doing awesome. Beelzeboy, obviously, like you said, you know him. But let's talk about the team. Let's talk about the picks. He said he made a last-second adjustment the night before. We didn't get to find out the exact Pokemon that was, but I have a hunch that it was that Jumpluff because you were seeing so many of these more waterfall users with the Dondozo, also with the Melodic, which I believe is on the side of Potomon. So if they ever do have that coveted rematch, they could have that Jumpluff versus Melodic matchup. But let's see how it actually fares against the team of Hiromaru, because on his side, he also has a grass type. He has that Hisuian Electrode, one of the Pokemon that was on our caster prediction list. It's really strong in this meta if you can avoid the hard counter of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And once again, if you can avoid that counter on Beelzeboy's team, that Electrode is looking awesome from Hiromaru.
And even more importantly, it's really safe into everything, right?
Yes.
If you look at Beelzeboy's team, there's nothing that resists electric and grass on his team. And there's not a lot of Pokemon in the meta that resist both in general. And because of that, that is why this electric grass type is so relevant. Even though it might not sweep entire teams, you always have play, you always have a place to put it. That safety is what gives a lot of players flexibility to just build around creatively with their team and play around the matchups creatively. Alignment doesn't matter nearly as much.
And Jellicent is on the side of Hiromaru. We saw Doombug use the Jellicent as well, but it's actually kind of hard into Beelzeboy's team because you not only have the Licky Licky, but you also have the Malamar that can pace quite quickly to the foul plays, and you have a grass type in that Jumpluff as well. So does that mean you have to lean more on your Shadow Hippowdon? Because if you're going to try to play flexibly with that Electrode, you're going to want to protect yourself from that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So I feel like Hiromaru is more forced in some Hippowdon play. So how does Beelzeboy actually deal with that Hippowdon? Will that be the Jumpluff, the last second adjustment? Will we be seeing that out here? Because otherwise, Hippowdon's kind of neutral against a lot of things. Of course, it doesn't love the Mantine, though.
That's right. Well, it does have coverage for it, unlike Quagsire with Mud Bomb Aqua Tail. So, yeah, flexibility. Here we go. Game number 1, Beelzeboy versus Hiromaru, and it's going to be Malamar into the Shadow Cancel Ninetales. A pretty neutral matchup for both players.
and the Shadow Kanto Ninetales obviously paces so quickly with just 4 embers needed to get to that Weather Ball Fire. That's why it's so strong, and of course, you can get to that Energy Ball after just 5 of those embers as well. The pacing is quite quick. Malamar, known for his pacing, actually makes a swap, a huge catch to take this resistant damage into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and there is no clear answer besides the Hippowdon. Do we see the Hippowdon? Yes, the Hippo is on the battlefield.
Hippowdon comes in, but there was an energy lead for Beelzebub. He's going straight for the baits with the Weather Ball. Does Hiromaru call this? No, going to shield up. It is a Shadow Hippowdon, so the energy ball is going to hurt a lot more. Even if it didn't land, the bait didn't land, it's still neutral damage, so it's not the worst for Beelzebub. But the speed to get to the Weather Ball is so fast with the sand attack, and Beelzebub going to throw up his own shield. He does have energy banked up for later. Let's see if he has a chance to get back to his timer. He's going to throw another Weather Ball.
Now he can combo move. I think he gets back to his timer. And remember, he has that energy on the Malamar. Does he swap out combo play? Yes, we do see a swap. We do see the combo play. It's not on charge attack priority, but yes, it is. This is going to be the Weather Ball Rock. It's not same type attack bonus, but you don't want to let all this energy go to waste. So Beelzebub does give up his last Protect Shield of the battle. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Here comes the Tinkaton, but Beelzebub is switch locked.
Yeah, maybe a slight tough position for Beelzebub because he didn't throw the move right away at Hiromaru, and that allowed him to get to that Weather Ball Rock, and also bring in the Tinkaton, locking it into the Malamar. And wow, maybe slight misplace from our reigning world champ. So much energy is completely gone, even though it wouldn't go near as far, but this Tinkaton is so healthy. Beelzebub still has a chance to come in with that Ninetales, because he still has a bit of energy residual, and you can't barely win this down. Go ahead and charge up as much as possible. Asher just wants to throw this right away to get rid of this Tinkaton so that he doesn't have to deal with it later.
Well, it's going to be Licky versus the world. An undercharge here, throwing the Great. It's super effective. There is just 1 health left on that Tinkaton. The rollout takes it down. What an undercharge from the world champion to get that extra rollout, which he will need in this backline. There are no protections remaining. This Hippowdon is trying to reach, and now the Shadow Ball is available. I don't know if this is going to knock out. It's going to get so close, Caleb. Hippowdon has both, but he takes 20% more damage from the Shadow, but he holds on.
It's not enough, and this allows Hiromaru to get the Earth Power off. This is absolutely huge because this puts it in a KO range, maybe even for the Weather Ball from the Ninetales. You see Hiromaru just going straight away where Ninetales doesn't want to give the Licky any extra energy. Oh, and Beelzebub throws the Body Slam. He knows he doesn't get the Shadow Ball in time. He might have a chance to swap out and maybe catch a move.
He can swap. His timer's up.
He's going to go for it. He doesn't go.
He
tries to go right. He catches the Weather Ball. Absolutely huge from the world champ.
But he's stressed out, though, because he might be able to get to another Weather Ball. Hiromaru does throw the Great, but he is just 2 embers away. He only needs 2 of them. Can he get there before the raw damage? Yes, he does. And Hiromaru is able to take down the world champion in this game number 1.
Wow. What a game from Hiromaru. And honestly, played that game, I believe, to perfection. You know, the catch was unfortunate, but still was able to come around that. 2 separate catches, actually, right? On the Ninetales in 2 separate scenarios. But Beelzebub, maybe a little slight overstep there.
With the combo play, right?
Didn't combo play right away into Ninetales, forces shield, then locked into the Tinkaton, and on top of that was a superpower and a half over energy and didn't throw it before the Bulldoze came out.
I really like that strategy to bounce in between the dynamic between Malamar and Shadow Kanto Ninetales into this team composition. I just believe, like you said, maybe he should have thrown the energy into that Hippowdon, and plus he let his Shadow Kanto Ninetales get a little too low because he's trying to bait out the Tinkaton with that Malamar, right? And then you want to try to reverse farm and get some momentum with your Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but at that point, that Shadow Kanto Ninetales was almost out of the battlefield because it had very low health. So how does he adjust in the game number 2? We know this is a position that Beelzebub is extremely familiar with. We saw in previous international competitions this season that he would often lose the first game of the series and then go reverse sweep. So yes, Beelzebub did fumble a bit, but if anyone can pick himself back up, it's him.
Yeah, definitely. And what a matchup for Hiromaru, right? I mean, you're going against the reigning world champion, Beelzebub. Not only is he the reigning world champion, but he's just always played on point on these big stages. I believe I saw Hiromaru tweet last night on X about how, he's got to start the day off against Beelzebub, but he's got to be feeling really good after that first game. Once you take a game off of Beelzebub, you're thinking, you know what? Maybe I could do it again. But Beelzebub is very comfortable in these situations. Down a game, he's come back from it before. Definitely going to have to rethink some of that game. And I'm sure he noticed, you know, maybe he could have done certain things better as well in the moment. To be fair to him as well, too, he didn't know it was a Tinkerton back, so he didn't know that it would have been locked into such a hard counter matchup. But now that he knows, it could be a possibility.
In my opinion, I actually did like the dynamic between Malamar and Kanto Ninetales, but the problem was the best Pokemon for Hiromaru was the Shadow Hippowdon. In the Licky Licky, which was the backline Pokemon, just didn't have enough play into it. So do you make a change to your backline Pokemon to have a little more play into the Hippowdon? As we do see the leads here, it's going to be the Malamar, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the Jump Up, which could have some backline play. The same situation, swapping into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Do we try to see a counter swap? No. Instead, the pacing is just so quick. Beelzebub's like, wow, I just already had a Weather Ball.
Yeah, but this is exactly what Beelzebub wants, because he avoids the Ninetales onto his Jump Bluff, and now comes in his own Ninetales. I like this play too, because it's kind of like a weird, you know, like Licky mirror. Like if you have more health than the other opposing mirror matchup, then you could typically win it, because you know, even if you're, well, actually, he wasn't behind energy. It's actually even energy at this point.
Well, Caleb, he effectively does bait out the Kanto Ninetales, which means Tinkaton is just so free in the backline for Hiromaru, because in the backline for Beelzebub, you have Malamar, you have Jump Bluff. This Tinkaton is going to be looking awesome. That was a smart play to try to bait out this Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's up to Beelzebub. Does he actually shield this? Does he try to keep a little bit of health on this Shadow Kanto Ninetales to do something against the Tinkaton? He needs to get something out of it.
And the tough part for Hiromaru is you can't really come into this Ninetales without having to worry about an energy ball. So it's actually not a bad position for Beelzebub. And yes, the Tinkaton does wall off the Jump Bluff and is really good to Malamar, but it can only do so much by itself, right? And both have moves that can hit it hard enough. Even resistant acrobatics, there's quite a bit. Oh, actually get the catch onto the Tinkaton.
The peekaboo!
This might be what Beelzebub wants. If he can get to a Weather Ball, this is absolutely huge. Can he get there or not? Because the Fairy Wind is resistant, but no, instantly swaps in the Jump Up instead.
And you want to keep that Malamar around for maybe when you get back to your switch timer. Remember, there are all the Protect Shields left in play for these trainers. You probably want to use it here, but if you get baited, it'll be devastating. No bait. It is the hammer. He Protect Shields properly. That will be your best Protect Shield of the battle, but you might have to deal with a super effective Weather Ball Rock as well. But I think a hammer would do even more than that.
That's right, and I think that's a good shield from Beelzebub. I mean, it is the craziest bait to throw a triple resistant bulldoze non-stab at a Jump Bluff, and if that ever were to get a shield, that's absolutely wild. But Beelzebub making the right shield call decision, 2 shields in a row, shielding both Tinkaton and Hammer, and this is where it gets tricky for Tinkaton, because again, you're in a matchup where you wall off all the charge attacks, but
he undercharges. He's going for the Great here. Does he try to make a swap in the Kanto Ninetales? No, there's no movement. Here comes the Hippowdon. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining, but you're getting closer and closer in range of that Weather Ball Rock. Remember, these sand attacks are triple resisted from the flying and grass type of the Jump Bluff, so they're doing absolutely nothing. Just 1 damage per turn. Here comes the next Energy Ball, getting the last Protect Shield of the battlefield out of play.
And this is huge for Beelzebub. He wants to put this into super power range as soon as possible, but there's energy loaded on the Hippowdon, so going to wait until Hiromaru throws a move first. Has a back-to-back Weather Ball Rock, so let's see how much this first one does. Is a second one enough? And oh yeah, it definitely will be. Let's see if he goes for it or not. Do we see a potential catch? No. Beelzebub just going to let it go. He knows that, you know what? He wants to get rid of his entry so he doesn't get sniped when trying to go for the combo play. There's still a catch opportunity though for the Tinkaton.
The world champion is on the ropes right now. He needs to be able to get to this foul play before the Weather Ball Rock, and he actually throws on charge attack priority with the superpower. Is going to do a lot of damage here, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Hippowdon. Was it charge attack priority? It was charge attack priority. Beelzebub is devastated. He wanted to be able to try to make that swap. He's already saying GG's because the sand attack is going to be able to knock out this Kanto Ninetales with just a couple sand attacks, and Beelzebub goes down. Hiromaru is advancing on the winner's side of the bracket.
Wow, and what a tough opponent Hiromaru had to upset, but anything is possible here on the world stage, and even champions can fall as Beelzebub does move to the loser's bracket. He's not out of it yet, but his road just got a lot harder, and he has a lot more opponents now to face.
The Shadow Hippowdon, that's what makes preparing for this competition so difficult, not only because of the strength of the trainers, but the widened field of available Pokemon that are relevant, strong, and powerful to be possible to be put on your team of 6 in this competition. It is so widespread. that it's impossible to cover your team for everything. I think I talked about this yesterday. I did an informal questionnaire to trainers asking them, when you are building your team, how big a part of preparing for all of these wildcard picks is in your team building process? And the majority of people said you can't build your team to protect it against everything. You just have to try to do your best. And unfortunately, sometimes you reach these trainers with a Shadow Hippowdon that's just a tough matchup, and the world champion fumbles early on.
And wonderful catch from Hiromaru as well, catching that energy ball on the Tinkaton. I mean, if that was not caught on, the game probably is over, right? You get the weather ball off, you chip it down, one more acrobatics will do it. Hiromaru not even baiting there, going straight Gigaton Hammer into jump bluff, recognizing that his wing condition is indeed the Shadow Hippowdon. One of the few Shadow Hippowdon in the entire world stage, but he made the right meta read for this one.
Yeah, and I actually thought that was a great backline adjustment. He had the Malamar, he had the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but in game number 1, he had the Licky Licky, which fell short into the might of the Hippowdon. But in game number 2, he brought out the Jump Bluff, which is much stronger to the Hippowdon. But the strategy from Hiromaru to bait out the Shadow Kanto Ninetales so the Tinkatons could be so free in the backline, and it was either going to be a Licky Licky or a Jump Bluff. Either way, that's really strong for the Tinkaton. An amazing strategy so far for the trainers from Japan. Remember, they do have 8 trainers here out of our 32 in day number 2 at Pokemon Go Worlds.
Yeah, absolute huge representation from Japan. And something I'd love to see this year in general is that all the APAC regions have increased the amount of Worlds competitors. And I think that's well deserved, right? I mean, there's always been so much representation from North America, Latin America, Europe, and maybe even Oceania proportionally speaking, but a lot of our top players are in that APAC region, and having more World slots gives them the opportunity to shine. And our past 2 World Champions were from APAC, so obviously a lot of talent in that overall region, and we're seeing it here on this big stage.
Let's take a look at the winner's bracket here for day number 2. Our first matchup just happened. Beelzeboy went down 0-2 to Hiromaru. He advances into top 8 already. Up next, we are going to have Dunebug versus Kento. We have Paddleman as well. Some huge names left. Boom, PvP, David, Marto, Gaude, some underdogs like H. Sierra, and like you mentioned, a ton of those APAC trainers, and Imi Weedle, a former champion as well.
That's right. I mean, the chance to have a repeat champion is totally possible, but so many of our other players, the other 30 players, are looking for their own personal first ever World Championship title. And I mean, that's crazy, right? Just one win there, and that puts Hiromaru in the top 8. Top 8 on the biggest stage is absolutely insane. But getting the 2-0 against the world champion will definitely get you there, as we see a loaded losers bracket as well. Be sure to follow along on the challenge bracket, because we might not be able to show every one of these matchups. So in case some of them do happen off the broadcast, you can follow along on that. You can see Beelzeboy is awaiting the winner of, I believe, Ice Chris and Sonal. I think it's hard to see from here, but one of our other Japanese players as well, too. So Beelzeboy has a long road to get back to that grand finals, but it is definitely possible.
Yeah, and of course, you can make that run through the loser side of the bracket. We have seen it before on the international stage. We've seen it on the world stage as well with Dancing Rob, our very first Pokemon Go World Champion in that Masters division. All right, we got Dunebug versus Kinto up next. Dunebug, another trainer with that Jellicent, probably one of the best trainers on the planet. Of course, he is the most decorated trainer in terms of regional championships, in terms of regional medals, probably even regional match victories. But you said it yesterday, he hasn't put his imprint yet on that world stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to this year, right? First ever day 2 top cut at a World Championships. And, you know, again, it's not really a dig at Dunebug. It's just the hardest stage ever, and he's always struggled in these moments. But he did not look like he was struggling yesterday on day number 1. He's looking to continue his path forward. Meanwhile, another talented player from Japan is here sitting across the field from him, running that Shadow Kingdra, which is so potent in the right matchups. And if you look at Dunebug's team, it's pretty solid. It's really safe. Even into the Tinkaton, you have the neutral, hard-hitting Surf. And, you know, if you don't land a Gigaton Hammer, it's kind of awkward, right? Boulder just isn't enough damage with Gigaton.
And having that Shadow Annihilate as well, that was a Pokemon that I thought would have a chance to be incredibly strong in the meta, just because Thievul was a Dark-type Pokemon that got introduced into the meta late in the stages of preparation. I thought maybe that could scare off some of the Astonish users like the Corsola, but that wasn't the case. There is a lot of Corsola, there are a lot of Ghost types, there's even Jellicent that you have to deal with that Shadow Annihilate, so it might not have the best matchup in this particular one because there are 2 Fairies and a Ghost type on Dewbug's team, but Shadow Annihilate, if you're able to find a team without those Ghost types, I think it is quite strong in this meta.
And a key thing to note for Kento Sarinori's team is that is a Volt Switch Fortress. That's not a Bug Bite one. And typically, for the Shadow Fortress, it typically is Bug Bites. But because it's Volt Switch, it gives the Thievul a lot more play for the side Doombug. Meanwhile, it's a lot worse for the Jellicent on the side Doombug. So he has a little bit of flexibility. It's a lot worse for the Mantine too, actually. So the Shadow Fortress is actually quite good with that Volt Switch into Doombug's team, better into Tinkaton as well. You know, and like still like there's not a good matchup with Canthlantis, no matter how you put it. And better into Fortress. So actually, I really like the Volt Switch Fortress into this match for Doombug, but it does give him a window opportunity to bring the Thievul maybe more so than before.
I really like Furo into this matchup as well because you just have neutral play across the board. Even when you're resisted with your wing attack, fast attack pressure into a Pokemon like Tinkaton, you have that super effective Drill Run. It's a Pokemon you often see in Go Battle League because you can say swap it and it just has awesome coverage, really fast pacing, and has the potential to be extremely flexible. And then day number 2, flexibility is key. You don't want to have all your hopes be relying on alignment, because if that happens, you miss wrong, you could be out of the tournament. As these trainers are locked in, we got Doombug versus Kinto, and we have Dark type versus Fairy type, so that is not great for Doombug. Let's see if he tries to instantly pivot. There it is, into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
But here's the tricky part, right? You get debuffed and then swapped out, but because of the pacing of the Ninetales, Doombug goes straight away for the Weather Ball, knowing that he's going to get this off before the debuff comes through, and Kento Sarinori going to let it go. Does he swap? No, he's going to go to Chilling Water first before swapping. I believe he's going to swap to the Firo after that, making it a little bit tough for Doombug because the Firo has so much play into the entire team with Doombug's back line.
It's so awkward when you have 5 pacing and you just get outpaced by a swap by a 4 pacing, but this Shadow Kanto Ninetales still has that energy available. He can be throwing it into the Firo, which I love that he's ramping up the energy on this Firo, giving an opportunity to try to have energy for the back line. He can get the full farm down, and look at that. He is over a Drill Run or Drill Peck in and a half. Here comes the Thievul. He's definitely going to get double Drill Peck into this. Thievul is a pretty bulky Pokemon, though.
Yeah, and this will free things a little bit for Doombug, but there is that Bolt Switch Fortress in the back, so that's not going to be a good time. And being able to get both of these off is huge, because now Doombug not only doesn't have switch advantage, he also has a shield disadvantage, which is such a hard position to come back out of. Does have some energy, though, on the Thievul. Going to leave with the Icy Wind, so has something to throw at least into the Fortress. Let's see if he banks the entry or not. No, going to throw it right away, do some chip damage, maybe grab a shield off the Fortress if possible. Let's see if Kento Sarinori is going to let it go. Yes, going to let it go. Knows that the Ninetales is out of the picture, so there's no reason for you to even spend a shield. Oh wait.
He gets formed down, though. Yeah. He gets Sucker Punch down, and now you can even reach an attack here. You can reach the Night Slash, and this is going to be going into the Fortress. And was that a Bug Bite?
No, it's Volt Switch.
Volt Switch, yeah. A Volt Switch Fortress. You mentioned it before, and here is that Volt Switch. There is almost always a Bug Bite Fortress, but this scenario exactly is why you would want that Volt Switch, being able to do super effective fast attack pressure, protect shield on this Surf. You still have a chance here if you're Kinto. This is tough for Doombug.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kento's almost at 2 Rock Tombs at this point, too. Goes for the next one before the next move is thrown, and it was a very easy shield for him to throw up because it was a Jellicent that was not debuffed yet. Going to minimize as much damage as possible, and now goes for additional Volt Switch damage. Doombug going for the Surf. Can he get to a second one? Because this one Surf is not enough.
He was at the Shadow Ball, but decides to go for the Surf anyway. But you need the double, like you said.
Yeah, and one more Volt Switch should do it.
Oh, he transfers it.
Transfer the energy, but I don't think he's able to get it off, as the Volt Switch will proc the damage before getting the Surf off. And Kento Sarinori, fantastically well played. Just put a really strong grasp over Doombug there. Maybe a slight miscue, letting the floor just get completely farmed down from the default.
Right.
But outside of that, though, because he was so far ahead, it didn't even matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter in the end. He was able to pull it off. And an interesting point here is that Dunebug was knocked out by that Volt Switch damage, but if you were playing in the new system of Go Battle League this season, he actually would have held on to be able to throw that charge attack. So in future competitions, if we do move to that new system that we've been seeing in Go Battle League, you could be able to throw that attack to get that knockout, but in this current system, the damage does register from the fast attack first.
That's right, and you know, that's a key point to know as these players are playing on that legacy system. And because that's really what they've been competing all year round, right? As we see, Dunebug just didn't have a lot of place to go in that match, right? Once he got debuffed and he got completely pegged down from the zero, if you look at the rest side of Dunebug's team, what beats the Fortress? Literally nothing, right? You got Thibaut that's kind of neutral, but Kento's already seen the Thibaut in lead. So you know that no matter what, you either have a Florges, a Tinkaton, a Jellicent, or Manty in the back. And a Shield advantage of Shadow Fortress Volt Switch beats all of those Pokemon. Really well played, really good team reading from Kento Sarinori.
Yeah, and it was perfect for Kento. As soon as he saw that Safe Switch Shadow Kanto Ninetales, he's like, okay, good. That means I can avoid this matchup on my Shadow Fortress. I can save the shields for it in the back line, and he did exactly that, and he was able to close out that battle. So it's going to be really hard to deal with that strategy, especially if you bring two answers to Shadow Kanto Ninetales and that Shadow Fortress. Dunebug, once again, a trainer that we are very familiar with, just like Beelzeboy, is on the ropes here against a trainer from the Japan region.
That's right. Let's see if Dunebug can dig deep and find a way to find this crucial winning game 2 to force that game number 3. But this is an uphill battle. I mean, Shadow Fortress with Volt Switch, I don't remember the last time I've seen one. I don't remember the last time I've seen a Volt Switch Fortress to begin with, but that's what makes it such good meta read. And Dunebug probably didn't expect to see too much of it, so didn't over-prepare for it. Yes, has the Ninetales, but that's about it. As you can see, the Fortress in the back yet again, and Kento Sarinari, I think he's thinking, as long as I win Switch advantage, I'm good, right? Although Kingdra is probably your main Ninetales answer, and outside of that, you got the Fortress to only, you know, kind of soft lose to that Ninetales. So let's see if he's going to pivot out here or stay in as the first Night Slash is going to come through.
And you're going to go straight for the Swift here. Actually, maybe letting a Sucker Punch through. He didn't love that. Trying to get the Surf energy to get that Protect Shield, and he does. But the problem is you're just so low health, you have to pivot out. And here comes the Florges in the pivot, and there is the Jellicent. That means he left his Shadow Kanto Ninetales for the backline, which can face up against that Fortress.
Yeah, a great read from Dunebug as well, expecting that the Fortress might be in the back. He knows he needs to save the Ninetales no matter what, just on the chance that it is. Also, on top of that, Ninetales is so strong to the rest of the line of Kento Sarinari outside of the Kingdra. So now that he's seeing the Kingdra, he knows he can avoid that, right, with the Ninetales. Kento Sarinari, though, going to try to preserve the Fortress as much as possible. Got to be thinking that there might be a Ninetales in the back. Could have gone on the optimized timing there and thrown the Disarming Voice after one berry win, but maybe he just wants to charge up as much energy as possible, knowing that you need the Chilling Water energy to deal with the Ninetales for later.
And actually doubles down, uses both of the Protect Shields on this Fortress here. Now it's going to try to go for the Disarming Voice and go for the farm down if there's no Protect Shield. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out, but you might get a Fairy Wind down if Dunebug does stay in. Does he try to swap out to not let that happen, or does he get to the Surf? No, the Fairy Wind happens. No! He actually barely holds on with one health remaining to get to that last parting Surf, which will get close to knocking out the Forges. Very close.
Yeah, try to get the Fairy Wind down. Unfortunately, can't, and Dunebug still has a shield. The question is, can you hang on to get the second Chilling Water off? But Dunebug actually doesn't shield it. That's actually pretty big for Kento Sarinari to do some necessary chip damage into this. Swaps right over. Wait, hold on. This might be the opening that Kento Sarinari needs, because now you get some extra energy on the Fortress to potentially throw a move at the Ninetales later.
And this Night Slash is going to be coming through. He has the chance to boost. We know Dunebug has been Dune boost in past competitions, not this time. You need to get that energy, like you mentioned, because there is a Protect Shield remaining, but you still have to deal with this Stevel. You have no Protect Shields remaining yourself, and now suddenly this Night Slash is going to be coming through and almost knocking out your Fortress.
Yeah, absolutely brutal for Kento Sarinari.
And the boost.
Yeah, the boost to boots. I don't think it's even necessary at this point. Dunebug knows that he can just Ember down, shield up the Kingdra for later, and then take it out with a Weather Ball. And that Sand Tube not even enough. But the energy lead on Kingdra is not going to be enough either, as Dunebug still has that final shield. Going to have to build to 2 moves. There's just not enough time Kenta just going to not even charge out the bubble, knowing that this game is over. Got to go back to the drawing board as Doombug finds a way to force a game number 3.
And of course, you do need to throw that charge attack because there's probably not a way that you're going to Ember down double resisted into a Shadow Kingdra there. So the Weather Ball will seal it, even though it is double, not very effective. And we got a tied series on our hands between Doombug and Kento.
Doombug, no stranger to facing hard team compositions. He's been in this circuit for so long, has so much success with it as well. And now he knows, right? What a great read from him. He's like, you know what? There's probably Fortune's back. I need to save the Ninetales for it. More importantly, if he brings in Ninetales into that Fortress, he not only has to, you know, it's kind of a weird matchup, right? Especially with Chilling Water, but on top of it, the Kingdra can just finish off the Ninetales right after. But Doombug, avoiding that very disastrous matchup, brings in the Jellicent, and that was the thing, right? Grab both shields and still land a Surf to put the Fortress in just pretty much farm down range.
And how about that? He doubles down with the strategy, right? He did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
He led the Feeble, he had the Jellicent and Kanto Ninetales in the back. A trainer like Doombug prepares for this opening matchup of the day, especially on a stage like this. He knows what his strategy is going to be coming into the match, and even though it faltered in game number 1 and he lost the lead, he just doubles down game number 2. I know this works. He's probably had dozens, maybe even up to 30, 40 scrims just on this matchup. He knows which Pokemon are going to be strong, so he doubled down. Now, does Kento also try to bounce back to his earlier strategy of trying to maybe catch that Feeble lead off guard so that you can protect that Fortress from the Ninetales in the back?
The real question is, how does Kenta Sarinari deal with this now? Because yes, the Fortress is strong, but he didn't really bring a lot of really strong answers to the Ninetales. He brought kind of ABB weak to the Ninetales in the back, right? I think a better strategy for Kento might be to bring the Fortress and 2 strong answers to the Ninetales, because you know Ninetales coming every game. Just like how Doombug knows that the Fortress is coming every game. So you have to bring the Feeble, you have to bring the Ninetales, the 2 Pokemon that have any remote play into the Fortress to neutralize it, just in case you don't catch the perfect lead matchup.
All right, we got a decisive game number 3. Here's the Fearow into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the exact team of 3 for Doombug that he has been running the entire series, but it's in a different order. He has that Evil and Jellicent in the back. The Fearow is not that threatened from the Weather Ball, but the Shadow Kanto Ninetales is going to be threatened from a super effective Drill Run.
And I think Doombug knows he needs to maintain switch advantage if possible, because he knows that there's that lurking Shadow Fortress in the back, and one Drill Run will pretty much one-shot KO the Ninetales from this range, where Doombug is going to outpace his second move. Let's see if there's going to be a catch made or not. I mean, it's kind of hard to catch, right? Kenta Sarinari just doesn't even bring a Ninetales answer. There is no real Ninetales answer on his team, which is absolutely wild, because you have the Fortress in the back you still have to protect.
Yeah, he doesn't have that Kingdra like he did in the previous matchup, but he does have that Florges at least that can do super effective Chilling Water damage. But looks like Doombug smartly knows that there is a Fortress in the back. I want to keep the Shadow Kanto Ninetales around, and now that this is switch locked, he can preserve the Shadow Kanto Ninetales by pivoting out of this matchup right after the Weather Ball, and he goes for it.
I don't hate this play from Kenta Sarinari for a few reasons, mainly because with a shield remaining, you have super effective charge attacks with the Fortress to take out the Ninetales, but you need energy on it first. And unfortunately, Doombug gets the Florges right where he wants it to be. You have a Florges into a Jellicent. Jellicent is so bulky that you can tank this damage no problem. Ooh, and Doombug just overfarmed a ton. Kenta Sarinari forced to spend the shield, and this is disastrous because now the gates are open for a Weather Ball to land onto the Fortress to one-shot KO. And wait!
No!
That's to throw the move, and Doombug gets away with it, takes out the Fortress at almost 100 energy out the window for Kenta Sarinari.
Kento, 2 games in a row, getting a little greedy with that Florges, and it doesn't pay off. Here comes the Kanto Ninetales, trying to get as much Ember damage out as possible, but a nice swap into that Weather Ball. Doombug shaking his head. That was a nice play from Kento, but will it be enough to bounce back in this battle?
And Doombug, he's locked in, so the Sand Tomb will take out the Ninetales before getting any additional damage off. But you got a Thievul in the back, and Thievul, it's not the most frail Pokemon. It doesn't hit the hardest, but it could definitely do some damage into the Fortress. Still has the Jellicent on top of it, so forcing the energy out. But no, just going, try to go for a Shadow Ball, but gets the energy instead. Doombug feeling pretty good about it as he is one game away to joining that top 8 at World Championships. The highest finish he's ever had so far. He's looking for more. One more sucker punch to the Night Slash, and that'll do it.
And can he get that boost once again, just for fun? Doombug does secure top 8. Now he's in the higher level pricing, and he is pumped up about it as a miracle he bounces back to defeat Kento, where in 2 straight games he had an opportunity with that Florges versus Jellicent matchup where he could have made a better impact, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short in only that juncture of the game. I feel like otherwise he played an incredibly clean battle. It was only the Florges versus Jellicent matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the line composition were a little bit tough, right, for Kento Sarinari, because disrespecting the Cancel Ninetales is one thing, right, in this meta, but when you have a Shadow Fortress that's double weak to the fire damage of the Shadow Cancel Ninetales, it's even more risky. And you know that Doombug is bringing that Shadow Cancel Ninetales, but maybe just didn't think that Kindra could really put in the work. Doesn't have nearly as much bulk as, I was getting not as much bulk as Firo, but Firo doesn't have a lot of bulk either. So it's a tough position, but I think that line call from Kento Sarinari just put him in a tough position right off the bats. And we saw too, the greed here, trying to go for it, but Doombug just full sense of serve, and that was just pretty much the end of the game the moment this move was thrown.
And I think it goes to a little bit of just the mountain of experience that Doombug has, right? The most decorated trainer in Championship Series in terms of regional titles and medals. The fact is, he has played so many series. And of course, Kento was playing amazing, but I feel like Doombug was locked in, prepared, ran the same team of 3 in all 3 battles. Even though he lost game number 1, he never went away from his strategy. He knew exactly what he was gonna do in multiple iterations against Kento's team, and it showed there. This is a trainer that is super talented, locked in, has the experience, and was able to persevere.
Yeah, and that was such a tough matchup for Doombug, right? But we've seen him overcome once before that, and he just danced around it perfectly. He had a more neutral lead in both the second and the third game, and found his win conditions. Knew that, you know what, I need to save that Ninetales for the Fortress if I can, and that's exactly what he did. Even with the beautiful catch from Kento Sarinari, Doombug just put himself so far ahead at that point, it didn't even matter.
It seemed like almost like we were in a best of 5 series already, because it already seemed like, okay, you know what's going to be happening in the backline for both these trainers. How do they make those minor adjustments throughout the battle, knowing there's a Jellicent in the back, knowing there's a Shadow Fortress in the back? How to make sure that you have the right Pokemon to take advantage, and Doombug was able to do that. And look it up next. I got distracted because I saw probably the prohibitive favorite to win Pokemon Worlds. Patamon is on the stage next.
That's right, and he is looking to return to another Grand Finals at an International, at a Worlds. Last year, he came up just short in the 5th and final game of the bracket reset. Came down to the wire, but did lose to Beelzeboy, and has been an absolute tear ever since, trying to make it back to that Championship Sunday, and he has shown time and time again that he is possibly the greatest Pokemon Go player there is in this entire season. And based on accomplishments alone, you can say that's a pretty easy case to make, as he's looking for another high finish at an international event. He's going against Sustenance Eater, one of our top players from North America, the younger brother of Nighttime Clasher, one of our most decorated players in North America as well. But Butters, I gotta say, this is actually a grudge match.
Oh, it is.
Yes, yeah. So let me give you a quick recap. So they faced off at NAIC 2025. This was last season, and Sustenance Eater lost to Patamon 1-2. That was maybe not Sustenance Eater's breakout season. This season was 2026. They faced off again, EUIC this year. Well, you know how that went, because Patamon won the whole thing.
Yeah.
Patamon takes a 2-0 victory over Sustenance Eater. And then the last time they faced off was Prague in 2026, this after EUIC. And Sustenance Eater actually came out on top. So even though Pokémon has taken, 2 out of the 3 victories against Sustenance Eater, the last time they faced off, Sustenance Eater actually 2-0 over Pokémon, which it's not something that most people in the world can even say, right?
No.
So that's already a good sign for Sustenance Eater.
But as soon as you started saying international competitions, I knew who the answer was, because Mr. Day number 3 is almost impossible to beat in day number 2. Remember, even
you don't make day number 3 without winning day number 2.
Remember, even in the World Championships last season, who won between Beelzeboy and Patamon in the winners' finals? Patamon. With that team composition disadvantage, he was able to defeat Beelzeboy, I believe, 3-1. It was only with a night of preparation and rest that Beelzeboy was able to utilize that team composition advantage in Championship Sunday. So Patamon is Mr. Day number 3 for a reason. He is almost impossible to beat in this day number 2, especially as the rounds progress and you have less and less time to prepare against this trainer, because he is, in my opinion, the best trainer on the planet right now in Pokemon Go.
Definitely. But, you know, we've seen upsets happen already just a couple minutes ago, right? Beelzeboy versus Harumaru. And, you know, Beelzeboy, if he's not the best in the world, he's obviously in the top 3, but anything can happen, especially on the big stage. And this has been an absolute huge tournament for Sustenance Eater, playing against the best of the best, making it to day number 2 undefeated in the winner's side, and now facing off again for the 4th time against Patamon. And we got 2 waterfall users on both sides.
And we got 2 Malamars.
2 Malamar, yeah.
Caleb, Malamar's been a bit underwhelming. I'm not going to lie. Whenever we've
you
seen,
think?
yes, it's been really strong in terms of usage, but whenever you see it on the battlefield, it just comes up short. We saw Beelzeboy come up short with it 2 times. We saw yesterday in the matchups the Malamar coming up short. Yes, Malamar has done really well. It has placed itself in top usage, but when I've seen it on the battlefield, I feel like it's been carried every single time. So we have another Malamar mirror. Can we have a Malamar moment in Pokemon Worlds?
Well, I think here's a tricky part, right? Both players have a Shadow Bug Bite Fortress, which absolutely shreds the Malamar. Malamar double weak to it. More importantly, Patamon also has a Shadow Malamar. So, like, that's, you know, Bug Bite's a 1-turn move, but it probably looks like it's doing more than that, right? It's just every turn that goes by into Malamar. You blink and your Malamar's health bar is in the red. Let's see if they're willing to take that risk or not. Here we go. Game number 1, Patamon versus Sustenance Eater. To start things off, it's going to be the Stunfish versus Dondozo.
And this is exactly why you use a Waterfall user as your water type, to do that super effective damage into these ground types like the Stunfish, or into the fire type of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and actually picks up the early Protect Shield into this Stunfish. It looks like Patamon is just going to play out this matchup. Does have that Shadow Malamar in the back, but he wants alignment. He does not want to face that Shadow Fortress with the Bug Bite, so he has to make sure he wins this matchup or baits out the Fortress.
And Patamon has the back-to-back discharge, overfarms a bit, throws right before the next Surf is available. Sustenance Eater lets the first discharge go, might throw up this shield just to get the Surf off. No, lets it go. Can the Thick Whale do it? No, it does go down to the double discharge. Patamon wins switch advantage, but also has a lot of energy still to boot.
But he does have that Corsola in the back to face that Fortress, and you're going to get a lot of chip damage off here. Yes, you will get that farm down for Sustenance Eater. It is Galarian Corsola, but then that's when you bring in the Malamar to avoid that Fortress in the back, and it's just so hard. This Stunfisk is bulky. It's threatening even another 2 more charge attacks. Gonna throw the Mud Bomb. Maybe could have gone for double discharge, but does that mean that he's also gonna be able to get to 1 more parting discharge before he gets knocked out?
I'd like the farm down from Sustenance Eater. Very confident knowing the bulk of the Corsola, knowing that even if there's a Malamar in the back, this much energy is going to threaten a KO on the Shadow Malamar. And here's the thing, he can throw both Nightshade, maybe grab a shield, and then just try to snipe it with the Bug Bites. If Patamon shields this, the Fortress probably come in a quick second. Let's see if he goes for it or not. And no, decides to let it go. Fortress might come in.
He
goes
calls
for the
it.
snipe,
He
but
calls
goes
it.
for the Simo swap. And here comes Patamon's own Corsola.
And down a shield is no problem for Corsola into this matchup. Look how much these Astonishes are doing. Sustenance Eater is desperately reaching for that Rock Tomb, which will drop the attack of this Corsola and make the matchup better for Sustenance Eater. He's going to get to it as soon as possible. There it is. There's 1 protection remaining, but Patamon can be patient. He does not have to use it yet.
Yeah, but this is still a tough position for Patamon. He is going to shield up. The more likelihood likelihood of it being a Rock Tomb, wants to preserve as much health as possible. This is so annoying because yes, you have the type advantage on the Corsola, but the Bug Bite's still chunked, and more importantly, Sustenance Eater has a shield advantage, and this next Rock Tomb is going to put the Corsola into the red.
And the problem is there is health on the Corsola for Sustenance Eater. So as soon as Sustenance Eater wants to come in and try to go for Astonish damage, he is going to throw one more Rock Tomb. There's one Protect Shield remaining, and there's a back-to-back available for Patamon, but there's still a Protect Shield, and he actually uses it here. I'm surprised. Here comes the combo play, swapping in. The last Nightshade is banked. The Malamar comes in, does not get to a charge attack. Patamon does have the Nightshade that he can throw right now, but he's going to have to be able to knock out the Fortress before Fortress can get to a charge attack.
Sustenance Eater, he's not, and he thinks he could get to one Sand Tomb before the Astonish damage is going to take him out. Can he do it? It's going to be close, but the Bug Bite is enough as Sustenance Eater takes the first game off from Patamon.
Wow, well played from Sustenance Eater. Patamon, I felt like, knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that Shadow Fortress was going to be in the backline. He was going to save his Corsola for that backline and make sure that he won alignment. But that alignment didn't do too much for him because of the strength of the opposing Corsola in the back. Malamar just didn't stand a chance. Once again, Malamar maybe falling a little short in this meta.
This is the most anti-Malamar propaganda I've heard in quite some time. But I gotta say, one word to describe Sustenance in that first game: patience. Absolute patience. Lets the Dondozo go. Gets a shield, gets hit with 2 discharge, doesn't save, doesn't spend a shield. Comes in Corsola into the Sunfist, gets hit by what? 2, 3 Mud Bomb? Doesn't matter. Goes again for the patience, knowing that he can bang up the energy. Because you look at the back line, what can stop the Corsola with that much energy? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And on top of that, has the Fortress for later. There is no cancel 9-tails on the side of Patamon. So the Fortress is actually very, very safe once you know, if you have a shield advantage, right? Because Corsola is probably the best answer to it. But even with the Corsola on it, with that shield advantage, he was able to clean up.
Yeah, just because of the debuffs with that Rock Tomb. Obviously, you have Sand Tomb as well. It's a really strong Pokemon, a Pokemon that we thought would be even a little bit higher in the meta day number 1. Oftentimes, these trainers bring that Waterfall user and protect it with the Shadow Fortress. That is a core duo that we see on both of these trainers' team. On Patamon's side, he has the Melodic and he has the Shadow Fortress. On Sustenance side, he has that Dondozo and the Shadow Fortress. And Patamon, just as the other top names, is on the ropes as well. He is down 0-1 to Sustenance Eater, and this is a devastating lead. He has to instantly pivot into the Stunfisk, but with no clear answer, here comes the Shadow Fortress of Sustenance Eater.
But more importantly, there's also no clear answer for Sustenance Eater for that Galarian Corsola. I think Galarian Corsola is very safe for both players in this particular matchup, especially with the Licky on the bench, as Patamon is going to draw out the Fortress, but there's no Malamar on his side either, so it doesn't help him out as much as you would think, and with the Bug Bite variants of the Fortress, is actually quite good to a lot of the ground types.
And the Sand Tomb is going to come through super effective and drops the defense of this poor Stunfisk, who's trying to get to a double discharge and can get the alignment here. So Sustenance Eater has a choice. Can let one discharge through, but Patamon is at the back-to-back. Does he try to go for the alignment, or does he soft lose this matchup? He has this opportunity to decide right here.
And I think Sustenance Eater might just let this go. No, decide to throw up the shield at the very last second. Will have the chance to go for the debuff for later. So debuffing, getting maybe even the Rock Tomb off will be huge value. Can he reach it? Does go for it? No! Unfortunately, doesn't get it off. And so that's actually going to be a huge win for Patamon, as he now has the energy lead. And the script has been flipped, right? It's just like the first game, except this time Patamon doesn't have the matchup he wants, but has the shield advantage. Sustenance Eater has residual energy on the course. They're going to throw the first Nightshade. I think we're going to see an instant shield from Patamon.
This is where you need to use your shields. It's going to be super effective. Nightshade. Here comes the Dondozo, though, to be able to soak up all this energy. I like that from Sustenance Eater. Get the shield, do a little bit of chip damage, then come in with the Dondozo and never shield it. Just try to rely on your Corsola in the back and rely on the bulk that is Dondozo, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much in Championship Series, but as you can see, it has high defense, high HP, it is able to take these charge attacks and fast attacks no problem while pacing up to these harder hitting charge attacks.
I mean, it indeed is a whale, and it is pretty thick on the battlefield on top of it. As you can see, the waterfall damage adding up too. Sustenance Eater goes for another serve. and now Pokémon throws up the final shield, trying to get the back-to-back Nightshade before throwing, just so that he can throw a parting Nightshade. But it's going to put him in a tough position. Has a final Nightshade available. Substance Eater has a decision to make. Do you go for the shield or not? I don't think it's probably worth it. Oh, actually,
he does.
Goes for the shield. Wants to try to maybe get some additional damage off, but ends up getting taken out by the back-to-back Nightshade. Now Substance Eater again calling a position, but this time around, the script is flipped a bit. It's Pokémon now with the Shadow Fortress into the Corsola of Substance Eater. Going to get this Rock Tomb right before the Nightshade reads. That's huge. Getting the debuff will mitigate so much damage coming in from this next Nightshade.
And remember, there is a bit of health in the back on that Corsola, and now that the attack has dropped, you can take one Astonish. So that means Patamon can get off 2 Astonishes in the back, and he has the Sand Tomb right here. It all comes down to this Nightshade for Sustenance Eater. Can Sustenance Eater knock out with this Nightshade? It has been debuffed. No, it's not enough. Charge Attack Priority. No, actually, the Sand Tomb comes out before the next Nightshade, and it's going to be enough to tie up the series for Patamon.
Wow, this is quite the grudge match, and it is absolutely delivering here to start things off on the winner's bracket of day number 2. Back and forth between these two players. Fortress into Corsola, and then Corsola into Fortress.
I guess you'd rather be the Fortress.
Yeah,
That's what we're
guess
learning.
So. I guess so. And it was actually a great line read from Patamon, right? Because you're thinking, okay, well, what if he has a Licky in the back? Then just hard countered. But the odds of Substance Eater leading a Corsola and having a Licky in the back is so low because there's that Xiao Malmar. And you're just way too weak to Xiao Malmar if Patamon decides to go for it. So Patamon goes for the gamble and says, you know what? I'm going to protect my Corsola. I'm going to expect that he doesn't have the Licky to hard counter me, and that is my win condition. And that's exactly what he found in the end game.
Well, finally, the best case that I have heard for actually bringing a Malamar to the stage here is to break up that core, which, of course, Licky was #1 in usage by a mile in day number 2. And then Corsola is one of those late risers in the meta shift. Corsola is on a lot of these top trainer teams as well. So if you do have that bench pressure, or you could utilize that Pokemon to break up that core, that is a strong utility to have on your team of 6.
That's right. And this is going to be a tough one, right? There's so much online. Winning this puts you into top 8 at World Championships, the biggest stage, the moment that all these players have been fighting for. And losing here will put you into the loser's bracket. Could knock you out straight up in the top 24. Could make your road to that grand finals way longer. You have to face tough opponent after tough opponent. There's so much on the line for this third and final game between these two players.
And if you're just joining us so far in day number 2, a lot of these well-known trainers like Beelzeboy in Dunebug have really been challenged. Beelzeboy has already gone down to the loser side, and now Patamon is 1 game away from going down to the loser side. But if he wins it, he can get the top 8, and there is the key lead. He has his Corsola to the Fortress. Even though Fortress has been winning this in the back, you're not going to win it in the front. So does Sustenance Eater just swap out? There is the swap to Dondozo.
Oh, try to go for the catch. I like Patamon's patience because he knows that if Sustenance Eater really wanted to throw, that he would have. So expecting the potential catch, now has the back-to-back Nightshade. Might bank one, and then might come in with his Stumpus after. I don't know, Stumpus is going to take a lot of super effective damage on the surf. Actually goes with the double Nightshade. Do we see a shield on Sustenance Eater? I mean, this Dondozo is really safe for Sustenance Eater as well, right? Doesn't have a lot of options. Might even just go and swap to the Fortress. Let's see what Patamon does.
And look, already at the double surf here. 1 surf will not be enough to knock out the Corsola, but the double surf will definitely be enough. There is no shield from Patamon. Is the timer up? Yes, you could try to swap on it, but instead trying to go for that Nightshade. No, not even going for the Nightshade, knowing that the surf is going to be coming anyway. And this said, tries to go for the farm down, wants to use this energy for the back line against Sustenance Eater.
There could be a potential combo play. You have to be real tricky as the bug bite damage will add up pretty quickly. Let's see if Patamon tries to go for a swap. You can see he's reaching for it. He knows that the Fortress might come back and try to snipe away the energy on the Corsola, force his final shield. But in comes his own Corsola, and now Patamon, again, the roles are reversed. It's just Fortress versus Corsola and Corsola versus Fortress.
And I'm surprised he actually didn't pivot into the Stun Fist there, although he does know the Fortress is out there and could have that Sand Tomb to do super effective damage. This is the matchup that you don't love. Now you are in a 2 Protect Shield deficit if you're Patamon. This is desperate times for Mr. Day number 3. Here comes the Rock Tomb. Will we finally get a Protect Shield from Sustenance Eater? Not yet.
2 full shields remaining, but I think he's feeling confident that if you look at Patamon's team, nothing can beat the Fortress, especially up 2 shields. He is playing out his win conditions absolutely perfectly. Here comes the potential combo play, but Sustenance Eater just coming in here, and Potter like, oh, he doesn't even shield a potential Rock Tomb, just no shields the Sand Tomb.
And we have that energy on the Corsola, but you don't want to use it right now because you have no Protect Shields remaining and you'll lose charge attack priority. So the only way to use that energy is to make sure that Sustenance Eater does not have energy on his Fortress. Right now, he doesn't have enough energy for back-to-back. Do we see the attack? No, he is still banking that for the backline. There is the attack, but he throws it on charge attack priority. That is not what Patamon wanted, and now all that energy went to waste. Sustenance Eater is able to take out the Corsola.
Yeah, this is absolutely devastating for Patamon because he has to get to he has to get 3 moves here to do anything. The problem is he cannot Thunder Shock down. Look at the face on Sustenance Eater. He knows he's got this in the bag, and yet again, he's able to defeat Patamon. After Prague, he does it again, but on the biggest stage, as Sustenance Eater makes his top 8 finish at a minimum at World Championships.
Doing the impossible, taking out the top trainer on the planet to advance into top 8. Patamon is not eliminated yet. He is moving down to the loser side of the bracket, a place that he is less familiar with, but Sustenance Eater pulls it out, wins that decisive game number 3.
Wow. And this is what Pokemon Go is all about, right? Anyone can rise to the top, no matter how big the name is. We talked about it, right? Beelzebub, the reigning world champ, can drop to the loser bracket. Patamon, probably the best player in the world right now in this entire season, maybe even last season combined, goes down to Sustenance Eater, who hasn't won a trophy, who hasn't won a medal, who hasn't won a title, but he is getting to that point right now. He's finding a way to find a spot in the top 8, only a few matchups away from even making a Grand Finals appearance.
Caleb, his best performance ever in Championship Series before this was 7th. Now he's top 8 at the World Championships. These are the stories that history's made of. These underdog trainers that come in here like Firestar did in 2025, a trainer that you didn't know as well, or a trainer that you know has done pretty well but could never get over that hump, get over that last hurdle in Sustenance Eater. If he could get over that hurdle in this moment to make it the championship Sunday, what a story that would be. But the story really is the underdog so far. Beelzebub goes down, Patamon goes down. 2 of our favorites coming into day number 1. It's what time? It's 10 a.m. and already
we're an hour in.
Yeah, we're an hour in, and already 2 of our favorites are on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we had both of them, 2 of them in our players to watch, and both of them have dropped. I mean, it's a tough field, right? And there's not a knock on those talented players. They've had so much success in the past, but as they've been climbing the ranks, players like Sustenance Eater have been watching. They've been learning.
Yes.
They've been honing their own craft. And what a performance from this young player right here, Sustenance Eater, who's looking for even more glory. And hey, this might be his year.
And of course, the younger brother you mentioned of Nighttime Clasher, another trainer that had a dominant 2026 season. So he has been near that greatness as well, picked up some tips, and he is absolutely utilizing it right now.
That's right. We have more incredible battles to come, more of our Japanese players as well, and Kanto's coming up next against one of our NA players, Auburn. So this is going to be a really exciting one. Stay tuned for it, because the action just does not stop here. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side. We've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer, but I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop outs. Boom, pop out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag, also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to day 2 of the Pokemon GO World Championships here in San Francisco, California. My name is Homesize Henry, joined on the desk by the one and only Lou the Pikachu. We've had some incredible games so far as we make it through our winners out of the bracket, and the action is only getting better from here.
I didn't know how they were going to top day 1 of the competition, but the upsets that we are having so far here on day 2, Beelzeboy down into the losers bracket, Padaman down into the losers bracket, not out of contention, but certainly gives us a lot of other trainers to root for going forward into this competition.
It really feels like some trainers really making a name for themselves here at this tournament, because one thing I mentioned at the end of day 1, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And we've seen some trainers who are considered to be our best, Beelzeboy, Patoman dropping down to losers. But if the European Internationals taught us anything, Patoman in losers is still a very, very scary sight to behold.
Let's not forget, at last year's World Championships, he actually came in 2nd place, coming into that grand final from the winner's side of the bracket. So maybe the secret to his success is actually to come into those grand finals from the loser's side of the bracket. So I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for Padaman to advance in this competition alongside all of our other incredible trainers.
So we have 3 trainers who have already moved on to winners round 2. We're going to be continuing as we move down the bracket here in winners round 1. We have a pretty incredible matchup ready down on the stage, and that is going to be Contono versus Auburn. Now, Auburn is a veteran of the game. He participated even before we were part of the championship series. He did a lot of grassroots tournaments. He is a wily veteran. He has played this game for many years, and he is a force to be reckoned with. But on the other side of the table, Contono with an incredible anti-meta team, Shadow Gliscor, Shadow Politoed, Charjabug, and Pangoro. So this will be kind of more of a matchup between Auburn, running more traditional meta, running the Pokemon that are deemed to be the best, versus Contono, who's trying to kind of kind of counter that meta with some very interesting picks.
I truly am a lover of these new Shadow variants that Kantono is running. Being able to have that Gliscor as well for that ground type coverage. Coming into this meta, we see a lot of the Stunfisk, and then particularly in day 2, we're seeing a lot of success with trainers running the Shadow Kanto Marowak, for example, that's on the opposing side on Auburn's team. But actually having that ground typing onto the Gliscor is a really interesting choice coming into this tournament.
Gliscor to me feels like a Pokemon where its energy goes everywhere in this matchup. Gliscor does have some pretty unfortunate disadvantage states, like if it ever gets down energy, then the Shadow status can end up kind of hindering it. But if it's ever getting up energy, and Acrobatics is going to hit for massive damage on almost everything. 5 of 6 Pokemon on Auburn's team do not have a resistance to flying, and the only one that does, which is Tinkaton, would take some pretty significant damage from Sand Tomb spam.
I think as well, there are still some of the tried and tested reliables out there on the field. We've got those Licky Lickies, #1 in our usage stats, being able to be just so bulky and eat up a load of those attacks. At the same time, it has some really good coverage into ghost types, but you're not going to find those on the opposing side on Kono's team here. And I think one of the critical things I want to see is what these leads are going to be coming out and where the tone is going to be set from the very beginning of this dominant match.
One thing that I do like to see in this matchup, even though we have the dueling Licky Lickies, we don't have Corseless, because that can be a very polarizing matchup where Corseless can't really do a lot. Licky Licky should hopefully be more of a neutral presence in this matchup, and it looks like the players are ready. The game is about to begin. Kantono versus Auburn, game 1 of winners round 1, and it's going to be Tinkaton versus Tinkaton.
Look at that, it's a good old mirror to get things started. Both of these Pokemon have the capabilities to get those energies up so the Gigaton hammers can't threaten down. But against an opposing Tinkaton, you might want to be clicking that Bulldoze button for the additional bit of impact, but we know that Gigaton Hammer can just be so relentless.
Auburn not going to play to the charge attack priority tie, instead going to look to overfarm. No shielding Gigaton Hammer that does do some pretty significant damage, and he's going to hit back hard with the Gigaton Hammer of his own that is instantly no shielded by Kantono.
I love the fact these Tinkatons are starting to learn a little bit of what it feels like to be their opponents, having to take a hammer apiece across the field. Very even Stevens at the moment. The Bulldoze is now being locked in on both sides of the field, but it is going to be Kantono's that blinks first.
This is actually an Ivy-dependent survive here, and it looks like Auburn may be running, unfortunately, not as good of a Tinkaton. He's not able to survive, and now is forced to bring in the Mantine, and this is a pretty rough wing attack down. Kantono will be able to make it to a Gigaton Hammer, and despite the steel resistance, that does enough damage that Auburn will actually invest the Protect Shield.
I mean, we've seen when it's resisted how much this Gigaton Hammer can do, so the shield does come through on Auburn's side of the field. You have so much energy primed up on that Mantine, you want to be able to unleash that, and particularly as the fast attacks are still putting in work, it's not enough to be able to get the full farm down, and Kantono letting this go.
If you're Kantono, you are ecstatic with how this game has begun. You were able to neutralize the Tinkaton, you got a shield advantage from the Mantine. Mantine was unable to farm down and had to fire off energy as well, so it really feels like the stage is set. Kantono is trying to set up that Shadow Gliscor at an advantage state, and with that shield advantage, that Shadow Gliscor is looking deadly because there's only a certain amount of acrobatics that you can end up shielding with only 1 Protect Shield remaining.
Yeah, Mantine doesn't want to face down the rollouts either, so as soon as that switch timer gave it the capabilities, it got a little bit of energy up against the Licky Licky, and now once again, we're in a mirror state between these two trainers. Licky Licky just farming up all that energy. You've got the body slam pressure that can just keep going 1, 2, 3 times and start chipping away at this bulky Pokemon.
Even despite the fact that these are exceedingly similar teams, Tinkaton, Licky Licky, and a Flyer, Kantono is consistently winning charge attack priority in those mirror matchups. The Licky Licky's winning charge attack priority, the Tinkaton won charge attack priority, and that's making life very difficult for Auburn, as even though it is a very neutral matchup, suddenly it feels like those neutral matchups are actually very disadvantageous.
It's nice to see the Gliscor join the field now. Again, it's going for these wing attacks, just farming up the energy. You have the utility to do some very decent damage with something like an Acrobatics, but first of all, you've got to take this body slam. Gliscor able to take that reasonably well and does manage to get both its charge attacks ready to go.
Gliscor will invest a Protect Shield. Kantono trying to set up Gliscor for the endgame sweep. Body slam, grabs the first Protect Shield. Ooh. In comes Mantine with a lot of energy, and he's full sending the Acrobatics.
Yeah, I think Mantine may be trying to take up the ground type charge attack, but instead Acrobatics comes its way, utilizes that shield, so Mantine is going to stay safe with all of this beautiful energy, and it threatens with the Water Pulse, but it looks like the Twister has been locked in.
With the Shadow Gliscor having already taken quite a lot of damage from Licky Licky, even just a non-sim type attack bonus Twister may be enough to secure the knockout. It's going to be kind of close. Oh, there's a pivot out. In comes Licky Licky, but the energy will be lost as Twister will secure the knockout.
Energy lost on Mantine's side, but energy banked onto that Gliscor in the back for Kantono. Like you said, trying to set up the end game so it can be relentless with that pressure. It's back on the field right now. Sand Tomb Acrobatics, it has its choice of charge attacks, but first of all, we're going to have to see the Twister come through.
And for Kantono, even with the Gliscor having the shield shield advantage. It just needed to do too much. Mantine was always going to require an acrobatics to take the knockout, and the reason Contono didn't fire off the acrobatics there was he knew he needed enough residual energy to outpace the Licky Licky, and he just did not have enough.
That's the thing, you can take down one Pokemon, but if there's another one in the back, you don't have the tools to deal with it, then the victory is going to go to your opponent. And I think the wisdom and expertise that Auburn has been able to correlate over his years playing competitive Pokemon Go really shone through in that endgame scenario.
Where I feel like that game got out of hand for Contono was when Auburn brought in the Licky Licky. Contono decided to stay in with the Licky Licky and ended up firing off a lot of that energy, and the energy isn't particularly valuable in a Licky Licky mirror, so he ended up throwing a bunch of energy and then bringing the Gliscor, but the Gliscor was behind a bunch of energy, so it was no longer in that advantageous state. So it feels like Contono had a very strong game plan from the start. Get the shield advantage, set up the Gliscor to sweep, but in this end game right here, you can never sand tube. It's a flying type. You have to throw all that acrobatics energy, and if you do, you're just getting outpaced by that Licky Licky. So I really like the game plan there from Contono, but unfortunately didn't quite end up producing the results he was hoping for.
The different storylines with the Flyers were very critical in that match. We saw a lot of, the leads with the Tinkaton in that mirror. We also saw the Licky Lickies come up against each other. But as you've mentioned, the fast attacks on the Gliscor really going to be null and void into a water flying type in the form of that Mantine as well. So Mantine was able to get the advantage over its fellow flying type on the opposing side, gleaning a little bit more of an advantage for its trainer.
One thing that I liked about Auburn was even though he arguably was in a very disadvantageous position pretty early on in that match, you never really see Auburn get flustered on stage. Auburn is always calm, cool, and collected, and that's what you need to be able to turn around some of these very negative board positions there. And he stayed calm. He was able to maneuver his Pokemon in and out of the matchup, banking energy, and the stored energy on that Mantine, overwhelming the Gliscor and being able to take the knockout on Licky Licky, causing that energy to be lost. It was honestly just masterful there from Auburn, because about halfway through that game, he looked to be in dire straits.
It did look a little bit dicey, but that's what I love so much about the twists and turns that Pokemon Go can offer. You have the timer, you have the shields. There's so many different ways to get increments of advantage, and swings of momentum can happen at any point. These trainers are trying to continue their undefeated run. We've got an adjustment in the leads. It's going to be that Shadow Gliscor versus the Shadow Ninetales.
The Shadow Ninetales will have a pretty significant pacing advantage here. Contono does have the Charge Bug in the back. Both trainers massively over-farming, but it's going to be Ninetales that strikes first with a Weather Ball and an instant no shield from Contono.
Every single time I'm blown away by the pacing of this Ninetales. Gets that Weather Ball. That's a huge chunk of damage into that Shadow variant on the opposing side, and the adjustment comes through. Auburn going for the Tinkaton.
Oh, he calls that it's the acrobatics that's being thrown. Catches on the Tinkaton. What a play from Auburn. But that resisted acrobatics still honestly did a pretty significant amount of damage.
Tinkaton being so fearless, that could have been a Sand Tomb coming through, but instead can eat up that acrobatics and get all this beautiful energy up to face down against the Charger Bug. Another adaptation on Contono's side.
Perfect charge attack timing there from Auburn, recognizing the fact that Contono would be one turn behind, throwing 4 Fairy Winds and the Gigaton Hammer. Even though it's resisted, that's just how strong of a move Gigaton Hammer is. You're still going to be throwing Gigaton Hammer into a Charger Bug.
Exactly, and Charger Bug now has the opportunity to prove its worth out here. Is able to go for this discharge. That is a heavy dealing electric type attack, and of course Tinkaton will fall victim to it, but the Embers is a perfect way for Ninetales to retaliate. I think it just needed one there to be able to get to the Weather Ball. Now Contono has to go for one of these precious shields to keep the Charger Bug in the game.
And Contono preserving the Charger Bug is not what Auburn is hoping to see, because his final Pokemon in the back is going to be that Mantine. Mantine is really going to not like to see Charger Bug whatsoever. So for Auburn, this is not great, because the switch timer is up. Contono can go for the combination play. In comes Gliscor, Sand Tomb locked and loaded. And now if Auburn wants to preserve the Ninetales, that final Protect Shield has to go.
I really like that adaptation, thinking, hey, the Mantine could be in the back. I need to preserve my Charger Bug for later in the game. It's not going to be able to do well against this Ninetales. Now Contono has to have the option here, bringing in something like the Licky Licky, maybe going for some of those rollouts, because you want to preserve that Charger Bug if the Mantine shows itself.
There is so much stored energy on the Ninetales, but the Ninetales is at -1 defense, courtesy of that Sand Tomb. In comes Licky Licky. Auburn will fire off the Weather Ball. When does he decide to send in that Mantine? Weather Ball will connect. No Mantine yet. He's going to stay in and try and get as much damage as possible, but Contono still holding on to that final Protect Shield, as Licky Licky is more than happy to absorb these hits.
The sun is beaming down from the sky, though. Weather Ball after Weather Ball, sponging up all of this energy on the Ninetales side, and this is the alignment that Charger Bug wanted to see. The Mantine in play. Charger Bug on the field. It still has a shield to protect from this very first Twister, but now Charger Bug in that red zone has to put itself all on the offensive and get these charge attacks down.
I think I can see the idea for Auburn. Auburn is, oh no, but he's gonna get the double up. Auburn's idea there was to try and force the Charge Bug to throw Ember down with the Ninetales and then win charge type priority over the Licky Licky. But Contono, with the patience to double up, will exit with that discharge loaded. Great counterplay there from Contono, not falling for Auburn's trap. A big sigh of relief there from Contono as he stays alive on the winner's side of the bracket and forces a game number 3.
Chargebug believers, they've got something right for sure. Being able to see the way Chargebug was utilized so well in that game. Yes, it had a few dicey lineups against Pokemon like the Ninetales. The Embers were hurting it really strongly, but the fact that Contono was able to utilize that switch timer, get it out safely, bring it back in to find the alignment against the Mantine, and as you said, critically get to that double discharge to carve out the perfect endgame scenario.
A very, very well executed game plan there by Contono, recognizing this was a bait out for the Chargebug. Auburn found a lot of success with that Mantine in game number 1. It's probably in the back. I'm actually going to shield the Weather Ball and then be able to fire off that discharge, pressure away the shield, go for the combination play with the Sand Tomb, and leave the Ninetales in a spot where it had no Protect shields. It was at -1 defense, and it kind of forced Auburn off the field, and in doing so was really able to set up that Chargebug to build up to the back-to-back.
I like the way as well Chargebug was able to neutralize the Tinkaton that Auburn still kept from that game 1 into game 2. We know how much damage the Gigaton Hammer can do, even into the opposing Tinkaton. That was showcased beautifully in game 1, but seeing the damage be a little more lackluster, it still had impact, but it was more underwhelming than we've seen before into the Chargebug, just meant that its defensive capabilities were supporting its offensive pressure as well.
I was really impressed by how much damage that resisted acrobatics from Gliscor did to Tinkaton, because like, oh, what a catch! And then it still loses 40% of its health bar, and it's like, I mean, you caught it, but that still hurt.
But at what cost?
That did quite a lot of damage. Yeah, at what cost? Exactly right. That kind of set up the Chargebug, because from full health, Tinkaton into Chargebug, Tinkaton has a surprising amount of play there, because Discharge, it's not a particularly strong charge attack, but with that chip damage, that's what kind of set up that Chargebug to kind of get rolling there and kind of end up steamrolling over that game.
I think the Ninetales was still giving Contono a little bit of difficulty. Possibly we could see an adaptation to something like the Politoed here. Having that fast attack Mud Shot will apply a little bit of pressure, and you can retaliate with a Weather Ball in the water form of your very own. Interesting to see it actually come into this match here, facing down against the Tinkaton.
This matchup is a little bit tricky for Auburn. The Mud Shots will hit for super effective damage. Weather Ball doesn't do a lot, but this matchup is just a war of attrition. There are so many Weather Balls so incredibly quickly. You're used to the Kanto Ninetales pacing. Politoed's pacing is the exact same.
Exactly, those Weather Balls will come through thick and fast, but the Gigaton Hammer is primed. This is going unshielded actually into the shallow Politoed here. So the Tinkaton wanting to try and make swift work, considering that Ninetales is in the back.
Politoed will look to try and overfarm pretty considerably here. Politoed overfarming, playing to the charge type priority tie, hoping that enough Mudshot damage has been dealt, but this Weather Ball will secure the knockout.
Yeah, it will come through, connect onto that vulnerable Tinkaton here. It does go down, but now Auburn has the utility to switch in a Pokemon to the back. Opts for that Licky Licky, wants to try and farm up some energy with the rollouts, but look at the energy on that Politoed as well. Gets to another Weather Ball. It's going to start putting a dent in Licky Licky's plans.
Man, this Politoed is providing Contono with so much value. Weather Ball is going to connect onto the Licky Licky, saving a Weather Ball for later, reading the Ninetales in the back. That's a terrific play as Licky Licky is brought directly into the mirror.
All of these Pokemon actually have some kind of answer for the Ninetales, whether it's a water type attack or a ground type attack. So you have a way for dealing with it when it reveals itself towards the end of the game. Right now, we've got that slower pace of play. Both the Licky Lickies going for these rollouts, farming up energy and resetting that switch timer.
It really feels like Contono is at a massive state of advantage in this mid-game. He has the health advantage in the Licky Licky mirror. Politoed still has the Weather Ball banks. There's Gliscor in the back. Kanto Ninetales may be one of the most threatening Pokemon that you can run in this meta, but in this game, it feels very heavily targeted.
It can leave itself vulnerable to its defenses as well, being in that shadow form. So even though it can get out a lot of those Weather Balls, if the shields are down, it can make things difficult for the Ninetales. Switch coming through on Contono's side. It's going to be that Shadow Gliscor. You can see him nodding. He's happy to have found his mark against that Ninetales.
And he knows at this point that this game is over. He can just go straight Sand Tomb. It doesn't really matter where Auburn uses the Protect Shield. The first Sand Tomb can be shielded. He can even shield the second Sand Tomb. But Politoed, the foresight to save the Weather Ball from earlier, is going to be what is checkmate for Auburn and guarantees the win for Contono.
That's the thing. Even if you shield, the Sand Tomb debuff will still come through, making this Ninetales more and more vulnerable by the minute. Gliscor again gets to the second charge attack. Auburn lets this go through, sees the writing on the wall. Contono also seeing the victory in sight, smiling, laughing across the table. Heavy damage comes through and seals it. Contono will be advancing into the next stage, still undefeated.
You love to see the emotion from Contono, and the reason Auburn lets that go is because of that banked weather ball in the back. There's just simply 3 super effective charge stacks. There's only 2 protect shields per game, and the math just added up to Contono advancing to winners round 2.
Love to see this set. An incredible game from both of our competitors. Of course, Auburn still in the competition, just will be dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket. But another best-of-3 thriller that we got to be able to cast over. It's incredible to see the adaptations come through. And I love seeing that throughout the tournament, to be fair. Contono made the adaptation as well, you know, bringing in the Gliscor, bringing in the Politoed as well, constantly making adaptations to read his opponent.
That Politoed bringing game number 3, oh, it was an incredible adaptation. Look at how much value the Politoed got. It was able to take the knockout onto the Tinkaton. It doubled up on Weather Balls. It got good damage onto Licky Licky, allowing him to pivot into the mirror at a pretty significant health advantage, and then just have that Weather Ball stored in the bag saying, if you bring the Kanto Ninetales, this is my you don't get to run Ninetales line. And he read Ninetales into the you don't get to run Ninetales line. And that is what allowed Contono that perfect read. Sometimes it's about trying to play strong into what your opponent's bringing, and that's exactly what he did. Very well played there by Contono. A very nice bounce back series there, as all we really asked for on the desk is just game 3s. We like game 3s, and that was a pretty terrific game 3 and a great adaptation from Contono.
And let's not forget as well the Charger Bug putting in some work in that game 2 as well. Another adaptation coming through, wanting to find its alignment against the opposing Mantine, and that's exactly the victory it was able to carve out. So fantastic adaptations, great to be able to see alignment that going one player's way. But we've got some more epic games coming up.
And first, let's actually go through the winner's side of the bracket. Let's see where we are so far. Hiromaru taking down Beelzebub. We had Dunebug versus Hiromaru in top 8. And then we are going to have Sustenance Eater versus Contono. So our top 8 bracket filling out very quickly here. And I believe, oh my goodness, if we're going in order, that means our next game is going to be between 2 titans from Europe. Boom 20 versus M.E. Weedle.
These are 2 trainers that I've had the privilege of being able to cast over throughout this 2026 season, and seeing them now on the world stage having to battle it out a little bit, maybe think it's almost like your locals a little bit, you know, being able to bring your Riddles to the international stage. So that is one that you do not want to miss. Jumping down to the loser side of the bracket though, we can see some of the trainers that we were showcasing earlier today. Beelzebub, our reigning world champion. Also Panaman, who came 2nd place at last year's Worlds, into this losers bracket, trying to carve out a run for redemption to get into those grand finals once again.
And for those doing the math at home, it looks like there is an opportunity for Patoman and Beelzebub to play if they continue to win, and that would be in losers round 5. So we'll kind of have to keep you up to date with the losers bracket as it goes, because if we get that World's Finals rematch, that would be incredible. Everyone will be tuning in. I will be tuning in. If I'm not on the desk, you know, I will be backstage eagerly watching that game, because that World's Finals in 2025, one of the best I've ever seen. It was incredible.
It was absolutely electric. Being in the arena for the very first time as well, seeing history being made, and Padaman coming in on the winner's side of the bracket. Beelzebub had to reset that in a best of 5 and then do that all over again to get the title. Honestly, every single twist and turn of that match was electric. Obviously, Padaman coming in 2nd place was not what he wanted, so this year he's trying to go that one step further, and Beelzebub is trying to be the first world champion to run it back and get a 2nd title.
And both of them already off to pretty good starts. Obviously, not the start to day 2 that they were hoping, but you've already made it into Top Cut. Getting into the loser side of the bracket in day 2 is a significantly less difficult road than if you do a pot that did at EUIC 2026, which is dropping in like losers round 3 of day 1, just in terms of the amount of games you're going to have to play. So the later you can hold off dropping into the losers bracket, the easier road that you're going to have to try and make it all the way up to losers finals and grand finals from there. So even though they're down, they are by no means out, and we know these are 2 of our best trainers, so by no means should you ever count them out.
Exactly, they certainly are, and it's nice to kind of reminisce a little bit about some of the memories made at last year's World Championships. There are memories being made at the 2026 World Championships as well. You guys have been getting involved on social media and sharing some of your messages and pictures with us. So let's take a closer look at this. I waited years for this moment. So happy I got the chance to come to Pokemon Worlds this year. Look at that Miraidon. That is a flashback from Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet on the video game side of things. But just this is such an iconic thing to look at.
Oh, that is incredible. I believe oh yes, I got to see the other one, the Miraidon. They actually had it out and about yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the Miraidon going around.
Yeah, that was
so
incredibly cool. And so this was also from Dark Master Spence, getting to check out both Miraidon and Koraidon. Just incredibly cool designs, and to learn that they were actually functional kind of blew my mind as well. I was not prepared for that whatsoever.
Kind of thought it would be a prop, and then it was actually moving. Another thing that you can kind of collect and have memories of this incredible pin rally. Mission almost completed, just missing the Kalia pin. These are absolutely incredible. So many people's favorite Pokemon there. You've got the Greninja, for example. You've got the Tornadus, iconic Pokemon through competitive history that you can pick up as a pin. Very exclusive here at the Pokemon World Championships.
I might have to check that out because I am a big fan of Greninja. So hearing about a Greninja pin, I know what I'm doing the moment I get off camera. All right, next matchup here, two of Europe's best and brightest stars, Boom 20 versus M.E. Weedle. Boom 20 is a regional champion. He won the first ever regional he attended, and his consistency this season has been second to none. And then there's M.E. Weedle, the 2022 Pokemon GO Seniors Division World Champion. M.E. Weedle, also a European International Champion as well. This is a heavyweight bout. Two of Europe's best, and honestly, two of the world's best.
Honestly, we could be here all day just listing all of their accolades. Champion this, champion that. These are two phenomenal trainers, and to be able to see them showcased here on the world stage is an absolute privilege. Looking at their matchup, though, however, you mentioned you like Greninja. There's no Greninja here, but there is no shortage of water-type Pokemon either. We've got Azumarill, we've got Quagsire on M.E. Weedle's side, Quagsire, and the Empoleon as well.
I do really like how both Quagsires look in this matchup. I feel like they have the potential to offer quite a lot of neutral play, so I wouldn't be surprised, especially if Boom ends up leaning on that Quagsire, as that's a Pokemon that he's very, very familiar with in past regionals, and he's very, very good with using.
Exactly, and taking a look at what their leads are going to be as well is going to be critical in this match to gain that momentum, not just in the match, but also in the head of your opponent. Let's get into it. Our trainers are ready on the stage between Boom and M.E. Weedle. It's going to be that Ninetales versus Corsola.
Now, in this matchup before, we've seen Boom actually farm up to 10 Embers rather than 7. Now, oh, interesting. This time, he ends up going on 7, so not over-farming nearly as much, an adjustment in play pattern. The reason why farming up to 10 can be very useful is it makes it very awkward for the Corsola. But instead, he's going to go for the switch, predicting M.E. Weedle with the undertap. But M.E. Weedle, predicting that switch, ended up going for the Nightshade bait.
Moves and counter moves with these mind games. The Quagsire now in play to just start farming up that energy, trying to put a dent into Corsola's defensive. But Corsola actually banks the energy it's able to acquire and brings the Empoleon into play.
And normally, sending Empoleon into a ground type, not what you're wanting to do, but with open team sheets, M.E. Weedle knows that this Quagsire does not have Mud Bomb. It's on Stone Edge and Aqua Tail, so Empoleon actually ends up being a very effective way to neutralize energy from that Quagsire.
Yeah, the Stone Edge, more beneficial into Pokemon Flyers or Fire types, for example, but of course, being that Steel type, you're not going to worry about it on Empoleon's side of the field. Instead, you can just go for Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon and start really putting in some work to get rid of the shield on Boom's side.
Boom is going to go for the Aqua Tail, the no shield from Weedle. Aqua Tail will fail to take the knockout. This will force Boom into throwing quite a bit of energy. He's going to click the second Aqua Tail as well. If Weedle puts up a Protect Shield, Boom does have the potential ability to switch out to the Azumarill, but no Protect Shield comes out. M.E. Weedle more than happy just to utilize Empoleon as a damage sponge and save his shield advantage for his final two Pokemon.
I think Quagsire realizing if you can't get the shield, you might as well take down a Pokemon here. So manages to get the knockout, but now you have to face down against this Florges. The Florges on this side isn't running that Trailblaze, however, so you don't have to worry about that super effective grass type attack. Instead, you can get this Aqua Tail down onto your opponent, but all that energy on Florges' side is now banked.
Back in comes the Corsola. Corsola does have a ton of energy from earlier, but this Corsola is in a range where the bubbles are putting it into play rough range. So for Boom, this is honestly not a terrible spot to be in. Corsola will be able to reach quite a few Nightshades, but against the bulky Azumarill, Corsola is more of a defensive Pokemon. It really can't do a lot of damage, and it's going to be Boom looking to pressure away that first Protect Shield as he clicks Play Rough.
Azumarill's just got to hold its nerve, keep going for these Play Roughs, keep pressuring that Corsola and trying to force these shields through. That can allow the Ninetales or the Quagsire to start cleaning up in the back. The Nightshades are being racked up, though, as you mentioned here, into the Azumarill, but it's got the bulk to be able to withstand that. Boom can protect the shields on Azumarill's side.
Nightshade is going to land onto the Azumarill. Boom does have the Play Rough. He's going to overfarm. Oh, he gets the catch onto the Ninetales. And this way, he's able to save that Azumarill energy because he views that is going to be more valuable into that Florges.
Exactly, and this Ninetales is going to be able to eat up that Nightshade, get some Embers off as well. Not enough to be able to get the farm down, however, you are going to have to go for that Weather Ball, but critically, you're proccing one of those precious shields.
Boom through 2 Embers and the move there to try and force Weedle into shielding so the Astonish would register. This is going to set up a farm down for Weedle. He does exit with energy. The Azumarill is very low, but it does have a player off. Player off would do a lot of damage onto the Florges. Now Boom in a bit of a rough spot here. Is he going to be bringing in that Quagsire to try and absorb the energy? Switch timer is up. In comes the Quagsire. There's the pivot, and Florges will hit the field.
Yeah, so much energy on that Florges as well. There is 1 shield remaining on Boom's side of the field. It is utilized on this Quagsire, keeping it in the game to try and get some more damage dealt onto this opposing Florges. It is banked for later, however. Azumarill comes in. It's got that player off. It's finally able to unleash it onto its fairy counterpart across the field.
The Quagsire did bank some energy. Weedle looks worried. Player off will land. Florges does not get there. The bubble takes the KO. Back in comes the Corsola. It has a charge attack, but it cannot get enough damage onto the Quagsire. Azumarill may fall, but Quagsire will not. Boom, 20, pulls magic out of a hat there. My goodness, what a game. And he steals away game number 1.
Right down to the wire. Such incredible energy conservation on both sides of the field, but it really came down to that Quagsire at the end, forcing the Corsola to have unleashed all the energy beforehand. Quagsire could come in and just clean up that game. Game 1 goes to Boom.
Lou, I need to talk about Boom's decision to throw 2 Embers. That was brilliant, because by throwing 2 Embers there, the second Astonish damage will never land unless Weedle puts up a shield, because he would have knocked out. What Boom needed to do was basically force Weedle into shielding to clear the ground for Azumarill's play rough to knock out the Florges. So in doing so, by throwing 2, Weedle says, oh, that's kind of an awkward farm down. It's a fire type, and I have Fairy Wind on the Florges. I'm forced to shield. But the moment he does that, so the Astonish lands, that cleared the path. The reason he caught back out of the Ninetales was to save that play rough for Florges. Just an absolute clinic. It was this moment right here. He saves that play rough because he knows that is the hardest hitting charge stack remaining onto that Florges. Absolutely masterful end game mechanics there by Boom. He just keeps getting away with it, Lou.
Honestly, that's teamwork at its finest. Florges is one of the most popular Pokemon because of the bulk that it has on the field, but we know that Azumarill with that play rough, it takes a while to get to it, mind. So once you've put in that effort to store up all the energy, you want to make sure it is unleashed on the right Pokemon, and that's exactly what Boom was able to carve out here.
All right, the battlers are ready. Game number 2, the leads are locked in. It's going to be the battle of the fairy types. Florges for Emmy Weedle, into Togekiss for Boom.
Yeah, kind of thinking if Azumarill was trouble, we have got another one on the field. Togekiss coming in with its fairy typing as well. But interestingly, its move pool is so diverse. Florges now not going to go for a shield hit, is going to be able to happily take this Side Shock damage.
One thing that's helpful for Boom in this matchup is the fact that outside of Empoleon, there isn't really a resistance to Psyshock. So he doesn't necessarily have to be worried about a catch. There is an Empoleon in the back, though, but it's going to be a pivot out. In comes the Quagsire. Quagsire will be able to outpace here. Quagsire makes the Aqua Tail, but Emmy Weedle reads it, and he's going to catch onto that Empoleon.
Yeah, Empoleon coming in. You've banked that energy onto that Florges, and Empoleon in a position where it just wants to start getting these Hydro Cannons down onto the Quagsire, possibly forcing some of Boom's shields to come through. But you have to, of course, contend with damage coming through. You don't have to worry about Stone Edge. The Aqua Tails will come through thick and fast. Look at all this energy coming up. But again, Hydro Cannons are primed.
He's going to fire off the Stone Edge. Stone Edge does do more, but will not threaten a knockout. M.E. Weedle will need to fire off back-to-back Hydro Cannons because this is the non-Shadow Quagsire. It doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it also doesn't really take a lot of damage. Boom will know that M.E. Weedle is doubled up, and he will actually invest the Protect Shield. He is investing in the Quagsire. The second Hydro Cannon has been reached. Boom has to decide, is he going to double shield? Is he really willing to burn all Protect Shields of the match on the Quagsire? He says yes.
This is nice, not just for the shields, but also to get that switch timer ready to rock again. You can bring in the Ninetales now, pressuring down against that Quagsire with the Energy Ball. You've got rid of the shields on the opposing side. It is going to be vulnerable. Ninetales wisely going for a shield of its very own so it can give itself the wiggle room to get to those Energy Balls.
Aqua Tail number 2 is going to be in shield number 2 from M.E. Weedle. Does Boom look to try and pivot out? He doesn't have any energy on the Togekiss. He's going to bring in the Malamar. This is the non-Shadow Malamar. M.E. Weedle farming up as much energy as possible. He's hoping that an Energy Ball plus a Weather Ball will be enough to knock out Malamar before it can make it to the Superpower.
Yeah, you can go for this Energy Ball, a couple more Embers to get to that Weather Ball and just start stacking up as the Malamar is a lot more vulnerable. Both those Protect Shields utilized on the Quagsire early on. This is the arena that the Ninetales loves to play and just just constant pressure, constant charge attacks. Malamar is hanging on, however, and it is going to be able to get the foul play off onto the Empoleon.
Nice catch by ME Weedle. Boom is going to go for full undercharge. He does not want to knock out the Empoleon, but even a foul play, fully undercharged, takes the knockout. Back in comes Ninetales. Ninetales does get a small energy head start. Back in comes the Quagsire. This is going to be a charge attack priority die here. Quagsire versus the Ninetales, and it's going to be Ninetales winning it. And boom, his head in his hands. He cannot believe it. That is going to seal the game. Quagsire will fall. All that's left is Togekiss. It is completely energy dry. And that 1, 2, 3, 4 pacing of Ninetales is inevitable. ME Weedle gets the equalizer, and we're going to a game number 3.
This truly is just Ninetales' world, and we are living in it. Such incredible energy pressure the whole way through, getting to that energy ball. Yes, we had that charge attack priority moment, but Ninetales was just able to get the edge. This is exactly what ME Weedle needed. And look, once again, we got ourselves a game 3.
I'm so happy. I love game number 3s. I've got to say, these are two of the best trainers in the entire world, and you can see on their faces how worried and nervous they are about this matchup. They know the stakes. They know the opponent sitting across the table from them. They know how strong of a player their opponent is, so they know each moment can be the difference between victory and defeat. The margin for error in this matchup is non-existent.
Coming into game 3 now, you have to ask the question, where are the adaptations going to be made? Boom was able to win more victoriously with the Azumarill, switched it out and brought the Togekiss, for example. Could that adaptation be something he wants to switch back to?
Oh, that's tough. The Togekiss, I honestly feel like, even though it's a pretty decent matchup into the Florges, it really didn't end up providing the results that he was hoping for, because he pivoted out of the matchup, and Weedle's ability to bank energy on that Florges and then bring in the Empoleon to kind of neutralize the Quagsire made it a very awkward matchup. So I think for ME Weedle, he's always going to be bringing that Empoleon, as it is a very effective check to the Quagsire, and I did like that. I did like the Florges. I think Empoleon Florges is probably going to be very, very common from Weedle.
Yeah, Florges looks great here. You don't have to worry about any steel or poison types coming your way, so you're able to withstand a lot of attacks. It looks like Boom is sticking with that Togekiss, however, on the opposing side is the Galarian Corsola here to play.
Boom would love to be able to get a catch out of this matchup, but Corsola never really under any pressure to throw very early. He's going to bank a charge attack, bring in the Quagsire. Corsola is going to look to probably try and bank up a bunch of energy here and then send in the Empoleon. Going to bank up to 100, reach for that Nightshade, but before he's able to get there, that's actually going to be the Stone Edge coming out from the Quagsire. That's some pretty valuable chip damage onto the Corsola.
Yeah, that's certainly going to hurt, but Corsola's sitting pretty with all that energy banked in the back. Empoleon now coming onto the field, going for these meta sounds to get up these Hardy Cannons, and this is the same state of play we've seen consistently through the set, utilizing all of that energy, and once again, Quagsire pressuring with the Stone Edge.
Now the question is, did all that Astonish damage mean that the Quagsire is in Hydro Cannon range? If it is in single Hydro Cannon range, that would be a very big swing for Weedle. We're going to have to see it here. Boom's no shielding. He's hoping Quagsire can hold on. This is going to be a close one. Hydro Cannon is going to connect, but the Quagsire barely able to hang on and will get that Aqua Tail.
This is exactly what the Quagsire needed to do. You know that there's going to be 2 Hydro Cannons coming your way. You have to take one of them, and it's exactly what the Quagsire was able to pull through on the Aqua Tail connects. You bank out that energy, and once again, Togekiss here to unleash the energy it had stored earlier in the game.
And ME Weedle will always invest the Protect Shield here because he knows he has 100 energy on the Galarian Corsola. So at this point, it's a numbers game. I need to start pressuring away shields. If I can get Boom to use a shield, then I can pivot into the Corsola, and the Corsola does have those back-to-back charge attacks locked and loaded. So in comes the Corsola. It is back-to-back Power Gems, and Boom is in a very rough spot. He's forced to no shield because even if he shields, a Power Gem is still going to connect.
This is the thing, there's just so much energy up on that Corsola. 1 Power Gem down, another 1 to go, but you don't even have to utilize it on that Togekiss. You're able to knock it out from the sky. Now you've got to face down against the Psy Waves coming through from this Malamar, but again, you have so much energy, Nightshade can be dealt across the field.
And ME Weedle, he's nodding. He's feeling good about his position because Boom has to try and rely on the Malamar, but it's going to be the Florges in the back. Florges, a complete wall to energy from the Malamar. So even as Boom accumulates massive amounts of Malamar energy, it's just really not going to go anywhere.
Corsola just has to put in some work against this Malamar, and then the Florges can really start to clean up, coming in with those Fairy Winds, particularly with the vulnerable state of the HP bar that this Malamar is left in at the moment. It has all the energy, but Foul Play is not going to do too much. We know that the Superpower wouldn't do too much and would then get the debuff, so it really looks like Malamar's back is up against the wall.
And this is the non-Shadow Malamar as well, so there's not even a world in which you can throw a certain amount of foul plays to threaten a Protect Shield. The Fairy Wind damage is inevitable. ME Weedle is inevitable. This Florges just completely shutting down this Malamar. Even a third foul play will be reached, but this game just completely feels out of reach for Boom.
Malamar is doing everything it can, foul play after foul play, but there's a shield, there's the bulk, there's just the offensive pressure from the Fairy Winds coming through, and look at that energy as Quagsire comes out. Florges is there to meet up with a disarming voice.
What a set from ME Weedle. Boom with an outplay of incredible proportions to steal away game number 1. And for a lot of trainers, it really feels like that could kind of just completely destroy your mental to the point where you would just end up getting O2'd. But Weedle was able to compose himself, stay calm, execute his game plan, and get the reverse sweep, winning games 2 and 3. He's moving on here in Worlds to winners round 2.
Again, Boom, maybe down, but certainly not out at this point in the competition. He'll just be dropping down into the losers bracket. But ME Weedle, what an incredible showcase of excellence the whole way through that set. We talked about the Ninetales play, but in the game 3, what really was the critical moment that won him that set?
It really felt like his ability to neutralize that Quagsire with Empoleon, recognizing the fact that he non-Shadow Quagsire, even the super effective Mud Shots are not going to be doing a whole lot of damage, but not just sending in the Empoleon immediately, but farming up energy on the other Pokemon. It was that decision to bank 100 Corsola energy, saying, you know what, that Togekiss, it could get out of hand. I've seen it get out of hand before, but if I have 2 Power Gems back to back, and then I'm able to get enough Astonish damage to put it very close to Hydro Cannon range, it's all about the energy management, setting your Pokemon up to be in the best position to succeed, and that's what he was able to do there. That decision to stay in with the Corsola and bank the energy and bring in Empoleon, my jaw dropped when I saw it. At first, I didn't quite see the vision. I was like, oh, we're staying in?
What's going on here?
And then he banked the energy and he pivoted. And you kind of have that, oh.
I see what's happening
now.
now.
That Togekiss is in danger. Very, very smart gameplay there from ME Weedle. He's moving on, and that series was honestly just absolute sensational. It was just incredible.
I mean, we see it a lot with the Empoleon, right? It's got a reputation for banking Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon and then being able to just do them back to back. But we saw that on the Corsola played so beautifully as well with the Power Gems and the Nightshades. It just meant that you had flexibility, whether you want to be able to hit the Togekiss, whether you want to be able to just get some damage down onto the Quagsire. Constantly having, I want to say, that composure to not be tempted to click, hey, I've got a charge attack ready, let's get some damage on the board. And being so cognizant of when you could paste to 2 of them and when your opponent would know that you're at them and applying that pressure, forcing them to have the mind game with the shield was just such beautiful play. ME Weedle, what an absolute masterclass to behold.
I think a lesser player, without a shadow of a doubt, would probably throw a Nightshade into that Quagsire, and that's what Boom was hoping for, to try and utilize the Quagsire to absorb charge stacks that he didn't want the Togekiss to take. So Weedle's decision to recognize, I don't need to throw a Nightshade. What if I just throw a bunch of Astonishes and then I just bring in the Empoleon to wall off the energy, was incredible. A very good understanding of which Pokemon matter in a game, what energy matters, and prioritizing that Corsola energy, and then using Empoleon to make sure that his Quagsire never really got a significant amount of value in that series. An amazing series, 2 of Europe's best. We can't ask for anything more, I'll be honest.
Honestly, like, for me, it wasn't even just about the charge attacks. The fast attacks play, very, very technical skill. You're talking about the 2 Embers that went through, making sure that, you know, a Nightshade was able to connect or not. Really, these increments of damage, and critically, I think the increments of energy generation as well really did start to swing momentum. So congratulations to both players. That was absolutely incredible to behold.
What a series. 2 great competitors, and for those who are a big fan of Boom, he's not out by any means. He's dropping to the loser side of the bracket, but Boom, he has won a lot of games in the championship series, so I definitely would not count him out. But while we wait for the next trainers to get on the stage, let's take a look at our day 2 meta, because there's a Pokemon that I really want to talk about. It was on my caster picks. It's number 9. He's a beautiful whale, Dondozo. Now, from a VG background, seeing Dondozo without Tatsugiri, probably a little bit weird.
It's a little weird, I'm not going to lie. I'm like, where is the little fish that needs for that commander ability? But hey, the abilities aren't here in Pokemon Go. So seeing Dondozo actually, we call it kind of solo dozo a little bit, is actually so awesome to behold. And it's just relentless. It stays on the field. It just doesn't go anywhere. It's so hard to get rid of.
I think where Dondozo's strengths lie is its ability to consistently play zero shield matchups. Dondozo doesn't have the fastest pacing ever, but with Surf and Outrage, its charge attacks both to do some pretty significant damage. Waterfall does a decent amount of damage as well, and it just has truly monstrous stats. It can survive, I mean, if we look at number 6, Empoleon, in theory should wall Dondozo. I've been the Empoleon there against the Dondozo in the Go Battle League. I had a terrible time. I can't even count how many drill pecks I threw at that thing, and the Dondozo was still just grinning at me as it waterfall down my Empoleon. So Dondozo's ability, we actually saw Sustenance Eater do a really good job of that, was basically use Dondozo as a setup Pokemon. Dondozo's bulk allows it to win a lot of Zero Shield matchups, and then if you have one of those Glacier Sweepers in the back, using Dondozo's ability to set up switch advantage for that sweeper or a shield advantage, either way can put your sweeper in a really good position for success.
There's a really nice flexibility of defensive and offensive Pokemon in the meta at the moment, and I like that balance that's coming through. Dondozo, obviously, we've spoken about how it has just got so much HP for days, but Licky as well, one of the #1 Pokemon. Yes, it has that bulk, but I really like its flexibility in its moves as well. Having that Shadow Ball to be able to deal with opposing ghost types as well does allow it to have a lot of pressure, and we have a few other Pokemon flexible move pools. The Malamar, for example, has such a wide range.
I really like Malamar, and speaking of that, what a
Oh,
transition.
there we
got
go.
Malamar on PvP David's team. PvP David, I believe this is the same team as Boom, if I'm not mistaken. So we unfortunately saw Boom drop to losers. David and Boom, very good friends. I believe they have the exact same birthday. They often team built together as well. So he is running that exact same team, but his opponent has the Dondozo. It's going to be Jins, Corsola, regular Marowak, Carbink, Shadow Pidgeot. This Shadow Pidgeot is on Air Cutter and Heat Wave, so it does have coverage into a potential Tinkaton. There's no Tinkaton to be seen on David's side.
Yeah, that's really true. And the Shadow Pidgeot, a really unique pick, but I believe we saw that one on the broadcast yesterday against Inadequance.
Yes.
And that was actually the Pokemon going for the Heat Wave, forcing his opponent to call the shield or not. And the Pidgeot was able to get the victory over that match. It was certainly a key Pokemon that's enabled victory, and I wonder if it's got some play in this particular matchup.
If I take a look across these teams, I think Pidgeot does have play here. Even though it doesn't have Brave Bird, Shadow Gust hits incredibly hard, and Heat Wave is a surprisingly decent move neutrally. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Pidgeot here, and maybe if you're trying to set up one of those like Glassy Sweeper like Pidgeot plus support, what do we have here? Dondozo. Dondozo is very good at playing out Zero, so seeing a Shadow Pidgeot plus Dondozo definitely would not surprise me. But he's taking a look across this team. As long as Dondozo's able to avoid the Azumarill, that's its only really negative matchup. Outside of that, I would argue Dondozo is favored in 5 of 6 matchups here.
I kind of like the Forretress as well. Again, it's another really bulky Pokemon. As long as you can avoid a Pokemon like the Ninetales, it can sit in a really nice position to start debuffing with the Sand Tomb and the Rock Tomb and just keep bug biting away at opponents, particularly if it can find its line against the opposing Malamar. And if you do find yourself up against that Ninetales, at least you can have the partnership of your good buddy Dondozo to try and wash that Pokemon away.
Yeah, because even if you have a super effective energy ball for the Dondozo, the bulk of Dondozo, it's just no shielding, it's surviving,
Shrugs it
and
off.
it is just crushing you with waterfalls. So I wouldn't be surprised to see David try and lean on Azumarill in this matchup, because if you're expecting Dondozo plus Pidgeot, arguably your best Pokemon into that duo would be something like the Azumarill. Azumarill is very slow, but so is Dondozo, and it looks like the battlers are set. We've got lock-ins game number 1, winners round 1, Jins versus PvP David. It's going to be that Shadow Pidgeot into Quagsire.
Yeah, Pidgeot up in the skies, not going to be worrying too much about the mud shots that come through, but it does have to watch out for the Stone Edge. So Jins needs to be cognizant of when that Stone Edge has been reached and make sure to protect the Pidgeot accordingly.
David farms up to the Stone Edge, goes for the bait, and an instant shield comes out from Jins. One thing to know about the Shadow Pidgeot, every time it throws Air Cutter, there's a 30% chance at an attack boost. He's going to build up to the back-to-back. David knows he will always be able to hang on here, but he will actually start investing Protect Shields.
Yeah, maybe wanting to keep the pressure of that Quagsire in play against the Pidgeot with something like that Stone Edge a little bit later on. Not going to see any buffs come through here. And again, it's going to be this Aqua Tail. Another shield on the Pidgeot, though.
That is big for David. 2 Aqua Tail baits, 2 shields from Jins. Jins is grimacing as now the Quagsire is set to outpace. David can put up the Protect Shield. He'll always be able to outpace and make the Stone Edge. Now, David has to be very careful. He has to make sure that he sees the Gust start to ensure Jins doesn't wait and try and go for a catch.
Exactly. Stone Edge this time has been locked in. This is perfect timing. You were able to bait away the 2 shields. Now this Pidgeot is completely exposed. Stone Edge is going to be able to find its mark.
And considering that there's probably going to be a Dondozo in the back, I would not be surprised to see David actually stay in here. A lot of trainers don't want to concede farm downs, but he, no matter what he sees, he knows he's going to have one very hard check to it. So when Dondozo hits the field, he has the Azumarill. He's always going to be staying in here. Even if he couldn't make the Stone Edge, which he can, it's worth conceding the farm down because this is a rare moment where Dondozo energy will actually be valueless.
That's true, actually. You give the energy to the Dondozo, but because there's no shields, you have a window of opportunity to put some dents into the defenses of that Dondozo. That's a tongue twister and a half, I have to say. But now as well, losing actually one Pokemon gives you that free opportunity to bring in this Azumarill. They can just start going for these bubbles. It will come down against the Corsola, but because it was the KO switch in, you still had the switch opportunity to bring in the Licky Licky.
And this is just checkmate for Jins. There is no way out. Jins is laughing about it, he knows. The moment he ended up double shielding the Aqua Tails, he was in trouble. Licky Licky just completely shuts down Corsola. There's nothing it can do. And Jins, it looks like, is not even going to throw a charge attack. He's basically just conceding, and now he can spend the time making notes, double checking. What did he run for game number 1? What were the moments in the game in which this got away from me? And what adjustments can I potentially make in game number 2? Because the battlers have a limited amount of time between games 1 and 2. But as game number 1 finishes, if you know it's already over, that gives him a little bit of extra time to think.
I really like to see that sportsmanship though as well, kind of going, hey, game 1 is lost, but this is why we play a best of 3 set. Let me get my pen out, let me start taking down some notes, seeing how much damage comes into my Pokemon as well. And I think that's a really nice way to start adapting going forward into the set. But I say this time and time again, the 4th Pokemon is the trainer. And PvP David really was just able to dominate into the mind stance of Jins, constantly applying pressure with those baits and getting them correct.
The double bait was diabolical, and it looks like that double bait was required. Had he gotten even 1 stone and shielded, Pidgeot could have won the 2 shield.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised when I saw the first air cutter shielded, but the moment we saw the double bait, the plan was clear. Double bait, land Stone Edge, dictate switch advantage, and do not let Dondozo align anywhere except that Azumarill.
And that's exactly what happened. Azumarill was able to find its mark against the Dondozo that did put in a valiant effort, but kind of like you said, it can be slow to get to those attacks, and if you have the shields down and you have so much energy on the opposing side of the field, it can really just start to chip away. And then once Azumarill was in play, Dondozo was not having a good day. But we're moving into game 2. This is where things can be reset. Jins' lineup, I think, was pretty good. It might be tempting to kind of run that back again, but this time be a bit braver with the calls. At the same time, on PvP David's side, what if you now just go for those Stone Edges?
Yeah, David was able to basically have, I would argue, the game plan worked to perfection in game number 1. He got the double bait, he got the alignment he needed, everything worked exactly the way that he was hoping for, and he made it look pretty easy. However, I would still argue that this is a profoundly negative matchup for him. I feel like Jins has a lot of things that he can run, and David kind of has to get it perfect to have a chance, because if Dondozo is not on that Azumarill, Dondozo is a nightmare in this matchup.
I think as well, if you're Jins, you might want to possibly bench that Pidgeot, even though it was great into, you know, many of the Pokemon on the opposing side. The fact that you don't want to put yourself in that scenario to have to make the coin flip decisions can be a little bit of a sigh of relief. You have bulky Pokemon like the Dondozo, Corsola, and of course the Forretress as well. It would be nice to be able to see these Pokemon possibly come to the forefront. I want to see Dondozo front and center though. It would be great to be able to see that Pokemon out in the leads.
And for Jins, I think the Dondozo will always be brought. Dondozo is just too good in this matchup, but now it's about just trying to make the calls. What can I do to set up better alignment? Because with a team as polarizing as this, the name of the game is going to be playing for switch advantage. I mean, you have a Carbink on the team, you have a Marowak, you have a Bug Bite Forretress. So for David, he's almost going to have to try and play for alignment, which just seems a little bit antithetical to how his team is built. His team is built to try and have as much flexible play as possible, but for Jins, he's trying to disrupt that, and if he can brute force switch advantage and set up that Dondozo with good alignment, it's going to be very tough for David.
You know what, we haven't even really spoken about the Carbink. We speak about all the other fairy types, the Florges and the Tinkertons, but Carbink is out here as well. It's actually going to be out in the lead, so let's see what it's going to be able to do against this Licky Licky.
Oh, that is not what David's hoping to see. He's going to save switch into the Azumarill. Oh, a very slow switch from Jins as he brings in that Shadow Bug Bite Forretress. But matchups like these, oh, why David has Hydro Pump on the Azumarill to threaten massive damage.
Yeah, that Hydro Pump, really nice to be able to see. You get that same type of attack bonus as well, and it can be a really heavy hit. Contrast to the Ice Beam that we primarily maybe see on the Azumarill for those Dragons and Flyers. Forretress is going to hide behind the shield. It's got lots of energy banked up. It can start to get these debuffs rolling.
An interesting choice from Jins, opting for the defense drop of Sand Tomb rather than the attack drop of Rock Tomb. Sand Tomb not going to do much, but Azumarill's defense is now going to be lowered. Azumarill reaching for that Hydro Pump. It's still several bubbles away. Jins will make the Rock Tomb, and with Azumarill's defense debuffed, will this take the knockout? I think Azumarill could hold on here.
Let's have a look. It is bulky, but it is debuffed. The Rock Tomb connects, and of course, Azumarill hanging on just into the red zone here. Its attack dropped as well, so this is going to mean that the Hydro Pump isn't going to be doing as much damage, but it is still such a powerful move.
If this takes the knockout, this could be game-changing. Hydro Pump lands, but it doesn't take the KO. Can Azumarill get the farm down? It's going to be close. It does not get the farm down. Forretress actually Bug Bites down, and that is catastrophic for David.
Yeah, Licky now coming in, facing down against the Carbink. This was not the Pokemon it wanted to see in the lead, and now it's got to face down against his nemesis once again. Switches out, brings in the Quagsire, and now once again is the battle of the water types.
Dondozo so incredibly bulky. What will dictate this matchup is there ever a world in which the Mud Shots plus 2 Stone Edges could secure the knockout? David very intentionally stayed in to bank a Shadow Ball because potentially there is an ability to play out the matchup long enough and put it into Shadow Ball range where you could go for a combination play and then still have the Quagsire to be difficult for the Carbink, but it still looks to be a very difficult road ahead for David.
Yeah, it's nice to have that energy, as you said, but you want to find a way to get through this Dondozo. At least you've got rid of the shields on that side of the field, but these Surfs and the Outrages are primed on the Dondozo side. Quagsire, once again, going to be going for these Stone Edges. We've seen it put in some work, but the HP bar of that Dondozo is still so healthy.
It looks like the Stone Edge always going to go for the combination play. He saves the Quagsire. If the Shadow Ball knocks out and Jins loses the energy, this could be very good for him, but I think the Dondozo can hold on here. Dondozo does survive. The energy is saved, and Carbink re-hits the field.
This is now the 3rd time this Licky has found itself down against this Carbink, and Carbink is so happy to see it, farming up all of that energy. Licky in a position, yes, it can go for that Shadow Ball, but we know that Carbink is going to be able to withstand it.
Shadow Ball really not going to do much. The name of the game for Jins now is going to be energy management. Opts for the Rock Slide, so he's clearly going to try and go for a Rock Slide into a farm down. I imagine David will be holding the final Protect Shield for the Quagsire. No, he actually doesn't. He puts up the Protect Shield here, and now the Quagsire is exposed to that energy from that Dondozo.
Yeah, Rock Slide is ready, but once again, Licky gets to this Shadow Ball. The rollout's really, again, not doing too much damage, but the Shadow Ball's putting in a bit of work.
Shadow Ball is going to connect. Switch timer's up. Quagsire gets brought in here. Oh, it's a charge attack priority tie. He locks it in. That energy is going to be lost. Does Aqua Tail take the knockout? It's super effective, but Carbink is very bulky. Aqua Tail connects. Carbink does survive, and the Moonblast is going to land.
A sigh of relief for Jins there, being able to retaliate with that charge attack. All the energy has been stored up, and it will be able to connect onto the opposing Quagsire here. Does take it down into the red, but Quagsire able to, I think, to get one more fast attack here as Dondozo rejoins the field.
And he clicks a Surf. Surf does less than an Outrage, but I think it's going to be a little bit too much for Licky to deal with anyway. Surf onto Licky is going to land. Licky survives, but the Waterfall after should secure the knockout, and that's going to be a win for Jins as he still has that Carbink left alive in the back.
That Carbink was really dancing around there on the field, constantly finding his mark down against the Licky, and then right there in the end game, being able to unleash that Moonblast. I think things looked a little bit dicey for Jins there, though, when we had the charge attack priority event.
And it looks like David may be talking to the judges here about double-checking to make sure that everything worked in that game. There was a moment in that Azumarill Fortress matchup where it looked like there was maybe a bit of a delay in Azumarill's fast attack, and that could be what David is asking the judges about, just to ensure, was Fortress supposed to actually get that farm down?
That can happen sometimes, and it's a good reason to check, make sure our judges can be able to support our trainers, and that's no doubt what they will do as the match is indeed under review. We, of course, will get you an update as soon as we can, but it gives us a little bit more time to step back and look at this incredible matchup. You were hyping up Dondozo. Dondozo has been great throughout the set, but I want to talk more about Carbink. We didn't get the opportunity to do that before coming into Game 2. Talk to us. What is Carbink doing in this matchup?
Carbink is an incredibly efficient neutral answer to Licky. Carbink's matchups are exceedingly polarizing. Basically, if Carbink is in a neutral matchup, it's going to win it. If Carbink is in a bad matchup, it's going to get destroyed. It's not really going to be doing much of anything there. However, what it can do is by being able to shut down his most neutral Pokemon, it was right here. Let's take a look at the Azumarill. It sat there on the screen for a second before doing that bubble. So the question is, because it sat there, did it catch up in time? Was that bubble supposed to land before that bug bite? That's what our wonderful judging team is going to have to try and figure out there. Because had the Azumarill taken the knockout there, and then suddenly Quagsire is aligned onto the Carbink, that's what Carbink does. Is it wins hard or it loses hard, and that would be catastrophic. There's kind of no way out for the Carbink, and Licky on Dondozo is a neutral enough matchup that probably would have been a pretty good spot to be in if you're David. So David noticed that and is going to be double checking here, but ideally Azumarill should start this bubble immediately, and it sat there for a second, and a couple bug bites landed there. So it'll be interesting to see, was it supposed to be a simul knockout? Was it enough bug bites to where the Azumarill actually should have survived? Because if that switch advantage flipped because of the Azumarill just sitting there for a second, that's actually very game impacting.
It can really swing the momentum if one Pokemon goes down, and we've seen how many times and time again, having a charge attack ready, and even if you're on 1 HP, that dream is still very much alive, and it keeps you in contention. So it's always interesting seeing the fast attacks really slowed down a little bit as well, but that's exactly what our judges need to do to be able to get the valuable information to make the right calls.
And that game, it honestly was a game of inches there where David was desperately trying to play around that bad alignment, consistently banking energy, desyncing the timers, going for combination plays. You could see the idea. He went for the combination play there with the Shadow Ball. He ended up, unfortunately, not taking the knockout there. The Aqua Tail didn't knock out either. So he really tried his best to kind of dance around and play it as flexibly as possible. And it looks like the judges have confirmed that Jins did end up winning that game number 2.
Exactly, so we will, once again, be going to a Game 3. Really great to be able to see the way these trainers were adapting with their water types of choice. We talked a lot about the Quagsire, we talked a lot about the Dondozo, but PvP David really utilizing Azumarill well within this team as well, having that play rough, and particularly the Hydro Pump. That was not necessarily an option I was expecting Azumarill to have coming into this tournament, but the pressure that it can relent is really impressive.
That Hydro Pump honestly made that Fortress matchup very awkward, because normally the Bug Bite Fortress, even though Bug Bite is resistant due to the Fairy subtyping, is very, very good. But it honestly was a very, very awkward matchup there. And even with the Sand Tomb debuffing the defense into the Rock Tomb, that still could not knock out that bulky Azumarill.
I think now coming into Game 3, we have to look at our players. Jins had a very rough Game 1, making the wrong decisions on some of those bait shields, for example, but had to regroup and then came in victorious in Game 2. PvP David now possibly in that endgame situation, knowing the match was within clutching distance, maybe thinking, was there an opportunity there with the bubble? Now again, has to reset the board state, has to come in with a clean slate and approach this Game 3 with composure. Both of these trainers, veterans of the competition, know that they can do it. How is Game 3 going to unfold? One of them wants to stay undefeated in the tournament. The other one will have to drop down to the losers bracket.
This is the biggest match that they've played so far today. Staying on that winner side of the bracket, your day is a lot easier. This is for a top 8 at Worlds. And it looks like the battlers, we have double lock-ins here. Game number 3, David versus Jins. It's gonna be Licky Licky into the Shadow Pidgeot. That's what David was hoping to see.
Pidgeot is back, and it has to face down against these rollouts. That's gonna be trying to knock it from the sky from this Licky Licky. The super effective damage coming through, but the Pidgeot staying in play right now to farm up as much energy as it can.
And Licky Licky is going to strike first with the Body Slam. Body Slam doesn't really threaten the Pidgeot right away, but the name of the game for Licky Licky is just getting a lot of damage over time. Body Slam connects, Pidgeot can survive, but Licky Licky already at one more rollout, it's at another Body Slam, and that will start to pressure away the shields from Jins.
Yeah, one shield coming up. Pidgeot wants to be able to utilize the energy that has got stored at the moment on those charge attacks. It's got to the 2 air cutters. It's almost at that second heat wave as well, but tries to go on at the offensive here. Licky Licky is a little bit more vulnerable, but it has the potential to go for that shield and keep itself nice and safe.
Now, David will invest a Protect Shield here. David is going to throw the Body Slam. Jins now at the back-to-back. What it all comes down to is this shielded Body Slam will do 1 hit point of damage. If Jins throws on alignment, 1 more rollout will sneak through. Will the rollout that sneaks through take the knockout? Jins opts to go for the Heat Wave, but David lets it go. He tries to no-shield an Air Cutter. Heat Wave is the more powerful move, and that is going to cause Licky Licky to fall.
Heat Wave can indeed be devastating, and that gets a solid KO onto the Licky Licky. You now have the Azumarill in play, going for the bubbles, trying to farm down this opposing Pidgeot, but Pidgeot had so much energy for days, it is going to be able to release the Air Cutter onto Azumarill.
A nice call from Jins to go for the Heat Wave. That final gust will not land. It's a 3-turn bubble, takes the knockout. And Jins will bring in Corsola. This is a matchup where having Hydro Pump again on Azumarill will be very beneficial. But with Azumarill already having taken some chip damage, can Jins potentially astonish this into a range where double Nightshade could threaten a Protect Shield?
We've seen this before with the Astonishers, getting yourself up to the 2 charge attacks, just being able to have back-to-back. There's only 1 shield remaining on PvP David's side, so if you're able to drop that, then you know that the Pokemon on the opposing side are more vulnerable. Here comes the first Nightshade, but PvP David not opting to shield.
David is going to let it go. We'll immediately be able to tell. It looks like Azumarill may barely be able to hold on here. It's going to be exceedingly, exceedingly close. Can Azumarill survive? David's not going to risk it. He will invest the Protect Shield, but this sets up the Zero Shields for Dondozo, a Pokemon that is notorious for liking the Zero Shield matchup. In comes Dondozo. The Play Rough comes through, and this is looking very difficult for David.
The Play Rough will put in a little bit of work into weakening up the Dondozo, but of course, as you said, Dondozo happy to just waterfall for days, particularly seeing the Quagsire onto the field as well. It can go for those serves. It can just start whittling away at the opposing side, not having to worry about the Stone Edges that come through in retaliation.
What David needs to happen here is he needs a Stone Edge plus an Aqua Tail to take the knockout, but from a non-Shadow Quagsire, I don't know if Quagsire has enough damage output to do so. Here we go, the Stone Edge. This is never going to take the knockout, but will it put it into 1 Mud Shot plus Aqua Tail range?
It's going to do its best for sure. The Stone Edge comes through. We've got that 1 Mud Shot, but is this going to be enough? The Aqua Tail, in order to keep PvP David into the game here, it's going to have to connect and get the knockout, but is Dondozo in play? Dondozo still on the field!
Dondozo too bulky, it survives. 1 HP and a dream. Surf connects, Quagsire falls, and now it's Azumarill versus the world.
Poor Azumarill, it's such an uphill battle for it to climb. You do have the Corsola in play, however, and it's very energy dry.
He gets there. Oh my goodness, Azumarill, it survives. Jins can't believe it. PvP David, he pulls, I don't even know how he found that win con. It knocks out. David celebrates. He's on to winners round 2.
Oh my goodness, that endgame situation. I forgot how little energy was on that Corsola. I was expecting it to come in and just go for a Nightshade, and that would wrap up the game. But PvP David and that Azumarill right down to the wire. Incredible play, a phenomenal match. What a thriller to enjoy.
Once Dondozo survived, if Jins had instantly pivoted into the Corsola, the Azumarill basically got a bubble for free because Waterfall does almost no damage there. Jins was so far ahead in that endgame, but by staying in, giving Azumarill 1 bubble of energy, which is 11 energy for basically taking no damage, that's what then enabled him to get there. Had the Corsola been instantly switched in, then the Corsola may have actually got the Astonish down, or at the very least, I think worst case for Jins would be a tie, but I'm pretty confident that Jins could have actually farmed down.
I think what was amazing is those increments of damage, those 1 HP in the dreams. It's a phrase for a reason because Dondozo was trying its best to live it, but Azumarill just able to pace so, I don't say quickly, but efficiently, let's say, to the damage that it needed to get rid of this Corsola. But even then, Corsola is so bulky, it can make things really difficult.
But my goodness there, David, it honestly felt like he thought that all was lost, but he gets the player up and takes the knockout, and you can see the celebration there, and he earned it. That matchup was a nightmare. How do you deal with a Carbink? There's a Shadow Pidgeot.
That's true.
There's a Dondozo. There's a Shadow Bugway Fortress. It felt like Jins had so many safe mons that he could run, and for David, he kind of just was having to play defensive constantly, but he was able to find a way. That's why we play the games. The team advantage, it can favor one player, but you gotta actually win those two. Incredibly well played by David, and he escapes and he's moving on. I believe he is gonna be in winners round 2 a bit later on today, playing against M.E. Weedle. That's gonna be a great matchup.
Goodness, that's another incredible European showdown to behold. So make sure you put that one in your diary for later. You do not want to miss any of the action. That was honestly such a masterclass to behold. If I could tailor a perfect script, that would be exactly what I would be looking for. Such incredible plays on both sides of the field, the energy management, the adaptations as well. And it was a beautiful showcase of one of your cast predictions in the form of Dondozo as well. Even though it wasn't the victor at the end, I think it still put in a lot of work.
Dondozo, it showed its power. That 1 HP survive right there. The bulk of Dondozo is just absolutely absurd. But the action is only getting better here. Coming up right after the break, we are going to have Marto Galde, a fan favorite against King OWT. Stay tuned, because Marto also has Dondozo.
Marto Galdo, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started getting nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon GO. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with a very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season, it doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Martu Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon GO finalist, your champion from Spain, Barcelona!
My name is Leo and I'm from Spain. I will be the water type, just because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place, and then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I had a gold trophy, which was the UIC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
It was like a really fun experience because also the final was against a really good friend of mine, which is Sisuailus, and I actually lost a final against him in Barcelona, in my home city. So I'm really proud of that, and I think it's a really memorable moment.
Pato Man, he is going for the triple crown here.
Basically, my team has Holy Support, which is a really good Pokemon for this meta. So I think my team is really fun to play.
The 3-ball flex from Pokémon, he is so on point.
So if I had to say an MVP for this weekend, I would say Ghost Corsola. I really like that Ghost type for this meta. It is really helping me to get this far in the tournament. Yeah, actually I was really worried about the Moltres, and I had to face a Moltres in the grand final, so that wasn't really good for me. And then maybe Scizor, because I didn't have a real response, but I think that's all, because my team, I think it was really safe into the meta.
Execution is just on another level.
So the grand final was the most difficult matchup I had this weekend, because of the Moltres, and also Belzeboy is a really good player. So I had to play around that. Also his Annihilate did really good bench pressure, because the counters to the Moltres, which are not really counters, got really outplayed by the Shadow Annihilate. So I had to manage those two, and also Steelix and Lapras, which were like really good into my team, and I think I don't really have that much of play against that.
We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon GO. Oh, no way! Can he swap out? Oh, he did! No, suddenly. Bracket reset here. Oh, maybe a miss. And it catches the absolute most perfect lead. We're going to game 5! This is game number 5 of the grand finals. Let's go! He goes on high speed! What?
I feel good, but also maybe not disappointed, but like feeling that I could have done more. But still, I'm really proud of myself and happy with this tournament. My most memorable moment on this weekend was Saturday, when I qualified to the grand finals in the winners bracket, because I feel like I had all the momentum I needed, and everyone supported me, really helped me to feeling more confident for the next stage. I think it's like the love I have for Pokemon, because I really like playing the game, and also the community, the Spanish players that always support me, also a friend of mine, and I appreciate a lot. So that will be the main reason why I keep traveling to this event. You have to be competing constantly and never give up. That's the way to fulfill your dream, and that's what I want to do for the next season.
It takes love, it takes heart, it takes passion, and sometimes there's pain, but competitive Pokemon Go is unlike any other esport in the world, and we can't wait to continue our coverage of day number 2 at the World Championships here in San Francisco. I'm Speedy's Chief with Amanda Lundberg.
That's right. We are narrowing down the field day by day. We started out with all of the world's competitors, but by the end of today, there will only be 2 playing in that Chase Arena to see who will be the 2026 World Champion.
So much on the line today. We're going to continue to move through that winner's side bracket, but if you're a big fan of trainers like Pato Man that did fall to the loser side, we will show a lot of loser side matches as we conclude the day later on. So make sure to hit that follow button, get engaged in the chat, and connect your account to receive those Twitch drops, everybody, because they are sweet.
Absolutely true. We talked about Pato Man. There was also Beelzeboy. If you're just tuning in now, you've missed some incredible matches, but don't worry, we have still so many more to go. We are on that winner's side of the bracket. Just giving a quick refresher here of some of the games that we've seen. This is the top 16 of the winner's side of the bracket. So that means who won the first round will continue into the top 8 of the winner's side. But we still have a whole loser's side to go through as well.
I'm so grateful you mentioned that, Amanda. Yeah, we have this graphic on screen. We're going to update that loser side bracket as it unfolds, but from where we're standing, from our vantage point, it's kind of hard to read these names. There's a lot of players on the screen. Let us know who you hope will make their way up to that grand finals later on today. But I just got word from production. Tim says the players are ready. Let's go down to the stage, everybody, and see what we have in store. It's going to be, whoa, we're already into it. Marto versus King OWT. Let's see how this unfolds.
All right, we got that Kanto Ninetales up against the Kingdra here. Both looking like it's going to be throwing now. Energy ball coming through. No Protect Shield used on the side of King OWT. He kind of throws his hand up like, maybe I should have.
Kingdra, such a unique pick, and this Dragon-type matchup is generally unfavorable for the Kingdra, especially at this health range. He's going to go and throw that Swift, but I think King OWT can swap out, and he chooses to do so.
Going ahead, preserving a little bit of that health up, coming in with the Fearow here. Pokemon that is now doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name. A lot of trainers like to use some shields on it, but will King OWT want to use it? That's exactly what he does. Well, he just gains a ton of energy already at a Drill Peck of his own.
Yeah, not a ton of bulk, but that 10-turn pacing to both of his charge attacks is absolutely lethal. Here comes another Drill Peck, and this is going to KO Marto Galde's Altaria, which has been such a unique pick so far this weekend. He's going to have to rely on his other 2 Pokemon to close out this game.
Altaria falls from the sky. Kanto Ninetales comes back in, and now going for that heavier hitting Drill Run. This will do a ton of damage. Marto knows it, throws up his first Protect Shield as well, wants to try to keep this Ninetales healthy because this is an energy game at this point.
You can see Marto doing the mental math. He knew that he was going to have trouble outpacing, and then this swap here from King OWT throws another wrench into his plans. Very tough for Marto to come back from that.
Worse for the wear there. Keep in mind that Fearow does have quite a bit of energy, not a lot of health left, but you can see King OWT waiting out that switch timer before coming in, throwing another Drill Run. Will it take that second Protect Shield? Absolutely, as Marto shakes his head.
This is wildly uncomfortable for the trainer from Argentina because the Drill Runs are not going to stop coming. Every 10 turns, another one's going to fire off. Going to have to go with the Weather Ball here to try to break up that pattern and bring down the Fearow.
Great timing there by Marto. Doesn't even want to get any more, and King OWT shielding this up could give an indication to Marto of what's in the back, catching a brilliant Drill Peck there onto the Tinkaton, keeping himself in this matchup.
I take it back. Drill Peck, what a surprise. Marto actually caught some resisted damage on the Tinkaton, and that keeps him in this matchup. But this Hisuian Electrode's typing is so tough for the Tinkaton to overcome.
Going ahead, just both of them charging up energy now. Energy Ball would be the attack that doesn't lower the defenses of that Hisuian Electrode. No Protect Shields remaining. Germanic's gonna go through. The hammer is thrown!
I think that Marto probably needs to get an Ember down on this Hisuian Electrode in order to win the battle, and King of WT is gonna debuff himself with the Wild Charge here. He's gotta manage his HP perfectly.
going ahead, throwing a second attack. First going for the Wild Charge, which lowers your own defense when you throw it. Now going for an Energy Ball just to have enough to knock out. But there's still quite a bit of health, and now no energy really on that Hisuian Electrode. It's all going to come down to timing here, and trying to catch here on the Fearow. Marto throws energy.
Massive, absolutely massive to get those embers. That's the energy Marto needed for the Weather Ball Fire, bringing down the Fearow. Electrode's batteries running low, but it does get to the Wild Charge.
You see King OWT can't even believe it. Wild Charge energy is met. Ninetales is knocked out, and this is Marto Galde's first loss at Worlds.
You can tell that these trainers' minds are probably somewhere else right now. Looks like Marto wasn't that shocked at that loss. Maybe there was something on earlier on in the game that he thought maybe wasn't quite right. So we're going to see what our trainers decide on stage. But man, what a game one to start, and we jumped right into that.
Yeah, talking about these players, we jumped right into the battle, so let's go ahead and give you guys at home a little bit of information about these two trainers that we have on stage. On that left-hand side, we do have Marto Galde. If you were paying attention during that short break, we had a nice little interview with him when he was going over his whole championship run this season. Now, he had said earlier yesterday that he didn't get a first place finish, which he was really hoping for, but he did come very close at LAIC, and we have to remember he was also in the top 4 of Worlds previously.
Marto was one of the only trainers at the LAIC limited meta format to run Vespiquen on his team. He got all the way up to 3rd place, as you called out, Amanda. And during his interview, I remember this quote, right? It stuck with me. He says, "I think I could have won. If I just would have executed a little bit better, I think I had an opportunity to do that." So Marto is a trainer that, in hindsight, will look back at his plays and he'll say, you know what? Maybe I could improve on this. Maybe I could, think about this matchup a little differently, or maybe execute a bit better. He reflects on that a lot. I think that's something that's very valuable as you try to be self-critical, but not overly so, and try to improve as you move through the season.
And King OWT, on the other hand, is a trainer coming from the UK. Hasn't played so many tournaments this season, but what he has done has been extremely impressive. He got 5th place overall in Frankfurt. He was 17th in Birmingham, and he was also in the top 10 there at EUIC.
To give everyone an update at home, our review right now is in regards, I believe, to the Altaria Dragon Breaths, but right now on the screen, we do have the Kanto Ninetales versus the Fearow. And remember, this was that flurry of drill runs that the Fearow was throwing. Marto right there, you can see the head shake, you can see the reaction. Maybe just visually, that didn't look exactly how he hoped it would.
Yeah, we'll have to see. As you can see, the judges are reviewing it. It is indeed that moment there between that Ninetales and the Fearow. Thank you so much for production getting that up on screen so everyone can see kind of what the dispute and the match review is about.
I'm telling you, Pokemon Go is so fast. A turn is just a half second, and these trainers know if they swap in or swap out, if they're a little bit late, they just have this instinct for it. Maybe right there, 3 embers, and I think Marto thought he should have gotten 4. Maybe that is the play in question.
I'm going to put up a Protect Shield there, slowing it down ultra slow so we can see what is going on. We see 1, 2, and going for that drill run as the next one goes through.
Hey, if everyone is enjoying these slow motion replays where we can actually break down this footage and analyze it, let's get a shout out in the chat to Chucky, who's running our replay today. Does a fantastic job getting that like microscopic look, right? The game is so fast. It can be easy to miss a lot of these small details, but those slow motion replays make a world of difference, especially for our viewers at home.
Now, this is something also sort of interesting. We had so many players playing in day one, champions who were coming from all over the globe, from the APAC region, from LATAM, from North America, and from Europe. And we didn't even get a chance to see all of the people who were playing on the winners or losers side of the bracket. So today, we're going to see a lot more matches, and I think that's going to be really exciting because that's going to really get the storylines going through to see who is going to be playing on Sunday, which there will only be 2. We will be doing the grand finals in that Chase Arena.
You know, whenever we get to day 2 at the World Championships, I think a regional rivalry kind of bubbles out of our fans. And I think looking at that top cut, a lot of trainers are saying, oh, well, you know, which region has the most? Which region has the most trainers that have qualified for day number 2? I think Japan alone had 8 trainers in our top 32, which is absolutely outstanding. I saw a post on socials that said Japan is playing a completely different version of Pokemon Go because they are just that good.
I was talking to some of the trainers as well. I heard that one of the Japanese trainers actually had a registration error, so they had to play with 5 Pokemon, like LJ did previously in a different World Championship. So 5 Pokemon, he told his opponent, the opponent read his lines correctly, knowing exactly when he was going to lead, what he was going to swap, and what he was going to end with, and he still lost. So absolutely
no way.
Japan is just playing out of their mind. I'm sure that they are very, very happy to be having a larger representation here at Worlds, as the top 33 trainers from one of their tournaments were able to play here at the World Championship in San Francisco.
Well, zooming back into the match on stream right now, it's important to remember that the Kanto Ninetales only needs 8 turns, which is 4 embers for each of the weather balls, whereas we mentioned before the Fearow needs 10 turns or 5 pecks for each of its charge attacks. So we're talking about just a 1-second differential really, but when you have Pokemon that are that lightweight and are dealing so much damage back and forth to each other, just missing out on a single Ember just destroys the pacing for something like the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in that matchup. So I can see why this is a very important part of the game to focus on and to try to get right, because it is a critical moment. I mean, this was late in the game, and whoever controls the Fearow versus Kanto Ninetales matchup ultimately controlled the game.
Not only that, you have to think about the fact that these 2 trainers are on that winner's side of the bracket. And of course, if you are not losing any matchups, if you are someone like Marto, who hasn't lost a single battle so far at Worlds, you don't want that to end on a potential technicality. So I think that he's right to go ahead and raise a review. That's what we have those wonderful judges and staff for. Thank you so much for taking their time to do this. But in the meantime, we have to also remember this is a double elimination tournament. So the losers of this best of 3 will be dropped down to that loser's side of the bracket. They're not out quite yet.
I want to emphasize as well that this is the World Championships, obviously the biggest tournament of the entire year. Everyone's watching, lots of eyeballs on this event. But even if you're at a local event, even if you're at a regional event, if you have a situation like this where you feel like maybe something went awry with the battle itself, you can talk with the judges. I don't want anyone to feel like they're inconveniencing anybody or that they're being a problem or being confrontational, because this is a very, very important part of competitive integrity. And if the judge that you speak with maybe doesn't agree or doesn't see the issue the way that you would describe, you can also escalate that to a head judge as well. So we want the best for our players. We want a fair competitive environment no matter what. And I just want everyone to feel comfortable, whether, again, you're at your local card shop, a regional, or at the World Championships.
So keep in mind, this is also the first game between these 2 trainers. They're both from different regions, so I actually don't know how many opportunities they've had to play against each other before. A lot of times trainers already use that game 1 as a bit of a fact-finding mission, trying to figure out how your opponent likes to play. Are they someone who's going to go for a bait? Are they someone who's going to try to conserve energy or shields? So regardless of however this match turns out, whether it is going to be in favor of King OWT or if it's going to be a rematch, both of these trainers are already gathering some valuable information.
Oh, exactly. And the line reads are so important. Once you see that first set of 3 Pokemon, you've got a good idea of what your opponent was thinking game plan-wise. Allows you to make some additional adjustments. Amanda, it looks like we're at 0-0. You know what that means.
It's been wiped clean here. That match didn't happen, and now we are going into a fresh game 1 here of winners round 1 between Marto Galde and King OWT.
All right, so we jumped right into it. Maybe now we can kind of settle in and get our popcorn and get our snacks and get ready for an epic series between these 2 trainers. Marto played, I believe, Altaria, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the Tinkaton. Meanwhile, King OWT, Shadow Kingdra, as well as the Hisuian Electrode and the Fearow. So going into this actual game number 1, what do you think, Amanda?
Well, there's a lot of different things that people can do. We also have to remember that since they already played once, they kind of have an idea of what their opponent wanted to do for game number 1. The real question is, are they sticking to that original plan since those games were so incredibly close, or are they going to do something completely different now that they see what their opponent had brought that first time?
Absolutely. Just to confirm, we are headed into a fresh game. Let's go ahead and get started, everybody. This is the real start to the series. We're going to see the Kanto Ninetales from Marto right headfirst into that Tinkaton.
Great lead for Marto Galde is using King OWT. Shake his head now, goes for one swing of the hammer before going out into that Fearow, but the weather ball is primed and ready to go, and King OWT looks like he is going to let that one go through on the Fearow.
Charge Attack minigame takes about 10 seconds to complete. Marto not wanting to displace the switch timers too heavily because he really did like that Ninetales versus Tinkaton matchup. Fires the weather ball, goes straight into Licky Licky.
Since that weather ball did connect, it already brought that Fearow quite low. Licky Licky coming in now. That rollout damage is going to do quite a bit, and Marto throws that body slam, which is going to be enough to take the Fearow out of the sky, as King OWT does not use the Protect Shield here, and it looks like he's not also going to be able to get that alignment that he was looking for, as the Tinkaton comes back in now, but just maybe getting a lot more energy before now facing that Ninetales.
You're exactly right. Safe, comfortable, maintains control, switch advantage. Marto's got so much health on the Licky Licky still. It is nowhere near a Fairy Wind down. It is nowhere near a Bulldoze and Fairy Wind down. He's going to force King OWT to throw a boatload of energy to KO him.
Going ahead, throwing that Gigaton Hammer, definitely enough to knock out the Licky Licky at this stage, but we saw the beginning of this matchup. We know exactly what's coming in, and you can see King OWT immediately swapping for that Kingdra, and now it's a duel of the dragons.
Swift versus Sky Attack. Swift is going to be a lot faster than that Sky Attack from the Altaria, but the bulk is also a major factor here because the Altaria is able to withstand that damage, keep on Dragon Breathing, and I think it's going to wear down that Kingdra over time.
Sky Attack coming through now. Dragon Breath used to do more damage as a fast attack. Nowadays, it's really the pacing that makes it such a good attack for these dragons to have. As you can see, Kingdra already at another Swift, going a little bit over, and this should be enough. Marto Galde still has 2 Protect Shields left to his name. Does he want to protect up this Altaria? No, content to let it go, putting it all on the back of that Ninetales that we saw at the very beginning of the matchup.
Little head shake there. Maybe not pleased with that decision in the moment, but he's got to make the best of it. Marto Galde uses his first Protect Shield of the game on the Swift versus the Shadow Kingdra.
Kingdra just going ahead and putting that out here, but there's a lot of energy now on this Kanto Ninetales, throwing that first Fireball and actually getting the Protect Shield off of King OWT. We know that the Tinkaton does not want to see the Ninetales, does not want to take a Weather Ball at all, and now he is out of shields.
Wow, good timing there from Marto to overcharge the energy. He's going to undercharge this charge attack and look for a big Ember down, but you saw King OWT look up to the sky doing the mental math, trying to figure out where that Ninetales was, but the Bulldoze is ready.
Seems a little bit dangerous to do so if you're Marto, not maybe keeping complete track of where the Tinkaton was at and not shielding up the Bulldoze. It is super effective. It takes that Ninetales down so low, and they simultaneously KO with the Kingdra in the back. King OWT taking game number 1.
What a close end game between these two trainers. The Kingdra, so potent for King OWT, was able to rein in not only that Altaria, but also that Kanto Ninetales. What an insane endgame there as he was able to connect the Bulldoze and eventually win the battle. And I gotta tell you, man, I gotta be honest, a big part of that was the fact that Kingdra is gonna win the cap tie over Kanto Ninetales.
Yes, the Pokemon with that higher attack is going to be able to throw first. It is going to be that Kingdra. I think Marto Galde knew it at that point when the Tinkaton threw off a charge attack, recognizing there's not really anything I can do. I only have 1 shield left, and there are 2 attacks basically ready to go.
And the error right there might have been the undercharge. It's really hard to say because he still needed a bit of energy, maybe just a little bit more on the Fire Weather Ball, 1 Ember for the KO on the Tinkaton, and then he'd be able to shield up the Kingdra and get to the next charge attack he needed. So it was actually insanely close.
It was very close there between these 2 super talented trainers. We said it before the match review, but I guess we can officially say it now. This is Marto Galde's first game loss of the World Championships, which is actually an incredible feat when you think about how many of these fierce competitors he has had to play against so far.
Keep in mind, right, King OWT has already shown 2 of his teams, and in that game 1, he just led Tinkaton into Kanto Ninetales and ended up the victor. I know a lot of trainers that queue into Go Battle League, maybe they lead an Altaria to a Bastiodon, and they swap something like a Swampert, and there's a Razor Leaf victory bell, and they say, you know what? GG's, all top left. But in the World Championships, you fight it out until the very end, and King OWT reaped the rewards of his persistence.
So I think that that's actually a good point overall to make, just because you might be what you think is down, you should never give up because it can still go down to the slimmest of margins there. King OWT also running a Malamar on his team. A lot of trainers from that winner's side of the bracket has chosen that Pokemon to be on their team of 6. We just saw Boom 20 and PvP David playing with that on that winner's side. Previously, PvP David still staying on that winner side of the bracket, and Boom knocked down to the lower side.
Here we go, everybody. Game 2 between Marto Galde and King OWT. A nod from King OWT. He likes this lead quite a bit. Tinkaton, again, going to struggle against the Hisuian Electrode, and it's got to fear those wild charges, too.
Wild charges are going to hit heavy, but have to remember that you can lower your own defenses after the wild charge is thrown. So if you do something like this, which I believe is a charge attack priority tie, King OWT will have to shield up the Electrode or else it would do a ton of damage to it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this Gigaton Hammer would come down like a pile of bricks on that weakened Hisuian Electrode. And the question now becomes, does King OWT look for a swap? No, straight into the second wild charge.
So much energy actually gets that first Protect Shield off of Marto Galde as well. Doesn't want that Tinkaton to get knocked out. Perhaps wants to get another shield off of the Electrode or force the Electrode to swap out as the next Gigaton Hammer goes through. Does King OWT want to let that go down, or is he going 2 shields down in that first part of the matchup? That's exactly what he does.
Wow, doubling down the Hisuian Electro, but he's probably got to bail it out before the Bulldoze is ready. Does make the swap here? No, he goes on the cap tie again. Another wild charge. This is wild charge number 3.
This is interesting. If Marto shields this up, he is at the Bulldoze, and this would be enough with its double debuff to knock out the Hisuian Electrode, even at the Bulldoze. So both of these trainers are now going to be completely out of shields for whatever comes in. And now the Tinkaton is so low, it could be a potential farm for this Fearow who gets energy so quickly.
This is awful, but Marto knows he can't afford to swap into the Ninetales or the Altaria because then he gives away control that he fought so hard to gain in the opening matchup. Bulldoze might trigger a defense fall. Does he get it? Yes.
Wow, you heard the sounds, you saw those little sprinkles, and now comes the Ninetales. I think King OWT is very wary of a catch, but instead banks 2 charge attacks on that Fearow and pops out of the matchup. There's also a ton of energy on that Kanto Ninetales here, but now we're talking about the Kingdra and the Altaria as a swift #1 goes through.
That was so terrifying. Could have fired the Draw Run at any second, but Marto didn't blink. Gonna go for the sky attack against the Kingdra. I don't think this is quite enough. He might need a couple more Dragon Breaths afterwards, but Altaria will win this matchup.
Going ahead and just getting that Kingdra so low and not able to get to another attack. Yes, there are 2 loaded on this Fearow. Doesn't want to waste any time here as the first one is thrown. Fearow also has a very high attack stat, higher than that Ninetales. There is still a Drill Run loaded and it's immediately deployed.
Can Kanto Ninetales hang on to this super effective Drill Run for one of the most attack-weighted Pokemon in the entire metagame? It does!
Heavy damage, but the question is this Weather Ball enough to knock out the Fearow? This is going to be so incredibly close as this goes through, knocks him down to about the similar HP, and it's fast attacks alone. Marto Galde taking game #2.
Ember sizzles, and that is a win on the board for Marto, tying up the series in a very high-stakes matchup. This is winners round 1 of day #2, and these competitors put a lot of pressure on themselves, but you want to start off day 2 with a win if you can manage it.
Oh boy, of course you want to start. I think all the trainers want to not only start out with the win, I think they'd like to end with a win and have wins throughout the entire time. Makes the gameplay a little bit more simple.
Just win, right? That's easy. Just go 2-0, everybody.
Yeah, come on. Like it's hard.
A nice zoom in here on Marto's team. A Pokemon we have not seen at all in this series. Well, actually 2. The Dondozo and the Shadow Sableye. 2 of the more unique picks on this squad. And the Drain Punch is such a fascinating tech on the Sableye as well, giving you a little bit of fighting type pressure to fight back against Pokemon like Licky Licky or the occasional Dunsparce.
I mean, I tell you what, I don't doubt the reason why those Pokemon are on the bench. We've seen King OWT playing that Hisuian Electrode, which Dondozo would definitely struggle against. But Sableye, of course, still has Shadow Claw as its fast attack, doesn't want to face off against the Fearow or even that potential Malamar.
Exactly, not a lot of room to maneuver, and that's the beauty of Show 6 Pick 3. You can kind of pick the tools you need for the opponent that you are facing. Going into game #3, I mean, I was freaking out, but I don't think Marto was worried at all that his Ninetales would hang on. And then the Ember, maybe he was a little surprised there, but that's, you gotta respect the pop-off.
Yeah, of course. You always like to see players get excited about the great gameplay that they are doing. It looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in for this decisive game number 3. Winner of this matchup stays in the winner's side of the bracket to the winner's top 8. Let's see, we have similar to game number 2. We have that Tinkaton in the lead against the Hisuian Electrode again. We'll have to see if these trainers want to play it out a little bit differently as we take a peek at their backlines.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we haven't seen the Kanto Ninetales from Marto. This time he's opting for the Licky Licky and Altaria backline. We saw this matchup earlier on, but the shield initially from Marto in this game number 3.
This changes things up a little bit overall. Going ahead now, actually King OWT opting for double Wild Charge since Marto ended up shielding the first one. Now this Electrode is super weak and the Tinkaton still has a ton of energy. So we have to see if King OWT wants to get this Electrode out of there or put up Protect Shields like he did game 1. Look at that, no Protect Shield, and down it goes!
Wow, opting for the Protect Shield advantage. In comes the Firo, and there are so many reasons to be scared. Marto needs to try to even this up. Bulldoze Bait pulls the shield.
Wow, it feels horrible if you're King OWT. The worst would be if he gets a defense drop. We'll have to listen. Looks like he did get that as well. A punishing thing for going for a shield there. I like this play by King OWT going for the Drill Peck. At this range, it's enough to knock out the Tinkaton. And Marto puts up a shield, so he has a little bit more energy. And if anything swapped into that, could have been okay.
The bait is all the difference, right?
This is diabolical. This is diabolical.
This is unimaginable. Both shields on Bulldoze. How deflating is that? And Marto continues to farm. Can he even reach the hammer here? Wow, gets it.
Going ahead now, great catch overall, but this Tinkaton has done a ton of work for Marto Galde in this decisive game number 3 here. Altaria coming to the skies. It will have to take an attack at this point, and it looks like King OWT maybe opting to go for a Serpents, and Marto staring down that camera saying, is this it? Could this be it? I think he's just having a little bit of fun at this point.
Look into his eyes, chat. He knows he has all the leverage in this matchup. Gonna lose the charge attack priority tied to the Fira as expected. Drill Peck will likely bring this Altaria down into the red, but it hangs on and the Sky Attack gets fired back.
Hisuian Electrode out of there immediately by that Gigaton Hammer. 2 baits to get both of the shields. Firo is down so low, and the third Pokemon isn't even revealed. No shields, but 3 Pokemon left on the field. Marto Galde takes game number 3.
Double Bulldoze Bait, digging himself out of a massive hole against a talented trainer in King OWT. And when the stage is this bright and the stakes are this high, those things happen. People make mistakes. They're elite, but they're still people.
Wow, absolutely incredible matchups and such high risky plays by Marto Galde there. Going for 2 not very effective attacks against a flying type Pokemon, but still managed to get both shields and defense drops. Wow, I mean, I think that luck was really on his side. Matched with the skill of him, OWT did everything he could, but unfortunately will be knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket.
The ingenuity, absolutely crazy. Engineering ways back into that game. And my goodness, even getting the Gigaton Hammer at the very end, I was like, man, this Tinkaton is just unstoppable in the hands of Marto Galde.
And no Kanto Ninetales to be found in that game number 3. Put in such heavy work for Marto in game 2, but in this one, this was the Tinkaton show here. Going through, getting forward Protect Shields. Look how little of health it had too. Just saying, I don't care. I'm just gonna keep swinging this hammer. I'm going to work.
Exactly. When you're Tinkaton, everything looks like a nail. And this Tinkaton brought down the hammer on 2 different Pokemon, or excuse me, 3 different Pokemon in order to really separate Marto in this matchup.
King OWT had a great catch there on the Gigaton Hammer on the Kingdra, but in the end, he knew it was just too little, too late. He saw the writing on the wall, but still incredible plays from him to be able to get into that winner's side of the bracket round 1, taking a game off of Marto Galde to boot.
I mean, catching a Gigaton Hammer is like avoiding a puddle and then stepping in a different puddle. You know, like there's just no way that turns out good for most trainers. Even the Gigaton Hammer versus the Man Team does about 40%, and it's so heavily resisted. It's just an insane Community Today charge attack. And this is a great time, actually. We're talking a lot about the Fairy Steel type Pokemon. An excellent time to remind everyone that the drops are a little bit different this year. If you claim them, you don't get a Tinkaton.
No.
You get Beelzebub's Tinkaton.
You get the Tinkaton.
And the stats are identical. So play like a world champ and watch games and train like a world champ this weekend.
Not only that, there are going to be some other goodies that you're going to get throughout by watching. And one of these goodies you can see on the screen next to Beelzeboy is an elite charge TM. So if you are a trainer who, maybe missed the community day for a Pokemon that you really enjoy playing and don't have that heavy hitting attack that you would like, you can use that charge TM to get moves that you can't get using a regular charge TM.
Exactly. You can use on any Pokemon you like, but that Gigaton Hammer is a good candidate for the Tickaton. And while we're here, let's talk about a couple other drops. I know all of our tech-savvy trainers have multiple Twitch tabs open. Man, that was a mouthful. And they are gathering these champions drops as well.
Yeah, not only do we have for the video game, we also have them for the card game. And the card game has quite a bundle of things if you are watching that stream. We'll go ahead and throw up the graphics here because there's going to be some really nice things. I know that there's also an avatar item, there's going to be a t-shirt, but there's also different card collections that you can be able to enjoy.
No, exactly. I mean, you get swag, you get Pokemon cards to play with, and so much more. There's a lot of text there on the screen, and I don't have my binoculars, so you're going to have to read that off of your TV, phone, or computer screen, wherever you might be. So much fun stuff. That's just free. It's literally free. You just watch the channel, connect your account, and it's yours.
Absolutely. But of course, we are all tuned in for Go, and I know that you guys gotta love it because these have been some very engaging, very fun matchups. We're still on that winner's side of the bracket. We started with on the winner's side, the top 16.
Top 16 winner's side, and we're going to get right back into these battles shortly, everybody. I'm stoked to see the next pairing because we've got a trainer from Australia and another one from NA, and the latter just barely made the cutoff to qualify for the World Championships. I'm going to steal that stat from Caleb. I know he's talking about it backstage, but if we're going to cast her, we might as well talk about it too.
Yeah, absolutely true. Managed to get the championship points needed to be able to qualify for the World Championships at North American International Championships in June. So that was the very last potential opportunity to do so on that winner side of the bracket, knocking people out left and right. And we have H. Shira.
Going to be taking on They Love Jai. And the question with that trainer is always, are they going to run Alola Ninetales? The answer, I believe, is yes, but the real star of the team so far for that trainer has been the Shadow Corviknight. Honestly, Amanda, I don't think I've seen a single other Shadow Corviknight on any team this weekend.
Shadow Corviknight has a lot of interesting matchups, and I know that if you're someone who is really well-versed, like They Love Jai, definitely knowing these matchups can be super helpful in this meta. Corviknight overall, you would think that maybe doesn't have the best matchup into Tinkaton, one of the most used Pokemon in this meta. However, with using its fast attack, it actually can start wearing it down quite quickly.
Exactly. So many different approaches for these Pokemon. You got to keep all that in mind. Fast attack pressure, charge attack pressure, and everything in between. This is a unique squad from They Love Jai, taking on that Shadow, Milotic, Charge Bug, Pangoro squad from H. Shira. I'm telling you, Worlds is so much fun because after NAIC, PJCS, and Turin, these trainers just put the lid on the pot for the next 6 weeks, and they have been cooking.
Absolutely true. And we saw earlier on the top 12 usage of day one. That's probably getting shaken up quite a bit for day number 2 as everything starts to settle, because look at these, not quite as many of the really staple picks. I don't think we see that Kanto Ninetales on either team, with They Love Jai opting for the Alolan Ninetales instead.
Exactly. We do have some Licky Lickies. We might see a safe swap here or there, because there are some hard answers. I mean, namely the Pangoro from H. Shira, but if you run Pangoro, you have to contend with a Alola Ninetales, a Altaria, a Psywave Lapras, as well as a Corviknight with Air Cutter. There's a couple of obstacles there for that Panda Pokemon to overcome, but let's go ahead and jump into it, everybody. This is game number 1. They Love Jai, hailing from Australia, and H. Shira from NA.
Going ahead, just starting this matchup here, we have the water types up against each other, which might take a little bit to get to, but They Love Jai has Stone Edge on as a charge attack. So you know now that it needs to be a little bit more wary, because that would do a ton of damage. We saw some baits last game. This is an immediate bait right out of the gate here for game 1, and H. Shira calls it!
What an insane call to start out this game. Yes, it took a lot of guts for They Love Jai to do that, but it takes even more for H. Shira to say, no, 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 this is an Aqua Tail, and I'm not scared of that.
Going ahead, throwing that heavier hitting Water Pulse. We'll need 2 attacks regardless to be able to knock out, and Jai says, if you first don't succeed, try again. Gets that first Protect Shield off of H. Shira's side, and now still has a little bit of energy, but H. Shira's just gonna go for that Twister.
Yeah, H-Shira, you don't see any emotion on her face. She's completely dialed in here, knows the pacing is keeping track. She can afford to give up that shield here because the Mantine is still wreaking havoc. Another charge attack. This time, it will be the Stone Edge.
2 Stone Edges going through, getting both Protect shields from H-Shira. Great calls for her all the way through. They're not shielding up the Aqua Tail, shielding up both Stone Edges and getting a full farm down on that Quagsire. Jai is up a shield, but he is down energy as the Lapras comes in to start soaking it up.
I think a key moveset differential here, that is a Skull Bash Lapras. Lapras will stay in this matchup, wants to build up energy. Psywave does a lot of neutral damage over time, but getting to the Skull Bash, getting to those hard-hitting neutral attacks, especially against other Water-type Pokemon, is valuable. So H-Shira is looking to fire off, Day of Jai is going to fire off the Skull Bash here.
This was also really smart of H-Shira, popping out with the Mantine even though it had energy, recognizing it doesn't really go so far in the Lapras. She doesn't want to swap into the Pangoro because then she would be completely switch locked and Jai could have swapped out. Licky is the top used Pokemon in the meta for a reason. It's safe, it's bulky, and it is spammy.
And those rollouts are dealing some super effective damage. They Love Jai continues to farm with the Lapras, firing the Psywaves and the Sparkling Aria at the perfect moment.
Going ahead, this will be enough to knock that Licky out, but it has gotten that Lapras very, very low. And in comes that Pangoro, and in comes the Altaria, but the switch timers are completely misaligned at this point. H-Shira going for a heavier hitting close combat. It's going to do, I would say, a fine amount of damage. It's the better move to throw at the Dragon. Not very effective, but still knocks it down a little bit, and an immediate pivot now into that Mantine.
Yeah, we're probably going to discuss whether or not H-Shira could have held that energy till later, because she does have 2 Twisters on the Mantine, but she needed some kind of help for her Water Flying type Pokemon to put this Altaria within KO range. Final Protect Shield of the battle from They Love Jai goes up.
Yeah, needed to get some energy down, I think, on her side overall, knowing that Jai still had another shield left. And now he's just getting a lot of energy, throwing the Sky Attack. No Protect Shields left on either side, but I'm not sure if this is quite enough to knock out, and it looks like it's not. A quick pivot back into that Lapras, and now just charging up a little bit of energy, forced to throw because the switch timers were not up for H-Shira's side.
And not only that, but H-Shira knew exactly where that Lapras was. She knew the Sparkling Aria was almost ready, and she denied it. But the Altaria might outpace the Sky Attack. Question is, super effective damage. Is this enough? She thinks it might be.
I think they both are, as They Love Jai shaking his head, yes, saying absolutely this is going to do it. And it looks like heavy damage going through. Pangoro goes down, and the Mantine just doesn't have enough in the tank.
Very close matchup. Started with that ambitious Aqua Tail bait that went wrong, but They Love Jai righted the ship, got the shield, connected another charge attack later on, brought down the Mantine in the very end, and just played very well in spite of his initial plan not going according to plan.
Yeah, absolutely true. And you have to think, still able to pull it off by the slimmest of margins there at the end. When you are in this matchup, you have to remember that the Stone Edge is the thing that connecting with the Mantine would do a lot of hurt. Meanwhile, Quagsire doesn't have so much bulk to its name, so any attack that it's throwing, as you can see, gets it mighty, mighty low.
The swing attack down was vicious, but They Love Jai just could not afford to swap into the Lapras and give up control, switch advantage. If he would have done that, I believe H-Shira probably would have responded with the Pangoro, and this whole game would have gone differently. So sometimes it can look a little bit strange that trainers will allow their Pokemon to get farmed down like that, but they've got a bigger goal in mind, and They Love Jai saw the vision and executed.
It's so hard to tell, right? You're in that very beginning portion of the matchup. You've only seen one Pokemon each. You know there's a heavy hitting attack going through, and you have to wonder, okay, am I going to go ahead and use both Protect Shields? Am I going to swap out? I don't know what I would be swapping into. And I think that H-Shira came out in a pretty dominating position, actually, at the beginning. Had both of her shields gone, yes, but she had so much energy on that Mantine, was able to get that full farm down. But yeah, in the back, it was just too hard for the Pangoro without shields.
Lapras and Quagsire, very bulky water duo. Let's see if They Love Jai brings them back into game number 2. It'll need the Alola Ninetales this time with 2 Flying-type Pokemon in the back.
Going ahead and just staying in this matchup, looks like both of them there, charging up a bit of energy, and H-Shira immediately throws that Body Slam. Nothing able to threaten the knockout or even get too terribly low, but chip damage is very meaningful over time, as we've seen some of these matchups going down to the absolute wire.
I really admire They Love Jai's propensity to bring this Alola Ninetales. He brings it to every single meta. Rain, shine, whatever meta game you walk into, he's going to have Alola Ninetales on his team. It does chip down that Licky quite a bit, but the swap into the body slam catch is very nice.
Vicious. There is the take to the skies. This body slam will connect, but it is not very effective. Now, Shadow Corviknight is a shadow type Pokemon. We talked about this matchup before it even started. There's already now a little bit of damage on that Shadow Corviknight, so these Gigaton hammers might be putting in a little bit more work. But as these air cutters continue to connect, there's a potential that the fast attack damage is going to go up from the Corviknight. We didn't see it for number 1. It looks like Jai might try again fairly soon.
I know all of our video game trainers out there would say, oh, well, Tinkaton should win this matchup. That's how it goes in the lore. But in competitive Pokemon Go, the sand attacks really add up, and this dynamic is flipped. Another air cutter, and to your point, Amanda, if a boost gets triggered here, that could be disastrous for that Tinkaton.
Yes, definitely don't want to be shielding up these attacks. They're not doing too much damage, but as you can see, not shielding them puts a lot of damage into that Tinkaton, and Tinkaton takes a while to be able to charge up to this Gigaton hammer. Now throwing no Protect Shield used on this one, but not even close to knocking out. Needs to throw another attack to be able to do so.
I really like the overcharge here. Oh, and the patience to throw the payback here. H-Shira knows that an air cutter would not be enough to KO. They Love Jai with the payback will pick up the knockout after just, one more charge attack.
What a smart play by Jai. They're recognizing, okay, she might switch out. I know that the switch timers are misaligned, throwing the heavy-hitting attack that doesn't do much damage to a fairy, but enough to knock out that Licky.
Going for the chip damage here, another air cutter. This is like the 3rd or 4th one from this Shadow Corviknight that just refuses to fall out of the sky. And another Pokemon swaps in now. We're going to see the Alola Ninetales versus the Mantine.
Going ahead now, just a ton of energy as this Alola Ninetales flips the hair back, gets the shield. The energy will not connect, but there's another one right on its way. Should H-Shira not want to throw anything, but a catch onto this Tinkaton. Great play, keeping all of that energy out of the hands of the thing that will hit it a little bit harder.
Exactly, and no undercharge here, just wanting to KO the Tinkaton, deal some Powder Snow damage because it is still neutral in this matchup and does get you another Weather Ball. Oh my goodness, H-Shira fails on the charge attack party tie.
Going ahead, just going for a little bit of extra energy. This Weather Ball will connect. It's not enough to knock out, but that Mantine is very, very low and forced to throw an attack. It feels bad when you think that you could have got a fast attack farm down at that point. All that energy going to waste as now the Altaria comes in. That's where the Twister really would have been nice.
That was the vital energy she needed, the fuel for the Twisters that she just didn't have in the end. Well done by They Love Jai to send H-Shira down to that loser side bracket.
They Love Jai coming out with a 2-0 sweep. One of the trainers from Australia that's been doing incredibly well this season, and actually one of the few that is actually left in the tournament.
Exactly right. Our trainers from the APAC region are elite, extremely talented. And again, I just can't get over the fact, right? It's kind of like Martine with the Giratina altered form, right? Brings it no matter the meta, no matter who says it's good or bad, that Alola Ninetales always comes out to play. And he was in the thick of it in that series.
You know, it's really funny that you mentioned Martine and that Shadow Giratina, because I believe he's also playing an Alola Ninetales. He's on that loser's side of the bracket, so that means there is at least 2 Alola Ninetales in day 2 of the World Championships here in San Francisco. This meta might be a little bit condensed. We see a lot of Lickys, a lot of Kanto Ninetales, a lot of Mantines, a lot of Tinkatons, but there's also a potential to have very diverse play here.
Yeah, it's incredible. And let's focus on H-Shira as well. I mean, right there at the cutoff for championship points to qualify for the World Championships, she made it into the event. I heard the crowd absolutely erupt when she made day 2 yesterday. She's got a lot of fans, a lot of support out in the stands. And if you're an H-Shira fan as well, don't forget, she's on that loser side bracket. She's going to continue to fight her way through this championship series event. I mean, and she's not going to give up. In the meanwhile, though, Amanda, why don't we take a look at the meta again? We can talk a lot about it, right?
Let's do it here. This is the top 12 Pokemon usage of day number 2, and actually it's changed quite significantly here than what we had for day number 1. Licky still in that top portion of the meta, as well as that Kanto Ninetales, but Corsola has moved its way up into that 3rd spot. basically swapping spots with the Tinkaton, and Hisuian Electrode has dropped actually down to 12th, where it was in 8th place before, leaving opportunity for Dondozo to come into this.
I mean, you never predict exactly what's going to happen, and we had Thievul get a community day. The Icy Wind Thievul was all the talk for about a week, and I thought that Thievul was going to keep that Galarian Corsola off of the meta, but look at that, number 3 overall in terms of usage, and I mean, Henry called this out backstage. Dondozo in the top 10 is absolute cinema.
Absolute. Take a snapshot of this, because we're going to go ahead and look at the day 1 usage just to see how much this has scrambled up. Usually at regional competitions, you see some things that are a little bit different, but we have to remember these are all potential world champions here in San Francisco, so it doesn't surprise me that a lot of things are fairly similar overall, with just a few niche pitches making their way up a little bit higher. Thievul nowhere to be found.
Well,
on
I mean,
that top 12.
the fall off of Unova Stunfisk will also be studied for generations, I believe. And that Pokemon is very stubborn, very hard to get off the field, also very reliable. And I mean, given the lack of Mud Slap and other ground-type Pokemon to counter it, maybe it just wasn't finding the targets it needed amongst the elite players.
You know what actually really surprises me about that is the fact that Mantine stayed in that 4th spot, and some of Mantine's hardest counters are those electric-type Pokemon. There's not as many of them in day 2, but there's still as many Mantines, so we're going to have to see how the engaging playstyles will work between each other. We just saw them with Ashira and They Love Jai. There's a lot of twister damage into the Altaria, but Altaria still managed to take that and help They Love Jai get that 2-0 victory.
I would not want to be a Mantine in this meta. I mean, you're like a Stingray in a thunderstorm. You do not want to be in that environment. Very unfavorable skies, but these trainers have found ways to keep it out of those negative matchups and put it in positions where it really shines. And we've seen that especially against other Dragon-type Pokemon and against ground-type opponents, where the Twister and Water Pulse respectively just wreak havoc on those Pokemon.
Now, Licky Licky in that top spot is actually not really a surprise. We've seen it quite a few times so far on the winner's side of the bracket. It's one of those Pokemon where it's not doing anything stand out, right? It's not doing anything that's just so heavy hitting. A lot of times you even see a Shadow Ball being caught onto another Licky Licky since they're around so often, but it's just consistent, and it adds a little bit of bulk and a kind of a Swiss Army knife to your team, especially with the lack of fighters.
It reminds me of the shrugging meme, where it's just like, it just shows up and it's like, I'm just going to do my job.
I'm here too.
We've got a very exciting matchup here on screen for you. We're going to see a Shadow Hippowdon from Hiromaru take on Dunebug's Jellicent. Now, those are two Pokemon that have really stood out for these trainers. I remember catching up with Dunebug just briefly yesterday. This is his first career day 2 at Worlds. He said the Jellicent was the key.
Yeah, absolutely true. One thing that we also love to point out about Dunebug is he's had incredible seasons time and time again. He was our first person to win 2 regional championships in a season. Everyone make some noise if you're enjoying the Pokemon Go tournament so far. We see a lot of friendly faces here, many competitors and also spectators coming along to cheer people along.
Exactly right. So many fans, and we appreciate each and every one of you. I cannot wait to get into this series because Japan has been an absolute force in this day 2 of the bracket, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. This is the biggest challenge yet for Dunebug. And as you said, he's had such a strong seasonal performance each year, but Worlds is just not where he's shined the most. Maybe that changes this weekend.
Look, like he was ecstatic to be able to make day 2, and I know Hiromaru is also excited to be playing on this main stage, getting a little more opportunity for some spotlight, showing off how great Japan is going to be. So far, we're hopping into game number 1. Great lead for Hiromaru there. We got that Licky Licky up against the Jellicent.
Very nice lead. Instant pivot out from Dunebug into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Again, just trying to reset the board, move the pieces around a little bit, and look at how critical alignment is. Not only was it Licky Licky into Jellicent lead, but if Dunebug loses this matchup, his Thievul might face a Tinkaton.
Going ahead now, just getting all of that damage off on the Ninetales. Ninetales has a ton of energy at this point. 2 Weather Balls stored. First one, no Protect Shield. Hiromaru recognizing, okay, this is not enough to be able to even threaten a knockout. I'm in a fairly safe position, but now swapping into the Hippowdon to soak up the rest of its energy. Has to put up a shield because there was Energy Ball energy from Dunebug.
Yeah, this is actually great news for Dunebug. He's able to move the pieces around. His switch timer is about 5 seconds away. Not close enough to bail out that Kanto Ninetales, but it will allow him to send out the next Pokemon of his choice. Trying to do a bit of team reading here as well. He sees the Hippowdon, he's seen the lead. he sends out the Thievul. What a call from Doonbug.
Doonbug's calls have always been great. We've seen him time and time again on this main stage, but Hiromaru just going for that heavy-hitting Earth Power, knocks that Thievul down very, very low, and looks like just continuing to gain up a little bit of energy. Wants to slow this Hippowdon down with an Icy Wind.
I think it's
cool it off a bit.
I think it's going to do more than slow down a minute. I think it's going to freeze it in place. That's a big knockout from the Icy Wind Community Day Thievul, and the pivot into the Jellicent. I like this a lot because it allows him to switch back into that Thievul in case he's debuffed at any point in this battle.
Blink and you missed the swaps by both of these trainers here. A little bit of health left on the Thievul. Hiromaru knew exactly what was coming, swapped immediately back into that Licky Licky.
Now this Jellicent is just going to throw Surfs all the way. Hex and Shadow Ball double resisted. Never use those moves in this matchup, trainers. And that Licky Licky is going to get the final Protect Shield from Hiromaru.
Going ahead now, throwing that Shadow Ball and getting the Protect Shield off of Doonbug's side. Doonbug has some energy left over. We saw Hiromaru use that last shield on the Surf, and now Doonbug just going ahead, counting like he does, knowing that I'm going to throw right before that next Shadow Ball is available. Hopefully this is enough to get that Licky Licky off the field.
If it's not, that swap out of the Thievul earlier might save him because the switch timer's up. If he wants to catch the Shadow Ball, no, if it's the pivot, trying to catch the Shadow Ball, but instead he feeds the Tinkaton 4 extra Fairy Winds.
Tinkaton saying, okay, Jellicent, you and me, here we go. Where's that energy going to go? Gigaton Hammer #1 coming through. No Protect Shields left on either side. Shadow Ball loaded on the Licky Licky, but Licky Licky normally loses charge attack priority to the Jellicent. Doonbug has to be very wary of his energy and where it's going.
Yeah, if he doesn't leave this matchup with a Surf in hand, the loss is practically guaranteed, and he's got to fire off something before the Gigaton Hammer is ready. Otherwise, the game is over regardless. So the play right there, making the swap into the Thievul, predicting the Shadow Ball, and just being met by the Tinkaton, that derailed Doonbug's plans.
These reaction times by these trainers is absolutely insane. What a great line read from Hiromaru from the beginning to the very end. Doonbug played very, very well. Quick swaps, knowing where his energy counts are at, knowing where his opponent's energy was, but when you have a hard counter in the front and a hard counter in the back, I'm impressed if he made it even that close.
You want to eliminate the variables as much as you possibly can. You want to narrow down your opponent's options until you can predict with confidence what they're going to do. There were two options there for Hiromaru, and he chose option B, whereas Doonbug went for option A. And look at the replay right on cue. That was the critical moment.
Giving all of that extra energy to the Tinkaton really helped out Hiromaru there, because might not have been able to make it to 2 Gigaton Hammers before Doonbug had 2 Surfs loaded, 1 for the Tinkaton and then 1 for that Licky Licky in the back.
You see Hiromaru, I think he might have just held his breath that entire matchup. A huge exhale as he reached the second Gigaton Hammer and knew the match was in hand. But he's going to start sweating again because we're heading into game #2, and Doonbug is no pushover. He's got to make some adjustments, though, because that alignment in game 1 was just horrendous for him.
Now, as we talked about before, Doonbug, first trainer to win 2 regional championships in 1 season. He also won a regional championship losing round 1 and dropping down to the losers bracket. This is a much better lead for him. They're also leaving the Jellicent, saying if at first you don't succeed, try again. And now we'll see if we're going to have any fancy catches or if we're going straight for the attacks. This energy ball will do a decent amount of damage. This is a Shadow Canto Ninetales, so it's doing 20% more damage with its attacks, and that is a lot on that Jellicent.
I mean, heck, it might even be within Weather Ball range at this point. Trying to catch a Shadow Ball, Hiromaru sends out his normal type Licky Licky, but Doonbug gets wise to it, fires the Surf instead, and now he can pivot to the Thievul. The Fox is out of the nest and is on the field.
Now, what is the Fox going to say to this Licky Licky that already has a bit of energy stored up? Going to have to take a body slam #1, but can take it definitely on the chin. Just getting a ton more energy before throwing either. Night Slash does have a potential for a boost for your own attack, and Icy Wind will automatically lower your opponent's attack here. They are both loaded on Doonbug's Thievul. He has not thrown an attack yet. He's taken 2 body slams, going for 1 more, going for that Night Slash.
Yeah, I really like this play a lot. He weakened the Thievul, so it's not going to be a lot of farm for the next Pokemon that comes out, and he banks a Night Slash Plus, which means he can likely throw a Icy Wind onto his opponent no matter what comes in. This time he's going to opt for the Night Slash.
Going for that Night Slash is going to do more damage into that Fire-type Pokemon of that Kanto Ninetales. As you see, knocks it down to the yellow, and an immediate pivot out into the Hippowdon to try to get some energy advantage, but actually Dunebug is just as quick, getting that first shield there with the Surf.
Now the question is, does this Shadow Hippowdon have the bite force necessary to grind up the Jellicent before the next Surf is ready? He's only 1 Hex away. Oh my goodness, I don't know if he's going to get there in time. Rock Weather Ball. Dunebug has to shield if he wants to charge attack. He defers.
Going ahead, letting this knock out his Jellicent. Jellicent put in a lot of work that game. Thievul is very low health, but when you have a Pokemon with a ground-type fast attack, shadow damage on shadow damage, I think we're going to see very, very quickly how low this Ninetales can go, even with 2 Protect Shields to hide behind. Now 1 as it protects up against that first Rock Weather Ball.
Yeah, Ninetales Limbo was not on my bingo card, but it's going to have to play here in San Francisco.
How low can you go?
Can he get to the Weather Balls that he needs? Meanwhile, the Rock-type Weather Balls will fire off, and timing Sand attacks in order for a swap is nearly impossible, but Dunebug might need to pull off the impossible to win this battle.
Keep in mind, there's still 1 Protect Shield left on Hiromaru's side. Maybe you will use it here as this first Weather Ball is going to go through. Looks like he does use that last one up. There's a lot of energy on the side of Dunebug. Tries to go for a catch, and that's exactly what he does. But there was a ton of energy on that as well. This Weather Ball coming through nice and hot.
Yeah, I think the Dunebug needs a bit more energy, though. He might get 1 or 2 Embers here, but he risks the charge attack. No, the Energy Ball gets fired off here. This is going to deal just slightly more damage in the matchup and might trigger Defense Drop as well.
Yeah, you might think, what, a Grass type against a Fire type, but there's a lot of potential things that could go through. If Dunebug manages to go through this, have a Weather Ball already stored, tons of energy. Will it be enough for this Shadow Hippowdon to go down?
A hope, a prayer, and a Weather Ball is all Dunebug needs, tying up the series 1-1.
Winners round 2. We are going into a decisive game number 3.
Heading into game number 3. This is an epic series thus far. Hiromaru, great alignment to take control of game number 1, but Dunebug, committed to the Jellicent, fights back in battle number 2. So we take a zoomed in look here at the team. We've seen a lot of Jellicent, a lot of Thievul, but do we get some of the other picks in this battle number 3?
Now, Dunebug has a team that is a little bit more unique. Thievul was on a lot of usage for day number 1. It did drop off that top 12 usage, but I think in the hands of a trainer like Dunebug, we can see how potent Thievul really could be, especially in that matchup. Able to take 2 body slams, put in some damage, but then that really turned into the Ninetales show at the end.
No, exactly. Ninetales, such a good closer with great typing coverage and potency to match. That Weather Ball was probably just barely enough. I don't know if the Hippowdon was a little bit healthier. It might have hung on, but it was enough to pick up the KO and tie up the series right down to the wire between these 2 players.
You'll have to let us know in the chat, who are you cheering for? Are you cheering for a trainer that you've seen do well time and time again? Are you cheering for a trainer who you haven't seen play that often but has impeccable plays throughout this championship series? We've got Hiromaru from Japan on that left-hand side and Dunebug 97 on the right. We're in winners round 2. These trainers have not lost yet. Loser of this matchup will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. We have the Hippowdon against the Ninetales that well ended the show before, is now starting this next round.
Exactly. Hear that Hippowdon roar. Forces the Ninetales out. In comes the Florges. And we've got another fairy matchup. This time, the Florges making his first appearance in the series.
Going ahead and trying to chill out this Tinkaton. Chilling Water will lower the attack of Tinkaton. But I tell you what, a fairy-type Pokemon having a Gigaton Hammer doesn't want to take it no matter how low it's being dropped here with all these Chilling Waters. Hiromaru not using a Protect Shield on either one.
I think yesterday we saw a very similar situation. Even after 2 Chilling Waters, if Hiromaru full sends this Gigaton Hammer, it will KO the Florges. That's just how powerful these charge attacks are. from the Take-A-Ton, and it does. Out comes a Kanto Ninetales.
The hammer drops and a bulldoze to spare. No Protect Shield used on the first one. Yes, it is super effective damage, but bulldoze has the potential to lower the defense. That's exactly what happens as Hibaudon comes back in to start putting in the work with those fast attacks. Weather Ball coming through on the Hibaudon. This time it's got 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, using that first one now.
Hiromaru, I think, losing count there. Doombug wasn't quite at the energy ball, but he wants to maintain health on his ground-type Pokemon, which is definitely understandable. 2 Protect Shields remaining for Doombug. This is not yet the Earth Power, but he still shields this one up.
Going ahead, getting a little bit of bait calls on both sides, now saying, you know what, shadow damage is nothing to fool around with regardless, but the Hibaudon is now at that heavy hitting Earth Power. Only 1 Protect Shield for Doombug. He uses it both here. This is where you want to use it. That Evil now has energy galore, and there's still no really sign of any other charge attack being able to be thrown.
Yeah, I think the Doombug recognizes as well he could not Sucker Punch all the way down. That Hippowdon was closing in on another charge attack, so he's got to take it off the field. Night Slash does not proc the boost either, and the Take-A-Ton is weak, but it's still formidable. He's going to double up on the Night Slashes again and fire off the first.
He's hoping this will be enough to knock out. It's not going to be very effective with this darkness against that fairy typing, but at such a low stage, she'll not end up going for that Emperor first. Bulldoze will be able to connect. This is sort of a catch, but this is also going to put that Ninetales down very, very low.
Yeah, wanting to keep the Thievul healthy as possible. And out comes a fresh Licky, hot and fresh out of the oven with full HP. I don't know. This might be too much for Doombug to overcome.
Going for the energy ball. Heavier hitting attack. Gets that last Protect Shield. Will there be a defense drop? No defense drop for Hiromaru's Licky coming in with tons of energy, tons of health. Thievul's going to start putting in some work. A Night Slash boost might be able to help, but I'm not even sure at this stage if it will be able to do enough.
I mean, I think he desperately needed that defense drop. Doesn't get the defense fall on the energy ball, doesn't get the first Night Slash boost. Body slam coming through, and the weight of this extra large Licky is bearing down on the Thievul, and everybody, that looks like a wrap.
Number 1 on the usage for a reason. Hiromaru shakes his fist as he takes down one of our top trainers, knocking them down to the loser side bracket. Japan is on a roll here in San Francisco.
Japan continues to ascend. Again, some of the most talented trainers in the world are located in the TPC region. Former champions like Yakai and Beelzeboy, we don't see them compete very often. We don't see Hiromaru compete basically ever on stream. So if you're watching now, this is definitely a treat.
And I know if you are Home Slice Henry, you're probably very excited because he's been preaching the Hibaudon gaming. So being able to see it do so well, being able to advance onto that winner's round 3. Congratulations to Hiromaru. Fantastic plays throughout this series.
A tough series for Doombug. And losing round 2 on day 2 is probably a tough pill to swallow, but if we know anything about him, you alluded to this earlier, Amanda, back in San Antonio, losing round 1 and then fighting his way through that loser side bracket through a grand finals reset, Doombug eventually claimed the title, and that just lends to the fact that he's got one of the best mental games in the entire championship series history, practically.
Absolutely true. I mean, and he's got to be so excited already to be able to make it on so far on that winner's side of the bracket for Worlds. His farthest run that he's made it so far at a World Championships, and I would not count Doombug. He might be down, but he is definitely not out of this competition, but he's going to have a much longer run to have to go through because that, I don't know if you guys remember seeing that loser side bracket earlier on, but there are still a ton of names left in this tournament, and we're going to show you a lot of really interesting ones throughout the series.
Japan has been very powerful, but the ground type Pokemon they are leveraging are super unique. Let's go ahead and zoom in on another one. Look at that Sting. We're going to Contino with that Shadow Gliscor. That's another unique ground type Pokemon, and we're going to give everybody a little preview of what's coming next.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere because this matchup is going to be hype.
Dondozo, Shadow Gliscor after this.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bam. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon GO had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron. Those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure in Sense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a Ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon GO World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So
cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias perdió su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey,
Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Psyduck.
So what's your favorite?
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. And we're here in day number 2, still going through that losers bracket in the top 32, and I believe all the players here that made top 32 are still in it because we haven't gone through any of the loser side yet. So any of them still has a chance to make it to that grand finals. I'm Caleb Bang. I'm joined with Tuo Butters. How are you feeling about the action so far?
Well, we just saw some of their favorite Pokemon. What is your favorite Pokemon right now still in the competition? I'm really feeling the Shadow Gliscor, which we're going to be able to see on stage next from Contono.
Yeah, that's a fantastic one too. I'm a big fan of Dondozo, right? I haven't played him much in Great League, but in Ultra League, it's an absolute beast. It's so tanky, and we've seen it in so many matchups already, even in Great League. It is, I mean, an absolute whale is the best way to describe it, but it's the water of choice that a lot of these players have leaned into, and it's just like a very interesting Pokemon where you can tank a lot, you can still dish out a lot of damage. It's a little bit slow to his moves at times, but it's good. I don't know.
It's hard because it's not easy to play, in my opinion. We got the trainers ready on stage. We are going to see that Dondozo from Sustenance Eater, who, of course, took down Patamon earlier in the tournament. Now he's going to be facing Contono with these spicy picks. This is where rubber meets the road for this type of trainer because his best ever performance has been 7th place. Now he's sitting in this top 12, at least, I believe, trying to get even further in the biggest stage possible. But we know he built this team with his brother, Nighttime Clasher. It is a more popular team, but it was built more for the top of the meta. It wasn't prepared as much for the spice that we're gonna see on stage right now.
And here's the crazy part, right? Because so many talented players from all around the world, especially from North America, Sustenance Eater is the only remaining North American player in the winner's bracket, which is absolutely wild, right? Because we have so many talented players in this region, but he's the one that came out on top, has the hopes and dreams of the NA fans here. Let's go. Game number 1, Sustenance Eater versus Contono, and it's going to be a fortress into a Tinkerton to start things off.
Contono is shaking his head, but this is just fine for the Fortress as well because you're able to get to that super effective Sand Tomb, and once you get that debuff, these bug bites start to add up, and in its favor, it's going to be able to resist because of the steel typing, this Gigaton Hammer, and take neutral from that Bulldoze as well. Let's take a peek at the back line. We're going to see those Pokemon. We're going to see that Dondozo and the Shadow Gliscor in this matchup. The Shadow Gliscor doesn't want to see the Dondozo, though.
Well, let's not forget about the Shadow Politoed as well. I think the only Shadow Politoed in the top 32, one of the few, maybe the only one in the entire World Championships. It's such a unique pick, but so well thought out from Contono. And we get to the rock. This is huge because you get, but that you will get a debuff and could do a lot of damage if it goes unshielded, and Contono is going to spend that first shield.
Well, Caleb, look how weak Contono's team is to Dondozo. He has that Politoed in the back, but its coverage attacks is water and ice, which is going to be resisted. And this ground-type Pokemon that threw the Sand Tomb didn't do that much damage, but gets the debuff, is taking super effective waterfall damage. This Dondozo could just sit and stay and waterfall down, but instead trying to knock out the Gliscor so he doesn't have to give up a Protect Shield from that Acrobatics.
Yeah, I like the play from Sustenance Eater, knowing that Contono did get to the Acrobatics, mitigates so much damage, and now he sees the value of the Dondozo. So much potential here as he's going to resist all the charge attacks from the Politoed. And the only thing you don't resist is Bulldoze, and that's such a bad move from the Tinkerton as well. So Sustenance Eater likely going to try to preserve this as much as possible. It's still debuffed, but the Outrage is still going to do full damage as Contono is going to just no shield the Outrage.
And Outrage is a strong attack. As you see it land into that Politoed, this Fortress is energy dry, but you don't want to get knocked out by those bug bites, so you actually have to commit. It looks like Sustenance Eater is looking to Protect Shield. He's holding it. Last second, he says, I don't need it because I can come in and try to finish this off with either my Dondozo by throwing some waterfalls and soaking this energy, and then eventually poison thing down. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining and a wall of health with that Clodsire in the back.
And Contono doesn't know it's Clodsire yet, but I think we're going to see a real sad face once he sees it. This bulky poison ground type is just unstoppable in the back line. Contono does have a lot of energy.
Wait a second.
But Sustenance Eater still has both shields up and goes for the Bulldoze baits. Does Sustenance Eater call it? If he calls this, it's pretty much just game over. He has to think it through, and he does call the Bulldoze bait. Absolutely huge.
Doesn't get the debuff either. It is a 50-50 chance here, and you're going to find out how these Pokemon that are so bulky that take a long time to get the charge attacks, they get a little clunky in the in-game here.
Oh.
There are 2 protections remaining. He lets it go once again on that Bulldoze. This time, he did get the coin flip. He's already had another Bulldoze, but there is 1 Protect Shield remaining. You have to give it up right here if you're Contono. And now Sustenance Eater has to Protect Shield all of the remaining charge attacks from Contono. You're getting close to your timer as well.
And that's the final shield from Constantino, though, and there's no way you can protect the Politoed from the incoming Stone Edge. Suspenseater throws up the first shield. Politoed is there. You can try to go for a catch, but I don't even know if there's enough time at this point, too. Health is so low. He tries to go for it, but Suspenseater, head on a swivel, is locked in, ready for this matchup. Even has the Earthquakes and boots. Spends up that final shield, a dominant Game 1 victory for him.
He had so much time to be able to see if that swap would happen. It is going to be on that charge attack priority. We see the good game from Suspenseater, who's already taken down Paddleman. Now he is on his way to take down Contono as well as he cleans up that Game 1 with the bulk, with the Dondozo, the Clodsire, and the Shadow Fortress. A great combination, that Dondozo and Shadow Fortress.
I mean, his team is just a brick wall. Look at it. You got the Clodsire, the Dondozo, the Licky, the Corsola, and even the Fortress and Malmo are not the most frail Pokemon. They just gives him so much flexibility and room for error if he ever goes down that route, but there wasn't really any errors in his gameplay either.
The problem is for Contono, he's pretty weak to Dondozo. You have that Charger Bug, but because Suspenseater is one of those few trainers that have the ground type in Clodsire, it's so dominant against Charger Bug that if you match it up, you're probably going to lose the battle. So it's so hard to bring that Charger Bug into this matchup, but it's going to be your best answer versus Dondozo. You look at that lineup, you had Tinkaton, which the Dondozo resists the Gigaton Hammer. You have Gliscor that takes super effective damage from Waterfall. And then you have the Politoed that can't do any damage with his charge attacks. How is Contono going to bounce back and deal with this Dondozo? We're going to see if it's on the line of 3 from Suspenseater. There it is in the back.
And this is a great lead for Constantino. You can see the instant swap from Dondozo getting right to it. Here comes Licky, a decent neutral answer to Dondozo, both throwing neutral attacks. But the Surf going to do a little bit more damage, and then the Body Slam as Suspenseater reaches that first charge attack first.
I think it's literally best case scenario for Contono to match up his Licky into the Dondozo. He still has those 2 Spike Spiks, the Shadow Gliscor, the Shadow Politoed, but he needs to get this Dondozo out of the arena. And the best way to do so is with the #1 usage Pokemon, the Licky. Throws 1 Shadow Ball. The second Shadow Ball will not be enough, but it is going to be thrown.
And I love the place from Suspenseater, right? Doesn't have the shield of the first Shadow Ball, now going to throw up the shield, knowing that he has the bulk to handle this damage. And now good fight for switch advantage, knows how valuable the Dondozo is even, and throws this move right before the Body Slam is reached. Constantino just going to let it go.
Letting it go because at this point, even if you get to another charge attack, it's just going to be tough to clean up because you could get that second Protect Shield from Suspenseater. So I like letting that go, trying to get some Mudshot damage into this Dondozo, just soak up in Outrage. Actually, no, using one of his Protect Shields to make sure he maintains some health on his Politoed. Maybe he thinks that Politoed could be quite useful in the back. Here comes a pivot into the Fortress. Do we see the counter pivot into Shadow Gliscor? Yes!
And this is not, again, the worst matchup for Suspenseater. If he can shield up acrobatics correctly and then get the debuff, it puts him in a huge position. Does he snuff this out or think it's a Sand Tomb bait? Constantino has not been baiting at all. He doesn't bait again. He lands the acrobatics one-shot KO against the Shadow Fortress.
Boom! It is out of there, and Constantino does not mess around. Now going for the Sand Tomb because this Dondozo is such low health. It should be just about enough to knock out, but Dondozo does have a lot of health. Does it hang on? No, does knock it out. Now it's Malamar in the back. Can you get to a Sandtone before you get Sidewave down? But you get Sidewave down first, so that's an energy advantage for the Malamar coming into the Politoed, but Politoed also has energy remaining. It's going to be so close, Caleb.
It is. Malamar has a little bit more health, but the speed to these charge attacks is big. Suspenseater going to let the first one go, knowing that he could tank one of the moves. Ice Beam or Weather Ball is enough. Now has back-to-back moves.
He has to take one.
Yes, I like the play from Constantino here because the Super Power is going to do more damage and doesn't think that Suspenseater will go for Super Power right off the bats. Now, Suspenseater probably just going to go for the sideway down, but Constantino knows he's at the back-to-back Weather Ball. One is coming through, it's going to be shielded, but here comes the next one, and Constantino is going to even up the series 1-1.
With the best buddy, Shadow Politoed, a Pokemon no one was expecting at Pokemon GO Worlds, is able to close it out with his dynamic duo partner, the Shadow Gliscor. Japan has its own meta, and that is why they have been dominating here in day number 2 so far. Contono is already in winners round number 2, tied up this series. We just saw Hiromaru before take out Beelzeboy and Dunebug. To start the day, we had 8 trainers from the Japan region coming into the top 32, and they have been showing up so far.
Absolutely. I mean, forget about the Politoed Gliscor core. Politoed by itself, Clashcore by itself is wild. The fact that he's even putting together, this is not even a Japanese meta, this is a Kantono meta if I've ever seen one. And you just bring it into every matchup. I know the Dondozo looks safe, right, into everything on the side of Kantono, but at the same time, the Politoed is not terrible into Dondozo. You're resisting all that waterfall damage, doing neutral mud-shot damage. The Weather Ball spam will add up even into a bulkier Dondozo, and if you shield the Outrage, it's not the worst case scenario, but the problem is you just can't bring the Charge Bug, right? It's so strong into the Malamar and into the Dondozo, but the problem is there's a Clodsire, there's a Licky, there's a Corsola, and you even have Rock Tomb on the Fortress. It puts Kantono in a tough position, but he found a way in game number 2.
It's a really important point because I feel like Kantono got energy against that Dondozo. Like you mentioned, the Shadow Politoed is not awful against the Dondozo, and if you can find that window of opportunity to come in, take some waterfalls, bank up a ton of energy, get back to your switch timer, and use that for the end game just like he did in game number 2, that could be your advantage. You can take advantage of Dondozo's bulk by just banking up energy and using it for the end game. And it was the best case scenario for Kantono. He was able to match up his Licky versus Dondozo. So we'll see in game number 3. We probably know that Dondozo's coming. So you probably just want to go as safe and neutral as possible because winners round number 3 is on the line here at Pokemon Go World. Whoever wins this game is advancing, and there it is, the Dondozo versus the Pangoro.
Shiny Pangoro at that, and you have the hard-hitting close combat. Sustenance Eater has not been shielding a lot of these moves, but Kantono has not been baiting either. Here comes the bait, though. The Sustenance Eater snub it out. He has a decision to make. This could be a hard-hitting close combat. He pulls the shield, and we get the baits. Do we get the boost? And we get the boost on Kantono. You can see it on his face.
And he hasn't been baiting the entire tournament, and he used it for this moment right now. Got the shield, got the boost. It paid off. Now these close combats are going to do so much damage. We know Dondozo is bulky, but I don't even know if it can hang on to this, Caleb.
I don't know either. As Sustenance Eater, he's got to think this through as he is one karate chop away from the next close combat. Boom! No! Close combat has one more in the bank with after one karate chop also has the Nightshade. He might try to save the engine once the Clodsire comes in. Clodsire comes in, going to bank up. No, actually going to, oh wait, comes in the Fortress instead.
And maybe is he trying to get the double Night Slash, or is he going to try to pivot out? Here comes a Night Slash that gets no protection unit from Sustenance Eater, so he properly called the charge tag here. Here comes the swap into the Politoed, but Politoed gets the Weather Ball so quickly. Fortress is just on the ropes here, has to use its last protection of the battle because of that boost, because of that bait. Sustenance is so far behind.
I like this shield from Sustenance Eater. He needs to grab a debuff, he needs to land a Rock Tomb or grab the final shield. If he grabs this, oh wait, Kantono not going to shield this, and this could be the opening that Clodsire needs. It has a great matchup into Pangoro, and Pangoro doesn't have a lot of health. And Politoed doesn't have much. Wait, tries to go for a potential catch on the Weather Ball, which should not be ideal.
Wait, will this Poison Sting knock out? Can he get double Weather Ball? If Kantono can get double Weather Ball or swap out, it's going to be so tough for Sustenance Eater. Or will this Poison Sting knock out before? No, he gets the double Weather Ball. I don't know how Sustenance Eater is going to be able to come back from this.
Yeah, I think Sustenance Eater trying to just snipe it down with some Poison Stings, but it was only the attack that was debuff, not the defense. And now comes Licky. A tough matchup typically, but shields down. Low health. Licky should be able to close it out.
Kantono is soaking it in as he knows he is about to close out this game and able to take down Sustenance Eater. All he needs is the charge attacks first. There's going to be a Stone Edge, but Sustenance Eater is looking up. He knows his fate right now. He is one Shadow Ball away from losing this battle, but here comes the Fortress. Here comes the first Shadow Ball. Excuse me, 2 Shadow Balls away from losing this battle.
Yeah, Kantono patient on that overfarming, knowing the Fortress is in range of Shadow Ball, but just needs almost 2 to close it out. One final Shadow Ball will do it, and Kantono continues his streams here in the World Championships, takes a 2-1 victory over Sustenance Eater.
And it's been the trainers from Japan, Kantono, Hiromaru, are the first ones moving on into this winners round number 3 and day number 2, taking out the last North American trainer that was on the winner's side of the bracket with the Shadow Gliscor, with the Shadow Politoed, a Pangoro with a boost. Close combat, Dondozo, you're bulky, not bulky enough.
Yeah, and what the mind games from Kantono as well, right?
going for the hard-hitting acrobatics so many times against the matchups, not going for the base, and finally in the situation where he needed the most, he based the Night Slash perfectly, and the boost, that's got to feel good to get that off as well. And if I have my information correct, I think this is Continental's first ever World Championship. Qualified to DJCS with a 9th place finish, which is pretty high in that tournament. And you know, the only other tournament record that I'm aware of is he went 3-2 at EUIC this year. And that's about it. But he is playing out of his mind and playing against the best players in the world with the coolest and spiciest team. He's doing it his way, and it's proven to work.
I gotta see this close combat again. I gotta see that damage. Once it was boosted, the shiny best buddy Pangoro able to take out that Dondozo, and then also being able to hold on to get to that last weather ball was huge, because if you didn't get that chunk damage, your Licky wouldn't have a good opportunity to close in the back, because Fortress still had some health remaining. I love that his shadow Pokemon or his shiny or flex Pokemon are best buddy. A little bit of the Axen flair, but I love to see it on the spicy Pokemon, because usually Axen has the meta Pokemon best buddy, but love it from Cantono.
I mean, if you're winning that much with a Shadow Polito, I would best buddy it as well. What a great performance from him. And you know, every little thing he's thought through, right? He didn't shield the Polito because he doesn't know what's in back. It could have been a Malmore. Having that shield for the Licky was huge there. And he knew that even if he doesn't shield the Polito, he has ways to neutralize the Clodsire. So he's thought everything multiple steps ahead of time. And that's something that's super impressive from him on the stage so far.
And you see early on, you have a Dondozo problem. But I feel like as the series progressed, he figured out that problem. First, it was the Politoed. Being able to bank up all that energy, then use that energy later was really effective in that game number 2. And the game number 3, just go as neutral as possible. Show Pangoro, show Licky, show Politoed, the 3 Pokemon that will have the best neutral chance against that Dondozo. And he was able to come out on top, and now he is advancing.
That's right, and our bracket is just absolutely stacked here, and you can see Japan leading the way there. We're going to get Hiromaru versus Kantono in the next one. The 2 remaining players in Japan on the winner's side, but there's still plenty of them on that loser side as well. MEV Guido versus PvP David, a matchup I'm sure we've seen before. Both players from EU, and then Montregal, where they love Jai. Jai, their only remaining Australian player in this top brackets. But he's having the tournament of his life as well.
And if you're just joining us, we started the day with 32 trainers, but by the end of the day, there will only be 2 remaining to advance to Championship Sunday at Chase Center. So that is what they're battling for. Of course, prizes as well. And the further you get up that prize chart, it matters a lot for these trainers, especially for these trainers trying to make that losers run.
Yeah, and I believe we haven't played any of the losers bracket yet, so there might be a chance we could play all of them on brackets, which would be absolutely huge. I mean, we got a long day of battles, and I'm excited for every one of them. Next up, we have Emi Guido versus PvP David. And here's a really interesting fact. Emi Guido just beat Boom. Boom, I believe, not only is really good friends with PvP David, but they're also in the same team.
Yes, the same exact
team. So if anything, Emi Guido has practiced already into the same team. It was a close 2-1 victory though, so not really maybe a significant team comp advantage as we see the prize money, the glory, everything that the players are fighting for. You know, I think even if it wasn't prize money, people still play their hearts out just for that title.
Of course, and on Championship Sunday, exclusive pose that we've had from previous world champions, and of course, holding up that trophy in an NBA arena in the Chase Center. But who will make it there? We're still on that winner's side of the bracket. Emi Guido versus PvP David, which means for Europe, they're gonna have 1 trainer getting into that winner's round number 3 as well. And you just mentioned it, Emi Guido was able to take out Boom, who Boom has the same team as PvP David, and also similar playstyle. They're very good friends, so he kind of has the blueprint to be able to take out PvP David. But the other key thing is, you got to know PvP David and Boom were probably talking afterwards and trying to think about what went wrong in that Boom matchup. And PvP David is going to come out with the exact answers that he thinks Boom messed up on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, PvP David wasn't battling when Boom was battling too. So you could probably bet that he was in the stands cheering on his friend, watching the battles, analyzing and knowing that, you know what? If my friend doesn't beat him, it's going to be me up next. And that's exactly going to be the case. So very excited to see how they play it out. And also, an important factor is just because you have the same team doesn't mean you play the same way. And we've seen that in many tournaments, right? Where friends will run the same exact team. I mean, Sustin's here, great example, right? Maybe ran the same team as his brother, Nighttime Clasher, but he has made such a long way in this tournament. Sometimes it depends on the matchup, sometimes it depends on the play style, what you like to lean into.
No, it's a great clarification because they're playing at the same level because they're both super talented, but they could diverge in separate directions.
Absolutely, absolutely. So very excited to see this head-to-head EU matchup. I know for the EU fans, they probably don't want their players from the same region facing each other, but it's bound to happen if you keep winning in this winners bracket.
Yeah, but I mean, they win no matter what, too. Because if you are rooting for that region, there will be one EU trainer moving on. Let's look at the teams for these trainers as well. And we've talked about it before. Imi Weedle was technically the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion in the seniors division. We were there casting that battle. He was playing against a smaller pool, but that pool was just as stacked as the Elder Division as well. So he is an extremely talented trainer.
Well, let's not call it Elder Division.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, technically.
Yes. But figuratively, we are the Masters Division now. Everyone's in the same one.
Yeah.
I mean, PP David,
it's
I don't
not
know
like a 65 and plus division. I wasn't saying it was an Elder Division, but
I'll
technically,
take a 35 plus
they are older.
Yes, that's true. I mean, and PP David, a great example, right? A very young trainer, and I don't know if he was competing at the time, but if he was, he would have been in that seniors division with Emi Guido and PP David, one of our most accomplished players in the circuit. He's at a top cut. I know in Honolulu, he went pretty far there as well in Worlds, has 2 regional titles, multiple second place titles. And so this is going to be a pretty fun matchup as we take a look at the teams. Very similar archetypes. Both have the Quagsire, both have the Ninetales, both have, a slightly bulkier water. I guess in Poland it's not that bulky. Both have a fairy of choice. For this one, it's going to be the Togekiss for PP David, and Guido going to be the Fortress. Both of those fairies are much safer into Ninetales than Tinkaton is. So I think that's why they leaned into it, for more neutrality, for more flexibility in some of those matchups, so that you don't get hard, countered when you safe swap like a Tinkaton or something like that.
And speaking of safety, the water types, right? The water types, there is only a fire type to counter it, which is so weird to say, but that fire type that does have the grass coverage with the energy ball could be good against the Empoleon, could be good against the Quagsire, but all the water types that are here, the Empoleon, the Quagsire, the Azumarill, and the opposing Quagsire from PP David, I think are extremely safe in this matchup, because even though, yes, you don't want to take those energy balls, but the Ninetales doesn't want to take the damage from you either. So I think it's going to be a lot of water Pokemon in the arena really soon.
And that, absolutely right. That actually played a huge role in the Emi Guido versus Boom matchup. In the very end, on Charge Card, the Ninetales got the grass energy ball off against the Quagsire at the very end to take it out and win him the game, right? And like, it's so weird, but the fire type is the counter to the water type in this particular meta, in this matchup. And even the Azumarill on the side of PV David, it's a really weird matchup because it's got Hydro Pump and Play Rough. If you bait a Play Rough and they don't shield, you're doing resistant damage. It's so weird, right? The water type, it has to go for the harder hitting move just to even take out or have any play into the Ninetales. And I think because of that, the Azumarill might be really hard for PV David to play, in my opinion, right? Yes, if you can land a Hydro Pump against like the Licky, the Florges, the Corsa, it's great in theory, but it's so much energy, it's so much time. And you're also using a 3-turn move. It's so easy to play around if you're Emi Guido.
Well, a key difference between the Quagsires as well, Emi Guido's Quagsire is Shadow in running Mud Bomb, and PvP David's Quagsire is going to be the non-Shadow in running Stone Edge, which makes Empoleon safer as well, because there is no ground coverage from PvP David. Empoleon is pretty much unchecked into that matchup. I think it's going to be super safe, super flexible, and if you're able to get that energy advantage or shield advantage, the pacing is quite quick, has the Community Day attack of the Hydro Cannon. So I'm looking for Emi Guido to try to lean on that Empoleon a little bit, and we are going to be locked into this European battle between Emi Guido and PvP David.
All right, here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Quagsire for Emi Guido versus the Licky. And this matchup is kind of awkward for the Shadow Quagsire. It's not nearly as bulky as the non-Shadow one. And because of that, Licky still can play pretty well into it despite throwing resisted rollouts.
And once you take this first Shadow Ball, as you're going to see the damage here, it's not great for the Quagsire, because then once the Licky can start protect shielding, then you start slowly getting into Body Slam range. And that is the worry here for Emi Guido. But there is no Stone Edge to worry about, so no Protect Shield from PvP David.
And this is why some players run the Mud Bomb. It's more energy efficient than the Aqua Tail, then the Stone Edge even, and now Emmy going to get both off. It's not going to take out the Licky, but it's going to put it pretty low, and I think Emmy might be okay just losing this matchup, knowing that the Corsola does not have to deal with this Licky later.
It doesn't even go for the rollout there, just trying to make sure it's not swapped on. It's going to land that damage and try to pivot and try to knock it out with his own Quagsire. Maybe he has to take an Aqua Tail in the process. Yes, he does have to take an Aqua Tail in the process. That's not great for PvP David, but he does get a significant mud shot advantage to have energy for the backline Pokemon. What do you come in with? Probably just a Corsola, because you don't, even though all the energy is resisted from the Empoleon, the bulk of the Corsola is going to thrive here.
Yeah, but this sets up PvP David for a win condition, because the Ninetales up shields or at uneven shields even can play really well into Empoleon given how fast it paces. So because of that, I actually thought Emmy might have just came in with Empoleon just to absorb some of that energy from the Quagsire, but instead wants to play a little bit safer and wants to come in the Corsola. Let's see if he's able to dance around the Ninetales though, because PvP David, he's feeling pretty comfortable about this. He still has a Licky as well, but no, he just full sends the Ninetales.
And this is going to be tough, though, because not only do you have to get through this Corsola, which didn't mess around and get to the Power Gym, and just threw the Nightshade here because he knows he could get a Protect Shield. Also, he just needs some chip damage for this backline, and the Protect Shield is huge because now, as soon as you can get a Hydro Cannon off, you can win this battle. Going for the bait here, technically, even though Energy Ball is also going to be neutral. This does do a little bit less damage, and you can't get the debuff, so Emmy Weedle instantly lets it through, but these Embers are going to be weighing on him a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. First Hydro Cannon is going to be shielded from PvP David. He's running out of options. He has a catch potential, though, and it gets really dicey in these two-turn matchups. Still has a half-health Corsola and 2 full shields. This is actually quite dicey for PvP David, and just doesn't throw the move expecting. I'm actually not sure what
it right away.
Yeah.
He throws it right away because sometimes trainers are patient going for the catch. He just says, I'm throwing it right away, and I'm going to try to win this game with the 2 Protect Shield flex. In the end, didn't even need to use one of them, as Empoleon is able to take down PvP David.
It was kind of a weird situation for PvP David. I think he thought Emmy Weedle's switch timers up, so I'm looking at it. Emmy Weedle's locked into that matchup. PvP David's at 100 energy. So even if he doesn't, if he expects, Emmy Weedle's not going to throw right away, he doesn't really get as much out of that matchup either. But Emmy Weedle, he's up 2 shields, he's feeling confident. He doesn't have to worry about a catch. Even if it's caught on Licky, he can still finish off the Ninetales with a Corsola. I love that because he played to every win condition possible. PvP David maybe tried a little fluster trying to figure out how to play it out, but at the end there, he was running out of options. And Emmy Weedle up a game against PvP David, trying to beat the first ever 2-time Pokemon GO champion.
And the utility there from a Pokemon like Galarian Corsola, just be able to come in, soak all the energy, still win the matchup, and didn't even get a Protect Shield in the backline matchup. That is why it is so useful in the meta right now. And a key reason, I believe you even said it, that trainers are bringing Malamar to the meta to try to counter that play. Are we going to see a Malamar in this game number 2 to try to counter that Corsola? I feel like it could be a decent play because not only can you deal with the Corsola, but you're seeing Empoleon, right? So you at least have superpowers to throw super effective damage into the Empoleon as well. I haven't been a huge fan of Malamar, but I feel like it might be time to bring it out.
Okay, I swear, the last time we casted, you were the biggest Malamar hater, but you've done a 180, Butters. Hey, maybe you're right? It is an answer to the Corsola Licky core, has play into the Ninetales of Quagsire and the Empoleon. You only had to worry about the Florges, and Emmy Weedle hasn't been bringing it, so it could be it could be useful. I don't hate it, but I was never a Malamar doubter to start things off, Butters.
Hey, just count the stats. Malamar has been taking a lot of knockouts here in San Francisco, but looks like these trainers are just about locked into game number 2. And for PvP David, if he wants to avenge his friend Boom and try to defeat Emmy Weedle, he has the same team as his good friend. Can he do it here? Can he reverse sweep? Can he find the formula? So far, it is a decent lead for the Licky. This is a very neutral matchup.
And look at PvP David's team. He is not messing around. He does not want to see this Ninetales on the field. And coincidentally, Emmy Weedle doesn't bring the Ninetales for this one. But Double Water plus the Rock Fast Attack Licky are great neutral answers to that Ninetales, but it's not on the field. Emmy Weedle now going for the Aqua Tail, maybe trying to go for triple Aqua Tail instead of the double Mud Bomb, because double Mud Bomb was not enough. Also, he's at essentially 3 Aqua Tail, which means that he could perfectly optimize every time and force PB David to throw on that time if David wants to get his move ball without having to spend a shield.
He got dangerously close to over-optimizing and getting too much energy, but it worked perfectly because now that is devastating for PvP David. He thought he would throw maybe a mud shot first and he could get that attack off, but he doesn't. And now this Quagsire is pretty healthy, coming in with the own opposing Quagsire. Does he know he wins charge attack priority? That is going to be thrown for the swap.
What a beautiful catch from Emmy Weeder. He knows that PvP David is going for this charge attack priority, thinks that he could win it, and Emmy Weeder just going to bank the energy for later, knows that he resists all these charge attacks, and Emmy Weeder is now so far ahead in this matchup.
And it's going to be Corsola versus Azumarill in the backline. There's going to be a lot of shields remaining. Going for the Stone Edge here. Yes, this is not very effective, but it's going to do a chunk. This is not a Shadow Quagsire, so Empoleon's going to be able to take it no problem. Has all that energy, has double Hydro Cannon. There's 2 protections remaining, and he's using one of them now. I like that strategy because this Quagsire is very healthy. If you double shield this Quagsire right now, you can come out of this matchup with a lot of health. I expect a double down shield from PvP David. He's thinking about it. No, actually just lets it go.
Yeah, the problem is this Azumarill, like I said, is pretty slow to his moves. Doesn't even have the Ice Beam, the cheaper move to bait with. And there's still 2 shields on the side of Emmy Weeder. On top of that, Corso's a fantastic neutral matchup into Azumarill. PvP David has got to land a Hydro Pump somewhere. I think he already called the GGs. I mean, there's still 5 Pokemon left, but he's such a talented player and he sees the writing on the wall. Can he still make some magic happen?
Well, let's do a little table setting right here. Emmy Weedle has a protection advantage, and not only that, he has the Quagsire in the back with an Aqua Tail loaded as well, and he's going to use his first Protect Shield of the battle. Plus, he has this neutral god that is Galarian Corsola that can be able to get through this Azumarill matchup no problem. He's trying to reach for the desperate Hydro Pump. He is going to be able to hit it. Can he get it through a shield? No, it is shielded as well.
Absolutely brutal. PvP David, so much energy, unfortunately just gets negated with the shield. Only 1 damage goes through, and here comes a Nightshade. PvP David not going to invest anything into Azumarill, knowing that it's not going to be able to get to another move with the back-to-back Nightshade loaded. Here comes Quagsire. You need to land 2 Aqua Tail to even have a chance. 2 Aqua Tail isn't even enough. And PvP David trying to play it out here, but there's still the Aqua Tail available for Emmy Weeder. Could go for the combo play. PvP David might just full send it to avoid it.
Well,
go straight for the Stone Edge.
I think he's worried about the combo play because he thinks that PvP David does win that charge attack priority.
Yeah.
Maybe he's worried about losing charge attack priority and wasting that attack. Now he's waiting until there's not energy left, and then he's gonna throw the combo play. So that is smart from Emmy Weedle, and he's able to win it 2-0 to advance.
3-ball flex for Emmy Weedle as he closes out with a few more mud shots. He might be the world champion of the seniors division, but like you said, Butters, he might be the world champion of the elder division soon.
I mean, he's well on his way. He could be the first time ever, 2-time Pokemon GO World Champion, and he's just a couple series away from getting to that coveted winners finals, but also making it to Chase Center for Championship Sunday.
Emmy Weedle, a big name in the community ever since his world champion title back in 2022 in London. And he's had so many great performances throughout. An EUIC champion, a regional champion. I think it's been a few years since he's won a title. And meanwhile, players like PvP David have been on the rise, winning 2 regional titles since then. And maybe some people are like, is Emmy Weedle out of it? But no, he came back with a vengeance for this World Championships in 2026. And I mean, he beat Boom 2-1, but even a more dominant victory against PvP David with the same team, 2-0, immaculate plays throughout. And he knows he's inside PvP David's head. He knows he's going for the Aqua Tail on the charge attack party. Makes a perfect catch and just closes it out with a Poké Corsola.
He really sprinted ahead in that matchup. He dominated the opening lead matchup by completely optimizing his Quagsire, throwing on charge attack priority, and forcing the Licky Licky to go down while the Quagsire was very healthy. Then that swap, so he started out with such a lead, and even though PvP David is an awesome player, it was so hard for him to climb back and sprint back into this race. Emmy Weedle started on top and he ended on top. He was able to defeat PvP David and Boom, 2 young phenoms that were running the same exact team.
Yeah, and you know, it was so early in the game, throwing that third Aqua Tail on Charge Attack priority. Some people might be wondering, why not just shield the PvP, David? But he's such a talented player, he knows if he shields that Aqua Tail and gets the Shadow Ball off, he comes away with no energy left, and he just found a shield for no reason, not knowing what's in the back, right? It's like such a checkmate situation. Doomed if you do, doomed if you don't in that situation, and Guido just held on to pressure all the way throughout, and that's why he had that 3-ball flex in the end.
Well, he optimizes energy and he optimizes his experience, right? He's been at the championship circuit all the way back in 2022. Some of these trainers that have that reserve of experience do really well in Worlds competition. One trainer who's up next is Marto Gaude. He is obviously a well-accomplished trainer with multiple titles, an international title, regional titles, as well as special event titles, but he always shows out at World competitions ever since the first ever one. And now, look, he is in winners round number 2 with the same opportunity as the 2 trainers from Japan and Guido just did to advance into winners round number 3.
That's right. Always rises to the occasion on the big stage. And if you're tuning in right now for the first time, be sure to continue watching for so many reasons. Besides just the battles, you get all these great Twitch drops. You get it for free just for watching. And if you watch up to 60 minutes for Pokemon Go and a lot of these other games that are going on right now in their respective broadcasts, you get all these rewards. Take a screenshot if you need to, zoom in and see it. But for Pokemon Go, you get the exclusive Tinkaton that the reigning world champion Boy used, the same exact Tinkaton he used, but also it has the exclusive Worlds background after it. And, you know, Butters, I know we're working the production, but I was watching this backstage as well, too. I gotta get my Twitch drops.
Oh, you got to. And I want to get a Twitch badge as well, because we have an exclusive Twitch badge that will go right next to your name while chatting. It is an awesome flex here. It's one of the best weekends of the year to be a Pokemon fan. Of course, you can get all of these free items, and if you're in the venue right now or at Pokemon XP, there is so much to do in San Francisco. There are themed baseball games. There are drone shows at night. It is just a Pokemon city right now.
That's right. 10 years from now, you're going to be dropping this Pikachu badge in a Twitch chat, and they're going to be like, where did you get this? And I was like, well, I tuned in to Pokemon World Championships in 2026. Where were you at when that happened? And you don't want to be that person, right? So you want to be the one that's dropping the emote, flexing on people.
And if you are in the venue and you casually play Pokemon Go, I encourage you to update that, because some cool stuff is happening this weekend. And another weekend, some other cool stuff is happening because a special night out EDM concert with special appearances from Marshmello and Alice in Wonderland. Huge Pokemon fans in themselves. It's going to be an awesome night.
Yeah, it's already sold out in Los Angeles, but if you're in the London area or want to go out to London, November 10th is going to be that second concert.
All right, well, I said it before. We got Marto Gaude on stage. I think these trainers are just about ready, and it's going to be against Jai, one of the only Australian trainers that made it into day number 2. I believe there was another trainer that has bounced back between Australia and North America.
Yeah, Jins.
Yes, exactly. But the one trainer that has been in Australia this entire season and is carrying Oceania on his shoulders has to be Jai.
Definitely one of the underrated players, I think, in our circuit, right? The tough part is because here in Oceania, there's not as many tournaments. So he has gone to international tournaments before. This is his second Worlds as well. But no player is more synonymously well-known and associated with Shadow and Lone Ninetales than They Love Jai. Brings it into almost every tournament. I believe this is his 7th tournament bringing Shadow and Lone Ninetales out of 9 tournaments. Both of his second place finishes was with Shadow and Lone Ninetales, and he finds a way to make it work in every single meta that you can play it in. Even in a meta where Cancel Ninetales is meta, the hard counter to that variance.
Well, if he can find a way to make it work in this matchup, he might be a Pokemon genius, because it has a lot of counters on Marto Gaude's team. He has the Licky that's strong into it, the Tinkaton that's dominant into it. He has the Dondozo, and he has that Shadow Kanto Ninetales that is the fire type Ninetales that will definitely counter that Ice Fairy Alolan Ninetales. But otherwise, there is an Altaria on the side of Marto Gaude's team, but I feel like that Altaria is so free, because you're thinking that there's no way that Jai is bringing in Alolan Ninetales into this matchup. Another Pokemon that feels pretty free if you can scare off the Altaria is definitely the Dondozo.
I was actually mistaken. Jai is a 3-time second place finisher, every time with that Shadow Alone Ninetales. Here we go. It's Marshall Galde versus They Love Jai, Latium versus Oceania, and it's going to be an Altaria mirror match.
And there can be bulk points in this matchup. So let's look at the Dragon Breath here to see if you can see if one Altaria is taking more Dragon Breath damage than the other. I don't know if I can spot it yet, but here comes the Sky Attack into the first Altaria. Just gonna let it go, no problem. The second Sky Attack is available, but swap into the Licky Licky, and now you have your own Licky Licky and a Quagsire in the back, but deciding to throw his energy, a little chip and dip.
I like the swap from Marshall Galde, expecting that there might be a Quagsire in the back, and that's exactly what is in the back. But They Love Jai, look at this smart play from him. Goes for the chip, and now comes in with the Licky Licky, because the Licky Licky not only has play into Marshall Galde's Altaria, but there's no way he loses switch advantage now that he threw that Sky Attack and has brought the HP of the Licky Licky low.
That was a smart play from Jai, but it's not devastating for Marzo just because the Shadow Quagsire does have Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, and that matchup can get really awkward into the Tinkaton. Even though you resist the Gigaton Hammer, it does so much, and you can only throw Aqua Tails in return because the Stone Edge is obviously resisted. Here comes the Body Slam. Now the timers are available for both of these traders. Do we see another pivot? And there it is, instantly getting out of the battlefield. Marjo's gonna come back in to soak up a Shadow Ball.
And this is not bad for They Love Jai at all. He just wants to get rid of this Altaria as soon as possible so that the Quagsire has place to shine. It's not like Quagsire doesn't have play into it, but you're doing almost no damage with the mud shots. And here comes Jai with another Shadow Ball. Does Marshall Galde throw up this first shield or just let this go?
I feel like it's going to be tough if you let it go, but he does let it go. It's going to be all banking on the hopes of this Tinkaton in the back. It's going to have a tough road ahead of itself because it's going to have to finish off this Tinkaton, finish off the Licky Licky, and gonna have to finish off that Quagsire. Instead, he comes in with his own Licky Licky to do Tinkaton's work for him.
And Marshall Galde trying to put everything on the Tinkaton. Like you said, it does have a decent matchup into Quagsire despite the type disadvantage as Marshall Galde going for the Body Slam, knowing that two shields are still around for They Love Jai. Does They Love Jai shield it? No, lets it go. A huge call from They Love Jai.
But this is risky though, because then you have to shield bulldozes. The lower you get, it's riskier and riskier. So here comes that first Protect Shield from Jai. And do you pivot out? You don't want to get farmed down here. There goes the pivot. There is a 1 Protect Shield advantage, but there's already 2 Aqua Tails loaded up for Jai.
And because this is the Shadow Quagsire as well, even though it's only neutral Aqua Tail, it will definitely add up, especially with the Mod Shot to boots. Let's see if Marshall Galde is able to get to Gigaton Hammer and land it, or go for the bait with the Bulldoze. But back-to-back Aqua Tail is available. Marshall Galde going to save 1 shield just in case the Altaria could get to Flamethrower, because that's still going to do more damage than the Aqua Tail.
And if Jai misses a swap here and allows this Tinkaton to bank extra energy, that could be the lose condition for Jai. So does he just stay in here with the Quagsire and force energy and maybe even save his Protect Shield for the backline? Here comes that Bulldoze, and it's instantly no shielded from Jai. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Quagsire. And can you get that debuff? You have the Licky Licky. You can swap. Does he go for the swap? No, there is no swap and no Protect Shields remaining. Marshall Galde is running out of options.
I love the play from Jai. He knows that even if Marshall Galde goes for the Gigaton Hammer, he can just land the Flamethrower from the Altaria. Now goes for the Gigaton Hammer, and Jai calls it perfectly. Now that it's in Sky Attack range, Jai knows he has a win condition unless Marshall Galde catches the Sky Attack on the Licky Licky, but it's going to be really hard as long as he throws in between the Fairy Wind, and that's exactly what he does.
Because it's a 2-turn fast attack against a 1-turn fast attack, it's so difficult to swap in that position. The not very effective attack takes out the Tinkaton. Now the Dragon Bat should be enough to finish off this Licky Licky here, and it looks like Jai is going to take game number 1.
All right, what a performance from They Love Jai on one of the biggest stage, a very dominant force in Oceania, but coming to the world stage and taking on a Titan like Marshall Galde is no easy feat, but he played that so well. And again, he made the calculation. Bait or no baits, he could win that game as long as he got the final shield from Marshall Galde. You can see it, right? He almost reacted a little bit when Marshall Galde shielded that final Aqua Tail on his last shield. He was like, oh, you gave me the win con I need. I now just need to go to Flamethrower and I win this entire game. And with the energy lead on the Quagsire, maybe it was doomed for Marshall Galde either way.
Yeah, and I believe that Marto was the aggressor a little bit with the switch timer. As soon as the switch timer was coming up, he was pivoting out of it. But he ended up in a negative situation where he let a Pokemon go down, and then there was too many healthy Pokemon in the back, plus a bad matchup for that Tinkaton against the Quagsire in the back. And even though he played it well, he just couldn't get over that hurdle. So So this matchup so far has seemed really fluid, extremely neutral. Both trainers running the Altaria and Licky Licky, and then Mardo's side running the Tinkaton, Jai's side running that Quagsire. So both these trainers know they can play out this entire matchup really safe. Marto is one of the best trainers ever in Pokemon Go PvP. When he won his LAIC title, I called him the GOAT at the time. He was at Azumarill status because in these big competitions, he is an insane force. He has been dominant in pretty much every single Worlds competition, and he's keeping it up in 2026 as well.
That's right. Marto Galde, first ever Worlds in London, got a 5th place finish. And then in his second ever Worlds, he missed the qualification for Yokohama. The next Worlds, he gets 3rd place, makes it to the winners and losers finals, gets that trophy though, the international, or the Worlds trophy, I should say. Last year, a little bit harder, right? He came in probably as the best player, most decorated, but ran into some tough matchups. And this year, refocused. Didn't maybe have as good of a regular season, right? Didn't win any tournaments like the previous season, but he went to a lot less tournaments. But he is locking in when it counts, and now he really needs to lock in for the second game to force a game 3.
Well, it seems that pattern is every other year for Marto, right?
Yeah.
Every other year. Good for him right now. He's on that other year cycle where he does really well at the World Championships. But to keep continuing to do well, you'll have to take out Lovejoy, who of course is holding up the entire continent of Oceania right now because he is the last remaining trainer from that region, and he is just one game away from taking out one of Pokemon Go's most historic players in Marto Galde. And to do so, he's going to need to do it with this double flying team composition that we've seen from him throughout day number 1 as well.
The ABA flying, but it makes a lot of sense as Corviknight beats the Tinkaton, whereas the Altaria loses, and the Altaria beats the Ninetales, whereas the Corviknight loses. We have that bulky water whale. It's going to be Don Dozo making his appearance for the first time in this matchup, and They Love Jai going to shield this up, going straight for the payback, but only through one sand deck, so could have gotten a little bit more energy. You can see him grimace a little bit, but it's not the worst situation for him. We'll see if it makes a difference or not. I mean, it's only one sand tag difference and the damage and the energy.
And a Protect Shield advantage for that Sableye in the back could be devastating for Jai. A Pokemon that we haven't seen so much here at Worlds, but we've seen it do really well in the Go Battle League leaderboard with multiple top trainers getting first place with that Pokemon on their team composition, counter swapping into the Licky Licky, and this is hard to deal with. As soon as you do a chip and dip against a Licky Licky, it's hard for the other one to win, just like it was with the Lickitung matchup back in the day.
I love the adjustment from Marto Galde as well, bringing in the Dondozo, bringing in the Shadow Saber. Shadow Saber is actually not even that bad for Licky Licky, but now they're able to neutralize the Licky Licky with his own after that chip damage. Shadow Sableye can hit neutrally into everything remaining in They Love Jai's line, the double flyer. Corviknight does have a little bit extra residual energy, so that's key to note. Also, key to note is that They Love Jai does win Charge Attack priority in this mirror match. That could play in handy for future games, maybe even this current one.
And Charge Attack priority in Pokemon Go PvP does go to the Pokemon with a higher attack stat, and if you see that they are a mirror, that means one of the trainers has that attack stat higher than the other Licky Licky when you appraise it. Now we're going to come in with that Corviknight almost at the payback, going to need that payback energy to knock out, but with these sand attacks that are just adding up, and Love Jai is kind of shaking his head. He doesn't want to have to use his last protection. It's just a body slam bait, and he uses the shield on that body slam bait.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't like that, but a really smart bait from Marto Galde because he knows They Love Jai wants to preserve
and then he knows shields on the air cutter.
Yeah, this might be still okay though if he gets sand tag down before the next boost reach. Can he get to the Shadow Ball in time? Goes for the body slam instead. This probably won't KO, but the problem is it might put the Corviknight in Shadow Claw range to just take it out before you get the payback off. Let's see, here comes the Sableye, and They Love Jai going for the air cutter. I mean,
you have to respect it. It could be payback.
Yeah, there's really no reason to even go for it because you only get one move off, but just goes for it anyway. He can't get another one off. Maybe later on, we'll see. But Marto Galde in a fantastic position, entry lead on the Sableye and has the shield advantage. There's just no way he doesn't shield the Sky Attack, and back-to-back foul play should close it out and force a game 3.
He's just so far ahead here because he has that Protect Shield. He already has double foul play. He can throw that now, and as you remember, there was an air cutter thrown, and it was Protect Shield. So maybe even if there is an air cutter that is reached, it won't be enough to knock out this Shadow Sableye. So one more foul play and a couple Shadow Claws means that we're going to have a tied series here. Marto Galde is going to be able to win game number 2.
All right, we have a series on our hands as Martin Galde going for the 3-ball flex to come back with a vengeance in game number 2. Like you said, he performs really well at Worlds every other year, but this is also every other year for Jai. This is his second Worlds. Didn't do so well in the first one, but he brought his trusty Shadow Lil Ninetales this time around, and he's looking to pave his own story.
And we're definitely well aware that anything can happen, especially day number 2 at a World Championships. It doesn't matter if you are less known or if you're one of the heroes of Pokemon Go PvP. Anyone can do it and make it to that championship Sunday. But for Marto Gaude, he has been relying a lot on that Dondozo. He actually said it's been his MVP Pokemon, but bringing out that wildcard pick of Shadow Sableye, I really liked it. I mean, it didn't really matter because he was so far ahead in that battle that it didn't really get to show what it can do, but I really like it in this matchup.
And I got an interesting stat line for you. Shout out to the homie, Henry, home-size Henry here, dropping the facts. That was They Love Jai's first game lost this entire tournament. This is a Worlds, right? This isn't a small regional. This is not an international. This is a World Championships. He's facing off against every Worlds competitor and hasn't even dropped a game until now. I mean, you can see how comfortable he is. I'd be pretty comfortable too if I haven't lost a single game. That's his first loss, Martin Galde being the one to do it. 11-0 leading up to that game.
Absolutely ridiculous. And you could see him cringe midway through that battle. He thought he had lost it there. So maybe his first real mistake in 12 battles with these bright lights. Insane from Lovejoy. And the fact that this is his first battle loss gives me even more confidence that he can bounce back here and advance to winners round number 3. But to do so, you have to take out one of the best. Marto Gaude is going to lead, and he's coming out swinging with his signature Pokemon, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
And there's not a clear answer
Nowhere to
for
go.
the Licky Licky. However, I've seen this matchup play out. It's actually not that bad for Shadow Alolan Ninetales. The extra Shadow damage actually makes this matchup almost favored for the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Just see how much this Weather Ball does, and you'll understand what I'm saying. And if you can land the Dazzling, even better. Going to build up to it. Martin Galde has to respect the potential Dazzling, but he has so many answers. He's triple strong into low Ninetales. It doesn't even matter. But look, he's one more away. This next Weather Ball can KO the Licky Licky and forces the shield for Martin Galde.
Well, that's really good news for Lovejoy because there was nowhere for that Alolan Ninetales to go in the back with that Dondozo and the Tinkaton. Now suddenly Marto's just trying to get extra energy on his Licky Licky. This Body Slam will be enough to knock out. Lovejoy is thinking about it, but Licky Licky's almost at the next Body Slam, so he says, okay, you did your job. You got me the Protect Shield. Thank you, my favorite Pokemon ever. Now I'll bring in another Ice-type Pokemon, but not yet. Probably the Corviknight first.
Yeah, actually, no, brings in the
he actually does bring in Lapras.
The energy on Lapras is still pretty nice, as you have the Skull Bash you can hit hard into everything. I mean, you have perfect coverage, right? Nothing's going to resist this moveset combination. Going to put everything on the Corviknight instead. Dude, this is a crazy risky line. ABA with the Shadow Cancel Ninetales just goes for full sense, the risky line, and puts everything on the Corviknight. Doesn't shield the Lapras yet again.
The problem is, where's that energy and shield advantage going to go in the back line against that Tinkaton? And there is the farm down. You have all the energy. You have even a Skull Bash. This is a Skull Bash Lapras. That's going to do a lot of damage if you bring in the Dondozo here to try to soak up some Sparkling Arias, and instead you take that Skull Bash. Here comes the Skull Bash. No, not yet. It's going to be able to land.
This is exactly what They Love Jai wants. Shield, one shield down already. Martin Galde doesn't want to shield this, but now you set up the Corviknight for the Tinkaton, and Martin Galde can't really just fast back this down as They Love Jai reaching another Sparkling Aria. Throws right before the surface reach, and Martin Galde knows it is just a Sparkling Aria, but this chip damage is absolutely crucial for They Love Jai.
And you can't really even Fairy Wind down, but he's going to try. He swapped in to try to get that Fairy Wind down, and now he's shaking his head a little bit because he is on a Protect Shield disadvantage against that Shadow Corviknight. Going to go for the early Bulldoze, trying to get a key debuff. He has a 50-50 chance to get the defense to drop. Can Marto secure it? Yes!
Oh, he gets, but the Bulldoze, no shield is absolutely huge for They Love Jai as well, because even the resistant Gigaton Hammer can do quite a bit. He just has to save one shield for the Surf load on Dondozo. I don't think Dondozo can get to 2 Surfs in the end game, and because of that, They Love Jai feeling pretty comfortable. Martin Galde doubling down on the base and does get the first shield.
And can he get another debuff here so that the defense has been dropped by 2 stages? No. 1 for 2. Here comes the air cutter. There's only one protection remaining. It's not very effective. Lovejoy is also going for a boost himself, trying to get an attack raise here. It doesn't get it. No, he comes up empty. There is 2 water types in the back. They both have really low health. Here comes the payback. He might think Marto is gonna no shield the air cutter. He actually throws the payback. Is this gonna be enough into the fairy typing of the Tinkaton? Yes!
That's absolutely massive. Dondozo has too much work for it to do. De La Chai knows there's no reason not to shield this. Only a few more sand attacks away from getting to the back-to-back air cutter. He also has a catch opportunity. However, Marto Galde should be able to get to the serve in time. There could be a potential catch, so this is going to be super tough.
Does he go for it?
You can't predict when the catch is happening because he's using a one-shot attack. Does he get the catch off? Does he get the surf? Oh, he gets the surf off!
Wait a second, it's gonna be so close. It's gonna come down to Psywave versus Waterfall. Both of this, he just looked up for some luck, for some help, and the surf is gonna be a knockout. It's Psywave versus Waterfall, and it looks like Psywave is gonna be able to do it. No way!
Oh my God,
Waterfall
look at
did
that!
it!
Dondozo, 1 HP. Even Marshall Gold is absolutely in shock. And Marshall Golding, every other year, he is back.
Dondozo is his MVP for a reason in a matchup where you have fast attack versus fast attack. One's resisted, one is neutral. Marto can't believe it. His entire fate in this tournament just shifted on the back of that giant whale Dondozo as he's able to secure the decisive game number 3 to move on.
Pull the rabbit out of a hat and then some. Absolutely wild end game there. We're gonna have to see the replay on that because I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah.
3-turn move as well into 1 turn. You don't even have the priority there.
He got 3 waterfalls off at that low of health against Psywave. Marto is one of the most talented trainers. Of course, Dondozo's his MVP. He knows that Pokemon. He didn't think it could happen either.
Absolutely wild from one of the top players in the world. I mean, that's just like, even with all the skill in the world, I don't think most people can pull that off, but what a crazy end game there too. I mean, I think the problem is, I think a slight miscue from De La Chai. He had the opportunity to potentially even go Lapras, right? To try to get to that Sparkling Aria, to try to force the entry from the Dondozo. And at that point, Martigal, they had to just go for the waterfall down. You know, and then at that, you know, and
but he might get nervous, right? He might get nervous and throw the surf.
And honestly, at this point, we're all thinking there's no way the resistant waterfall will take out the Lapras in time, but 3 waterfalls is insane. And it survives 9 side waves to endure that at that health range. Wow, this whale's a real deal.
Well, Pokemon Go Worlds is where miracles happen, and for Marto, a miracle did just happen, and he is advancing, and he is 1 step closer to his ultimate dream of becoming the Pokemon Go World Champion and being in that competition tomorrow at Chase Center. One of the most exciting matches that I've ever seen. And Lovejoy, who had not dropped a single game the entire tournament, just dropped 2 in a row to Marto Galde.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss there for Lovejoy, but he's still in this tournament. And Marto Galde, a regional champion, an international champion. He's missing the final piece, the world champion, and he's well on his way to do it. But we got some more crazy matches up. We got a head-to-head matchup, Japan versus Japan, coming up, and that's going to be a really exciting one. Stay tuned for that one as we have more incredible action here at Pokemon Go World Championships.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm here with some of the best trainers in the world, and they're worlds qualified. I know that, Arrow, you've been battling a lot in the Go Battle League, and a lot of trainers at home, they're not able to enjoy the tournament competitively, but maybe they're in GBL, and they say, you know what? I want a strong team. I want to compete. I want to play like my hero, Arrow. Arrow, what are you currently running in GBL?
Okay, so I'm currently running Hisuian Electrode, Shadow Quagsire, and Shadow Swanna. The goal of the team is to save all your shields for Swanna and let it rain terror.
Do you have any moveset recommendations? I know Swanna gets Gust, and that's pretty powerful.
I would run Gust, Aqua Jet, Fly on Swanna. On Electrode, as tempting as Swift is, I would run Wild Charge and Energy Ball, and you always want Stone Edge on Quagsire. Mud Bomb's not a real moveset.
Thank you so much, Arrow. I know you've got a match coming up, so I'll see who else we can find, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you, Speedy.
I just bumped into Out of Pocket, who I know as the #1 Quagsire fan, and I have to ask him as well, because he's one of the best trainers in North America. Pocket, what are you running in GBL right now?
So I actually hit the legend rank running Quagsire in GBL, but very recently I've been enjoying a team that consisted of Shadow Bugbite Fortress, Dondozo, and Licky Licky. I like to call the team the Rotators, because when both Fortress and Dondozo use their fast attacks to kind of like twist a little bit, like Dondozo is really cool. He's like a little he charges up a twist to throw the waterfalls, and it's a lot of fun.
You got to teach me that move after we finish this interview, but I wanted to ask you, you mentioned the waterfall Dondozo. What other movesets would you recommend for this team?
So Fortress really excels with applying debuffs. So with Bug Bite, Fast Move Pressure, it'll either lower their defenses with a Sand Tomb or lower their attack stat with a Rock Tomb. Dondozo, it really likes the cheapest charges possible just because of how slow Waterfall is. So you run Surf and Outrage with it. And then Licky Licky, you just run Rollout, Shadow Ball, Body Slam.
Awesome. Pocket, any advice for playing the team? Do you have a safe swap? Do you always go to Licky Licky in that situation, or what?
I'd say like 99% of the time it's Licky Licky. I would only really safe swap Dondozo if you're like, they do not have an Electrode or a Jump Bluff or something that really shuts it down, because Dondozo is extremely good with energy, but it's just way more likely to find a really tough matchup.
Pocket, thank you so much. I know you have a match coming up, so I'll let you run. Let's see who else we can find. I am here with one of North America's rising stars. This is Sustenance Eater, who burst onto the stage just a couple years ago. He's qualified for Worlds this year as well. Sustenance, I'm so curious, because your team this weekend is cool, but what are you running in Go Battle League?
Yeah, so Go Battle League is a little different from Show 6. Right now, I'm kind of preferring to use Glaring Wheezing, Shadow Glaring Wheezing with Sludge and Brutal Swing. I think it has really great neutral play into a lot of the fairies that people are leading right now, such as the Florges. Not as great into the Tinkaton, but there's always some neutral play there. And then it also is really good into the fighters, and it does a lot of damage to all the other things like Ghost, Mantine, and in the back I like to use Wiki and Mantine, two bulky, flexible Pokemon that always seem to get the job done.
I really like Galarian Weezing, but the ground weakness is tough to overcome. So I like that you paired it with Mantine, because Mantine just dominates those matchups. Do you have any moveset recommendations for Mantine and for Licky Licky?
Yeah, so Wiki wise, we're just looking at the standard Rollout, Body Slam, and Shadow Ball, and then Mantine, same thing here, Wing Attack, Twister, and Water Pulse.
I was playing against a Licky Licky yesterday, and I got hit with an Earthquake, which was the first surprise, but then he threw 4 more rollouts, and I said, oh, this is a Body Slam. It was a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, Earthquake is also a moveset that you might see from time to time. Do you have any advice on playing the team? Do you lead the Mantine? Do you swap a specific Pokemon?
Yeah, so I like leading the Galarian Weezing. It feels like we can always do a bunch of Fairy Winds and catch out onto one of our bulky Pokemon, the Wiki or the Mantine, and the energy is always going to be useful later, because whenever we can get in a situation where we're throwing neutral Sludges, those are going to be hitting for a lot of damage against things like Wiki and Mantine, and it feels really good to have that energy and sweep with it later on.
All right, so since I know you have a match coming up, so I'll let you run. Let's get back over to the stream, everybody, and let us know how you're doing in the Go Battle League this weekend.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Dondozo Fan Zone, also known as the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. My name is Homesize Henry, here on the desk with the one and only Lou the Pikachu. We just got to watch one of the greatest games we've seen all weekend. Marto Galde with 1 HP and a dream. The Dondozo that could. He's moving on to the winner's semifinals. That game 3 was just incredible.
Honestly, Dondozo is truly living the life of a showgirl right now, up there on center stage here at the Pokémon World Championships. It was absolutely fearless in the face of those Psywave farm downs, and I will now be forevermore a Dondozo believer here in Pokemon Go.
So that brings Marto Galde up to the winners semifinals, where Marto Galde is going to be battling against M.E. Weedle. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we have two very talented trainers from Japan in the other side of the winners semifinals. The field on the winner's side is narrowing quite considerably. At the top, we have Hiromaru with that incredible Shadow Hippowdon, and Nantono, who is running the Gliscor, the Shadow Gliscor, and the Pangoro. And then at the bottom, we have M.E. Weedle and Marto Galde. So all across the board, it really seems like trainers who have gone more outside of the meta with more, let's say, non-conventional picks. We have the potential for a Dondozo in a winner's finals, a Shadow Hippowdon, a Shadow Gliscor. People who have thought outside the box and tried to bring more anti-meta Pokemon. It's really paying off at this tournament.
There's a really nice mix of those tried and tested favorites, the Licky Licky, the Ninetales, the Mantine, for example, that we're seeing. But I think the one thing I like about these more kind of innovative picks, let's say, are that they're still filling the same roles that a lot of the counterparts are. The Alola Marowak, for example, being that tried and tested ground type, is being replaced by Pokemon like the Hippowdon or even the Gliscor. And at the same way, Gliscor fills that double role. It's your ground type user, but it's also your flyer on your team as well. So it has a lot of flexibility, all cooked up into one slot, freeing yourself up for some more intricate options like that Charge Bug. I'd love to see that.
And here we go, the battle between two of the best players from Japan, Hiromaru versus Kantono. This matchup is going to be incredible. On the left, Hiromaru has really relied on the Shadow Hippowdon with its lightning fast pacing with Sand Attack, incredible coverage into the flyers with Weather Ball Rock, and those hard-hitting Earth powers has been a very strong Pokemon that he's brought to almost every game. But on the other side, there's Kantono, who has really favored the Shadow Gliscor, a different kind of ground type, not necessarily having that rock coverage, but has Sand Tomb, which can apply debuffs and really ramp up wing attack damage. And if you end up trying to no-shield a Sand Tomb and it's in acrobatics, that's basically going to be one-shotting a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah, that's going to spell disaster for sure. A Pokemon I've got my eye on, however, is this Pangoro. You have the Karate Chop and the Close Combat to counter Pokemon like the Licky Licky on the opposing side, and obviously Tinkaton not going to appreciate that too. The key thing, however, for me is the same type of attack bonus Night Slash that you've got to be able to apply pressure into that Jellicent.
Pangoro does look like it could definitely restrict the lines here for Hiromaru, because you wouldn't necessarily look at a Pokemon like Hippowdon and think Hippowdon doesn't like fighters. However, because the only way to hit fighters for even neutral damage would be an Earth Power, which does take 13 Sand Attacks to get to, is at a pretty significant pacing disadvantage. And now when you factor in the fact you have a Jellicent, you have a Licky Licky, and even the Kanto Ninetales, there's identical pacing there with the Pangoro, but Pangoro wins charge attack priority. Even if you get it on the Fairy type Tinkaton, Tinkaton's a Fairy Steel type. Close combat is a lot of damage, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is absolutely right, and this is a very Pangoro intensive set, because it doesn't really seem like there's a downside to ever bringing the Panda.
Yeah, it does have a lot of flexibility right now, and as you said, as long as you can avoid things like the Fairy Wind, there's a lot of play to be had. There is a lot of offensive pressure, however, with Pokemon like that Ninetales in play. You have to make sure you're avoiding those Embers and not allowing your opponent to get the energies up. But let's take a look at the leads. Electrode versus Gliscor.
This is not what Hiromaru was hoping to see. Immediate save switch into the Kanto Ninetales. Kanto Ninetales will be answered with the Licky Licky, but a couple wing attacks were thrown there by the Gliscor, and giving an energy head start to a Pokemon like Shadow Kanto Ninetales can really help it get ramped up and potentially try and flip this matchup.
That can certainly help things in the end game. Right now, the Licky Licky just happy to absorb the attacks that the Ninetales is throwing its way, and in turn can retaliate with this Shadow Ball. Nice defensive play on Hiromaru's side to go for the shield here.
Getting a Shadow Ball shielded is a big swing of momentum over to the Kanto Ninetales, because that is a lot of energy down the drain. Only one hit point of damage goes to the shield. Kantono is going to be no shielding once again, but before he's even able to make another Shadow Ball, that Kanto Ninetales, that energy advantage, going to be able to outpace. So Kantono is just going to cut his losses and settle for the Body Slam.
Exactly, Body Slam just going to be able to do some good damage into the Shadow variant of the Ninetales. It goes unshielded as well, takes it down into that red zone, but there's so much energy up on Ninetales' side of the field as that two of these Weather Balls. Licky Licky goes down. There's so much energy to be unleashed.
Wow, what a farm down. The bait from Hiromaru, but the no shield. Kantono, what a call. Stone cold bait call. Weather Ball will do almost nothing. The energy ball is available, and now Kantono puts up the protect shield. What a dazzling call.
So much pressure from that energy ball that was on the Ninetales. It's not even going to be able to find its mark now, because the shield that was preserved so beautifully on that bait has been initiated on that Politoed. However, Politoed does still have to deal with this Electrode on the opposing side.
And this Ice Beam will be hitting for super effective damage. This is a Shadow Politoed. This is going to do a lot of damage. Hiromaru thinks to the options, puts up the last second protect shield, gets the shield call right, but that's going to set up the Gliscor with a shield advantage.
Yeah, last second shield, but I think that is exactly what the Electrode needs. It's got that energy up. The Gliscor on the opposing side is going to be vulnerable to the energy ball coming through. Huge amount of damage, but once again, farming up on that Gliscor side.
With the Gliscor having this energy advantage, Gliscor should actually be in a pretty good position. Gonna reach for the acrobatics, no protect shields in play. This will not pick up the one-hit KO, but this is gonna be a lot of health gone from Licky in a split second.
Yeah, that Shadow variant boosting up its attack as well, making it even more formidable. Licky does have the opportunity now to go for one of these body slams. There's not a lot of HP remaining on this Gliscor, and Contono allowing it to go down.
Contono may have to try and go for a mud shot down, but it does not seem like it's possible. The Licky has too much health to speak of, and now Contono is in a very difficult position. You kind of need the farm down because you need the energy to be able to outpace the Electrode, but if you can't get the farm down, this could be danger. Forced to fire off the Weather Ball. This will be game over for the Licky, but the Electrode is still lurking in the back.
That's a good point, actually. The Electrode is really the nemesis against this Politoed, being able to hit with electric and grass-type coverage. So all the energy being up on Contono's side is going to be critical. There's the Ice Beam, but is not able to get to it.
Hiromaru had one Thunder Shock residual. The charge attack priority tie goes to the Electrode, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Hiromaru.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible endgame there. The Electrode coming in, being able to get the edge and get the KO. Fantastic play coming through on both sides of the field, but ultimately Hiromaru able to take game number 1 in this set.
That bait call by Contono was incredible. The Stone Cold instant no shield, daring him to throw the energy ball, and he did not. But Hiromaru was still able to manage energy perfectly, ensuring that Electrode had one residual. So Contono basically had to throw energy against the Licky. The Politoed was not going to be able to hang on to a body slam, so he had to throw in just hope there was not any residual energy on the Electrode, but there was, and that is as close as a game can possibly get.
You can see the damage coming through from these body slams though as well, putting in a huge amount of work, but at the same time, Ninetales being able to get that farm down and have all this energy on the board. Even though this was a fantastic no shield, the fact that there was a Nulla energy ball just able to come through and force that shield to finally be utilized meant the pressure was constantly on from Hiromaru's side.
And for Hiromaru, realizing that he could have actually made the back-to-back energy balls as he was able to survive that mud shot, a little bit unfortunate for him, but he was still able to get that win as a body slam pressured away the protect shield. The threat of a second body slam forced the Weather Ball, and then it was a race. 4 mud shots away from the game-winning Ice Beam, but 4 Thunder Shocks away from the game-winning Wild Charge. Electrode has the higher attack stat, winning charge attack priority. Wild Charge fells the Politoed, and Hiromaru only 1 win away from the winners finals.
Honestly, that Ninetales was the star of the show for me, being able to have so much pressure with all that energy, but also finding a way to navigate against Pokemon like the Gliscor and the Politoed that doesn't usually like to get the alignment against.
Now these battlers making last-second adjustments. They know how important this game number 2 is. We've got double lock-ins, Contono versus Hiromaru. A trip to the winners finals on the line. The leads are revealed, but that's not what Hiromaru was hoping to see, as it's Licky staring down Pangoro.
But the Pangoro is here, it's out in the leads, and it is forcing that Licky to retaliate. We're going to be able to see the Ninetales in play, and once again, Pangoro on the offensive.
Pangoro will instantly lock in a Night Slash. This does prevent the Kanto Ninetales from getting a full Ember Sneak. Night Slash connects. Contono dances out of the matchup, as in comes Licky to basically clean up this Ninetales.
Ninetales going for the Weather Ball here. Again, we know Licky is going to be able to take this attack. No shield needing to be utilized on Contono's side here. Going to be easily able to sponge that up and can retaliate with the Body Slam. There's a lot of vulnerability left on this Ninetales though, so is Hirofumi going to invest a shield into the Ninetales?
This is going to be tough. No shield comes through. Body Slam connects. That's going to be the end of that Ninetales. But now Hiromaru does have the potential to try and massively overfarm with the Licky. Licky into the Pangoro is a very negative matchup, but potentially if Hiromaru is able to overfarm quite a bit and basically trade hit points in exchange for energy, that energy could actually get some critical damage onto the Pangoro and try and set up that Hisuian Electrode in the back to sweep.
Contono has been able to reset that timer as well, so there is the utility to switch once you've got enough energy up on your Licky on your side of the field. But again, can just start going for these body slams, chipping away. There's another one ready to go.
Another body slams flying left and right in this Licky mirror. Hiromaru going to look to try and overfarm, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. Overfarming, playing to the charge attack, priority type, but does not win it. The Grimace there, as he was hoping to be able to have the back-to-back body slams to throw at that Pangoro, but now the Licky is deep into the red HP.
Yeah, Licky does have a reputation for throwing its weight around here, but we could be here till midnight if we keep seeing these body slams just going left, right, and center. Another one comes through, but look at that, we're securing a knockout. Pangoro joins the field.
And unfortunately, the Electrode is always going to be behind by a turn. No baits here, going straight for the close combat. Hiromaru will invest a Protect Shield. The Electrode does get an Energy Ball head start, but it's the Gliscor in the back, and we saw that Gliscor does not get one-hit KO'd by an Energy Ball.
Exactly, Energy Ball able to come through, as you've said. Contono knowing that this is going to be safe, doesn't have to use a shield. The Gliscor with such healthy HP right now is going to be able to hang on and in a position to get its Sand Tomb off against this Electrode.
The Sand Tomb is going to be no shielded. This is going to be hitting for neutral damage onto the Grass and Electric type. No shield comes out from Hiromaru. That doesn't do a lot of damage, and the switch timer should be up momentarily after this Energy Ball.
Contono letting this second Energy Ball come through, however, this is going to be able to secure the KO onto that Gliscor, so it will go down, and now all eyes turn onto this Pangoro to try and even out the score for its trainer.
And Pangoro could just look to try and fully farm down the Electrode, makes a last-second Energy Ball, but it really just feels like it's too little too late. Pangoro even flexing as it puts up the Protect Shield. There's a switch into Licky Licky, but the energy is just not going to be enough. Licky Licky needs to have back-to-back body slams. It is not there. Pangoro, as long as it clicks this next Night Slash, should be able to close out the game and even up the series for Contono.
This is exactly what Contono needed, be able to get this Pangoro down against the Licky Licky. It's what we saw in the leads, it's what we're seeing in the end game, and it's a fantastic way to even out the scores as this Electrode takes the final few shots.
Now, the Pangoro, I don't believe, was brought in game number 1, but in game number 2, we instantly saw why we had identified that at Team Preview. That Pangoro just felt unstoppable. You switch a Ninetales into it, bam, there's already a Night Slash. Half your Ninetales is gone, in comes Licky Licky, and unlike when there's a full HP Ninetales, where sometimes you can flip Licky Licky, once the Night Slash is landed, there's not really a whole lot you can do other than just try and overfarm, and it just was never enough.
And the shield preservation was great as well, being able to utilize that on the Pangoro. Considering that the Electrode did have a decent amount of energy stored towards that endgame, the Energy Balls would have put it into a bit of a detrimental spot. But because you could shield it up, you could keep retaliating with the Karate Chop and then that Night Slash damage, it just meant that Contono was fully in the driving seat.
And I don't even know what adjustments you can really make. I'm looking across Hiromaru's team, and I'm trying to find a Pangoro counter, and I just don't see one. Allegedly Tinkaton, but if you've ever no-shielded a close combat on your Tinkaton, you know that does a serious amount of damage. That's probably 2/3 of your health bar gone in a split second.
Taking a look, though, across, I mean, the Karate Chops, for example, they're not going to be doing too much to the Jellicent, but at the same time, Jellicent is not looking super strong into this matchup. You don't want to have to take the Night Slashes against the Politoed. It's going to be a little bit of a wash, so I feel like that Pokemon still has to stay firmly on the bench.
It's tough. It almost might feel like a bit of a desperation bring there of maybe if you can get it aligned onto the Gliscor, but even that Gliscor, if it's up energy, you don't really want to take a Shadow Acrobatics. So I feel like that's what complicates this matchup so much, is with the Gliscor and with the Pangoro, it's two Pokemon that can very easily get out of hand with a shield advantage. So as Hiromaru, if you see a lead matchup in which neither one is there, you have to be very particular about how you manage it. You want to try and overfarm, not give your opponent a free switch in into something like that Gliscor, or if you go down a shield for switch advantage, switch advantage doesn't really help when you don't really have a counter to Pangoro on this team. So I think that the combination of the Gliscor and the Pangoro, whether they're brought or not to the game number 3, will have a pretty significant influence over how Hiromaru has to try and play this game. For those who have watched the competitive scene for a couple of years, if you can remember back to, I believe it was the North American International Championships 2023, which was the Charizard meta. The moment you gave up a shield, in came a Charizard and you were swept. The game was over. Very, very similar vibes here, where you do not want to give up a Protect Shield early because there are two insane sweepers that Contono can bring.
Another Pokemon that's been really coming up in this meta, and particularly in this matchup, is that Politoed. It is seeing red with that Shadow variant as well, and is just so relentless with the Weather Balls. But it's going to be the Charger Bug versus the Ninetales. Charger Bug's got to get out of there. The Embers are going to come through and burn itself. So we've now got Gliscor in play. A much better switch in for this Ninetales.
Oh, Hiromaru going to lock in some significantly more damage here as it goes for the Energy Ball. Energy Ball, no shielded by the Gliscor. Do we see the defense drop? Yes, we do, as in comes Jellicent.
There is the Jellicent in play, however, and if we take a look at the back line, there is indeed that Pangoro, so something to bear in mind.
Oh, he's going for the bait. Hiromaru thinking it through, calls the bait. What a call by Hiromaru.
Able to get that through. Jellicent keeping the shields in play, but the Gliscor once again in this position to fire off one of the charge attacks. The Sand Tomb coming through. Is another shield coming up? Yes, Hiromaru does go for the shield, keeping Jellicent safe.
that was not enough for the acrobatics, but Hiromaru did not want to risk it. Back in comes the Charge-a-Bug, but genuinely, Jellicent actually gets very good value in this matchup, up a little bit of energy. You're gonna see a Charge-a-Bug, no shields. Shadow Ball basically comes close to picking up a 2-hit KO.
And we know how devastating Shadow Ball can be, and this one has the same type attack bonus in contrast to what we see from the Licky Licky, for example. Charge-a-Bug now in a precarious spot. Contono forced to have to go for a shield to keep it in the game and apply pressure with the electric type attacks.
Oh, an aggressive pivot out. In comes the Ninetales. Gonna reach for the Discharge, but Discharge is not a particularly strong attack. If Hiromaru lets this go, this could get a little bit tricky. Discharge is going to be no shielded. It connects, and now in comes the Pangoro, but the Pangoro is down a lot of energy. Pangoro is not gonna get the farm down. A Weather Ball is guaranteed to land, so Contono is forced to no shield.
Yeah, Ninetales on the upper hand right now, has that energy that it can pace to so quickly. That said, Pangoro has managed to get the edge now and finally get a Night Slash in play, but there is that Weather Ball waiting on the other side. Hiromaru happy to let all that energy go, though, to bring in one of the Pokemon from the back while allowing the Pangoro to expunge its energy onto the Ninetales.
And the Ninetales has been very good. The boost comes through, but it just seems like it's too little too late. Pangoro makes the boost in close combat, but Hiromaru was prepared. A Protect Shield remains. Tinkaton will be preserved, and Hiromaru just seems unstoppable.
Honestly, the way this Tinkaton with the Fairy Wind can dispatch fighting and dark types in the form of that Pangoro is just absolutely unforgivable. Being able to get rid of that Pokemon and now apply pressure to this Charge-a-Bug as well. Tinkaton is really in the spotlight now.
A Bulldoze debuff as well, not necessary, but that's about how that game went. Hiromaru has done it, winning in our winners semifinals 2-1. He's moving on to the winners finals of the World Championships.
Absolutely incredible play. Hiromaru using that Tinkaton, using that Jellicent to absolutely tailor a swift victory into the winners finals. Absolutely epic, incredible gameplay. Honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat the whole way through this, if I even had a seat to stand on right now, because every single game is coming right down to the wire, and we are getting such masterclass in Pokemon innovation, the way that these trainers are using the, more rogue choices that they're bringing, the Charge-a-Bug, for example, the Jellicent. It's great to be able to see not only how to use them, but why they deserve to be here at Worlds.
And one very interesting aspect of that series was kind of the role reversal between games 2 and 3. We saw in game number 2, if you end up leading weak to that Pangoro and you're forced to switch out, Pangoro has the 8-turn pacing. Yeah. Even if you, as the Ninetales, have 8-turn pacing, switching takes a turn. You're behind, you can't go for the charge attack priority tie, you're chipped, it makes life kind of awkward, and it was the role reversal in game number 3. Kanto Ninetales reminding people that it is one of the best Pokemon in this meta for a reason, and it was all set up by Hiromaru with the bait call, no shielding the Sand Tomb, shielded the second, but was genuinely able to get really good value out of that Jellicent, and then the Kanto Ninetales up energy, calling that it was going to be the Pangoro in the back with very minimal fast attack pressure, no shielding the discharge, and just getting enough damage onto that Pangoro to allow the Tinkaton to clean up, even as Pangoro got that Night Slash boost.
We did have a couple of questions about the Jellicent and kind of its viability in this matchup, but the fact that I had the partner of the Tinkaton and the Ninetales to be able to deal respectively with the Pangoro or with the Charge-a-Bug just meant that the Jellicent was in a prime position to focus down on the Gliscor, farm up as much energy as it wants, and then just Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball. Honestly, once again, teamwork at its absolute finest.
Now, the Shadow Hippowdon, unfortunately, was not brought to that series. Against the Gliscor, Gliscor is not the usual flyer on a lot of teams, and due to that ground-flying typing, Weather Ball Rock only hits for neutral, so it's a pretty negative matchup. So the Hippowdon, which Hiromaru had really favored in previous matchups, stayed on the bench for this one. It wasn't like there was Manteens that could get overwhelmed by Shadow Weather Ball Rocks. It was a Gliscor, so I had to kind of adjust the strategy, really rely on that Kanto Ninetales in game number 3. Kanto Ninetales proving that it deserves its usage, because it really felt like Kanto Ninetales just completely ran over that entire team in that game number 3.
Yeah, it was absolutely great to see. And of course, if you're just tuning in now, we just had a look at one of the winners semis matches, but we do also have a little preview of our losers bracket as well, so you can catch up on how the action is going there. Some incredible names still in the competition.
Oh my goodness, it looks like Caspian Pike has emerged victorious in losers round 1. The Indianapolis regional champion in a heavyweight bout out of pocket took down Inadequence. So our losers round 1 has almost concluded there, but even just taking a look at all the other names that have made it into the losers bracket, this losers bracket is stacked, my goodness.
Honestly, looking at names like Sustenance Eater that we saw kick Padaman down into the losers bracket earlier today is now sitting there ready and waiting in losers round 4. Dunebug, again, one of the trainers I think has so many medals. He needs a new shelf at home to be able to keep accommodating those. Jai as well, that we got to see to great success on the stream throughout today's broadcast, and of course PvP David. someone who has been so inspiring to watch play, still very much in contention for the competition.
And Contono, for those who are cheering for him at home, he's all the way over in losers round 6. So for Contono, a much-deserved break. He is going to be battling much later in the day. We have a lot of losers matches to get through here, and once we progress those losers rounds, he's going to be in losers round 6. So he's already pretty close to the losers finals. I believe it'd only be 2 best-of-3 wins to get there. So that's one of the advantages of dropping down to losers later on in the day, is we're able to skip so many losers bracket rounds, and that is a very, very big head start.
For now, though, we will be sticking on the winners' side of the brackets and bringing you our second winners semi-final, and it's between 2 incredible trainers. We have got Emmy Weedle and Marto Galde. Again, 2 trainers who almost need no introduction. If you were watching the broadcast earlier, you will remember a certain Don Dozo. And I know Henry, for one, is so excited to be able to have this potentially showcased again later on. Marto Galde and this Don Dozo has been unstoppable in the competition.
Don Dozo is here. Don Dozo, I believe it was out of pocket. He was able to pilot it to a very good finish at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. And then it was XR Vos in one of the APAC qualifiers, I believe, piloted to a 2nd place finish.
Okay.
So Don Dozo, its stocks have kind of been rising. And Marto Galde now piloting it to amazing success at the World Championships. But he's going to be up against a ferocious competitor in M.E. Weedle. M.E. Weedle, I mean, the accolades speak for themselves. He is the previous European International Champion, the 2022 Pokemon GO Seniors Division World Champion. This is a battle between 2 of our best battlers in the entire world, and it's an absolute joy to get to watch this series, because this is going to be incredible.
There truly are Pokemon GO folklore stories written about these 2 trainers. They have so many amazing additions in the history books of incredible matches, incredible Pokemon, incredible memories. Emmy Weedle, like you said, has been a world champion previously in the seniors division back in 2022. Since then, it's all about the Masters here, and he wants to be able to claim himself a 2nd world title and be able to say, hey, I'm the only player in the world who is capable of doing this in 2 divisions.
Now that would be a pretty incredible accomplishment, but as we take a look at his opponent, Marto Galde, he's no stranger to having his own hardware. A former Latin American international champion, multi-time regional champion as well. I believe he had ended up placing in 3rd in a previous world championship, so he also has probably, at this point, a cabinet, right? Like an entire cabinet full of trophies and medals. 2 of the most decorated trainers in our entire game. And this matchup is going to be incredible. Marto Galde going a bit more anti-meta with the Shadow Sableye and the Don Dozo, and M.E. Weedle saying meta is meta for a reason. M.E. Weedle, we've seen him on stage a couple times. He's running Disarming Voice on that Florges. The rest of the moveset's all pretty standard. The battlers exchange well wishes. We have lock-ins. Game number 1 of the winners semifinals coming up.
Let's have a look between Emmy Weedle and Marto Galde. Who is going to be the victor? Moving on to the winners finals, it's going to be a Licky Licky for Emmy Weedle and the Ninetales for Marto Galde.
All in all, not a terrible matchup for the Ninetales, even though Rollout does hit for super effective damage. Marto has the choice to throw on 7 or 10, is going to opt to throw on 7 here. Doesn't quite set up the same sequencing as throwing on 10, but what it can do is guarantee that damage lands onto the Licky Licky and potentially set up a catch out.
You have to look at the backlines as well. We've got that Dondozo waiting in the wings. That's a Pokemon that's just going to be able to absorb a lot of hits. So Ninetales, I think, putting in some work to deal with some of the bulky opponents on Emmy Weedle's side as well that might give Dondozo a run for its money.
And Emmy Weedle chose to throw that charge stack immediately on alignment. A free Ember did sneak through, but Weedle here is valuing the fact that the Shadow Ball will either guarantee land damage or get a Protect Shield to ensure that it does not get caught.
Dondozo finally joins the match here, and we are going to be able to see it take this Shadow Ball coming through from Licky Licky, a fantastic Pokemon to eat up all of that damage, allowing the Ninetales to safely bank that energy in the back.
This is a genuinely very important bit of damage to land on the Dondozo because Empoleon typically is not able to pick up a 2-hit knockout with Drill Peck. So you can see the Metal Sounds basically doing no damage onto the Dondozo, and while Dondozo is walled, an ability to survive 2 Drill Pecks is imperative. However, with that Shadow Ball landing, as we see this Drill Peck land, this Dondozo is getting very close to Drill Peck being able to pick up the 2-hit knockout, and that's very favorable for Weedle, as Empoleon does offer a pretty significant pacing advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, Dondozo kind of going, Metal Sounds, I can't hear you. You're actually absolutely null and void in this match, but it's all about these charge attacks. Look at that.
Oh, the perfect overfarm by Weedle. He is not letting that Surf land. Drill Peck knocks out the Dondozo, and he is up a Protect Shield and still has a pretty healthy Empoleon.
Yep, Ninetales comes back in as well, has all of that energy bank, so can immediately unleash one of these Weather Balls, forcing the shield to come through on Emmy Weedle's side, wanting to keep the Empoleon nice and safe in the game. Again, Metal Sounds not doing too much, but it's critically about the energy generation. It is getting to its Water-type attack. critical shield coming through on Marto Galde's side.
Marto Galde, all protect shields down for the remainder of the game. There's going to be a pivot out. In comes the Quagsire. He could have stayed in there, but doesn't. But Emmy Weedle, oh no! His Quagsire is on Mud Bomb. It is completely walled.
That's the thing, you want to see the Stone Edge in play when you have a flyer on the opposing side, but instead the ground type attack is really going to be negligible damage into the Altaria, as is the Aqua Tail for insult to injury, whereas Altaria can just keep going for these Dragon Breaths, farm up all of the energy, and really put Marto Galde in a promising position.
Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, it's not going to matter. The Altaria is just inevitable. Marto Galde farms up just shy of 100 energy, and now begins to put the pressure on Quagsire with these Sky Attacks.
This is a great position here for the Altaria, just going down from the sky attack after sky attack, putting on a possible farm down onto the Quagsire there, but instead it's going to have to face down against the Empoleon, but it has energy for days, forcing that shield to come through on Emmy Weedle's side.
And Marto Galde still has energy available on the Kanto Ninetales. The Altaria outside of Drill Pack range, but it's not going to get that chance. In comes the Ninetales, sniping down with the Weather Ball. Empoleon is going to fall. Emmy Weedle does still have the Quagsire, but the Quagsire has no hit points. The Licky has no hit points either. You can have all the energy in the world, and you cannot defeat Altaria. Marto Galde farms down, fires off the Weather Ball at Licky, and Marto Galde is going to be taking game number 1.
Absolutely incredible. Brilliant to see this Ninetales close out the game, but honestly, the Torture Post department is calling that Quagsire and asking it to sell its story against that Altaria. It really just was desolation, nowhere for it to go, and Altaria was in such a dominant position.
That Quagsire, knowing that it's Mud Bomb, that's such a risk to bring into an Altaria, and unfortunately it did not end up working out for Weedle. Marto's decision, reading the fact that Weedle liked to throw those Shadow Balls on Alimus to try and avoid a catch, getting the catch on the Dondozo, baiting out the Empoleon, and then the reveal. I don't know if Weedle had ended up bringing that Quagsire too much on stream, so Quagsire normally into Altaria with Stone Edge, which is a moveset that we've seen quite a bit. It's fine. Stone Edge does a lot of damage, but it was the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb makes its matchup so much better into Pokemon like Tinkaton, but unfortunately it falls flat against Altaria.
I mean, let's step back and speak now about why that Quagsire is possibly running the alternative to the Stone Edge. If you're against flyers on the opposing side, what are Emmy's Weedle's way of countering it?
So Emmy Weedle does have that Licky, and Licky can do quite well into the flyers. Most flyers because Altaria isn't typically the flyer of choice, it's more often than not Mantine, and this team is pretty well structured to try and deal with Mantine. But Altaria does put a bit of unique pressure onto the team in terms of Kanto Ninetales, has some pretty decent play into Mantine. It's not a good matchup, but if you're up energy, you do have an ability to threaten with neutral energy balls. But against Altaria, it's kind of the Turtonator theorem. You're going to need a lot of Weather Balls, and Altaria is still going to have a lot of HP after you fire off all those Weather Balls.
Particularly with those Dragon Breaths, they stack up so much energy and get so many little increments of damage down, even though by themselves it's not a big amount of damage. The fact that it's such a fast attack just means that you can start steamrolling through opponents, and it's a great position to see Altaria in. Coming into this next game, however, Marto Galde 1 game away from advancing into our winners finals. Emmy Weedle is going to be doing everything he can to stop him because he wants to put his name onto that next place in our bracket.
Marto Galde was made for moments like these. You don't win that many regional championships and an international championship without having that killer instinct, that ability when you're so close to your goal to be able to get that final win, to be able to secure your place in the winners finals. Both battlers, they're taking their time, they're ensuring, they are preparing, they know this is the biggest game they have played today. Marto knows he's 1 win away from the winners finals, and that might be all he needs to secure his place in top 3.
So looking forward into this next game, how is Emmy Weedle going to deal with this Altaria better? Which Pokemon needs to get the alignment? The Florges, for example, has the utility of that Fairy Wind. That's a great way to deal with opposing dragons, but is it just too difficult in the face of a potential Tinkaton on the opposing side that can hit back with that Gigaton Hammer?
This Florges is running the Disarming Voice, and with Disarming Voice, it does have a pretty good ability to deal with the Altaria, but by not having Trailblaze, suddenly you actually end up being surprisingly weak to Dondozo. Dondozo is a very big fan of taking neutral charge attacks. We've seen it time and time again. Dondozo, very okay. You really need super effective damage into Dondozo. Otherwise, it's going to be able to tank at least 3 charge attacks. So I can see where the pressure of Dondozo might make him shy away from the Florges, but in doing so, he's really going to have to rely on that Empoleon. But the Empoleon ended up getting baited out there, and then it was kind of tough.
It certainly is. I think if there was something like the Trailblaze and the Florges, you might be in a better position to start doing some good damage into that Dondozo, as well as critically getting the attack boost to that Florges that can start steamrolling. Instead, we're going to the best grass type Pokemon in the format, which is the Ninetales right now, relying on that Energy Ball to deal with the bulky water type in the form of that Dondozo. But at the same time, Dondozo can retaliate so beautifully with those waterfalls. They really start stacking up some good damage, and if you can get some surfs ready to go, then Ninetales can be washed away.
And that Dondozo, oh my goodness, its ability to survive the Energy Ball, and even in that matchup, a lot of the times, one of the things that I find when you go back and take a look at a trainer who has won a game, it's basically about trying to maximize value out of the Pokemon that you bring. And that Dondozo for Martogalde, he got a lot of value. That was 50 energy gone from a Licky. There was back-to-back Drill Pegs having to be thrown by Empoleon. That's so much energy expended by M.E. Weedle. Now, obviously, Altaria onto the Quagsire. There's really nothing Quagsire can do without that Stone Edge, but even so, I feel like I very rarely see a game in which Dondozo felt valueless. That incredible amount of bulk and its ability to kind of be used as a tool for repositioning almost, getting that catch, preserving his lead matchup, can kind of put him in a very good spot.
I think it has been a beautiful showcase by Dondozo throughout this tournament. Martogalde obviously piloting it to phenomenal success. A great call by yourself as well, Henry, putting that on your caster predictions. It must be a joy to see. But as we're waiting for our trainers to get ready, the match will be with you as soon as possible, folks. We're just building the anticipation a little bit more. I think there's one Pokemon that we have neglected to talk about, and I'm curious to hear from you, Homeslice, about whether you think it has any utility in this match. Is really our ghost types here. You've got the Shadow Sableye on Martogalde's side, and you've got the Galarian Corsola on M.E. Weedle's side. Both trainers opted to not bring it in this game one. Is there any utility for the ghost types here?
I do think that Shadow Sableye could be quite interesting. The Shadow Sableye, it's a lot going to depend on the specific stat spread that Marto has decided to run. Do you opt for a more bulk-oriented Shadow Sableye, or do you opt for more of an attack-weighted Shadow Sableye? Because if you run quite a bit of attack on Shadow Sableye, you can actually win Charge Type priority over the Empoleon, and because they have identical pacing, if you're winning Charge Type priority, then you're just winning that matchup straight up. So whether Marto decides to bring it could depend a lot on the stat spread that he has, because if you do have that extra investment in the attack, then that could be a bit of a nasty surprise for M.E. Weedle, who expects it to be a good matchup, just to find out that it is not.
I like the coverage on Sableye as well. Obviously, the Shadow Claw is one of the best fast attacks in the game and can have really nice positioning against Pokemon like the Corsola. At the same time, you have that Drain Punch, the fighting type charge attack. That can be great into something like the Licky. But trainers, you don't have to wait any longer. We're jumping into game 2 in the second winners semis. It's that Dondozo back in action against the Licky.
We've got the battle of the bulk in game number 2. Dondozo versus the Licky. Licky will have the pacing advantage, but Waterfall does significantly more damage than Rollout. It's going to be Licky striking first as it looks to land the Shadow Ball.
Of course, we know Dondozo can basically shrug this attack off at this point, just able to take that and keep the shields in play while being able to retaliate with a Surf. Licky, of course, has Notorious Bulk as well, so is going to be able to take this and eat up the energy on the opposing side. For both these trainers, it's really going to come to where the switch happens to when the momentum pace is going to change.
Could M.E. Weedle potentially look for a catch? No, he's going to stay on the field, wait the turn, and fire off that Shadow Ball in the middle of the Waterfall animation to ensure that it will land on its intended target.
This is where you have to ask a question, is putting the Dondozo down into the red zone. You do not have the position to go for another Surf. And critically, I think Dondozo, yes, Martogalde might be putting it in a very vulnerable position, but you've also returned the favor to that Licky and secured the KO.
Oh, he brings in the Empoleon, the save switch Altaria, but there's the Florges, the adjustment. M.E. Weedle baited him into switching. He did not want to concede the farm down. He sends in the Altaria, but M.E. Weedle came prepared. The Florges is here, and with Disarming Voice, it's going to be able to inflict some pretty massive damage onto that Altaria.
This is what I'm talking about. The Florges finds its mark against the Altaria. This is the exact counter that was needed to best the Altaria. That was such a thorn in M.E. Weedle's side in that previous game, particularly considering the fact it has this Disarming Voice with same type attack bonus. The Altaria going unshielded is going to have to take this attack. It's not enough to get the knockout, though. Altaria stays in the sky.
That is a little bit unfortunate for M.E. Weedle. Overfarmed to the max, playing to the charge type priority, but the Altaria too bulky. Even a super effective Disarming Voice could not knock it out of the sky. Florges will get that farm down, but honestly, not the worst outcome for Martogalde.
Yeah, you have a lot of energy up onto the Florges, but now the tables really have turned. You have the Tinkaton that isn't going to worry about the charge attacks that the Florges is sending its way, and at the same time, you can start getting that Gigaton ready to fly.
But in comes the Empoleon. Empoleon has a lot of energy. The Tinkaton is debuffed, and it looks like it could be a position from which Martogalde cannot claw his way back. He really wants to reset the attack drop, but in doing so, there's a Dondozo that has basically no energy, and all it would do is just give a bunch of farm over to the Empoleon.
That's the thing, you can go for this bulldoze all you want. Emmy Weedle just saying, bring it on. You're debuffed at this point in time. My Empoleon isn't going to worry taking that. You do get the drop, however, and the Tinkaton is ready to follow up, but there is still that shield. Emmy Weedle saying, we're going to protect it though. We're going to let Empoleon stand its ground.
Even despite the debuff, we're going to see the pivot out. In comes the Dondozo.
Ooh.
These waterfalls are actually adding up onto the Empoleon. Hold on a second. He's forced to fire off energy. Marto Galde not at 1 HP. If he puts up the shield, the waterfall would take the knockout. The biggest call he makes today. He lets it go. Dondozo will fall, and it's going to be all up to Tinkaton.
That was so close. Dondozo nearly being able to get the farm down. Instead, that shield prepared for this Tinkaton, keeping it in play, forcing the Empoleon to utilize all that energy on the Hydro Cannon, but there's the switch. Florges in play.
And Florges has so much energy. Florges is going to need the back-to-back chilling waters here. Marto Galde desperately needs to get there. This is going to be close. He needs to get to the Gigaton Hammer, but Florges still has the Protect Shield, and that's just not going to be enough. M.E. Weedle gets his equalizer. Florges knocks out one of its worst matchups in Tinkaton, and we're going to a game number 3.
That victory has got to taste so sweet for the Florges, being able to be in the best position against the Altaria, and like you said, holding its own against the Tinkaton as well. I think Marto Galde bringing that Tinkaton was great coming into this matchup. You're able to find a way to deal with that Florges if the Altaria does find itself falling victim to it, but M.E. Weedle just seemed constantly one step ahead.
That game honestly felt like a roller coaster. You could see Marto's idea, get the debuffs, send in the Dondozo, find a way, but M.E. Weedle intentionally over-farming enough to the back-to-back allowed him to be able to pressure away that final Protect Shield from the Tinkaton. Incredibly good energy management there from M.E. Weedle, and he's proving why he's made it all the way to the winners semifinals.
At the beginning of this game, we saw this kind of stalemate going on between the Licky and the Dondozo, and I have to ask the question, did Marto Galde keep the Dondozo in a little bit too long against the Licky, meaning it had kind of utilized its last reserves? The Dondozo wasn't really able to be utilized too much in the later stages. Imagine a couple more waterfalls. Could that have made a difference?
Or maybe even considering the fact that instead of knocking out that Licky, holding on to that Dondozo energy and then pivoting out, because it really felt like once Dondozo knocked out the Licky, I know you have it sometimes in VGC where sometimes knocking out a Pokemon is actually a liability.
Yeah.
It almost felt like knocking out the Licky was a liability for Marto, because then the Dondozo was basically more or less a sitting duck. It had no energy. He tried to make Lightning Strike by debuffing it and then bringing in the Dondozo, but even that was not enough because M.E. Weedle with the foresight to double up on the Hydro Cannons basically made it impossible for Marto.
Well, coming into this Game 3, and once again, we have a Game 3. I love to see things come right down to the wire like this. They're battling it out for a place in our winners final. Looking at what these Pokemon trainers can bring, are we going to see some bold adjustments, or is it going to be really about utilizing energy management and switch stronger?
I really hope that we get to see that Dondozo one final time. I think that the Dondozo just with slightly different management there, just a slightly different play style, because it was very, very good in that first game, but maybe not as a lead. Maybe it does need to be in the back like it was in that game number 1. Utilizes more of a damage sponge and not necessarily playing out those even matchups. But one trainer has locked in the other, making last-second adjustments here. This is going to be an incredible, incredible battle, and the players feel it. The spectators feel it. You at home feel it. The anticipation. They exchange well wishes. We've got double lock-ins. Game number 3, winner semifinals. It's going to be the Shadow Quagsire into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
The Purple Flames are on the stage as both these trainers going for these fast attacks, farming up as much energy as possible. Of course, Energy Ball in a prime position to do some damage into that Quagsire, but Ninetales gets out there. Quagsire gets out there. It's the battle of the water types.
Marto Galde tries for the catch. M.E. Weedle does not let it happen. But this is not the Dondozo and Empoleon matchup that we have seen before. This is a full health Dondozo. As the first drill peck connects, you will notice this does well under 50% of its total health bar. M.E. Weedle is going to need 3 drill pecks if he wants to secure a knockout, but Dondozo is getting dangerously close to the back-to-back surfs.
Yeah, Dondozo pretty comfortable to keep taking a couple of these drill packs, and as you've said, the waterfalls stacking up, getting these surfs in the position to start overwhelming the Penguin on the opposing side of the field. You can see another one coming through, forcing M.E. Weedle to utilize the pressure shield, head in his hands a little bit, thinking that these are the critical moments of the game.
And this exact scenario is what a lot of Empoleon players end up feeling, is suddenly the Dondozo matchup, which on paper should be pretty good, suddenly feels kind of awkward. Because look at this next drill pack. It's not going to enable a farm down. M.E. Weedle is going to need to either pivot out or fire off even more energy.
And at the same time, these waterfalls getting you to another surf. The Hydro Cannon's primed as well, so the Empoleon does manage to get the edge. Marto Galde going unshielded here.
Marto Galde saying Dondozo has done its job. It has effectively neutralized the Empoleon. Empoleon does have the Hydro Cannon banked. In comes the Ninetales. Marto will look to try and go for a farm down, but can M.E. Weedle risk sending in the Quagsire out of fear of the Altaria? He does!
Oh.
He says it's no Altaria. That is an incredibly bold call.
So dominant coming through on M.E. Weedle, switching into that Quagsire that already had the energy bank. The shield comes up on Ninetales' side. Ninetales, the one that really wants to be ferocious at the moment, not going for the energy ball though. Is M.E. Weedle gonna call it?
M.E. Weedle, he puts up the Protect Shield. It is going to be the Weather Ball bait, and now it's going to be a race. Energy Ball versus the Aqua Tail. Marto switches one early. In comes that Licky Licky, but this is where a charge attack like Mud Bomb will allow M.E. Weedle to get some pretty nice damage. He's going to go for the Aqua Tail first, but if he's able to land the Mud Bomb will do considerably more damage.
Aquatail just chipping away at the Licky Licky. As Licky Licky starts farming up as much energy as possible, it can just start going through with these Shadow Balls, but the Quagsire is also ready to meet it, being able to unleash another Aquatail. Critically, it wants to try and get that pressure with the Mud Bombs when it can.
Oh, he's going to pivot out. Switch timers up. He gets the catch onto the Empoleon. That is not what Marto needed to have happen, but he's unable to roll out down, so he would have had to throw energy anyway.
That's at least one way to clear a Pokemon from the board, but look at the health positioning of the Florges and this Quagsire on M.E. Weedle's side of things. It's going to take a lot of effort coming through. At least you got rid of the shields on one side. Now you've got the Shadow Ball coming through into the Shadow Quagsire.
And the Shadow Ball, it's not going to do much. M.E. Weedle, he ends up waiting a turn there, trying to go for a charge attack priority tie, but Marto Galde was one off. Either way, Aqua Tail is going to be securing the knockout. Back in comes the Ninetales. Ninetales needs a move. It does not have it. And M.E. Weedle, he cannot believe it.
Honestly, the back-to-back Aquatails, we've seen this time and time again. The energy management, heavy damage going down into the opposing Pokemon here. Ninetales is going to be able to retaliate, but there is, I believe, a full health Florges in the back for M.E. Weedle.
M.E. Weedle, he cannot believe it. Head in his hands. Just a few Fairy Winds from Florges. He gets the farm down, and M.E. Weedle moves on to the winners finals of the World Championship.
Absolute cinema, incredible games. M.E. Weedle can't believe it, but what an incredible Game 3, taking us right down to that moment. Quagsire reigning supreme in the meta right now. Congratulations, M.E. Weedle. What a match, Home Slice.
Incredible gameplay there. M.E. Weedle, he stayed with the Quagsire. It ended up on Altaria, but he trusted in it when it mattered the most. And that incredibly bold call of Game 3, risking the fact that it could be the Altaria in the back, but he trusted his gut. Yeah. He said there's no Altaria, and if there's no Altaria, pivoting back in the Quagsire would put a ton of pressure onto Marto. Marto wanted the fear of the Altaria to keep Quagsire away from being switch locked so he could get a bunch of energy on the Ninetales, but M.E. Weedle, that might be the play of the tournament right there. That call, that gut read. I mean, that's what separates champions from the rest of us. M.E. Weedle on to top 3. What a series. Marto played incredibly well, but M.E. Weedle just one step ahead.
M.E. Weedle almost didn't need his third and final Pokemon in this Game 3. It was all about the Empoleon and Quagsire Water Duo working diligently against the 3 on Marto Galde's side of things. I think Dondozo, it's not quite as invincible as we thought it was. Looks like it's got some competition for that water type throwing, but M.E. Weedle in this moment being able to get that second Aqua Tail, big damage onto the opposing Ninetales, just swung the momentum so strongly in his favor.
And how many times have we seen Kanto Ninetales knock out water types today? It was the revenge of the water types. Quagsire actually taking the knockout, and it honestly just, oh my goodness. You could feel the emotion from M.E. Weedle. He could not believe it. He was so worried until the very end, but he did it. He's on to top 3. Our winners finals have been set. On the top, we have, oh my goodness, Hiromaru from Japan, now M.E. Weedle from Switzerland, and our winner's side of the bracket for now is complete. We still have those two in the winners finals, but we still have so many games to go on the loser side of the bracket, because with the winners finals is set, we need to progress a lot of losers rounds to get to the losers finals. So many trainers who we've seen fall out of the winners side of the bracket, they're still alive, they haven't played yet, they're on the loser side of the bracket. So now our attention turns to that loser side of the bracket. And we've seen some incredible world champions born out of the losers side of the bracket, Dancing Rob as well.
That is very true.
But it sounds like we actually get to hear from the man of the hour, M.E. Weedle. We have Tomahawk down on the floor with M.E. Weedle, fresh off his winners semifinals win.
I'm joined by M.E. Weedle. I don't need to say anything. What's going through your mind right now?
I don't know, man. I just
just pure excitement, happiness, every positive emotion you can really think of.
And we love watching the emotions going through your face, your body, everything when you win those matches. Can you remotely describe how it feels when you know that you have that victory?
Not really, you know, you need to play to the end. You need to make sure you haven't accidentally made a crucial mistake in your, playing out the rest of the game in your head. But it just feels great. And yeah, when the win finally comes through, it's just amazing.
And what an incredible Pokemon Go journey you've had. From senior world champion, you played season in, season out, and you are now in the winners finals of the 2026 World Championships. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it means so much to me because I've had a few rough tournaments. I'm not as consistent as players like Padaman, Beelzeboy, but the fact that I can, make a run like this, and it proves to myself, like, more than to other people that I can still play this game pretty well.
Very, very well. Now, talk us through some of the moments in that match, because I know you're very meticulous with your play, and there are a few moments there where you did need to make some critical decisions. Are there any reflections you have in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, game one was obviously not ideal with Mudbomb Quagsire on Altaria at the end, but then in game three, I just needed to make the prediction that it wasn't an Altaria. I think if I gave him too much energy on the Ninetales, he was going to sweep me with that anyways, so I just had to make the call, and, it worked out, of course, but yeah, not necessarily going to be as easy in the next games or if I have to face Marto again.
Now, when you started today, knowing that you were into day two, what were your expectations? And if you were to speak now to yourself earlier this morning, how would you be feeling?
I mean, amazing, obviously. But I didn't expect to beat Boom. He's an amazing player. I did technically have a slightly positive matchup in my eyes, and I think he'd agree too. But yeah, was lucky to make it past that, and just to make it this far now once again, it's just amazing.
Right, next up, you're against Hiromaru in those winners finals. Have you been watching him play? How are you thinking about feeling for that match?
I think it's pretty bad for me because the Hippopotamus and the Electrode are pretty safe into me in general. So I might have to get some line calls right. I might have to play better than I already have. But yeah, I'll see how that goes.
It's a tough ask, but before you go away and prepare for that, are there any shout-outs you'd like to give?
My mum, who's here, of course. My dad at home as well. All of Tea and Pizza, they've been amazing. Everybody who's helped me scrim in the build up to this tournament, who helped me practice, who discuss the day two fast matchup against Boom. Just everybody who's supported me along the way. Thank you so much.
Really well done, Maxwell. Cannot wait to see if you can go all the way this weekend. Lou, Henry, take it away.
It's always great to be able to hear some words of wisdom from our competitors. Congratulations, Emmy Weedle, again on a fantastic victory. I'm looking forward to seeing you in winners finals.
Oh, what an incredible moment. I know his family watching has to be ecstatic as well, getting to play at your absolute best on the biggest stage. And now he will get some time to hopefully get a little bit of food, get a little bit of rest, a little bit of practice in ahead of this incredible winners finals matchup. So our winners finals bracket has been set. We started with 16 players on winner's side. We're down to 2. Now that means all those players who dropped are now in the loser's side of the bracket. We also had 16 trainers coming in from the loser's side of the bracket. So now we start progressing these losers rounds. We get closer and closer. Now the stakes are even higher. Not only are, like, on the winner's side, you just drop to losers. If you lose, you're out.
Exactly. It is a double elimination bracket after all. I think one of the most amazing things, though, are the storylines that can really be written from the loser side of the bracket. If we take a look at our next match, Mi Chang versus Spartan. Now, Spartan, you'll remember from day one of the broadcast, actually lost to Firestar very early on in the tournament, but later was able to get the redemption at the end of day one, facing down against Firestar once again and actually knocking him out of the tournament. Whereas Mi Chang, I also believe, went down very early doors.
Mi Chang ended up dropping very early in the tournament, but just because you're down doesn't mean you're out, and is proceeded to get win after win after win after win. Mi Chang's team features Shadow Fortress, Malamar, Dunsparce, a Pokemon we haven't seen too often so far this weekend, Togekiss, what honestly feels like the star of the show so far, Dondozo, and Galarian Corsola.
I was wondering how long it was going to take you to mention the Dondozo. You haven't seen enough of this Pokemon yet. So let's take a look at the matchup it's going to potentially have. We're wondering if it's going to come out in the leads. The trainers are ready. We've got the Florges versus Fortress.
And this is the Bug Bite Fortress. Even though Bug Bites are resisted, Fortress heavily favored in this matchup. Fortress does have a pacing advantage and can debuff with Chilling Water, but Fortress has the ability to get those debuffs right back. And those Bug Bites really don't look very resistant as they add up very quickly onto that Fortress.
Yeah, the steel typing on the Fortress as well, helping out against the Fairy Winds. You do take the attack drop, but I think the critical thing Fortress is about is the debuffs itself. So it can now go for this Rock Tomb and start whittling away at the attack of that Florges too.
Another reason to run the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress is even as Fortress applies these debuffs, you don't ever really reduce the amount of Bug Bite damage. Empoleon save switch from Spartan answered with the Dondozo. Traditionally, this would be seen as the matchup that Empoleon wants to switch into, but Mi Chang knows Dondozo a surprisingly effective answer to the Empoleon.
Hey, taking notes from our last match, we've got Dondozo and Empoleon once again facing down against each other. Dondozo really not worried about the metal sounds coming this way. It's utilizing the opportunity to get these Surfs ready to go.
A Surf comes out from Dondozo. Spartan is going to be letting that through. Surf does do a pretty respectable amount of damage. Spartan going to throw 4 Metal Sounds here. He does get the double up on Drill Packs. Dondozo now has that Surf, but will lose the charge attack priority tie to the Empoleon.
Exactly, Dondozo allowing this Drill Peck to come through does do a little chip of damage, but you still have that Surf that you can unleash and force a potential shield to come through on the Empoleon. Spartan's backline does have a lot of Notorious bulk, so it doesn't necessarily need to utilize the shields, whereas Empoleon wants to stay in play and make sure it can utilize the energy it has diligently farmed up.
Empoleon going to overfarm. Spartan building up to the back-to-back, going to be going for the Drill Peck, going for a bit of an undercharge here. He actually doesn't want to knock out the Dondozo. He wants a little bit of extra farm. The undercharge is going to pay off, but Mi Chang pivots out. Fortress hits the field, and Spartan will immediately fire off that Drill Peck to look to pressure away a Protect Shield.
Yeah, Fortress really not going to worry too much about this, but does go for the shield to make sure he can start bug biting and applying that debuff pressure. Florges, however, comes out to meet it and says, I can debuff too with this Chilling Water.
No shield from Mi Chang as Chilling Water would fail to take the knockout. Fortress able to survive. Fortress should even be able to take the knockout here with a Sand Tomb, but not going to throw it. Instead, just going to let this go, and now is going to potentially try and just look for farm for Togekiss.
A complete undercharge, though, coming through. Florges hoping that it can maybe get a little bit of chip there, but no. Instead, Fortress goes straight down, and now it's the battle of the Fairy types as Togekiss takes to the stage.
Togekiss, a Fairy type, is going to be aligned into Mandibuzz, the Dark type in the end game. But without Dazzling Gleam, Mandibuzz can actually put up a pretty significant fight here. The energy advantage that Togekiss has will be to its advantage, but as this Aura Sphere connects, you're going to notice this really does not do a lot of damage onto the very bulky Mandibuzz.
This is one of the things I love about the Togekiss, though, is the coverage it has with all of its moves. It cannot be solved by one Pokemon's typing alone on the opposing side. Mandibuzz able to shrug that off as well thanks to its defensive capabilities, and it can now retaliate with this Shadow Ball into the shield.
Now, one potential area for concern is the fact that the Empoleon still has some HP remaining. The Dondozo is basically in Metal Sound downrange. I don't believe the Dondozo, it's going to be very tough if it's able to make a move or not there. Spartan just going to continue to farm, wanting to try and watch for a catch. No catch come through. Instead, it's going to be the Aura Sphere. Now, Spartan has to put up a Protect Shield here, or Mandibuzz is going to be lost.
Yeah, Dondozo and Empoleon on the back on their last legs, to be honest. When they come back in, it's going to be for a short time only. Shadow Ball, however, is once again ready on this Mandibuzz. There's so much HP remaining on this Togekiss, though. It is going to take a wall of attacks to break through it. Takes it down into that yellow zone, but Togekiss pacing as quickly as it can to a charge attack. Instead, Dondozo jumping in.
Oh my goodness, Mi Chang, what a catch! He waits the turn, catches the foul play, and that could be the opening he needs.
This is perfect. Togekiss banking up that energy, bringing in the Dondozo, letting it drop, and then it comes back. One more fast attack, and now it's ready with this Aura Sphere.
Aura Sphere will connect, Mandibuzz will fall. All that's left is the Empoleon. Can Empoleon make it to a charge attack? It's gonna be close.
Ooh.
No, it cannot. Empoleon falls. Mi Chang celebrates as he takes game number 1.
That was a beautiful dance between the Togekiss and the Dondozo. Togekiss hadn't quite got to the charge attack. It needed a little bit more room to maneuver, and Mi Chang perfectly identifying that Spartan was at the charge attack, that was going to come through instead. Swapping in the Dondozo, saying, eat this up, you can drop, and then once all that energy had been expunged on the opposing side, Togekiss could do what it wanted and get to the Aura Sphere.
Now, at first glance, viewers might be a little bit confused why it was so important to catch a resisted foul play. The reason being, even though foul play would not have knocked out the Togekiss, the Empoleon was still very much alive at the back. So Empoleon, even if it landed one or two Metal Sounds after that foul play connected, it could have farmed down that Togekiss and gotten the win, and that is why that catch mattered.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay. The foul play coming through, going straight into the Dondozo. This was the critical moment that enabled this Togekiss to have that extra HP in play to be able to get this Aura Sphere off and critically, as you said, be there ready for the Empoleon when it came back onto set.
What's crazy is even with the Togekiss being up energy, Mandibuzz was actually going to win that endgame barring that catch. It just shows the power and the bulk of Mandibuzz, and the reason why Spartan brought it on his team. Mandibuzz can win matchups it has no business winning.
Looks like our trainers are ready and raring to go, though, in this match. We're going to get into game 2. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola versus Florges now.
This is not where you want to be as the Florges, even though Florges does have a big pacing advantage. The Astonishes just do so much damage. If you ever go for the Chilling Water, it debuffs, but it does basically no damage. Disarming Voice, which Spartan goes for, does do a bit more damage, but with no debuff, that means your Florges is very vulnerable and taking considerable damage from the Corsola.
There's a lot of energy up on this Corsola, though, but the Licky comes in. Fortress comes out to meet it.
Incredible patience there, not letting the catch happen. Spartan is going to go for the body slam bait. Mii-Chang will fall for it, puts up the protect shield. So a bit of good momentum there for Spartan, but Mii-Chang being able to hold onto that Corsola energy, that does look very valuable in the back.
Let's not forget Mii-Chang is on an absolute tear through this losers bracket, and this calmness and composure is what has enabled him to get here. We're going to see the Rock Tomb come through on the Fortress, just weakening up the attack of that opposing Licky. Lets it go through the defensive capabilities, keeping Licky strong and enabling it to go for the Shadow Ball.
If Fortress is able to get a full Bug Bite farm down here, that would be exactly what Mii-Chang is hoping for. Even if a Body Slam is reached, Body Slam not really a problem. It's debuffed, it wouldn't do a lot of damage. Oh, not even a Body Slam. Those Bug Bites are relentless.
Yeah, we're not even going to see Licky get to retaliate here. Fortress, the show is yours, and you're up against the Fairy type on the opposing side of this Florges. But Florges can go for this Chilling Water, drop the attack a little bit on the Fortress, meaning these Bug Bites are not going to be doing too much. But critically, it gets to the Rock Tomb. It's less about the damage and more about lowering the damage capability of your opponent here.
The Fortress, 1 HP remaining, makes it to the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb puts Florges deep into the low HP, and it's a simultaneous switch. Togekiss into Empoleon. This charge type priority tie is very stat dependent. Empoleon not going to throw right away, not revealing any information, but this charge type priority tie could decide the game. Does Mii-Chang or Spartan decide to risk it here on this second charge attack?
But in contrast to the Dondozo, these Metal Sounds are putting in some work against the Togekiss. It's in a very vulnerable spot. We're now going to see the Hydro Cannon come through. Togekiss does have bulk to be able to hang on, but can it get the retaliation it needs? Oh, actually, it's gone.
Togekiss did get knocked out, and that was Mii-Chang not wanting to risk that Togekiss and Empoleon charge type priority tie. It is stat dependent. If he shielded and lost charge type priority, it basically would have instantly lost in the game. So instead, he's trying to play for a potentially safer route. He does have back-to-back Nightshades, but importantly, Empoleon is out of Nightshade range. It cannot be astonished down.
Yeah, Togekiss dropping has enabled the energy to come through from these Nightshades. It was at 2 of them. First one went through into the shield, second one coming through, no shields remaining on Spartan's side. So the Empoleon will be vulnerable to take this attack.
Now Spartan has to be very, very careful. The Hydro Cannon cannot be caught. Waits the turn, but Lightning does not strike twice. Mii-Chang fails the catch, and Spartan will get his equalizer as this Corsola, while it may barely hold on here, if it does, it's basically gonna have only 1 hit point remaining.
Let's see how much it does. Takes it down into the red, but there's no energy remaining on this Corsola. The Metal Sounds are just going to be able to farm away, and Spartan evening the score. Both trainers 1 game away from staying in the competition. This is another incredible best-of-3 set. Love seeing everything come down to these final moments. The Fortress trying to get that catch, but instead the Metal Sound taking it down.
And Mii-Chang, he was put in a very difficult position because Spartan intentionally overfarmed and did not reveal who won charge type priority in that Empoleon Togekiss matchup. That is within the realm of potentially stat-dependent a charge type priority tie, and if you shield and play to that and lose it as the Togekiss, the game is instantly over. So Mii-Chang played to the safer outcome, which was just trying to have Corsola do things and then go for the catch. He was able to get the game-winning catch in game 1, but in game number 2, Spartan was ready. He said, "You may have gotten a catch on me once. It is not happening again."
I love that, though, looking at what your opponent did to capitalize on their position and not allowing them to make the same adjustment twice. Speaking of adjustments, however, the Galarian Corsola we got to see come in for Mii-Chang in that second game. But my question, Henry, are we going to see the Dondozo back again?
I would love to see the Dondozo. Every time I see Dondozo, there's a smile on my face. Dondozo, one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh, and it looks like we have lock-ins. Game number 3. It's win or go home. Mii-Chang versus Spartan, and it's Licky into Corsola, a disaster for Mii-Chang.
Absolutely everything on the line here. The Corsola staying in for, I think, one Astonish there, then gets out of their fortress, finds his mark down against the Licky Licky, but of course, the energy advantage is on Licky Licky's side.
Spartan not going to go for the bait this time. Full sends the Shadow Ball. Michang will put up the Protect Shield. Spartan should look to pivot out here. Oh, but he doesn't. He actually stays on the field. Getting damage on this Licky Licky, exceedingly important for Michang. What Michang doesn't know is there's another answer to the Corsola in the back. If Spartan is able to get alignment here, then Mandibuzz would also shut down that Corsola.
That's great to be able to have that backline position with the Mandibuzz in play. We're going to see the Empoleon join the field, however, just again going for Null and Void Metal Sounds, but critically getting to these Hydro Cannons to put on some pressure.
Spartan able to save the charge stack on that Licky Licky. Gonna fire off Hydro Cannon, no shield from Michang. Michang barely able to hold on here. Will click the Sand Tomb, but now is in very real danger of getting Metal Sounded down. The switch timer is up. Michang will have the ability to pivot out. Spartan puts up a Protect Shield. Corsola will hit the field once again.
Yeah, wanting to keep the Empoleon healthy, possibly for that potential Metal Sound farm down, but instead you've got to deal with the Astonishers coming through on the Corsola. Corsola very bulky, very happy to take a Hydro Cannon, but these Metal Sounds will get into a second one of these very soon.
Hydro Cannon is going to connect. Corsola not too worried about the first, but these Astonishes onto the debuff defense do add up quite a bit, and Spartan just going to lock in damage with the Hydro Cannon. Michang, no shields. This will not take the knockout. Could Spartan look to pivot out here? The Empoleon losing health rapidly, and there is a pivot out. In comes the Mandibuzz, but it looks like Corsola, it's going to be very close if it can make it to the second Power Gem.
And this has gone for the Power Gem here. Spartan wondering where this Utilized Shield does. In the final seconds, they're not going to be able to take that Rock-type attack, but as you said, one more Astonish locks in the second one to come through, and this time, there's no shields remaining on Spartan's side.
Glaring Corsola does not have a particularly high attack stat, but super effective Power Gem will add up, and that chip damage is going to help as Dondozo hits the field. There is still energy stored on the Licky Licky for Spartan. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on for the end game, but it's Mandibuzz throws Shadow Balls. Shadow Ball's an incredibly efficient attack, but this is a Dondozo. Dondozo just an absolute wall, shrugging off that Shadow Ball as his waterfalls get the Mandibuzz lower and lower.
Honestly, not only is it a wall, but you have that shield as well for an extra layer of support. It just makes it so difficult to get through. A foul play comes through, does take it down into the yellow, but look at the energy. Outrage has been locked in. No Protect Shields remaining. The Mandibuzz is not going to appreciate this damage.
Mandibuzz desperately trying to hold on. Outrage connects. It is able to hang on and make the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball will not knock out the Dondozo, but it should do less than a Licky Licky Shadow Ball, and that's why Michang opts to no shield.
Yeah, keeping it in the red with the energy kind of waterfall, get to it. No, switches out, banks the energy, and Foresters comes to meet. It's Steel-type counterpart on the opposing side. Bug Bite farms down, gets some energy up, and now Spartan with two Pokemon in the red zone has a choice to make.
There's almost no health remaining on Spartan's side. These Bug Bites are unresisted. In comes Licky Licky. Licky Licky will fire off the Body Slam. The shield comes out from Michang. Michang just desperately needs to be able to farm down here. That's one hit point gone. Can he get the farm down? Can he make the Sand Tomb? He does make the Sand Tomb on charge attack priority. The Mandibuzz still around in the back, but it is so incredibly low.
This is not Licky Licky stay. The Sand Tomb will come through and absolutely wipe it from the stage as the Mandibuzz does its valiant effort, gets down onto that Fortress, and again, there's basically no HP remaining. The waterfall gets it. Dondozo reigns supreme. Michang still in the competition.
Dondozo is the wall. Oh my goodness, it wasn't even a simple knockout. It survived the snarl. What can't a Dondozo survive? Michang takes an incredible series, 2 games to 1. I mean, that's all you can really ask for, right? The plays in that series, the back and forth, the switches, the catches, the energy management, that was incredible.
All the Pokemon towards that end game were on tiny, tiny increments of HP, and it really came down to those fast attacks being able to get the edge. Whether it was Metal Sound or Waterfall, we knew that we were in for a treat, and honestly, I think I'm still shaking after that. Seeing the Dondozo come in, wondering if it was going to be able to hang on. Why was I doubting it? Of course, it's a Dondozo.
But the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress got so much value in that game, being able to get the resistant Bug Bite down at the Empoleon, winning the charge attack priority tie into the Licky Licky. That end game was so incredibly close, and Spartan tried to get the farm down with the Empoleon, but Michang able to save the Dondozo, bring in the Fortress. Fortress got the farm down, and you can see Michang's reaction. Michang knew he's barely able to get the Sand Tomb. Just a shock. That's as close as it can get. And Mandibuzz able to snarl down one Pokemon, but the Bug Bites that it had to it takes to do so meant that it was not going to be enough to hang on against Dondozo's Waterfall.
Honestly, the bulk, though, in these lines is absolutely incredible. We got the Corsola, the Dondozo, the Fortress, the Licky Licky as well. It's almost like these Pokemon have been trying to withstand attack since 1989 or something. There was just so much defensive capabilities in play. And that's why that game, you know, even though there was a lot of damage coming through, whether it was the Shadow Balls coming through or even just the Bug Bite stacking up, the fact that they were able to hang on onto those tiny slithers of HP did swing the momentum one way or the other.
And what I really liked is both those players chose to play very aggressively.
Yeah.
They were consistently dancing in and out of matchups, never really conceding farm downs. And that kind of aggressive playstyle is what helped M.E. Weedle actually make it to the winners finals, was trusting, I don't think it's the Altaria, I'm going to play aggressive. I don't want to give you any extra energy because energy advantage could flip these matchups. So choosing to stay on the field, well, not stay on the field, actually I stayed corrected, pivot out, get a new Pokemon on the field to just try and not give your opponent any little bit of momentum. Incredible series between two great players. Both played incredibly well, but at the end of the day, only one trainer can stay alive in the tournament, and that is B. Chang.
That is very, very true. And of course, the action in the losers bracket is going to continue. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we are going to have Ice Chris versus Senna Axgal, so don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Jesper Eriksson, who won the World Championships as a senior right here in San Francisco 10 years ago in 2016. How are we feeling being back?
It feels amazing. After we were told 2 years ago that we would go back to San Francisco, I immediately had that goosebump feeling of, wait, I get to go back again? And with this being 10 years after, maybe the perfect circle can have a closing.
Maybe. What would it mean to you to win the World Championships here in 2026?
We haven't had a repeat champion in both seniors and masters. We've seen Jason Klasinski win 3 times, all of them in masters. We haven't had that from seniors to masters yet, and I always hope that can be the first. Although it's just incredible being here, and regardless of my result, I'm going to be happy. I'm going to go here, have a lot of fun, like I always want to do at tournaments.
We love to hear it. I mean, what more could we want than a bit of fun? So, obviously you have moved from seniors to masters divisions. What has that journey been like for you?
Well, I've gotten older. I'm a grown-up now, right? Going from 15 now, I turned 25 recently, right? It's a whole journey in of itself, moving a bit from, you know, being this all-out player to a caster and a coach in the game as well. It's just giving me much more context and much more perspective in the game, and it's giving me the experience. So I feel like when I sit down and I play against players that have, you know, that bit of an edge, right, that you want when you have 19 years of experience as I have. So it's just an incredible experience and a journey that I wouldn't have been the same without.
Coming from being a seniors champion, would you have any advice for the seniors who are leveling up to masters soon?
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Maybe regardless of your results in seniors, masters is a new breath of life. It's a new chapter, right? And the regionals, they're a bit longer. There's a bit more waiting time sometimes between the rounds, but just more people to play against and have fun with. And I think if you go in and take the route of let's have fun at this tournament, regardless of the size of it, whether that be an IC, a regional championships, or here at Worlds even, if you have fun with it, you would automatically perform better. Have fun with it, go watch the stream this weekend, and hopefully I will be there in the Chase Center Sunday. That is a true dream of mine since we started the whole arena experience. But yeah, thank you to my family, my girlfriend, and Limitless for everything they've done for me.
Thank you so much. Yes, but very good luck this weekend. It could be a full circle championship Sunday for Jesper, but we have plenty of other competitors you're going to have to battle through to get there. So with that, make sure you stay tuned in all weekend for all of the action. I'll see you next time.
Inadequates going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the GO Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included GO in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in League, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht special event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your special event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion, it's Axon. He's a very humble and very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the World Championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Trainers are leaving their hearts in San Francisco and putting it all on the line here for the World Championships. And let me tell you something, the battles have been absolutely intense, on fire, and you're not going to want to miss any of them. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, and what a crazy battles that we've seen the last couple times.
Battles are insane, and they're only going to get better from here, everybody. We've made our way down to that loser side bracket where we see trainers, like you said, putting everything on the field because this is their last chance to stay in the World Championships. In our double elimination format, there's, I guess, one chance really to lose a match and stay in it, and then it's time to go home.
There's been so many competitors in this that we haven't even been able to show a lot of them that made it to day 2. So it's really nice that we actually get to see some of these people from the losers side of the bracket, and the players are already ready on the stage. So we're gonna go ahead and swoop down there, get you guys right into the action while we take up against Ice Chris from Chile against, what was the
Senel Axgal.
Senel Axgal
That's
from
a new
Japan.
name.
Let me tell you about Senel Axgal. They got knocked down to the losers bracket in round 1 by Umero.
Say that again?
Round 1 loss. Beat 7 players, including previous EUIC champion Tonton Batus, to make it to day number 2. And now we are here in losers round 1, playing against a pretty well-known trainer, Ice Chris.
Ice Chris, more standardized team, but my goodness, these trainers are so talented. I want to hear it in the crowd, Amanda. Come on, a round 1 loss all the way to day number 2. Let's hear it in the crowd for our trainers on stage. Let's get some cheers going, everybody. I see you out there.
Ooh, the players for GO, the competition is intense, and these are going to be very good battles where they put it all on the line, because in a double elimination tournament, the loser of this matchup is knocked out of the competitions, and their hopes for being a world champion is going to be put on hold for 1 more year.
We have a few moments before our trainers are locked in. Ice Chris's team is pretty standard, but Senel Axgal with Dondozo, Hisuian Electrode, Carbink, Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Pidgeot, and Shadow Primeape. What a spicy squad. About to face off here against Ice Chris and his more standardized units. What do you think, Amanda? Is there any Pokemon that just jumps off the screen to you?
Well, immediately something that we haven't seen very often, at least in this tournament, is that Shadow Typhlosion running Incinerate as its fast attack. It does pace very quickly to moves, but it is overall a fairly squishy Pokemon. We might see it in action as these two trainers are hopping right into battle number 1. We have a great lead for Senel Axgal with that Carbink up against Altaria. Let's see how Ice Chris wants to respond. Coming in with the Florges, and it looks like the Carbink is staying in for a little bit, maybe hoping to take an attack before swapping out, storing up quite a bit of energy.
My goodness, what a dominant lead from Senel Axgal. And I think you're right, Amanda. The Chilling Water will connect here. That's a great time to swap into Dondozo, and that's what Senel Axgal decides to do.
We've seen Dondozo so much, doing so well in these past few battles. Will Senel Axgal be able to continue that momentum with that big old fish? It has to take 1 Disarming Voice first, knocking it down to barely almost half health, still building up a little bit of energy of its own.
I was going to say the lack of Trailblaze should make this matchup a little bit safer, but due to that energy advantage and the same type attack bonus on the Disarming Voice, this Dondozo is getting absolutely chunked away. Here comes the Surf.
Going ahead, throwing the Surf here into this very type Pokemon. It is very low health at this moment. Still, Ice Chris puts up a shield, gaining up a little bit more energy here, knowing that the fast attacks aren't going to be able to knock it out, and at least threatening another shield or a knockout of his own.
Throws on alignment. Ice Chris wants to control a switch advantage, and you got to understand why he led his Altaria into a Carbink, but Senel Axgal is not going to give it to them. Here comes another Waterfall and a KO, securing switch advantage in the mid-game.
Look at that health left, barely anything, but Dondozo has done its job. Not only that, has an Outrage to boot. Now, if you're Ice Chris, you saw that immediate pivot into the Carbink earlier on, knows that even though this is super effective, maybe Altaria doesn't have a lot of usage in this matchup.
Dondozo putting an absolute overtime here in San Francisco. Hisuian Electrode versus the Empoleon here. Only 1 shield on each side, but Empoleon does have a slight energy advantage. Ice Chris is doing the mental math. He's projecting forward. He says, there's no way I can catch up and beat this Hisuian Electrode.
Going ahead, just trying to get as much energy off as possible. The Drill Peck will be able to connect as Senel Axgal doesn't even use a shield at this moment. Still has a lot of energy on the Hisuian Electrode for themselves. Now going for that heavy-hitting Wild Charge, but has to use this Protect Shield first as the Empoleon gets to its move.
Yeah, this is going to be a close dynamic between these two Pokemon. They do have very similar attack, but that Hisuian Electrode will be able to fire off the Wild Charge after the Protect Shield goes up. And anticipate a swap, and it's going to be checkmate, as they like to say in chess, when that Carbink meets that Altaria once again.
We're back to where we started. Altaria up against Carbink. Carbink has energy now, but it doesn't really matter because anything that Altaria would throw would not really do much damage at all. Senel Axgal having a great read on that first situation there, getting that lead, getting that that end game and getting game number 1.
And this has to be one of the keys to their success so far, right? You said all those rounds won in the loser side bracket, running into a team of Ice Chris with Kanto Marowak, Empoleon, and Chilling Water Florges, and they decide to lead a Carbink of all things. Are you kidding me?
Wow, it takes a lot of nerves, especially be playing up here on the big stage, and also showing why they've been able to make it so far in the tournament with such a unique team. I don't think any of these Pokemon besides that Hisuian Electrode is in that top 12 usage for day number 2 competitors.
Opening up the spice rack, it's a clearance sale. Axel Sengal decided to do exactly that. Going to game number 2, Ice Chris needs to find some adjustments to get himself back into it. As we take a look back at a previous replay from earlier on today.
There's been so much going on. Those are just little hints of previous battles going on before, but in the here and now, this next battle could be it. Sentinel Axel just needs one more win to be able to continue their streak to win 8 games in a row, coming in from a round 1 loss against Armero.
Well, not even 8 games, 8 sets,
Absolutely.
Right? Which is even more impressive if you ask me, but one of our trainers is already locked in. Ice Chris realizes this is his last chance, needs 2 games in a row in order to move on to losers round 2. If he loses this next battle, this next 3.5 minutes are going to decide if Ice Chris moves on or if his World Championship dreams are coming to an end.
Now that first game was just so instrumental of realizing the different nuances within Pokemon Go playing, because sometimes you don't need switch advantage, but having such a great lead and winning by just the narrowest of margins in that mid game, not allowing much farm, was the perfect opportunity for Sentinel Axel to be able to take that game quite handedly. But Ice Chris is no stranger to the competitive Pokemon Go circuit. It wouldn't surprise me to see him step back, analyze a little bit, and come back even stronger for this game number 2.
We were talking about core breakers before the series began. Typhlosion looks pretty hot, but check out that Shadow Primate. It's got Ice Punch, it's got Rage Fist, it's got Karate Chop, so many different opportunities to hit hard against this team. Let's check out what we get in game number 2, though. It's going to be Pidgeot and Empoleon.
Now this time here, it looks like Ice Chris is a little bit more in favor, as that steel typing from the Empoleon is going to be able to not take much damage at all from the fast attacks of the Pidgeot, already charging up a ton of energy, forcing that first Protect Shield from Sentinel Axel.
This Pidgeot is Air Cutter and Heat Wave, and that Heat Wave is definitely going to threaten the Empoleon. If you were watching day 1, you saw some Shadow Pidgeot gameplay. This is a very precarious matchup for the Empoleon, and Ice Chris needs to be careful. He calls it.
Wow.
Great call.
Cool as ice, taking that first one there. Sentinel Axel trying to go for a catch on a not very effective attack, and now we have 2 bulky Pokemon that we've seen quite a bit in this World Championship so far, as the Corsola with the sunglasses comes on to counter this Dondozo.
I'm telling you, it's not easy to harpoon a whale. They wrote a whole book about that. And this Dondozo is almost impossible to rein in, and you have to find creative ways to do exactly that. Here comes a Surf from the Dondozo, and this Galarian Corsola will probably no shield.
Corsola as cool as his trainer there with those glasses on, saying no need to worry about this being in the spotlight. I know exactly what to do, not even bothering to shield up the second one as the second Surf connects, still gaining a ton more energy before he's going to throw another attack, getting it as low as possible, going for a Power Gem.
Yeah, I think that's a great play in case the swap occurs, right? Because at that point, Sentinel Axel could have pivoted back to the Pidgeot, aware as always, Ice Chris throws the safe attack and leaves minimal farm. He's actually tapping on the Empoleon, might pivot out immediately. I don't know if that's the best idea, though, because he's going to run into an Electrode,
wow,
right?
When you're so low on that, it seems like you fought quite hard for Switch, but at the same point, this energy lead is going to be great. You're either going to strip that last shield, or you're going to force your opponent to let a Pokemon go down, but in comes the Electrode now. No Protect Shields left on the side of Sentinel Axel, forced to take this Drill Peck, but getting a ton of energy.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be wild, because the Drill Peck connects, and that Hisuian Electrode only gets shaken down to half HP. It's got so much energy to go around. Out comes a Florges, but still 2 Protect Shields for Ice Chris.
This is actually not, I'm not going to say comfortable for Ice Chris, but the Wild Charge in neither one of these attacks is enough to knock out the Pokemon. Still wants to keep it as healthy as possible, puts up a first Protect Shield, and now is forced to make a decision. Do I want to use both Protect Shields in this moment? Absolutely he does, as what was 2 is now 0, and the Florges is going to come out to play.
Well, Sentinel Axgal realized that the switch timer was not there, but now it is. Swaps into a disarming voice. This is actually not ideal because this is the healthiest Pokemon remaining on their team. That Pidgeot does hang on though and clutch up the air cutter.
Wow, big plays there by Sentinel Axgal, but the big question is, are they going to be big enough? This is just an air cutter knocking that Florges down to about half health, but it's got more energy than that Electro does. It knows it as well as Ice Chris deploys this disarming voice.
A road too far to travel, tiptoeing through the tulips. Florges with the disarming voice KOs Hisuian Electro.
Takes game number 2 for Ice Chris, tying up the series in this losers round 1.
Great series on our hands, everybody. Spicy team from Sentinel Axgal and a more conventional team from Ice Chris, but he's able to balance himself in that battle number 2, not lose sight of his win conditions, and honestly gain a lot of leverage at key points.
I mean, there was that point where there was very, very little health on the course, and we saw him immediately pivot out into the Empoleon. A lot of trainers would go ahead and let that Pokemon go down, but he didn't want to give any extra energy, any extra opportunity to his opponent. He wanted to really, dictate how the switch was going to go, put himself in the driver's seat, and that's what helped him gain game number 2.
I gotta correct myself here. I looked at the team sheets, and Sentinel Axgal's Shadow Primeape is actually running Rage Fist Cross Chop, which might explain why we're not seeing it in this series. I think Ice Punch would provide a lot more coverage, but that Cross Chop is a bit faster and gives you that same type attack bonus, stab fighting pressure.
I think with Licky being the #1 Pokemon used in this meta, it's not surprising to see a fighting type Pokemon that actually uses a fighting type attack. Sometimes we've seen them with a fighting type fast attack, but more of a coverage attacks in their charges. That's not as helpful against the Licky. However, a Cross Chop is going to do a lot of damage.
And it's so much more consistent than something like a Pangoro that needs the close combat to deal that hard-hitting fighting type damage, and it debuffs itself by 2 stages in the process. Well, trainers, we're almost ready to go into game number 3. One of our competitors is locked in. This is match point. Loser goes home.
You see Ice Chris looking at that camera, realizing this could be my big moment. I need to win this game, and he's starting off with that Altaria up against that Primeape we just talked about that doesn't have an Ice Punch to really fight back. Primeape forced to be throwing the Rage Fist, boosting its own attack.
The longer this matchup goes on and the more shields invested, the better it gets for the Shadow Primeape, but it's going to lose a lot of HP in the process due to all that Dragon Breath pressure, so I would not be surprised to see Sentinel Axgal swap out.
Going ahead now, going for that Sky attack. This would definitely be enough to knock out the Primeape at that stage. Sentinel Axgal putting up that first Protect Shield in kind and seeing how much more energy they can get off as the second Rage Fish goes deployed, and this Primeape is boosting up.
Second Rage Fist connects. Altaria now down into the red. Not really threatened by the cross chops, but this third Rage Fist is on charge attack priority, ready to go. This will provide a KO, and I don't know if Ice Chris can afford to let this Altaria faint. Yes, he is going to let it go.
Go ahead, letting that go down, choosing to keep a shield advantage. In comes Florges. Now we see an immediate pivot. Doesn't matter if it's boosted or not. Doesn't want to see that fairy Pokemon. And looks like Ice Chris staying in for a little bit. Could have opted to go for Chilling Water first to lower the attack of the Dondozo, but actually going for the heavier hitting, same type attack bonus, and trying to get this Dondozo as low as possible.
You heard the sound of the trumpet. It was more like a raspberry, but the swap into the Empoleon to catch this serve is very good, and it's going to keep Ice Chris in this matchup and keep his Florges healthy.
The Empoleon has so far managed to avoid that Primeape, which is great for Ice Chris, just getting up a little more energy, and now with only 1 shield up on Sentinel Axgal's team, it gets a little more dangerous the more energy this Empoleon gets, because a Drill Peck would definitely be enough to knock out that Primeape.
Exactly, and I think Ice Chris wants to carry energy over into the next matchup no matter what. That's why you see him double up here, throwing the first Drill Peck to likely secure the KO, but it's going to be super close if I'm being honest.
Dondozo just so thick!
Oh, and then finally getting through the blubber. Empoleon picks up a knockout, does have energy to spare, but it's not going to like the fast attacks that are about to come its way.
Keep in mind, Ice Chris has 2 shields left in this. Immediate pivot out that Primeape came in. Now the Hisuian Electrode is here to soak up the damage, but there's only 1 Protect Shield to hide behind, and Florges has 2, knocking down the Hisuian Electrode to about half health, going for another charge attack now.
Yeah, I really like Ice Chris throwing right now. He doesn't want to lock himself into a charge attack priority tie against the Electrode if he can help it. Does pull away that final shield. Still 2 Protect Shields for Ice Chris. I don't know, Amanda. He might have this one in the bag.
Going ahead, going for charge attack priority even here. This number 3 Disarming Voice is disarming this Hisuian Electrode. There's no shields to hide behind. Down it goes. In comes the Primeape with not enough gas in the tank to get through this Pokemon. Ice Chris with the reverse sweep.
The power of Florges compels Ice Chris to losers round 2 over an extremely talented trainer from Japan. An epic losers bracket run comes to an end as Sentinel Axgal has been eliminated.
Ice Chris taking it a little bit further, 1 step at a time to stay in this tournament. World Champion dreams still alive, but everyone needs to give it up for Sentinel Axgal and the amazing run that they had so far at the World Championships, losing in round 1 and having to play that many matches, being able to get that far, knocking out previous, international champions is no small feat.
I want to highlight one Pokemon in particular. It was the star of the show, or should I say the bouquet. That was the Florges from Ice Chris. The Disarming Voice is very good in the Malamar matchup in particular. I think that's the main reason why a lot of trainers opted for that instead of Trailblaze. But it looked really powerful in neutral matchups as well, like the Dondozo matchup. 2 Disarming Voices plus a few Fairy Winds seem to secure that knockout more often than not, and I think that Florges looks more like a neutral beast in that series than a Malamar specialist.
Florges in the past couple tournaments has more often been using Trailblaze, which boosts its own attack, but Disarming Voice, I tell you what, there's been definitely a case for it. We've seen all of these talented trainers use it here in the World Championships, and I think that maybe this could be it going forward.
Very fun team there from Ice Chris. He does, progress his way through the bracket still, and a couple of question marks, right? Like, we talk about the Fairy-type Pokemon pretty often, the Tinkaton, the Florges. He's also running Altaria, which we saw in Marto Galday's team, and he's done pretty well for himself, too. Again, a lot of the times, if you see all these Pokemon being picked over and over and over again, it can dissuade the casual player from saying, oh, well, maybe I can't bring the one I'm most comfortable with because it's probably going to get hard countered. But there are still targets for those Pokemon. Just so much of competitive Pokemon Go comes down to alignment, team reading, and prediction.
A lot of it is skill, obviously. They have to be very talented trainers to be able to make it here to the main stage. But in this double elimination tournament, and since we are on the loser side of the bracket, that does mean our field is going to continue to narrow. We already have 2 people on that winner's side waiting to slog it out in the winner's finals, but we have a lot more to go on that loser side to see who's going to be up playing against them.
It's been a wonderful weekend so far, but we want to see what you're saying at home. Let's see what our friends are posting on socials. We got some stamp rally action here from Shea Monero.
Oh, my legs hurt. Mine too. I was walking around trying to find as many of the stamp rallies of sites around San Francisco as possible. Once you collect that stamp, you get the Pikachu with the astronaut helmet on. Very cool. Mine actually has the San Francisco Bridge background behind it, and it's, I don't want to brag, guys, but it is shiny.
I like how you bragged a little bit, and then you doubled down.
I don't want to brag, but
and you're
I'm
like,
bragging
oh, by the way, the background costume XP Pikachu is also shiny. And look at this as well. We do have our plushie parade, you'd call it, around the XP Center. That Pikachu looks absolutely incredible, and Slowpoke is there. I heard some other Pokemon are also appearing, like Mimikyu.
Yeah, looking mighty royal out there, and as Repugnant Man says, the real reason to go to Pokemon World, check out this XP stage. There's so much going on here in San Francisco. We have the tournament battles going on. We have things going around all around San Francisco. So make sure to keep tuning in to the different streams as well. Not only are you going to get cool Twitch drops, you're going to see some great battles, and you're also going to get to see a lot of fun events.
I mean, no offense, Amanda, but if you were trying to talk to me and there was Pikachus dancing on stage behind you, I don't think I'd hear a word of what you're saying.
I tell you what, there must be Pikachus dancing behind me always, because I swear, Will never hears a word of what I am saying.
You don't see them? Oh,
No,
they're
they're
there.
there.
They're
They're
right,
there.
chat? Help me out, chat. Come on, come on. All right. But our next set of trainers are getting set up on stage, and that is 100% real. Cannot wait to see this next pairing because we are going to, I guess, witness a trainer from NA versus another trainer from APAC. This is going to be Auburn versus Yodata 30.
We have seen Auburn play yesterday. We got to cast some of his matches. Once again, this is that loser side of bracket. We will continue on this side until we let you know. That means that in this losers round 2, once again, this is the elimination portion of a double elimination tournament.
Amanda, you see it, right?
I do.
You see it on the team sheet?
I do.
What does she see, chat? What does she see?
We see the Regidrago.
Ooh, we saw Rayquaza yesterday. Let's keep the Dragons starting with R rolling. Regidrago for Yodata is going to be a fascinating pick. And again, we were talking about Pokemon that might not succeed in Tinkaton and Florges metas. This thing has no hope of fighting back against any Tinkaton with Wrap and Dragon Energy as its likely charge attack. So, or excuse me, Vice Grip and Dragon Energy, different normal type.
So going ahead, it will charge up rather quickly with those Dragon Breaths. Dragon Energy will do a nice chunk of damage. Vice Grip for, you know, some just regular type matchups. But you're absolutely right. With Tinkaton being in that top 3 usage, I'm really excited to see if that's going to come into play and how Yodata is going to be able to just maneuver around.
So I'm going to make an assumption here. If you look at the teams, Yodata does have a slight Tinkaton weakness, I'd argue, but they, I guess, short up that weakness with the Hisuian Electrode, with the Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Empoleon, which is likely a bit more punishing with those enhanced metal sounds. And I would venture to say the Tinkaton for Yodata is probably a little bit attack weighted.
I also want to point out one thing about that Shadow Empoleon. It is not on Metal Sound. It is on Waterfall as its fast attack, making it a little bit better into those Tinkaton matchups. So perhaps this is the answer that he could be looking for.
I mean, a little bit better, not only to Tinkaton, but you want Waterfall if you're up against a Kanto Ninetales or a Shadow Kanto Marowak. So if Auburn is expecting one Pokemon to come out in every battle, he's got to bet it will be that Shadow Empoleon from Yodata. By process of elimination, you say, okay, well, how can he protect that Empoleon? What is it weak to on my team? What is he likely to pair with it?
Go ahead and take a look at these two teams. We have one trainer already locked into this battle. Another one just taking a bit longer to do so, making sure that they're analyzing their team compositions. I think a lot of trainers at this stage, when they're picking their 3, they're already going through a mindset of, okay, I'm going to lead this Pokemon, and if my opponent leads X, I'm going to do this. If they lead this, I'm going to do this. And this is kind of a matrix style that you can go through to be able to make sure that you're putting your safest foot forward.
Exactly. You want a game plan for every possible situation. Hold that information in your mind and respond in real time. Let's go right down to the stage, everybody. This is battle number 1 in Losers Round 2, Auburn versus Yodata.
Going ahead with that Shadow Kanto Marowak up against the Regidrago. We thought maybe we wouldn't see it because it has such a glaring Tinkaton weakness. Yodata says, yo, watch me, as he brings it in the lead, not scared at all, trying to get up a ton of energy. Auburn now swaps into his Licky Licky. They're able to start soaking some damage and start throwing off some body slams.
Across all of competitive Pokemon, Dragon typing has historically been one of the strongest, and the Dragon Energy rips away an enormous amount of HP from that Licky Licky. Out comes Shadow, Waterfall, Empoleon, but the Shadow Ball is also ready as a response.
Shadow Ball going to be able to connect as Yodata doesn't put up a Protect Shield here. As you can see, that does quite a bit of damage, remembering that this is a Shadow type Pokemon. A Body Slam now coming through. If Yodata is counting, recognizing it's not going to do that much damage, but getting it desperately low. I think what he's hoping is he's going to have enough for a Waterfall to be able to throw, but he recognizes he wouldn't be able to and is forced to throw on this low health Licky Licky.
Yeah, great way to salvage the situation there from Auburn, able to expend the energy that would have been very, very harmful to the rest of his team. Marowak does get the Mud Slap down. Regidrago and Mantine. This is a great opportunity to bring out the Mantine, but if he does, he's going to corner himself against the Tinkaton later.
But the real question is, does Yodata predict that is the Tinkaton in the back? Looks like he does, as he comes back in with that Regidrago, has to put up a Protect Shield here, as the Kanto Marowak already has some energy loaded, and this Bone Club, while wouldn't necessarily threaten the knockout, would get very low. In comes that Tinkaton, and in comes that Mantine.
It's going to be a little tricky. Yodata tapping right on that Water Pulse just as soon as his Water Flying type Pokemon hit the field. Gigaton Hammer will connect. No shield on the first charge attack here from Auburn.
Again, swinging the hammer down. Look how much damage that does for a not very effective attack. Already now at the Water Pulse on the side of Yodata, throwing it here, getting the Protect Shield from the Tinkaton on the side of Auburn, because it just wants to continue to ramp up energy. Tinkaton, it's all going to be about this Pokemon for the rest of the time. The teams have been revealed. The Regidrago is on the field. This next Gigaton Hammer is going through.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about it, right? In terms of relative damage, Tinkaton doesn't need to shield anything from the Regidrago. It's either a double resisted Dragon Energy or a single resisted Vice Grip. So Auburn just can go on autopilot and say, I'm just going to shield up all these Water Pulses instead. Out comes the Regidrago, and struggle as it may, it's not going to be able to make much headway at all versus this Tinkaton.
Yodata has a lot of energy on this Pokemon, wants to just try to chip away as much as possible, but neither one of these attacks are going to be doing very much at all. There's still a Protect Shield left on the side of the Mantine, but such low health. This Bulldoze going through, not enough to knock out, but enough to get Auburn a little bit more fast attack energy as the club goes down swinging.
Absolute insanity here. Auburn tame the dragon in game number 1. Great job by him to take the victory, and the Tinkaton had to be the key. Also, I mean, great read in the mid game from Yodata, because that could have ended up, you know, Tinkaton versus Regidrago a lot earlier, but he called it, sent out the Regidrago against the Marowak, and at least gave himself a chance.
I think the big problem for Yodata in that mid matchup was he saw the Marowak at the beginning, and as an Empoleon, you don't want to take any of those fast attack damage, and already taking a Shadow Ball put it down quite low. I think he was hoping to get that Licky out of the way and then be able to throw a Hydro Cannon and at least threaten a shield.
Yes.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so. Licky was able to hang on a little bit too long, and all of that energy got forced out on a very low health Pokemon.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think that was also a critical moment in that battle number 1. Going to game number 2, I think answering the Tinkaton is the number 1 objective here for Yodata. That Empoleon seems like one of the better answers. Mantine also can kind of wiggle its way through that matchup over time. But I don't know. I mean, if you bring your Galarian Corsola as Yodata, you might run into a Malamar or a Licky. Feels like you're kind of limited. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see the Hisuian Electrode come out here.
You just got to find the Tinkaton counters, right, for that team, because if you think about it, those Mantine was there in that last matchup. It was matched up against the Tinkaton, and even still the Tinkaton, you know, in the hands of a great trainer like Auburn with 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, just played that masterfully and took that endgame quite decisively.
Yeah, I really appreciate how he just shielded up those Water Pulses in the end as well, recognizing that, relatively speaking, those were the hardest hitting charge attacks left in the game. A lot of trainers adopt that mindset as well, especially once they approach the end game and identify their win cons. They say, well, is this going to hurt the most out of anything my opponent can throw at me? If so, that's an easy call for a shield.
And now these 2 trainers really have to think about what they want to do for this next game. If Auburn is able to take this, he will continue into losers round 3, while Yodata, a trainer from Taiwan who we don't get to see play so often but has played so well throughout this championship circuit, will be going home. Will he be able to reverse sweep like we saw in the last round? We'll find out as we get into game number 2 here. We have that Shadow Empoleon with Waterfall up against a Malamar on the side of Auburn.
Now with Metal Sound, this would be even pacing, and Empoleon would win the charge attack priority, but because it is a Waterfall Empoleon, it's going to be a little bit slower. Yodata needs to call out, is this a superpower that would one-shot my Empoleon, or is it a foul play? He shields regardless.
It's so hard to call, right? Because a superpower at that range would be enough to knock out the Pokemon, and Malamar could immediately swap out to clear the debuff, getting a Protect Shield back, and kind is at least a good thing for him as the Malamar protects up that first Hydro Cannon, already at another superpower, going over a little bit over, and this time Auburn is going to throw that heavy hitting attack. Will Yodata go down 2 shields at the beginning matchup? No, he lets the Empoleon go.
Malamar has debuffed itself severely, instantly goes into that Hisuian Electrode, but Auburn wants more. He's going to go ahead and force the foul play from the Malamar as well. And at this rate, I mean, you might get Thundershock down. I don't know if Auburn needs to switch.
The big thing about throwing the superpower is not only is your defense lowered, but your attack is lowered too. Doesn't surprise me that we didn't see the Protect Shield there. However, now Yodata has 2 wild charges loaded for Tinkaton is at that Gigaton Hammer. Throwing the first one here, Auburn puts up the Protect Shield for it, and now immediately a pivot from Yodata into that Mantine.
Yeah, into the Mantine. Auburn there looks pretty stoic. I don't think he's too flustered by this pick coming out. Kind of expected it to be there. Gigaton Hammer number 1 does connect. Only 1 shield remaining in this game, and it's on the right side of your screen. Water Pulse is ready, but the Gigaton Hammer comes first.
So this could change things a little bit. While Auburn had 2 shields in this matchup before, now he has none to protect himself up against those Water Pulses, and he's going to have to take 1 because the switch timer is not quite up yet. He could come back in with that Malamar, but it is very low health, or he could show his 3rd Pokemon, which he hasn't up. You see him immediately click for that Licky Licky, coming in and try to get some energy, and Yodadada goes for another Water Pulse.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of a cascade, right? Every 10-second interval that the switch timers displays allows Auburn to bring in a different Pokemon, get some energy on it. He's doing that right now with Licky Licky, allows him to pace the body slam. This Hisuian Electro will probably withstand this, but it'd be so weak, you might not guarantee it more than 1 charge attack.
Yodadada not taking any chances there, charging up a little bit extra energy. You know he's counting precisely and actually goes for the heavy hitting Wild Charge. This is the last Pokemon he has, which means it's going to be debuff for the rest of this matchup, and it is enough.
Wow, Licky Licky goes down. I don't think the switch timer is ready for Auburn, but he's going to wait out every precious second that he can to try to get back to it. He might need to catch a Wild Charge here to win this game. He does have his timer, but he doesn't catch. He's going to force the energy out.
I apologize, this is a mistake. I didn't even see that there's a little bit of that Mantine left, so Yodadada definitely has a little bit of play. That switch timer is up at this point. The Tinkaton comes back in. Will he be able to make it? He barely makes it to the Wild Charge.
Yodada with the knowing nod. He says, this Wild Charge is all the charge I need, bringing down the Tinkaton and evening up the series.
A wild, wild gameplay for game number 2 there. 3 Wild Charges deployed. My goodness, this man knows how to play.
I mean, a wild game, 3 Wild Charges.
You got it. I know.
Oh, yeah.
Let's give him a little nod.
Going into game number 3, the question again becomes adjustments. Regidrago in battle number 1 got walled out by Tinkaton, this time opting for a more flexible trio in the right column there of Empoleon, Mantine, and Tinkaton, I believe. Oh, excuse me, in the Hisuian Electrode. Yodada found his way. So going into game number 3, I think the Empoleon is a staple. I don't think that pick is going anywhere. I think Mantine is also pretty necessary for him to win this series. But the 3rd Pokemon, it's up for debate.
I mean, also for Auburn, right? I mean, both of these matches have been so incredibly close, it could be flipping either way. Auburn had a great call with the Tinkaton. I believe Tinkaton, if you're talking about Pokemon that are going to be there every single game, we're going to see that Empoleon, but we're definitely going to see that Pokemon as well on the side of Auburn.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Tinkaton has been instrumental thus far in the event for Auburn, not just in this series, but in series past. And that Pokemon is so powerful. If anything, you need to bring it just in case Yodada tries to pull the Regidrago card one more time.
That was a bold call at the beginning, and you know what? While it didn't pay off for him in game number 1, it does make your opponent think a little bit, right? Okay, I can't just have Tinkaton and perhaps the rest of my Pokemon weak to that Regidrago, because if it comes back in, I could be in trouble if the alignment is not in my favor.
Studied, prepared, locked and loaded. Auburn's team is set. Yodada's taking just a few more moments to mull things over. Again, this is match point, everybody. Whoever loses this next game, the next 3.5 minutes will decide if you move on to losers round 3 or if your World Championships are over.
Both of these trainers taking that moment on stage, recognizing what they need to do to be able to continue on into losers round 3. This is a big moment for these trainers. We have a lock-in by both of them. If you guys are ready, we're gonna kick it now to the game.
Game 3, everyone. Match point. Shadow Kanto Ninetales sees a very tasty target in that Hisuian Electrode. Immediate pivot into Waterfall and Empoleon, matched by that Shadow Kanto Marowak. I think this looks pretty good for Auburn.
This is damage on damage as well, though, because look how much those waterfalls are chunking, but at the same breath, putting up this Protect Shield, Auburn can be able to just start mud slapping away the Empoleon here, coming out with a ton of energy of his own.
Waterfalls looking pretty refreshing for the Kanto Marowak as it wins that matchup and maintains control. Switch advantage. Out comes Hisuian Electrode. Rock Slide to boot. This is going to pile on some very valuable chip damage.
You know, I love it when trainers prove you wrong. Tinkaton just proving so strong for Auburn in game number 1 and doing so well for game number 2. Not even here, playing mind games with Yodadada in game number 3, which I'm sure he thinks that it's lurking in the back. The fact that this Marowak has been able to knock through 1 Pokemon and almost 2 is so impressive.
An excruciating farm down, being double resisted. Those Thunder Shocks finally get the better of the Kanto Marowak. 2 wild charges ready to go. I do think Kanto Ninetales can tank at least one. Auburn only has 1 Protect Shield left, so he allows it through.
Go ahead, letting that one go, and now coming in with the Manting. Auburn knows it. Look at that. He knows immediately. He was at the energy for both. Doesn't even flinch. Immediately throws that energy ball, saying, I know that third's going to be that Manting. Gets the defense drop even more. Oh my goodness, you see Yodadada wince as this Licky comes in.
It's time to roll out, as my friend Ludo once said. Here comes a Water Pulse. This is probably going to connect into the Licky, but Auburn decides to let it connect anyway. He can take one more. It might get a little precarious if this Mantine decides to twist or bait, but that's a long road to travel.
Going ahead and pulling this body slam here. No Protect Shield used on the side of Yodadada. As a reminder, there is another Wild Charge. So not even able to get to the attack here as the rollout damage goes through. And looks like Yodadada is basically conceding this matchup, not throwing any energy, setting down his phone. Auburn's clicking all the buttons and taking game number 3.
Auburn survives his encounter with Reggie Drago and Yodada from Taiwan. Incredibly well done by him to advance to losers round 2. As you can see, the pure elation on his face.
Man, Auburn is one of the few trainers left, I believe, from North America in this tournament. He is on that loser side of the bracket, where I believe they all are now who are left. So it's going to be very interesting to see which region is going to be able to take home the title again. As a reminder, we started out the day with 8 trainers from Japan, which is absolutely incredible. Plenty of trainers from Europe, from North America, and also from the LATAM region. And They Love Jai, who's playing absolutely phenomenally, representing Oceania.
I mean, are you kidding me, right? Top 32, and a quarter of them are from Japan. My goodness, such incredibly talented trainers, and such a treat to see them play on the world stage. But you're right, Auburn, one of the few candles in the night for North America as a region, and he's going to look to continue his winning ways. Yodada, unfortunately, eliminated from the competition. But what an impressive series we got to witness there. Bringing that Reggie Drago, I really like in game 1, Yodada just taking the chance, right? It's your signature Pokemon. Your opponent thinks they're prepared for it. Why not? Just leave it all on the line.
That's exactly what it did. Look at this losers bracket. Look how many more games we have to go. We started on that winner side. Plenty of them have been knocked down earlier today. Go ahead, take a screenshot if you want, because this is going to change very quickly. But a lot of these trainers are already out of the tournament, including the Honolulu finalists Inadequates, who won 2 regional competitions this season with Giratina Altered, brought it to Worlds as well, was able to make it to the winners finals, got knocked down to the losers finals, but unfortunately knocked out round 1 by Out of Pocket.
Let's zoom in a little bit further to the top 8. As we put these trainers under a bit of a microscope, and it's been an incredible journey, but Hiromaru and M.E. Weedle are in the winners finals right now from Japan and from, I believe...
He's from Switzerland.
Switzerland. Those are our 2 trainers there. And they're just kind of waiting, right? They're waiting in the wings, reviewing their matchups, probably stretching and getting a snack, because there's going to be a little bit of time before they take to the stage again.
What's really cool about both of these trainers is Hiromaru, we haven't got an opportunity to see so much gameplay from them, being a trainer coming from Japan, knocking down one of his fellow people from, I believe it was...
it was Japan as well?
Yeah, Kantono, no.
Yeah,
Kantono, being able to knock him down to that loser side of the bracket. If he is able to take this, he'll be the first Japanese trainer to be our world champion or be in the World Championship finals. M.E. Weedle is our only senior division world champion. So I mean, I think that he has a world championship title already to his name. Will, you said earlier on that you don't think we're ever going to get a repeat world champion. Do you count the senior division in this?
See,
Do you think M.E. Weedle still got a shot?
That's the twist I didn't expect. And whenever you call me out like that, you're like, you said one time.
You said this once, and it was on broadcast. Play the clip.
Oh no, I'm in trouble. Chucky doesn't have that clip. Come on, right? That's lost to the winds. But I don't know. It's definitely a possibility. And he's shown that he took down some of the best trainers in the world to get to this point. M.E. Weedle has looked practically unstoppable here on out. So I don't know. I mean, I might have to eat my words. Is that what you want to hear?
Well, I would love that. while we are down to the main stage, you can take a peek at the trainers who are down there. We have Patoman, a trainer from Spain, arguably one of the best trainers that we have this season, and he is playing against the staple of North America, Out of Pocket. Both of these two are international champions, Pocket winning North America and Patoman winning EUIC 2 years in a row. A big thing about this is Pocket knocked out the Honolulu finalist Inadequates. Is he going to knock out last year's finalist, Patoman? Because if so, he could have a reputation started here.
Oh my goodness, these trainers getting warmed up for their Pokemon Go matches. I mean, that's essentially what it boils down to, right?
Yeah, a little bit of rock, paper, scissors action going on stage. Do you want to play back here too?
Yeah, do you go on 3 or do you go on Go?
Let's go on 1, 2, 3, go.
All right, ready?
1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, no one saw it. No one saw it. Cut.
Hey,
cut our feet.
Let the record show. Let the record show, everybody. But this is going to be a fascinating matchup. Patoman, again, losing round 3 of EUIC this year, fighting his way through 13 sets to get to the grand finals, and then 2 additional best-of-5s after that in order to claim the crown. So he's no stranger to being in this position that requires such grit and such fortitude in the loser side bracket. Meanwhile, Out of Pocket, like you've pointed out, international champion, yes, but doesn't seem like he has that success that often at the regional level. I mean, this season he lost in the grand finals of Seattle to Stone Collection, another trainer from EU. And if I had to boil down that series, my hot take is that Pocket just didn't take enough chances. He had his Alola Ninetales, he had some good matchups, but was just too concerned about being hard countered. So personally, what I want to see from Pocket is confidence and picking the Pokemon that he thinks will succeed and kind of maneuvering around the obstacles that you need to in order to get there.
Well, you know what? When you mentioned that, I know that you interviewed him earlier on, asking him about Pokemon that he could be using in the Go Battle League. And I see the 3 Pokemon that he said that he uses in the Go Battle League on his team of 6. So maybe he has been practicing with this, recognizing his win conditions against the whole meta of Pokemon. So he knows exactly what he's doing when he's on this world stage, maybe ready to not even have to take risks because he knows those matchups inside and out.
Well, speaking of those Go Battle League Pokemon that translate over to the Show 6 Pick 3 format, if Pocket wins, I'm going to need to see him do that Dondozo dance at least once on stage.
He's got that little bit of a twist.
He's got a twist, right? When the fin comes up. Let's see if he can do that.
Now, one thing to point out with that Shadow Fortress that he has on his team, it's really gone back and forth all season of whether people are using Volt Switch as a fast attack for it or Bug Bite. His is going to be using Bug Bite. And when you have a Corsola on the other team, doesn't look as great. But when you also have a Malamar and a Shadow on it that, like Patoman, starting to look better and better. So, but that's what these 2 trainers are doing when they're taking a look at each other's teams, recognizing, okay, there are some Pokemon on them that I maybe need to avoid. And I say that from Out of Pocket to Patoman, you can go ahead and flip that as well, because I see the exact same Pokemon on their team. There are those 3 Pokemon that are the same, and then other Pokemon that have similar utilities, but a little bit different, with that Dondozo and also with that Melodic on the side of Patoman.
I'd love to see some of the spicier picks also excel. Of course, the Dondozo for Out of Pocket is pretty fun, but we do have Patoman Celio, and we're having so much fun in the venue, everybody. It's been a great time thus far.
I wonder who he was cheering for with that giant duck in the air.
I wonder, right? Lots of Patoman fans out here in the stands. But that's Celio. I think that is a fascinating pick, and I thought it would perform better than it has this weekend. So if Patoman can pilot that Pokemon to success, it might speak volumes of my instincts as well.
Yeah, you see it, Pocket taking a deep breath at that moment, analyzing as he's continuing to decide what he wants to lock in for his team. Patoman looking pretty cool and collected here, making some notes, but he has locked in. He's made a decision of what he wants to do for this game number 1 that we're going to get started very, very soon.
Well, you know the rules of dodgeball, right?
If you can dodge a brick, you can dodge a ball.
Duck, dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Here comes Patoman versus Out of Pocket. We're going to get the Celio lead from Patoman into that Bug Bite Shadow Fortress for Pocket.
Again, even though Bug Bite, which would not be doing as much damage, an immediate pivot to a very safe swap if you're taking a look at these teams of the Corsola. I guess Patoman just figured that the Out of Pocket did not bring that licky at all, because when I say safe, it's not as safe when that Licky could come in to negate all of that fast attack and one of the charge attack energy.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What a risky safe swap, but it's paying off really well. Pocket needs to set himself up to start to counter that Galarian Corsola, connects the Rock Tomb there, then pivots into his own Galarian Corsola. And I will point out as well that both of these Ghost-type Pokemon are best buddied and have the ribbon.
Going ahead now, throwing its first Nightshade here. Now, the Rock Tomb was able to connect with Patoman's Corsola, which means this attack, even though it's super effective, is not going to be doing as much damage, but he did use up that switch timer, now swapping into his Celio, putting up a first Protect Shield, because if that was a Power Timer, would do just a little more damage.
Oh yeah, super effective damage as Celio does not want to tank, but this is a very bulky, blubbery Pokemon that can absorb a lot of damage over time. Surf does not hit that hard, but Out of Pocket wants to keep his Galarian Corsola in the match. He's going to shield it here.
And that's a big thing about the Celio. Yes, it paces quickly, but those body slams aren't going to be doing too much damage at all to the Corsola. Has to go for the heavier hitting and a little more energy attack with that Surf. 2 shields used by Patoman in this matchup against the Corsola. And you talk about blubber, Will. We have another blubbery Pokemon hitting the field here, but this Celio already has a bit of energy. We're going to go ahead and throw off a body slam.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty long matchup if Pocket decides to stay in here. Or excuse me, if Patoman decides to stay in. He does have the potential to swap over to his Fortress and move the pieces around. Outrage will connect because there are no Protect Shields left in this game.
Absolutely angry this Dondozo is, as this is able to connect, knocking that Celio down quite low, but not out. Patoman goes for one more fast attack before going for another body slam, but we saw how the first one didn't do quite enough. I think he's hoping to be able to get to one more before he gets knocked out. You see that quick pivot into the Fortress to just start bug biting.
Yeah, banks the energy onto the Celio, which is going to be really nice in the end game. Surf coming through here, and this Pokemon's so huge that the graphics are covering the screen. This Dondozo washes over that Shadow Fortress, and out comes the mirror matchup. But look at how far Patoman is ahead.
Able to get to the real question is, will he be able to get a full farm down? Absolutely not. Pocket shaking his head, yes, as he's able to get to an attack, knocking out this Fortress, putting himself in a very advantageous position with very little left on the Corsola and very little left on the Celio.
Yeah, out comes the Dondozo once more, and there it is. The Dondozo tail whip picks up the KO, and it gets another one. Dondozo is feasting in San Francisco.
You say you want to see the twist? Pocket shows you the twist as he's able to knock out Patoman's Pokemon, taking him game number 1 in this losers round 2.
Such a gutsy call out to swap that Galarian Corsola, right? My goodness, Patoman took a risk there, kind of stumbled in the mid game. We take a little zoomed in look at Out of Pocket's team. You've probably seen his team on stream earlier today, but just wanted to give you a closer insight into some of the movesets here.
Out of Pocket playing a Clodsire, which a lot of people thought there would be more of in this tournament, but I haven't seen too many of them. A lot of trainers fear the ground type Pokemon that could potentially be there, but turns out there's not as many of them as expected, and could be why Pocket is doing so well in this tournament. As a reminder, his Clodsire is on Poison Sting as a fast attack, Stone Edge for the flying type Pokemon, and Earthquake to help for a big, neutral coverage.
Of course, Clodsire's got great coverage and great bulk, but in this series, the Dondozo was the real finisher. I don't know, everybody. You might want to stay out of the Bay. I heard there are Dondozos lurking around San Francisco today.
Going ahead, taking game number 1. If Out of Pocket is able to secure game number 2 as well, he's knocked out Honolulu finalist Inadequates and also last year's Anaheim finalist Patoman. The pressure is on the Pocket.
Let's jump right into battle number 2, everybody. We're going to get a Galarian Corsola lead from Out of Pocket into that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress from Patoman.
Actually, going for one Bug Bite, then immediately pivoting into the Unova Stunfisk, and looks like Pocket is content to just stay in this matchup and throw its first Nightshade, getting a nice chunk of damage off of its Unova Stunfisk as no Protect Shield used on the side of Patoman. 2
bulky Pokemon in a very neutral matchup. Switch Timer continues to take down for Patoman, and if Out of Pocket wants to make a swap, he's got to do it pretty soon. But as you pointed out, just based on his body language and his play style, he doesn't seem too concerned.
He's saying, all right, yep, I know I can take it. He's done everything here. He knows the damage calculations of his Pokemon. He knows that this Pokemon actually even swapped in, so he had a little bit of an energy advantage. Taking Mud Bomb number 2, knocking that Corsola down into the yellow and going for this next Nightshade. Now, the real question is the Nightshade enough to knock out the Unova Stunfisk at this low health?
It's going to be super close. I don't think it's quite enough. One more Astonish is needed, but that Unova Stunfisk does bail out. Now in the Fortress Mirror matchup, I feel like Patoman's Fortress is losing health a little bit faster. Am I just seeing things?
Well, it did start at the very beginning. It did take a fast attack from the Corsola before swapping, I believe, but even still, a little bit of energy advantage and helping to make a bigger advantage as well as this first Sand Tomb goes through, lowering the defense of the Pokemon, and kind of Pocket says, you know what, that looked like a good idea. I want to do it too.
You know, Pocket looks so confident. I'm beginning to wonder if he called that Galarian Corsola as the third Pokemon, and he knows his Licky Licky will be able to handle it. I wonder if he thought that far ahead. Rock Tomb will pick up the knockout here, and Out of Pocket wants to keep his Fortress around, so he shields.
Saying, nuh-uh, not gonna happen. I may be a little bit defense buff, but I'm gonna do everything possible. Okay, he was swaying, he was ready, and now he is tapping because he understands that this is his moment.
Absolutely locked in. Pocket made a prediction that Galarian Corsola now staring down the Licky Licky. 2 shields to Patoman's name, yes, and 2 Pokemon he can potentially swap to, but the Shadow Balls are not going to stop. There's about to be a barrage of Ghost-type attacks headed his way.
Going on correctly, shielding up that Shadow Ball is a huge for Patoman, getting up a ton of energy himself. There's no protection left on Out of Pocket's side, so all of this energy, all of this charge attack damage is going to be able to hit full front. Only 1 Protect Shield left on the side of Patoman here, and he's going to throw his next Power Gem, getting that Licky Licky a little bit closer down, but definitely not out.
Patoman fans, you better hold on, because if he's going to win this game, it's going to come down to the wire, and the roller coaster already started. Great catch on the Shadow Ball onto his Fortress.
While Pocket was sat up with such attentiveness, recognizing he had a great win condition, Patoman starts to even up the score as these low-health Pokemon come in, taking attacks, throwing out their own, and getting this Licky Licky down as low as possible.
Reaching up through the grave, Unova Stunfisk tries its best. Out comes Patoman's Galarian Corsola, but he's so far ahead on energy. There's still a protection for Patoman, though. Nightshade coming through. This has to take that final shield, and it does.
Going ahead, using that last Protect Shield, and this is getting down to the absolute wire. Out of Pocket has 3 Pokemon left, 2 Pokemon left now as they are both very low health. Licky Licky comes in, hits the Shadow Ball at the exact time. He's making sure that he's clicking all the bubbles. Patoman waiting to see, could this not be enough? Potentially. Pocket takes off his head. He realizes he's won this game. He's going on to losers round 3.
Buzzer beater, Shadow Ball, on charge attack priority tie, Out of Pocket. The finalist Slayer takes down Patoman.
Out of Pocket playing out of his mind in this tournament. Each matchup that he has played, he's recognized his win conditions, recognizing could be that Corsola there in the back. If Patoman used it game 1 as a safe swap and I was not there to punish it, I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing that for game number 2.
I'm telling you, he made the call out. He could see it mid-game. The vision was right there. He imagined himself facing off against that Galarian Corsola, that Licky Licky bearing down, and Patoman fought as hard as possible. He scratched and clawed to try to get himself back into that game. And honestly, 1 fast attack different, and that Licky Licky would not have been able to reach that cap tie and win it against the Galarian Corsola. It was still very close.
Those were incredibly close matchups indeed, and Patoman has had truly one of the best seasons, I think, of any Pokemon Go player. I think all the trainers across the globe recognize that name, fear that name when they see that they could potentially be up against him. Winning the European International Championships back-to-back, top-cutting multiple international championships, but Pocket says, I can do it too.
Well, just not top cutting, right? Let's make sure to give Patoman his flowers, because his season did just officially come to an end, but he spent an entire revolution around the sun being top 4 at every IC he attended, including last year's World Championships. There's simply no one like Patoman in the world, and Out of Pocket proved that he's got everything it takes to hang with the best.
I love these plays by Out of Pocket. You know, talking a little bit earlier on, he was twisted. His chair was twisting just like those rollouts, just like the Dondozo. And then he sat up straight when he saw that Corsola was coming in, recognizing, I think I can win this. If I play correctly, this game could be mine. Even though Pataman did everything he could. He got that licky low. He got that Shadow Ball caught onto his Fortress. It just wasn't enough as Pocket was able to take this game with one rollout and a Shadow Ball.
Hanging on to that Astonish too was absolutely diabolical, but that beefy licky held in there for its trainer, and everyone knows what it means when a gamer sits forward in their seat. That means they are locked in, and Pocket was exactly that.
Now, Out of Pocket is a trainer that we known for quite a long time is very, very good. We haven't seen him play so much on stream. We got to see him play this matchup, but we also want to hear from the man himself.
And we're here with Aiden Out of Pocket, who has just taken down the best player, arguably, in the tournament. Perhaps not so more. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. When I saw that I was set to play the loser of Harry and Leo, I was really excited because no matter what, I was going to play someone that I've known for a long time. I was not as excited to play against Harry just because I feel like the mirror matchup would be a little bit unfun. We would just be kind of like trying to cheese each other every game. But against Pato, I felt like the matchup was pretty good. I felt like I had a few good playbooks, a few good plays to go off of, and Harry was really helpful for giving me some tips and tricks. But the Licky idea was like super frowned on by him, but I just knew like, man, this guy keeps on stage switching this Force and getting away with it. I was like, I need to stop this right now. And I was just so excited. I saw this opportunity to just playing with a good friend, get my gift back from LAIC.
Now, you're obviously against a great player. You're a great player yourself. What's it like? Do you go into that match a little bit nervous, or do you relish these kinds of matches?
I mean, it's hard not to go nervous. I go nervous in my first round of a regional. It's like, I'm definitely a little bit more nervous about facing Leo. I know how good he is. I mean, he's undeniably like probably top 3, top 2 in the world, maybe even 1. But, you know, I care more about the matchup sometimes. I'm like, you know, I try not to underestimate my opponents. So if I'm like, oh man, this match is difficult, it doesn't matter if that's Pato or or someone their first tournament across the screen for me, right? So that's kind of how I see it.
Now, Harry had obviously played against Pato already, and as you said, you're running the same teams, you team built together. What was it like preparing for this match against Pataman, knowing Harry had already played against him and won?
So after I won my matchup against Martine, and I saw that I was assigned for stream, I knew that because of how long the queue was, that I could just leave and have some time to myself and with my friends, and we got some pizza together, and he kind of just gave me the rundown of like his prep with our friends. I was kind of just trying to ignore it last night, even though I knew I could be facing Pato, just because I wanted to focus on my first matchup, the one I knew I was going to be playing. And just that like small rundown, seeing like kind of getting explained to what he was doing, what lines he was playing was more than enough for me.
Now, I know you've got lots of people that support you, but also friends that you do perform well with and you do practice with. Any shout-outs?
Absolutely. I'd love to shout out Steiner. I'd love to shout out Maxwell and Jocko, people that I talk to and scrim with like almost daily leading to this tournament, especially near the final days. The people I'm staying with, Jai, Harry, Eric, John, and also Tom, who flew all the way here just to spectate and hang out with us. Really, really appreciative of you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Now, Adam, I'm going to ask you one more question. What is the chance that you win the World Championships this weekend?
100%!
Thanks very much, Out of Pocket. Good luck with the rest of this weekend. Now, we have so much more action still to come. Check out this teaser to whet the appetite.
If you leave the door cracked open, Elite is gonna kick it wide open.
My name is Elite, and I'm from Napa, California. If I was a Pokemon type, I'd be a fire type. I like the spirit of a fire type. It started with GBL, the Go Battle League. I was playing it like the max battles that I could every day. And then eventually it evolved into like Show 6 formats, like grassroots tournaments. And I was getting better and better, and then I was eventually getting on like the leaderboards. And then Pokemon Go came to the competitive circuit. I will never forget it. The first time I went to a tournament, there were so many people that I knew online, but I never met them before. I think something I learned about myself, I learned to become like more humble, because when I used to like lose at anything, I would let it like control me. But I've learned over time to like handle it and accept either defeat or victory My strategy for San Antonio was a little bit funny. It hit midnight, the Saturday of the actual tournament, and there was a rocket balloon. It was with Cliff, and he had the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So I caught it. I instantly powered it up. I did a second move and like came up with a team for it during the night. There was both a Pokemon and a player that I was concerned about, and this player had that Pokemon. That player was out of pocket, and he had the Galarian Corsola. I was going through the loser's bracket the whole day. I've done it before, where I start in the loser's bracket and then win. I felt like confident enough. In Baltimore, my opponent was Bajaj, who's an incredible battler. I was one game away from winning the first set of the Grand Finals and then the second set of the Grand Finals as well. So just getting that close. I felt like my mindset was very similar to San Antonio when I played Rise. I had like a little bit more confidence like in myself. This time, I felt like I had like a bit more of a drive to like really want to win. I was just overthinking like the whole match, like every single possible thing that could happen. When I saw Rise on the other side, like just put down his headset, already the emotion started to come through.
Elite, your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
I feel incredible. I did not think I was gonna win. Winning San Antonio qualified me for World Championships. World is right by where I live, so I'm very excited for it. I think winning Worlds would honestly be like a accumulation of all the work that I've put into Pokemon, and also outside of Pokemon, everything just like coming together like into winning the World Championship. No matter how many achievements you have, anyone should be considered like a threat, and I feel like I'm one of those threats as well.
It's Axon. Says I'm back here in Portland.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I am from Logan, Utah. I first got into competitive Pokemon back when there was the whole pandemic, and thankfully I saw that Play Pokemon was adding Pokemon GO to the circuit, and I thought, you know, I might as well go somewhere. I've been locked indoors so long, might as well give something a try. And because of that, I was able to put myself out there, go to the Indianapolis Regional Championship. It was the first ever one in North America for Pokemon GO. And then I ended up going to NAIC that same year because of how much fun it was the first time, and I ended up winning the North American International Championship in 2022. Earlier in this season, when I was kind of in the low, when I just went off to EUIC and went 1 and 2, traveling all the way across the seas just to come up really short, that was definitely a low for me in this season. But I had really good friends around me, people like Dunebug, my family as well, that were able to just convince me to keep on going. And fortunately, finally, at the very end, at the last second of this season here, I was able to win the final regional. I think that all the prep that I put into this regional and making sure that I didn't take anything for granted. Every single match, you play it one at a time. Ever since I won the World Championship, I've wanted to win something else, and I finally was able to do it.
It's Axon is inevitable. Your champion returns to the stage here in Portland and wins it all.
The team that I ended up bringing here, I think, was one of the better meta calls I've had recently. I brought Tinkaton, a new addition to the game, one of the best core breakers out there. Diggersby as well, just such a bulky monster. Lapras, it's hard to go wrong with that thing. Shadow Jumpluff as well has been proven time and time again to be one of the best Pokemon in the game. I think that the biggest pick that I brought, though, was Blastoise. This pick is something that not a lot of people saw coming. There were some matchups that I played, people didn't have a single answer for it. It was a Pokemon that really just stuck out to me when I was doing some playtesting. And because of its ability to tank charge moves a little bit better than other Pokemon in the meta, and it's so spammy, it has great Rock-type coverage and Normal-type coverage, it just felt like it was the right pick, and it definitely was.
It's Axon does it again, and he does it in style, in fashion, with his shiny best buddy, Blastoise.
When I won Worlds in 2023, it was something that wasn't even on my radar. It was always a dream of mine, always a goal, but being able to actually do it was just the dream come true. If I could ever win another World Championship, I don't even know what that would feel like. At this point, it's uncharted territory for Pokemon GO to have a 2-time World Champion of any kind, so being able to trailblaze new ground, I think that would be breathtaking.
Well, It's Axon will not have that opportunity, but M.E. Weedle can be that trailblazer to be a 2-time Pokemon GO World's Champion. We are back, and we are going through the loser side of the bracket. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And he's absolutely right. It is absolutely uncharted territory to be a 2-time World Champion, but he was also the first-time 2-time international champion. That was uncharted territories until he did it. So anything is possible as we get further and further along this bracket. We are now in the losers bracket. Very excited to see this one. And quite familiar faces. We got Pokemichi coming up, a previous Worlds qualified player that had played in previous World Championships, and Caspian Pike coming up here. As you can see on the bracket, we're at the losers round number 3. Caspian Pike first season competing.
Yes.
First ever tournament wasn't even in the it was in this calendar year, not even the start of the season, last calendar year. It was February of Seattle and made day number 2 in his first ever appearance, and then wins it all in Indianapolis in the final regional of the North America circuits. Also, a fellow local mine. I know him pretty well, actually, and he's usually kicked my butt in all the local tournaments.
Well, technically, he is our reigning North America regional champion here, coming into the World Championships, and some North American trainers have dropped off here. So can he hold on hope for North America? And to do so, he'll have to beat Pokemichi, an outstanding trainer in himself. And he has that Shadow Annihilate. He has the Thievel as well, in pretty standard meta from Caspian Pike, but one of those trainers that made that Don Dozo adjustment. You've seen it from Out of Pocket. You've seen it from so many trainers. Don Dozo, Marto Gaude holding on against the sideways. Don Dozo has been a force in the Bay Area.
And there's a number of players that have always talked about how strong Don Dozo is, especially in the Go Battle League. A few even used it in that Indianapolis regional that Caspian Pike won. But ever since this meta shift with Cancel Ninetales being so relevant, it has become even more of a staple pick, and dare I say, even a meta pick now, especially in this top 32.
Well, I believe it was either 8th or 9th in top usage here in day number 2. So if it's top 10, you gotta kind of consider it meta for sure. And we have these trainers just about locked in. Caspian Pike versus Pokemichi. This is losers round number 3. Both of their tournament dreams are on the line in this series. If you get eliminated on that loser side, you are eliminated from the tournament. Here is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus the Shadow Annihilate.
And no second life, just like you said, this is a counter Shadow Annihilate. It charges the energy much slower than the low kick variant, but you can see the fast attack pressure is immense, as the Ninetales is already down to about 2/3 of its HP before getting the first Weather Ball off.
And the pacing is just so fast here. Can you take this Rage Fist and hold on and either get a Protect Shield or some energy off with that Weather Ball, deciding not to risk it, to use that Protect Shield on the Rage Fist? You have another attack going for the Weather Ball here. Even though Energy Ball will do a little bit more damage, you can maybe pace to the triple Weather Ball. Here comes the Protect Shield from that Shadow Annihilate. Pokemichi is without Protect Shields already early in this battle.
I love the play, though, for Pokemichi to go for the 2-shield counter down. Caspian Pike not going to give him that opportunity. Forced now to come into Sunfist because he doesn't have the Mancy in the back, so everything's going to take a lot of damage from this Annihilate. Pokemichi going to pivot that out, and now comes the bulky Galarian Corsola, a Pokemon that we've seen on so many teams due to its flexibility, as long as it's not matched up against the Licky Licky.
Caspian Pike trying to optimize his energy, getting near 100 energy, which is the maximum amount a Pokemon can hold in Pokemon Go PvP. You will see those charge attacks exert bubbled up, lighting up, knowing that you are at that energy cap, but he is at this back-to-back Mud Bomb here. He's probably not going to throw the second one straight away. And no, swapping actually into the Dondozo to try to maybe catch an attack. He's not feeling happy about it, but Dondozo is happy taking pretty much any charge attack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, too, he's going to get hit by Nightshade regardless, right? Maybe expecting Pokemichi to go for a Simul swap or something. I'm not really sure. You can tell from his expression, he wasn't happy with this particular matchup. But Dondozo going to take a lot of this damage away now that shields are down on all sides, but this gives the opening for Dondozo to get to the surf before the discharge reaches. It's going to do some decent, super effective damage.
It's something we rarely see, a super effective surf from a Dondozo. Doesn't have the highest attack stat, but does a dent into that Unova Stun Fist here. You're going to be at the double discharge right before the surf is available. There's no Protect Shields remaining on the battlefield, and now you have that energy banked not only on this Stun Fist, but that Corsola has energy as well, and the Annihilate is pretty healthy. Here comes Caspian Pike, did not throw a charge attack, so now he has to take this Mud Bomb.
He wants to bank some extra energy. Maybe didn't want to risk a charge attack priority, but this is going to do some super effective damage. However, there's no world where you get Thundershock down. Wait, hold on. I feel like he could have overfarmed a little bit more.
He could have. That's why he's shaking his head.
Yeah, like you can't really Thundershock this down. That's, triple resisted damage, especially with something that has so much HP. And now pivots right over to the Ninetales. Can he get the Weather Ball in time? Does not get there. Goes down on the final counter of the Shadow Annihilate. A few more counters will do it as Pokemichi closes out with the same lead.
Pokemichi double protection of that Shadow Annihilate, and he was able to close with it in the back just with that fast attack pressure. Counter is worse than it used to be because you generate less energy, but it still does a decent amount of damage, especially in the hands of a Shadow Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon Go PvP do 20% more damage, but also take 20% more damage. So it is risky, but when you can line it up with a Pokemon like Annihilate, it can really pop off.
That's right, and that's the thing, right? Counter was nerfed, I believe it was almost 2 years ago now, September of 2024. But with the Race Risk guaranteeing the buff every time you use it, it makes Pokemon, especially a Shadow Annihilate, particularly potent, even though its pacing is much slower than it used to be. And the problem for Cassian Pike is, he doesn't really have an answer to the Shadow Annihilate except for the Mantine. Does he dare bring the Mantine though? Because the Stunfisk on Pokemishi's side very strong into it, and you can see Pokemishi not scared to bring it because why wouldn't you bring it? There's no real answer to, a Stunfisk on the side of Cassian Pike, and because of that, you're going to see it every time, and just risking the Mantine to be in that terrible matchup is so disastrous for Cassian Pike.
This is exactly why I put Shadow Annihilate on my caster predictions, because if you have a team composition that is missing that ghost type like the Galarian Corsola, or you only have Mantine as your #1 answer, a Shadow Annihilate can really go off. So does that force you to run that Mantine to have something against that Annihilate? Because you are probably seeing it, and as we saw in game #1, Pokemichi is just happy to invest in it. They are locked into game #2. We got Caspian Pike versus Pokemichi, and it's going to be that Shadow Kanto Ninetales lead once again, but it's facing that Galarian Corsola.
And Caspian Pike, he's so scared the Shadow Annihilate doesn't even bring the Licky, making this Galarian Corsola absolutely free for Pokemichi. Just has such a good team composition into this. Doesn't even bring the Shadow Annihilate, but he has so much flexibility it doesn't even matter.
And we're going to see how powerful Shadow Kanto Ninetales can be with its pacing, but it just doesn't do enough damage, and it will take super effective damage. So trying to swap on a Power Gem maybe, instead getting a Waterfall through, but taking that Nightshade.
And again, Caspian Pike using this Dondozo as a damage sponge. Pokemichi doesn't have a great answer to the Dondozo, which is a big reason why it's so safe, especially in the Pokemichi team, right? Unless you have the Mantine, it's not really good for any of his Pokemon. So just going to say again, throw some more chip damage. He has plenty of answers to that Kanto Ninetales, so might just stay in here all the way and force the energy from Dondozo, almost at double serve, and finally going to throw it, but Pokemichi throws on Charge Attack priority. Will he shield to force the shield out from Caspian Pike? No, we're going to let it go.
You saw that in game #1, he didn't overfarm on his Stunfisk, right? This time, he overfarmed through on Charge Attack priority to ensure that he has this surf to throw into the opposing Stunfisk here. So an adjustment from Caspian Pike, no Protect Shield, the super effective damage is gonna land. The Stunfisk takes about half of its health, pivot in the Ninetales, does he go for a combo play? There's 4 Protect Shields remaining. Do we see a bait? No, he is sending it. He is going straight for the Energy Ball. Pokemichi might think it's a Weather Ball. Does he just let it go? No, last second Protect Shield.
A huge shield on Pokemichi. I'm actually surprised he even let that Surf go, but maybe just saving it for the super effective Energy Ball. Defense is dropped though. This is closing in on Weather Ball range. It's still not enough, but Caspian Pike is also 1 away from the next Energy Ball. Goes for it, but here comes the Thievul to clear the debuff and also do some pretty decent damage with these Sucker Punches.
But it's going to have to take 2 Weather Balls, or a Weather Ball and an Energy Ball on its way out. Do you have your timer available? No, you are still locked in here. So yes, actually the back-to-back Weather Ball, but this does mean your timer is back available. You can hold on to the Shadow Kanto Ninetales if Caspian Pike wants to pivot out of there. There comes the pivot into the Stunfisk, but it's going to get dampened by this Icy Wind that's going to be super effective, so you get the last Protect Shield of the game.
Caspian Pike predicting the super effective Icy Wind. It would make sense too, because it's not only super effective, it also goes for a debuff. But I don't know if this debuff is that relevant for Pokemichi, because Caspian Pike, he can still take out the opposing Stunfisk, even debuff. There's just way too much health remaining, but it might allow him to get to a Night Slash, I should say, swaps out, banks it for later, tries to draw the energy away from the Stunfisk. However, again, Pokemichi needs at least 2, maybe even 3 Mud Bombs to take out the opposing Stunfisk.
And there are 5 Pokemon remaining on the battlefield, but 3 of them have almost 0 health, and now 4 of them as well, as this Mud Bomb did go through. The opposing Mud Bomb from Pokemichi is going to be super effective, but he's going to need another one. Here comes the Dondozo trying to waterfall down, but does he give him the Spark advantage? No, the Thunder Shock does not go through. You're not going to have the opportunity. Oh, actually does bake that, but there's 2 Pokemon remaining, so here comes the Ninetales to take the Night Slash.
Yeah, really great play from Caspian Pike, knowing that Pokemichi has to throw a move no matter what to keep this Thievul around, but the problem is you are not in 1 Sucker Punch range. 1 Thunder Shock will do as Caspian Pike evens up this series.
It is tied up here with both of these trainers. Their tournament is on the line. We are double elimination in Pokemon Go. There is one loss on the board for either of these trainers, but whoever does succeed in this next game will be moving on. And how about Pokimichi? Pokimichi in the game number 2 does sit that Shadow Annihilate, but keeps, Bastion Pike keeps all of his Pokemon around at really low health, almost gives him the opportunity when he swapped in with that Dondozo. If he did get that Thundershock down, maybe he would have got those 2 Protect Shields in the back, but Thievul, I think you mentioned it, where the Icy Wind just doesn't really do that much in the in-game there. I think Thievul wasn't really carrying its weight there at the very end.
Definitely not, and I think, you know, the Shadow Annihilate played more favorably for Pokimichi. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to bring it back again, because again, Cassian Pike, he's so scared to bring that Mantine because of how bad that matchup is for the Stunfisk, and it's just such a gamble for him if he doesn't get it onto Annihilate. And you saw in game number 2, Pokimichi might not even bring the Annihilate, so it's such a gamble, and Cassian Pike just trying to play as neutrally as possible in this matchup. I think Pokimichi has so much more flexibility with his team composition, and he could go again for that 2-shield Shadow Annihilate matchup and, you know, try to counter down, throw Rage Fist and stuff to grab the shields back from Cassian Pike. Cassian Pike back against the wall, found a way to find that win. And again, this is in the loser's bracket. Loser will be eliminated from the tournament and end their World Championship run. Winner continues their dream to get to that grand finals for day number 3.
Well, Caleb, what does Mantine not want to see from Caspian Pike's side? He doesn't want to see that Stunfisk, and he also doesn't want to see Corsola, because Corsola is a pretty devastating matchup too, because it is so bulky and has that super effective power gem. What has Pokimichi been showing? He's been showing Stunfisk and Corsola. I would actually expect him to come back with that Shadow Annihilate in this decisive game number 3, because he is effectively scaring off that Mantine. But Caspian Pike, although this is his first time in Championship Series this calendar year, he is extremely talented. He is a regional champion. He might be thinking that as well, that the opposing trainer is going to try to rely on that Shadow Annihilate. So I'm going to bring that Mantine. We're going to find out right now as we have our leads. We have the Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Unova Stunfisk in the back. There is a Shadow Annihilate, but there is no Mantine on Caspian Pike's side.
Yeah, no respect for the Shadow Annihilate, but more importantly, probably too much respect for the Unova Stunfisk. I like this play a lot for Pokimichi. If he no-shields this, he can just 2-shield the Shadow Annihilate. Does he throw the shield? Oh, he actually is going to throw the shield instead. Now gets the Mud Bomb off. Probably gets a shield back from Caspian Pike on 1 shield apiece. But Shadow Annihilate is much more susceptible to being taken down when it's only at 1 shield. In comes the Shadow Annihilate, but now you only have 1 shield to hide behind.
And if you can get the second shield here, then maybe you actually just come in with Dondozo, because you can take double Rage Fist and still get to the Surf. I think you're going to see a pivot into Dondozo here, or actually Caspian Pike is just going to stay in here, try to absorb this energy, maybe let this Shadow Kanto. No, he's actually doubling down. He's trying to get to that Energy Ball or that Weather Ball to do some chunk damage, but the thing is, it doesn't have the reach. It's not going to be enough to knock out this Annihilate.
And Pokimichi didn't throw the Racers right away, so might be missing a little bit of damage as the counters were not boosted until just now. Energy Ball doesn't take out the Annihilate though, but we get the defense drop, and that might be just enough to avoid getting hit by the boosted Rage Fist. Shields are down, Waterfall, 1 energy Waterfall advantage is there. Pokimichi might go for the discharge and then swap over to the Corsola. Tries to go for the catch. Caspian Pike doesn't fall for it. Now has a lot of energy, but Stunfisk also has quite a bit. And Caspian Pike still has a full health. Stunfisk is back. Oh wait, go to the Outrage instead of the Surf.
Outrage is a strong attack, even though it's not same type attack bonus. Maybe double Outrage will do it at this health, and double Surf won't do it. I actually like what Pokimichi did there, just like we saw with the Shadow Politoed in earlier matchups. You can bank a bunch of energy on Dondozo and use that for the backline. Here comes the Nightshade. It's not nearly enough to knock out a Dondozo. There is a switch available for Caspian Pike. He is at the charge attack, throwing on charge attack priority once again, but he has a Surf bank. Now, do we see a blind swap? Because we know the Stunfisk will win charge attack priority into the Dondozo, but he can swap out of it, and he actually just throws the Surf, and there was no charge attack registered for Pokimichi, so he's gonna take the super effective damage.
This is huge, and this should be just the game, as it was charge attack priority, but Stunfisk is pretty bulky as well, and typically lose charge attack priority in a lot of situations. Absolutely brutal for Pokimichi. You can see Caspian Pike even shocked that it was charge attack priority. That's just side wrap. As you can see, full health, Sunfish is not going to even matter into this matchup as Pokemichi acknowledges his opponent, shows a sign of respect, as well as Cassian Pike continues his streams in this World Championship.
What a season from Caspian Pike in his debut year for Championship Series, only having his first ever tournament just about 5 months ago. Now he has advanced on this losers round number 4 just after coming off winning the last North American regional. That is an insane ascension from a trainer.
Absolutely wild. And again, one of those players that barely even qualified for Worlds. He went into Indianapolis knowing he couldn't go to NAIC and saying, this is my last chance to qualify. I need to do pretty well this tournament to guarantee my spot at World Championships. And he won it all, so he did get that guaranteed spot. And now he has made it further and further into that day 2 bracket, looking for even more as one of the few remaining representatives of NA.
Well, my takeaway is, ladies and gentlemen, we're learning a lot about Dondozo. I did not think that Dondozo would win a charge attack priority because it has so much stat product. And when you have so much stat product, that means that your attack is usually lower. But Unova Stunfisk also has great stat product. I thought maybe he was going to try to go for a blind swap, but no. Dondozo wins the charge attack priority. It wins the battle versus Psywave. What can it not do?
Yeah, it's quite the Pokemon for sure, and definitely one that everyone should start building for the inventory, as there's still a few days left in this Go Battle League season if you want to use it. But big congrats to Cassian Pike, and a great run from Pokemichi, who I don't believe qualified for World Championships last year, or maybe Hangzhou, I forgot which of the years, but did make the World qualification of past Worlds. And it's great to see him back on the stage. Still made a very, very deep run into day number 2, better than most of the trainers here in the tournament. Look forward to seeing him in a future World too.
Yeah, the region of Japan has been doing awesome here in day number 2. Of course, we have a winner's finalist from Japan, even though Pokemichi was eliminated. The trainer that eliminated him, let's hear from him. Take it away, Tomahawk.
Thanks very much, both. I am joined by Caspian Pike with a brilliant victory there over Pokemichi. How are you feeling?
Elated. I was so happy to even make day 2, even to win a match. I came in thinking I know anybody in the world can go 0-2, so to make it this far, just a dream come true.
It was a great performance, and you're actually playing your first season of Pokemon GO in the Championship Series. You actually got gold very recently in Indianapolis. What kind of expectations did that give you coming to the World Championships?
Yeah, 6 months ago, I drove 2.5 hours to my first ever local tournament, so Seattle wouldn't be my first in-person tournament. And to be here now, I had no expectations in Indianapolis. I was just trying to qualify for Worlds. Coming here was the gift, so I really didn't want to get my hopes up. Unbelievable.
I mean, you've been playing brilliantly. Now, if we took a look at your team and the teams that you've been running this season, obviously we've got a small data sample, but I've noticed you really like your double water pairing. Is that something that you consciously go for when you're building teams?
I think water types are just so good that often the good ones, like there's been multiple of them. Yeah, I really thought I was cooking something special with Dondozo, but everyone else got the memo too. But I really enjoyed Dondozo. Yeah, and I really wanted to answer Tink. I think Tink's really hard to bring into me. I don't even care about saying that because it's just really bad into me. So it's like, working on it.
I think that's very fair, and you've also got your Unovan Stunfisk, your Shadow Fortress, and your Licky Licky that I think you've been popularizing as well over the last few months. Are they Pokemon that you've just really got a lot of comfort with now?
Yeah, I think I tried to drop Licky Licky, I just couldn't do it. And I had to go for the triple fish, Caspian Pike. I run fish sometimes on stream. I had to do triple fish. So.
Amazing. Now, you've got lots of fans in the audience. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Oh, so many. Big shout out to my family who's watching. My brother knows nothing about Pokemon, but he came here to support me. My girlfriend, it was her birthday on Wednesday, and she still came up, and all my relatives watching at home. My faction, the Brave Nerds, especially Kurt Gold Silver, has been giving great matchup advice, and really massive shout out to Moteeks. He's been like my rock throughout this entire journey. He taught me how to run in King Gambit multiple times, so he's really the reason I'm here. He was scrimming me for 2 hours this morning. Love that guy. Yeah, thanks so much.
I love to hear that, and you're a great inspiration for all of our newer players into the Championship Series as well. Casters, bring us back to the action.
Thank you, Tomahawk, for that fantastic interview. And to add on to the story of Caspian Pike, he said 6 months ago, 6.5 months ago, he went to his first local, and then he went to Seattle. And funny enough, I live in the same area as him. I didn't go to that local. So when I saw his run in Seattle, no seeding at all, first ever tournament, I was like, who is this guy? I was asking my friend Dre Flames, also a local of SoCal, and he's like, oh, dude, this Caspian Pike guy, he was like killing it in this past local. You just didn't go. You don't even know who he is, but he's actually really good. And sure enough, 6 months later, he definitely is quite good at this game. Awesome to see he has such a huge supportive network here, both in person and I'm sure at home too.
Well, the thing is, if you are thinking about taking that plunge into competitive Pokemon Go PvP, if you start now, you'll actually have a head start on the next year's World Championships than even Caspian Pike did on this year's World Championships. And what a great way to get the Tinkaton from Beelzeboy from last year's World Championships. Of course, an Elite Charge TM, you're 1/3 on your way to a really strong team. All you got to do is participate in the Twitch drops, and Caspian Pike, the fisherman trainer, just scoring big here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was ready for the Tinkaton, and that's how potent it is in this meta. So definitely get your Twitch drops if you can. And also, another great reason to go out to your local tournaments. Great way to practice in the actual meta and get points to get your qualifications for World Championships. Speaking of World Championships, we got another match on our hands. Let's get into it. It's Sustenance Eater versus King OWT. Sustenance Eater on an absolute generational run for him. A breakout season. He's looking for more, but he's going to be going against King OWT, and it's going to be a tough one to see who comes out on top. Again, we're on the loser side, so winner of this will be moving on. Loser will be ending their journey soon.
Well, if you didn't see his performance earlier on, he was able to take down Potoman, who has unfortunately been eliminated from the World Championships, which is a shocker to everyone. But Sustenance Eater, a trainer that has got 7th place 2 times, 9th place a couple times as well, really did have an awesome season in terms of getting it to day number 2. But then that is where he faltered a little bit. So now he's on that loser side of the bracket. Can he keep continuing his journey of growth and move on and defeat another European trainer in King OWT, which has a really unique take on the meta? Of course, has that Hisuian Electrode, has the Fearow, has that Shadow Kingdra, a very different team than Sustenance Eater was facing earlier on.
Definitely, and a lot of the Pokemon on King OWT's team are kind of glass cannons, right? The Hisuian Electro hits really hard with the Wild Charge. Fearow, very high attack stat, charges the moves very fast in 10 turns for the Drill Peck and the Drill Ryan, and then Shadow Kingdra, the speed, the attack damage is pretty immense, and also a great check to that Danto. So let's go, game number 1, Sustenance Eater into King OWT. It's going to be Licky into Fearow. A bad matchup for Fearow, but not the worst, as 2 Drill Peck will threaten a KO.
And if you properly protect shield on a Shadow Ball here, this Kingdra matchup with the Surf could be really strong. That's not a Surf, that is a Swift that's going to be landing in the Sustenance Eater. So now suddenly, and it's also going to be, no, there it is, that Shadow Ball. And it's a no shield on that Shadow Ball into the Shadow Kingdra. So now comfortably, this Licky can get to another charge attack or pivot out into that Corsola. I like this play. Just come in, soak the energy, and fast attack down.
I love this too, because it forces the King OWT to go to the Surf. He does get to it though, and it's definitely the better move though if you can only throw 1. So it ends up working out for him, but Galarian Corsa, one of the Pokemon that can tank quite a bit. However, this allows King OWT to farm down with the Fearow, but instead comes in with the Hisuian Electro, which is kind of curious to me, right? Because I feel like the Fearow would have been much better in this situation, double resisting the Astonish damage.
Yeah, you would have to protect shield, so that is one small factor there. Maybe now he switches. No, he just stays in. He wants to get this Corsola out of here, but look at the chunk that it did into this Electrode. And Sustenance Eater is thinking about it. Is he just really weak to that in the back? No, he actually knows, because that Fearow was in the lead. The Fearow is in the back. He saved 2 protect shields for it, but there is that Malamar coming in, counter swap, and now you're down energy, but just slightly.
Yeah, and this Malamar is going to reach that Foul Play before the Drill Peck is reached. But Sustenance Eater, I believe his switch timer is up, so can just swap straight to Licky if you'd like to. And yes, that's exactly what he does. Going to soak up this damage and gets the rollout through. Absolutely huge for Sustenance Eater.
King OWT is shaking his head, because that is not what he wants to see. He doesn't want to let that full rollout through. That is a 3-turn fast attack that just gives all that energy to that Licky to get up to these body slams, and he could have avoided that, but he threw at the improper timing. The Rella does come through, and it could be punishing. His last Protect Shield of the battle is down now. The timer is ticking closer and closer. After this Drill Peck, he will have his timer available. Maybe he can make a crucial swap into his Electrode, but his Electrode's really low.
And Sustenance Eater wants to get this Bison off, but the catch is available. And here comes the optimized catch from King OWT. Gets the Thunder Shock through as well. Can he get to an Engine Ball to close out this matchup against the Licky? But Sustenance Eater, he's not giving it a chance. He's going for the Sidewave down, and he sideways down the Electro before it gets to the move. Only a few more sideways to get to Foul Play. It's on Charge Attack priority. Licky can try to go for the roll down before the next Drill Peck is reached. Can King OWT's Hero hang on to get 1 pound Drill Peck? No, it's actually not even out to take out the Malamar. I completely forgot. It had that much health.
That's why Sustenance Eater was shaking his head. It's not the Shadow Malamar, it's just the normal. He can take that Drill Peck and he can take the battle.
All right, I gotta ask you, Butters. You were a Malamar hater this morning. You're kind of a Malamar believer in the afternoon. What about right now?
You know, I'm not a hater. I'm just saying Malamar wasn't doing much earlier on. There, we saw some success with it. And the reason we saw success with it is because he was able to swap it in early and then swap it out, making some awesome catches and getting ahead on energy. That is the way that you want to use that Malamar in this meta to pull it off. So right there, Malamar looked pretty good.
So what you're telling me is it's the driver, not the car.
You know, it can be. It has, this car is pretty good, but the thing is, there's also about 25 other cars that are really good in the Open Great League meta in the Pokemon GO World Championships right now. But it just so happens to be that Malamar was one of the last second additions to a lot of these trainers that made it into day number 2. That's why it was doing so well in the top usage. It hasn't found its footing yet, but if you're gonna find your footing, no better time than the end of day number 2.
Well, what I'm hearing is there's 25 asterisks to your assessment of Malamar, but a greatly performed game from Sustenance Eater, just staying in control of the matchup all the way throughout, getting extra energy to sneak through. And here we go, match point for Sustenance Eater. Can King OWT find a way to force a game number 3? It's going to be Licky into the more frail Shadow Kingdra.
And the Shadow Kingdra can win this matchup in the 1 Protect Shields situation pretty dominantly. It's actually weird because Licky is a really good neutral Pokemon in that 1 Protect Shield situation, but for some reason, Kingdra can pull it off. Now, just gonna be going for that Surf damage here. That Surf is gonna do a big chunk into this Licky, and now once he takes the Surf, he will be in range of Swift. So do we see that before the next charge attack? Perfect plays from King OWT to maybe force a Protect Shield from Sustenance Eater.
If he shields this, there could be a catch on the Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball is ready. Does King OWT go for it or not? Goes for the Shadow Ball, but King OWT doesn't swap for it. And now the Shadow Ball is going to do a sizable amount of damage into Kingdra. Won't be another KO, but it'll be close. Here comes the swap from Sustenance Eater, trying to go for the sideway down, but King OWT gets exactly what he wants. Tinkaton into the Malamar. Tinkaton Hammer will do quite a bit of damage as Sustenance Eater building up to double. Super power endorse on charge power, that's pretty big.
That's bad because Sustenance Eater has the back-to-back, but this Gigaton Hammer is going to knock out, so you won't get the back-to-back off unless you use your last Protect Shield of the battle. Sustenance Eater is thinking about it. Do I really need this superpower energy? I don't think it's really going anywhere at this point, so just let the Malamar go. Try to come in with the Fortress, but Fortress is also going to struggle to be able to knock out this Tinkaton.
A fantastic line read from King OWT because he also has the Fearow in the back, and if Sustenance Eater shields this, he's going to be shieldless against the Fearow, but maybe predicts that that might be the case, saves it for later. Could be, oh, he's doing Electro, could be the Fearow. Indeed, it is the Fearow, as he's going to try to build up and throws the Sand Tomb right before the Bulldozers reach. King OWT, he smells the win condition here. 2 Drill Pecks will do, or maybe even the Peck damage might just be enough. Sustenance Eater still has a catch opportunity. Here comes the Fearow. Does he go for the bait? I think he has to go for the Rock Tomb just to reduce the damage. Does he have time? He does go for the Sand Tomb, but I think the Peck damage is just a little bit too much.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking, no, he actually does Protect Shield last second. What if he called that Sand Tomb? That would be double, not very effective. But the thing is, he's thinking about how much energy did that Licky have. It didn't even matter because he was able to just wing attack down, and now he has 2 charge attacks for Sustenance Eater, Shadow Fortress, and we got a tied series.
King OWT finds a way to force his game 3. The series is not over for him, and his tournament run is not over as well. Completely flipping the script on that one. A great line read from him. Bring that Tinkaton in the right situation. I like this line a lot more because I think the last one, it was what, Kingdra, Firo, Hisuian Electro. There's no bulk anywhere, right? And you only have 2 shields. If you spend it on a frail Pokemon, your other frail Pokemon back don't have nearly as much play. Bring in the bulk here, take it down with some superior typing into that Malamar, gives him a fighting chance. And also, if you don't bring the Tinkaton, the Malamar just completely unchecked.
Yeah, and that's the thing that he adjusted to, right? That Malamar was bouncing around the battlefield in that game number 1. So he brought that Tinkaton to check that Malamar, and as soon as it came in the battlefield, he had the Tinkaton, and he wasted a lot of energy from that Malamar and kept healthy enough that he was able to do so much damage to the remaining Pokemon from Sustenance Eater. So it's actually pretty hard to bring that Malamar in the middle matchup if you are expecting a Tinkaton to be in the back. But with King OWT's team, he has so much flexibility. It's really hard to predict exactly what he's going to be bringing into the matchup.
And both players, they're getting ready for one final battle in this series. The biggest matchup, arguably, in both of their careers. And you don't know how hard it is to not only get to the world stage, but to make it this far into the tournament. It might be forever before they get to the same spot, and they're trying to make the most of it. Here we go, game number 3, Sustenance Eater versus King OWT, and a beautiful lead for OWT.
That is not what Sustenance Eater wants to see, and he's actually going to stay in this. Maybe he's going to go for the superpower and then swap out, but what does he swap out into? Does he go into the Corsola? Neither one of those Pokemon in the back really want to take the Gigaton Hammer. Is he going to try to call a big Bulldoze bait? He is thinking about it, but no, last second, he is holding on to that Protect Shield, and he implements it.
A big shield for Sustenance Eater, but the problem is, how do you chip down the Tinkaton to make it in a range where the rest of your team can handle it? Corsola, that isn't even the best match for Tinkaton, and the Licky loses that one as well. King OWT actually shields the superpower, but this allows Sustenance Eater to throw another one and maybe even swap out. Goes for another one. This will be some crucial chip damage. Sustenance Eater might just let this go, but also might just go straight into the Licky.
Well, that backline matchup of Galarian Corsola into maybe the Firo could be good for the Firo, but if Protect Shields are down, you can land that super effective Power Gem to do pretty well in that 0 Protect Shield matchup. Here comes the Gigaton Hammer. It just does so much neutral damage, and in comes the Kingdra. Now the Kingdra is pretty much putting this Licky in swift range. There is so much over farming going on. Sustenance Eater is thinking, I can't waste all of that energy. He has to use the Protect Shield.
Yeah, very interesting over farm by, I mean, both trainers really, but really Sustenance Eater, because he's not going to win Charge Attack priority, goes for the Bison. But I love this call from King OWT. He already got the final shield. He's in a commanding position. Now here comes the second Bison. This is also still good for Sustenance Eater, because one Shadow wouldn't have been enough and can't really roll out down before next Swift comes through. So now gets almost a gale range. Even then, it's not enough, but the Astonish was huge. However, there is the Firo in the back, and it's going to double resist all this Ghost Fast Attack pressure from the Corsola.
King OWT and his trusty Firo has an opportunity to full sweep the 3 Pokemon on Sustenance Eater's side. All he has to do is land double Drill Peck into this Corsola, but somehow have enough energy for the 3rd Drill Peck into the Malamar. This is a bait on a double resisted Nightshade, but it doesn't matter because it's close in energy. Also, Sustenance Eater is switch locked. You just need to bank as much energy as possible before the Power Gem. Perfect timing by King OWT.
Sustenance Eater trapped in this position, could not swap out in time, could not get the catch-off. The Malamar is still around. Is Malamar the truth, or is it just going to be the downfall for Sustenance Eater in this matchup? There's still the Tinkaton in the back as well, but you have a lot of energy. Can't go for the catch, doesn't get it off, and King OWT gets the Drill Peck. There's only Licky in the back, but it doesn't have much health left, and more importantly, it doesn't have much energy
to
finish it off. And Sustenance Eater fought valiantly, had such a great tournament, but King OWT will be the winner of this series and be moving forward in this loser's bracket.
There is 3 for King OWT and his Firo, able to full sweep that back line and take it 2-1 to advance in this tournament and keep his dreams alive.
Wow, what a series between the two of them there too. And King OWT, after a very tough first game, found a way to find the win conditions there. And what a performance from Sustenance here as well, right? He had such a great tournament. He also, you know, he beat so many top players, even being Pokémon on that winner's side, but it was just a little bit too much in the end there. And, you know, a great team that he built, a great run. And like I said, the best season he's had, but the best season he's had so far. And I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to his performance in future seasons.
And it's a game of inches, of milliseconds. We saw that Sustenance Eater was reaching for that swap. He just barely didn't get that off, that would have effectively swapped on that drill pack, and then he would have had the foul play, and maybe he would have had a chance. But this is how close the games can be, especially in the end games. And I just echo what you said. What a run from this trainer that joined the championship series last season, but this season has definitely been his standout performance. And what better way to stamp out your season but to be this far in a day number 2 in the most stacked Pokemon Go tournament ever.
Yeah, I believe Justin Cedars' first season was last season. He did make that Worlds qualification in his first run, but maybe didn't have, you know, the best performance there, still getting into the competitive scene. But this year, he has just gone in multiple levels up in his gameplay. But King OWT, he has something to say about that one, and the Firo came to play in this final matchup. And unfortunately, Justin Cedar just didn't have the time to swap out, to make the catch, to make the fancy plays, to pull it off.
And Sustin Cedar has been eliminated. We said it before, this is on the loser's side of the bracket, but that does mean King OWT is getting closer and closer to getting higher and higher in that prizing. And who knows, any one of these trainers on the loser side of the bracket could make a historic run to make it all the way to the losers finals and then eventually make it to grand finals on Championship Sunday.
And more importantly, someone will be facing someone in that losers finals to have a chance to make that grand finals. And a lot of our players in this losers bracket are going for it. I'm very curious to hear how King OWT feels about that one. You know, you can see how happy he was. Breed, take it away.
I'm joined by King OWT, also known as Jack, who's just sealed his place in the top 8 in the San Francisco World Championships. Jack, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely amazing. I think this is far surpassed my expectations for the competition. In going into the day and losing my first round in winners, especially to games maybe I could have won, unfortunate calls, unlucky debuffs. But since then, I feel I've got my momentum back, 3 games on the bounce, taking it to top 8. It's feeling good.
From a mentality perspective, you've obviously prepared last night for today. You mentioned that you lose that first match. What does it take to really pull things together and get the string of victories that you've now had?
You just kind of have to isolate each game. You don't really think of it as like a whole competition. Each game is just, it's one match. So if you lose one, just don't let it affect the next one.
And are you someone that looks at the name of your opponent and do you draw conclusions from who you're up against, or do you just take everything as it comes?
I try to take everything as it comes. Obviously, there's some names that you tend to be more scared of. As someone who doesn't compete as much as other people, like some people out there have multiple like medals, multiple wins, or maybe not statistically up there with them, but to be up here and competing with them, it makes me feel like I'm on their level.
You're absolutely performing at that level. Now, you've not had a medal before, but you are so, so close to a trophy. What would that mean to you?
It would mean the world. Like a trophy before a medal, I don't think I would have ever believed it. But like I said, we'll keep taking one game at a time. We won't think about that just yet.
Is there anyone that you'd like to call out for their support in this journey?
And first, I want to shout out my team of Snowbird Tappers in the audience. Thanks, guys. Also, my fellow British friends, Max and Aaron. You guys are amazing. And all my friends at home who maybe aren't even into Pokemon as much, but they always watch the stream, still support me. I appreciate you guys so much.
Amazing, Jack. Keep it up. Congratulations again. You are top 8 in the world. That was King OWT. Still so many more matches still to come. Casters, back to you.
Well, the Pokemon World Championships is where the impossible happens, and he is well on his journey. Jack, or King OWT, has an awesome chance to be in that losers finals, just needs to win a couple more matchups. We are sticking on that loser side of the bracket. Up next, we do have Caspian Pike, who you just saw. He's back on stage facing Dunebug.
I believe these are the only 2 remaining. And oh no, there's Pocket too. Out of Pocket's here, and then we got Caspian Pike for Dunebug, and only one of them can continue moving it forward. And this is kind of a crazy matchup there, because you got Dunebug, the most decorated, most winning in terms of titles player in the circuit, tied with, I believe, LNDS Harjev. And then you got Caspian Pike, first season, started only 6 months ago competing and going against a Titan in the circuits. But Caspian Pike has proven that he could do it before. He could do it potentially again. Dondozo, though, doesn't look nearly as good in this matchup, as Jellison is going to really put a hurt in that head-to-head water matchup.
You know he has done it before, because I'm going to show you where he left off in his regional championship. To get to the finals, he beat Out of Pocket and then beat S. James P., who is one of the best trainers in all of North America. And to finish it off, he was able to defeat Nighttime Clasher. So he took out Titan after Titan after Titan. So he can pick up where he dropped it off, and he can beat Dunebug as well. He has that capability. And as you've seen, it is the story of underdogs so far at Worlds. Some of our heavy hitters have been knocked out, but can Dunebug be one of those last ones standing? Like you said, has the Jellicent really unusual pick in this meta, and can Caspian Pike, the fisherman, reel that Pokemon in? Like you said, the Dondozo doesn't want to see it, but at least it does have that Unova Stunfisk and that Licky Licky, because otherwise, Jellicent is really strong against his team.
And speaking of matchups that Caspian Pike has fought, top players he's fought against, there's one player he hasn't fought against in the NA circuit that's quite decorated. It is the man sitting across from him right now. And Caspian Pike, as a reminder, this is his 4th ever tournament, including this one. It's his 4th ever tournament. Dunebug not only has more than 4 tournament wins, he's gone to more than 4 World Championships. So it's a real, true David versus Goliath situation. Here we go, game number 1, Dunebug versus Caspian Pike. It's going to be the Florges into the Manti to kick things off.
Let's take a look at that backline. We do see the Jellicent in the back for Dunebug, and it's going to be faced against that Unova Stunfisk or Licky Licky. So actually, you don't have a lot of maneuverability for that Jellicent in the backline for Dunebug. Are we going to see it swap into this front line as the Disarming Voice does come in? Do you try to make a cheeky swap into a Water Pulse? No, the Water Pulse is going to be coming off for Caspian Pike.
It could be a tricky timing situation, but more importantly, Dunebug has to be afraid of the potential Licky Licky matchup in the back. So going to protect this Water Pulse, that actually puts Dunebug in a pretty good situation, because now he shielded a more energy-intensive move and can outpace Caspian Pike to the double Disarming Voice.
And here comes the next Water Pulse that's going to do a decent amount of damage into the floor just here. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining, of course, for Dunebug. Going to be able to throw that Chilling Water into this Licky Licky. Does have the Thievul in the back. You really don't want to see this matchup with the Jellicent. Here comes that Thievul. Going to try to bank up as much energy as possible to maybe have some sort of effect in the backline for Caspian Pike.
Yeah, I don't really love this play from Caspian Pike, because he's not only debuff, he takes chip damage, and now Dunebug can really dictate the switch advantage. You can see Body Slam not doing enough. Also gives Dunebug a lot of opportunities to even boost on the Night Slash, but Dunebug, he's not afraid to overfarm. He loves some extra energy here as he's building up to almost 100 before throwing the first Night Slash.
And the Body Slam goes through. Thievul has all the energy in the world, and Night Slash will be just enough, I believe, or maybe actually could be just short into the bulkiness of Licky Licky. It is just short. Here comes the swap into the Mantine, trying to soak up all this energy, but he's going to bank up to the double Night Slash to ensure that he gets a Night Slash or even an Icy Wind on that backline Unova Stunfisk.
Dunebug counting is impeccable here, because he not only threw right before the Charge Attack priority, if Caspian Pike shields, he can throw another Night Slash again to put the Mantine out of commission. And this puts Caspian Pike again in such a difficult position. He has 1 final Pokemon left and is about to get debuffed with the Icy Wind.
And no opportunity to peekaboo in that situation, but you do have that Pokemon sitting in the back to clear this debuff, which you can in just about 15 seconds ago. Here comes that Florges, another Chilling Water, another attack nerf to this Unova Stunfisk. You're probably going to want to swap out at some point to clear this double debuff.
But if you swap out, you just give the Florges even more energy, as Caspian Pike going to throw the first discharge. I think Dunebug's just going to let this go, knowing that there's still the Licky Licky in the back. You don't want to get hit by a Shadow Ball. You don't want to get hit by a full damage discharge. And Jellicent should be able to tank this next discharge, no problem. Caspian Pike has that catch opportunity now still on the Licky Licky, but
Caleb, does Caspian Pike's Licky Licky have enough health to actually get to a charge attack while it's double resisting hexes?
It is going to be a close one, but I think Dunebug is pretty on point with his count, so he wouldn't give Caspian Pike the opportunity to even go for it. We'll probably throw the Surf beforehand. But Caspian Pike throwing a parting discharge first, but your double debuff, it doesn't even do enough. And you can see Caspian Pike going for it. Oh, he tries to go for the catch, but he gets sniped down with a Sucker Punch.
And the Sucker Punch eliminates all of that energy from the Licky Licky. Yes, you did get the Thunder Shock down, but will you get to the double discharge before the double Surf is available? I don't even think a discharge is enough damage to knock out the Jellicent. It's super effective, but Jellicent is quite bulky.
Absolutely, it is not enough. As you can see, the Jellicent does reach the back-to-back Surf. The next one going to be thrown on Charge Attack priority. Even if Jellicent lost, that discharge won't be enough. But Jellicent ain't going to lose no Charge Attack priority, as Dunebug closes it out with the Jellicent to start it off 1-0.
And Caspian Pike is really wishing that his first discharge was not double dropped in attack. He threw that first one while he had his attack 2 stages lower. If he was able to throw that discharge later when it was at a normal level, maybe the double discharge would have been able to do it. But either way, great plays by Doombug. He's one of the best for the reason. And the fact is, he has this huge experience advantage in moments like this. When he looks really locked in, he is almost unstoppable to beat.
And more importantly, if you got debuffing moves all around your Pokemon, it's going to be hard to beat him in general. That was at least 3 different debuffs, 2 Chilling Water, and Ice Wind. Maybe I'm forgetting one as well. And Caspian Pike, he might have Bulk on his team, he might have super effective moves, but none of them were doing enough damage for Doombug's squad.
And this is an incredibly unique strategy. Having the Florges, having the Jellicent, having the Thievul. We haven't really seen that trio, but how many times have we seen that trio from Doombug? So he has his own unique take on the meta, and it's working. A talented driver also having an awesome team composition, face against Caspian Pike, a newer trainer on this circuit, but we know the talent that he has. But if he wants to move on in this tournament, he has to reverse sweep. And the problem for Caspian Pike is he had the best answers possible for Jellicent in that back line. He had the Stunfisk, he had the Licky, but he still wasn't able to close it out.
And we've talked about how Dondoso, a great meta read from a lot of our top players, especially our day number 2 players, our top cut players. But even better meta read, in my opinion, is you go a step further. Dondoso is the anti-meta. Jellicent is the anti-meta. And because of how strong Dondoso is, you expect it's free, but it is not free into Doombug's team. Here we go, game number 2. Doombug on match point, finds himself a slightly tough lead, but still has the super effective Chilling Water to do some heavy damage into this Ninetales.
Caspian Pike decided to sit that Licky for this game number 2. Still has that Unova Stunfisk in the backline. Gonna throw this Weather Ball that's gonna be neutral, but will we see a pivot out, maybe even into a Mantine? And no, actually just gonna stay in, gonna have to deal with this super effective Chilling Water, which will drop the attack by 1 stage into this Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
And, you know, dropping the Licky makes you really, really susceptible for that Jellicent. And I don't know, I think Caspian Pike might have been spooked a little bit from that first game, right? Getting debuffed, thinking that Licky doesn't have much value. I think the bigger problem was that the Licky was debuffed, and that's why it didn't have value. But now, this Jellicent in the back is so free for Doombug. It has to play into absolutely everything on the team of Caspian Pike.
Well, the problem for Caspian Pike is Doombug keeps continuing to make Caspian Pike throw debuffed attacks. He did the same thing with that Kanto Ninetales, throwing a debuffed Weather Ball, and now he's already landed the Icy Wind, so all of these attacks from the Mantine are debuffed as well. Deciding to throw up the Protect Shield though, because he knows these wing attacks aren't doing that much pressure. He can bank some energy here, but I don't know if you have the reach, even with Night Slash. I'm not sure if this is enough to knock out, so he swaps, tries to catch that Water Pulse, but now suddenly Caspian Pike has to throw the Twister, but he's getting closer to his timer.
And more importantly, he has to throw another debuff, non-zap Twister. Doombug doesn't even mind that at all. Saves all that energy in case there's a Licky in the back, but there's not. It's a Stunfisk, which he has way more play into. And let's not forget how much energy he has on the Thievul in the back. I believe it's at least 2 Night Slash worth. And yes, Caspian Pike is going to shield up the super effective Surge, going to do a lot more damage than most of the attacks remaining. Gets to the first discharge. He's still in this one, but Doombug feeling confident as he has another Surf ready.
He's just going in with different package of attacks, different package of moves. He is just looking unstoppable here. He's already forced Caspian Pike to throw 4 attacks that were debuffed, and now just got 2 Protect Shields with this Jellicent. He has very low health on all of his Pokemon though, and Caspian Pike still has a lot of health remaining, but has to throw the discharge before this Surf is available, deciding to Protect Shield it for Doombug, knowing that he doesn't want to waste this energy.
I love this play from Doombug. You throw the Surf, you combo play with the Ice Wind, but Caspian Pike, he snuffs it out. He catches the resistance Surf on the Mantine.
That is huge for Caspian Pike here, able to reel in that water damage that's going to be not very effective, but still knocks out the Mantine here. And now, actually, Doombug is not even reaching for a pivot here. He's just staying in with this Jellicent. Maybe he's expecting the Kanto Ninetales to come in and thinking that maybe he can get to an attack. There comes the Stunfisk. Here comes the Florges, but the Florges is in range of Mud Bomb. I don't know how Doombug is going to get out of this.
Caspian Pike maybe could have thrown maybe 1 more Thundershock, but I don't think his Mud Bomb is actually enough to KO even when it's not debuffed. This allows Doombug to get that Chilling Water. No! The Thundershock just enough. And Caspian Pike all of a sudden back against the wall, has the Icy Wind, but you know, Stunfisk is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this meta, can tank this no problem, and only a few more Thunder Shocks away. Doombug didn't even wait out the timer here, and now comes the Mud Bomb. Caspian Pike finding life in this pivotal game. It might just force a game number 3.
Jellicent does have a little bit of energy, but does he have the health here? I don't think so. Can he? No, he doesn't have nearly enough energy, and that means Caspian Pike is going to be able to tie up the series.
Wow, what a series. What a beautiful catch from Caspian Pike. He knew Doombug had the serve. He knew Doombug wanted to get that off, and his only win condition was catching that resisted serve on the Mantine. And Doombug, he's been weaving in and out. We used to call him Blue Spud, but today he's debuffed, or never mind. Let's scrap that joke. Scrap that joke. No one heard it. Right.
I know where you're going.
Today, Doombug's debuffing his opponents. Let's go with that.
Yeah, he has, because Caspian Pike threw at least 5 charge attacks that were debuffed. But I really like the adjustment from Caspian Pike to keep that Unova Stunfisk in the back, because Unova Stunfisk is going to be throwing super effective energy into 4 out of the 6 Pokemon for Doombug. The only debuffers are the ones that are going to be neutral for the Stunfisk, but if you're able to keep Pokemon around, clear that debuff in the end, I think Unova Stunfisk in the back is the best solution for Caspian Pike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he did bench Licky. I don't think Licky is really a problem for him. It's just Licky doesn't really hit the hardest, you know, especially if you don't have a super effective shot ball throughout the Jellicent matchup. And once you're debuffed, it's just, you're kind of a meat shield, but you're not really doing much in return. So I think that was why he benched it, and maybe it was the right call. But I do think Licky is still quite safe for Caspian Pike if he could get it into the right matchups. You could force shields, right? Especially with a debuff Pokemon like Devo and Florges. You could get their first shield right off the bat, no shield yourself, swap out, clear it out. Let's see if he goes for that, or he goes for a similar strategy with that Ninetales, with the Unova Stunfisk, with the Mantine. Mantine was really something he leaned into, and without any electric types on side Doombug, it is very safe, so I do like that he is bringing it into it. But here we go, match points, Caspian Pike versus Doombug 97. Winner will continue their road in this World Championship, and it's going to be the Ninetales into the Jellicent. A pretty awkward matchup for both Pokemon.
Well, Jellicent is one of those few water types that can hang on to an energy ball that's going to be super effective, so can really win this matchup versus Shadow Kanto Ninetales. A huge reason that Doombug brought it to the tournament, already got the Protect Shield from that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales will be able to get to double energy ball, just waiting, just making sure that he doesn't get caught on. This is super effective. Jellicent can take it. Let's see what Doombug does. He decides to let it go.
Caspian Pike going to land this, has the next move, expects a potential serve. He wasn't sure if Doombug's going to go for the optimization or not, or just going straight through it. But as safe as the Mantine is, even if he doesn't catch the move, it's not the worst for him. And now coming in with a Twister, does Doombug go for the shield? He still has 2 shields remaining and pulls up the shield and shields the bait from the Twister.
Smart adjustment from Caspian Pike, knowing that Doombug is going to be going for the debuff attacks, which he's doing right now with the Ice Spin. So he went for that Twister, knowing that he's going to get that first Protect Shield because he's been showing Water Pulse time after time. This time, going for that Twister instead, and now he's going to show that Water Pulse because there's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. No way Doombug doubles down in this situation. The timer is going to be up really soon for both these trainers. Caspian has his timer right now. He could swap, but instead, he's probably just going to let this Mantine go down to the Night Slash.
Doombug going to throw one right before the Twister in case Caspian tried to catch right when he got there, try to make it a little bit less predictable. Doombug has a little bit energy remaining, but Caspian Pike is going to throw the Sweat Ball first. There's still the Surf loaded on the Jellicent, so Doombug want to let this go, and Caspian Pike has to know this ready, but the problem is Surf is still super effective on both remaining Pokemon. He hasn't even seen the Florges yet, but I guess the Stunfisk has also not been shown, and Caspian Pike, because he landed the Energy Ball earlier, can now just go straight Weather Ball against Doombug, and Doombug might be caught in a tough position because there's a lot of energy on the Ninetales, and Caspian Pike going to throw on bad timing just to get this off before Doombug gets to the serve.
Well, he could have tried to throw this Weather Ball earlier on, but it doesn't matter because he got the shield anyway. Do you try to swap? And there is that swap, trying to go for the Thunder Shock, and actually stuck in a Hex, was able to get that off. Doombug doesn't look phased, but it looked like he was almost getting knocked out from the Thunder Shock here. Instead, here comes the Florges. The Florges is going to take the first Mud Bomb before he can land that debuff, land the Chilling Water into the Stunfisk.
This is actually kind of a dicey situation on Doombug, mainly because he could possibly lose Charge Attack priority in the end on the Jellicent into Ninetales, so that Surfy Banked might not be as valuable as it seems. But first debuff is going to come through. It's going to put Caspian Pike in a situation where he needs to go for 2 moves, and if he could pivot out, maybe even land a Weather Ball on the Florges, he could still win it because you're going to have 2 Surfs banked on this Jellicent. Timers are coming up soon. You can see Doombug trying to reach for it, throws the chilling water right before it is reached.
But it's not enough.
It's not enough, and the move is ready on the 9 tier. So we see a simul swap on both players. Let's see how they play it out. And you can see Caspian Pike reaching for the mud bomb, and this might be checkmate. Doombug, he has a surf, but there's still 2 Pokemon loaded, and the Thunderstrucks will take it out if you don't throw it. But if you don't throw the move, the 9 tier can finish you off later. Tries to go for one final hex, but he won't do it! And the underdog story continues as Caspian Pike takes the final victory.
Caspian Pike continuing his ascension, taking down some of the top names in Pokemon GO PvP. He started at the Indianapolis Regionals, taking out Out of Pocket, Nighttime Clasher, and SJ. Now at the World Championships, able to take down Doombug as well, getting to losers round number 5. Just an incredible journey from a new trainer in Championship Series, giving hope to all those trainers out there that they can do it too. They can sign up, they can join, and they can beat some of the best. You just need a little practice, patience, and talent, and Caspian Pike has all of those.
And go to your locals as well. That's where the journey started for Caspian Pike. What a series between these two. And you can see the great sportsmanship from Doombug as well. You know, maybe not the run he was hoping for, but at the same time, his best run so far in his 5th Worlds. He made a top cut. He kind of, you know, finally broke the curse that he's had at World Championships. And I'm sure this won't be his last top cut in Worlds. Looking forward to see him perform even further. But Caspian Pike keeping the underdog dream alive. As you can see, that was a crucial catch on the Manti in game number 2 to force this game number 3. And this matchup was so fun to watch because it was so neutral all the way throughout. Every Pokemon I have played, no Pokemon were hard walled. And both players just playing with precision, you know, trying to overthink the other person. Doombug expecting this move, just saves the server later, knowing he needs it, but you know, Stumpus a little too bulky, a little too much for the Fortress to handle, and more importantly, Caspian Pike with a quick swap gave him the energy lead he needed to close it out.
And even though he threw a lot of attacks with a debuff, I feel like he bounced back beautifully. In that first game number 1, he really fell behind to Doombug, who was bouncing around the battlefield. Even in game number 2, Doombug just seemed at top peak level, and when he's at that level, he is an unstoppable force. But Caspian Pike knew he has a Unova Stunfisk in the back. It is unchecked against the opposing team. I just need to keep it healthy enough and around long enough that I can clear debuffs and close it out. And that's what he did in 2 straight games, and he reverse sweep, and now he is alive in this tournament. It's just incredible stuff from a new trainer.
Absolutely. What amazing battles we've had so far. We got more exciting battles to come. The final Oceania player in this top cut, They Love Jive, will be going against one of the top players from North America, Out of Pocket. We got some more Dondozo action. We got some Lapras Dondozo action. We know that was pretty crazy earlier, and I don't think They Love Jive wants to relive that one against Out of Pocket, but only one way to find out, as we'll head to that match right after a break.
Welcome, guys. We're here at Pokemon XP out in the garden. I know, they let us go outside. I'm with Fareed and Gabby. Of course, my name's Amy. We're going to take you around some of the activities that everyone can enjoy here. So in the Alola region, trainers can work part-time to rescue Pyukumuku by chucking them back in the ocean after they wash ashore. But here at the World Championships, we can have a little bit of a fun competition by trying to chuck them back into the ocean just to see who's, you know, a better Pyukumuku chucker. So Amy, Fareed, I think you two need to have a little bit of a friendly competition to see who's better. What do you think?
I think we gotta do it.
I'm ready.
We see Gabby up here, gonna save that Pyukumuku real good. She didn't do it, but you know what? They both worked really hard. Fareed's gonna get that bonus for working in Alola. Yeah! Good job, everyone, saving the Pyukumuku.
Okay, trainers, we are outside at the pin rally station. And what pin have we just got ourselves?
We got Ferrothorn!
Beautiful little Ferrothorn pins, one available for everyone that's out here. And there's a queue for them, but there's another one that we'd like to get. So stay tuned because we'll be back.
Hi guys, I'm here at the Furfru Hair Salon and Misty is helping me out with a new look. We're getting some cute braids. and they've got loads of different styles you can pick from. Hair tinsel, glitter, accessories, braids galore. There's so much. Goodness gracious, there's just so much. So we're gonna see how the final look comes out. I really love the little braids, they're so cute.
This is a look, this is a vibe. So we're here in the Fur-Frou Hair Salon, and I am getting special treatment from my new friend Claudio. We're getting green for Pokemon Go. So I hope you enjoy it, guys. The things we do for Pokemon.
Glam. Glitz and glam.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Kevin at the B-Dome, and Kevin, why don't you tell us what's going on here today?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Well, this is for Planet B. We talk about science education and bee conservation for schools around the Bay Area. We're here making seed balls because bees are the most important pollinator. Did you know that there are 20,000 types of species of bees around the world?
I actually did not.
Oh, you know, girl.
All right, well tell me, what's a seed ball?
Yeah, so it's just a little bit of clay. We put some poppy seeds in there. Kids can just toss it out, and then we just help the bees because bees are very important to our ecosystem and environment.
Any particular reason why you're using poppy seeds?
Poppy seeds are native to California. We love California, welcome to San Francisco, and we just want to support more local bees here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
We've had our eyes done, we've had our hair done, we've got new pins. There's so much to do at the Yerba Buena Gardens. Make sure to check it out, but from us, that's a wrap.
The action is only heating up here at the Pokémon GO World Championships here in San Francisco, California. My name is Homesize Henry, joined on the desk by Lou the Pikachu. We are filling out our losers side of the bracket. We already have 6 of our trainers in the top 8, 2 more top 8 spots on the line. And my goodness, the slate of matches we have coming up next is absolutely stacked.
We're getting down to the final stages of the competition here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. And you said it, Henry, we have a stacked amount of competition here in the loser side of the bracket. Some incredible contenders, Jai and Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket taking down Panaman previously as well. He may have been the king of my heart, but Out of Pocket is now who I am rooting for in this competition, as well as PvP tabled and our reigning champion, Beelzeboy.
Out of Pocket's had a pretty incredible losers run, taking down Inadequins, Pato Man, Auburn. He has been making quick work of the loser side of the bracket, but now he has to go up against an incredible player from Australia and one of his very good friends. They love Jai.
I love that sometimes, though, when you've got trainers who know each other well. They've probably even, team built together in the past, maybe have tested against each other. So you have a little bit of insight into how your opponent likes to play their game. Are they risky? Are they defensive? And that can sometimes be what separates a winner from a loser in a match. Out of Pocket, though, playing so confidently, really locked in and making fantastic predictions on what his opponent is bringing. Could that be the same story being told in this match?
Now, Out of Pocket has a Pokemon that we've seen have incredible success so far with that Dondozo. However, with Jai having a Lapras running Skull Bash, Lapras is a pretty rough matchup for Dondozo, so that could dissuade Pocket from bringing Dondozo and instead try and opt for safer picks, because if we do see the battle between those two water types, that's going to be a pretty difficult matchup for Dondozo.
I think it's interesting seeing the Lapras though, and like you said, it does have that big powerhouse attack in the form of the Skull Bash. Psywave as well, we definitely know can put in some work. We've seen that on a few different Pokemon choices, but for now, let's jump into the leads here. Coming out front and center, Licky versus Corsola.
That's not the start Pocket wanted, but he's pivoting out. He's safe switching into the Malamar. Jai gonna stay in, able to outpace with that 9-turn pacing with Licky. Out of Pocket, shrugs as he no shields, as a Body Slam really doesn't do a lot of damage onto that Malamar.
Yeah, Malamar not gonna worry about that at all. Instead, happy to reap the rewards of all of that energy being farmed up, trying to get to 2 foul plays. Unleashes the first one now onto this unassuming Corviknight.
We've seen Shadow Corviknight output some insane amounts of damage. Foul Play will come very close to picking up the 2-hit KO. Out of Pocket, gonna fire off Foul Play. Number 2, Jai will invest to protect shield, and as the matchup goes on, as the sand attack damage continues to add up, Malamar gets closer and closer to Shadow Air Cutter range.
Corviknight has a lot of pressure in this game, so Jai wants to keep it in play. Like you say, the sand attack's really stacking up, and it's getting to these damaging charge attacks too.
Switch timer is up, Pocket pivots out, and in comes Clodsire. Clodsire not the fastest to its charge attacks. Clodsire now going to be met with an Air Cutter bait, but out of Pocket, stone cold bait call. He doesn't buy it for a minute.
He's reading minds once again out of Pocket, knowing exactly how to play this Clodsire, keeping it in the game, now able to threaten with a devastating Stone Edge. However, Corviknight is going to be able to blink first here, going for the Air Cutter.
I don't know if I've ever seen Jai Shadow Corviknight get an Air Cutter boost. Will this be the time? No. The Corviknight refuses to boost up its attack. It's a 30% chance, but it appears that the luck not with Jai on this day.
Yeah, Stone Edge will connect as well and seal the deal for that Corviknight. It does give Jai the opportunity to bring in this Altaria from the back. The Dragon Breath's going to be stacking up some energy, but you can see it's really not doing much at all to that Clodsire that once again can threaten the flyer in the sky.
Clodsire does have a pretty good matchup into the Altaria, but due to the fact that Licky is still exceedingly healthy, that is a bit of a problem for Pocket. Because even if he's able to neutralize the Altaria, that's not really the problem Pokemon here. He needs damage on the Licky, otherwise Corsola is going to feel pretty helpless in the endgame.
Altaria can use these Sky attacks though to try and burn through the shields on Outer Pocket side. There's 1 down, 1 more to go though, to make things a little bit easier for Licky, considering that Outer Pocket still has a Pokemon advantage. It does have not a lot of HP remaining though, so you want to be able to keep Licky in the game when it comes in later.
Out of Pocket, he's not going to switch. He's going to stay on the field with the Clodsire. He could consider potentially letting this go, because then he can bring in the Corsola. If Jai ends up switch locking that Licky, then he can pivot into the Malamar. But he's not going to pivot into the Malamar just yet, because this is not superpower range. He's going to stay in with the Corsola and look to connect with the Power Gem. Jai always needs to have quite a lot of energy in reserve, because Jai needs an ability to throw charge stacks at the Malamar to try and prevent it from making it to that deadly superpower.
I mean, Licky's in a prime position right now. It has that Shadow Ball. It has found its mark down onto the Galarian Corsola. Being a Ghost type, it is going to have that weakness. Out of Pocket, though, letting this one go through. We know the bulk is going to be able to hold on, and it's back. That Malamar is now back in play, but look at the energy. Licky gets to the Body Slam.
Licky Body Slam would easily take the knockout. Pocket thinking through his options. Is he going to invest the protection? No, he is sacrificing the Malamar. He's saying win or lose. This game number 1. Corsola, it's all up to you.
There is still that 1 shield remaining on Pocket side as well, so 1 Shadow Ball can indeed be protected, but we're going to see the Body Slam bait come through. Out of Pocket goes for the shield, though.
That does save 1 rollout for Jai. Out of Pocket, now out of Protect Shields. His energy management needs to be exquisite. He fires off the Power Gem right away. This should be enough to knock out the Licky, but how much energy is available to that Altaria?
Let's have a look. Licky goes down. Altaria regroups on the field, but there's not a lot of energy in play. It's going for these Dragon Breaths, trying to get that, but Corsola also able to get to the Nightshade. Altaria, however, gets the edge.
Oh my goodness, as close as it can get. Altaria on the 12 cycle charge attack priority. Corsola will fall. Pocket made it as close as he could, but Jai gets game number 1.
I really like the Clodsire play on Outer Pocket side, almost masquerading a little bit like a Dondozo. It stayed on the field. Outer Pocket very content to keep it in play and just constantly applying pressure with the Stone Edge to the 2 flyers that Jai brought in the form of that Altaria and the Corviknight. But the way that Jai was able to play around with that Licky was absolutely masterful to this win.
I need to talk about that Body Slam bait. It really felt like that almost spooked Pocket into throwing that Power Gem early. If he's able to correctly shield the Shadow Ball, there's a very good chance that he can end up throwing 1 more Astonish, wait a turn, and then outpace the Altaria. So Jai understanding the moment there. And my goodness, how many times are we going to see this Corviknight throw an air cutter before it finally gets a boost?
I think every time it gets a no, it's getting closer to a yes. So hopefully we're going to see that Corviknight reap the rewards for all of its efforts. But critically as well, it was once again a master skill of teamwork, seeing this Licky come in, being able to apply pressure to the Corsola, but Altaria putting in some work too. Looks like, however, the trainers aren't messing around. We're jumping into game 2. It's going to be the Ninetales versus Malamar.
The Shadow Ninetales, the signature Pokemon for They Love Jai. Jai just going to look to overfarm here. So is Pocket. Pocket not going to fire off energy. It's actually going to be Jai building up past the Dazzling Gleam, going for the Weather Ball bait. Pocket falls for it and invests in early Protect Shield.
Yeah, one shield going up, and I like the Alolan Ninetales in play here. You do threaten with that super effective Dazzling Gleam as well onto the opposing Malamar, but Malamar has a trick up its sleeve as well. It can retaliate with the superpower, doing a significant amount of damage into that opposing Ninetales, now switching out to reset the debuffs that it would have got.
Out of Pocket, tried to take the knockout with the rollout, but the Shadow Alolan Ninetales did not get KO'd. The Weather Ball will be reached. That's critical damage onto that Licky, and Jai brings out the Altaria, but this is what Pocket's hoping to see. Dondozo does not like that Altaria matchup.
Yeah, the follow-up with the Dragon Breath really trying to put the pressure onto the Licky here. Of course, Altaria easily able to take one of these body slams, but there's a lot of energy to be reaped here from Altaria onto that Licky. Look at it, over-farming, trying to get possibly to 2 Sky Attacks.
This will not be a range for Sky Attack. We'll take the knockout, and Pocket knows it. Instant no shield. He knows his Licky will be able to hang on here and still connect with its charge stacks. It is very low on health. He's able to reach the back-to-back body slams. 2 body slams, not going to be enough to knock out the Altaria, but will put it very, very low to potentially set up a farm down for one of his other Pokemon.
This is a nice display of the defensive capabilities of Altaria, though. You know that you can take that one body slam, and Jai also refusing to shield on this second one as well, proving that Altaria is going to have that longevity on the field.
Altaria able to survive back-to-back. In comes the Malamar, but can't get the farm down. Altaria, the bulk is incredible. Able to get to that Sky Attack. Out of Pocket, gonna let it go, but that's a lot of HP lost on Malamar.
Malamar, they're trying to get the momentum with something like the foul plays here, getting the damage down, gets to it, and now trying to get a little bit of threatening damage onto this opposing Corviknight. But there's 2 shields remaining on Jai's side, not utilizing on Corviknight now, knowing it's easily able to take the foul play, and it allows Corviknight to just try and farm down with these sand attacks. But look, Malamar's getting speedy.
That's a really nice sequence from Jai, calling that the first would be the foul play, shielding the harder hitting superpower, getting the full sand attack down. Corviknight pays a very heavy price, but has quite a lot of energy. But in the back, it's Dondozo, a notoriously very bulky Pokemon. Jai full sends the payback. Shadow payback can be deadly, but this is a Dondozo we're talking about.
Yeah, this is one of the adjustments Pocket has made coming into this game too, benching that Clodsire and instead bringing the Dondozo to be its defensive wall, particularly against this Corviknight that is being relentless with the air cutters coming through. But is it going to get the boost finally, Henry?
Air Cutter is going to be no shielded. No boost comes through. This Corviknight will refuse to get boosted. Dondozo is able to get the full farm down. Quite a lot of energy available. In comes Altaria. Back-to-back Surfs are available. Dondozo is very low. Should not get knocked out by the next Dragon Breath. So Pocket should have access to the back-to-back Surfs here.
Let's see this come through. The shield up on the Altaria, trying to get down to the Dondozo, but no, we're going to see the Licky switch.
Very well played by Out of Pocket. Ninetales takes the KO, but the Surf is available. Dondozo hits the field. Out of Pocket gets the equalizer, and we're going to be moving on to a game number 3.
Once again, Dondozo proving why it is the talk of the town here at the Pokémon World Championships, coming in as the adjustment for Out of Pocket and securing that victory, evening the score. Pocket is still in this tournament.
Sometimes when your back is against the wall, you're facing tournament elimination, you have to get a little bit risky. That Lapras on a Dondozo would be catastrophic, but if it doesn't end up on the Lapras, the Dondozo has a decent amount of play, and being able to bait out that Altaria with the Licky save switch ended up working out perfectly, as suddenly Dondozo felt incredibly strong. Unfortunately for Jai, imagine a world in which his Corviknight knew how to Air Cutter boost. We could have a very different series here, but it cannot boost. We're going to a game number 3, and we've got immediate lock-ins from both players.
I mean, call it what you want. It is unfortunate for that Corviknight, but who knows? This could be the game. Let's jump into the leads. It's that Ninetales versus Dondozo.
Oh, that is not the lead Jai was hoping to see. Jai gonna stay in the matchup, look to try and play it out for now. He does have access to Dazzling Gleam, which will hit for some pretty significant damage. This is a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but Pocket knows, even if he takes a lot of chip damage here, Dondozo is never really in any danger of getting farmed down.
Yeah, Dondozo taking a huge amount of damage, though, for its troubles as Altaria comes in. Dondozo switches out. The rollouts coming across from the Licky Licky on Outer Pocket side to try and get some pressure down on this Altaria.
I really like the decision by Pocket to save that energy. It almost feels like throwing the Outrage into the Altaria may have been a bit of a waste, but by preserving that energy, trusting that if Jai stayed in to an Alolan Ninetales versus Dondozo matchup, the Dondozo energy will have value in the back. Pocket understands that, saves the energy, brings in the Licky Licky, and Licky Licky should still be outside of double Sky Attack range.
It might be nice to try and unleash that Outrage energy a little bit later on once the shields are down on Jai's side of the field. Jai, however, now has the utility with this Altaria to go for one of the Sky Attacks. Licky Licky letting this go unshielded is going to get some significant damage on the board. But once again, the rollouts are something Altaria has to contend with. The energy is up on Licky Licky's side.
No shield from Jai. He is going to be sacrificing the Altaria. Altaria may barely be able to hang on here. It's going to be very, very close.
Ooh.
Altaria hangs on. Aggressive pivot into the Malamar, but that's going to be answered with the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, Altaria not able to pace to a charge attack. Instead, you've got to bring that Ninetales back into the game that does manage to get to that Weather Ball. Of course, now Malamar has the decision. Do you use one of those pressure shields? Yes, you do, because Outer Pocket wants to use these Psy Waves to try and get as much damage on the board.
These Psy Waves do quite a lot of damage, and Pocket has intentionally overfarmed. He farmed until the Foul Play will take the knockout. Jai, no shielding, maybe hoping against hope that Ninetales can hold on here. Foul Play is going to land. Oh, the Ninetales survives! Oh no, but the Psy Wave takes the KO! That energy has been lost!
On the thinnest of margins, Ninetales goes down. That is not what Jai wanted to see. Time to regroup and bring in that trusty Corviknight, however, trying to use these sand attacks to get damage down on the Malamar, but Malamar is ready. It has so much energy on the board.
Losing that charge attack is catastrophic for Jai because Out of Pocket still is the energy banked on that Dondozo. Malamar putting so much pressure on the Corviknight. The Malamar still outside of Shadow Air Cutter range as well. Jai ends up no shielding. He knows that the Dondozo Surf will do more damage, but this situation still looks very, very perilous.
Yeah, exactly. The Malamar in such a prime position. Dondozo back in the game as well, but now the Corviknight can try and get damage on the board.
Oh my goodness, was that a charge attack priority sack swap?
Ooh.
Let's see it. It was!
Oh.
What a play! He finally gets the boost. That is one of the best possible plays Out of Pocket could have made. He would want to throw the payback at the Dondozo. He catches the air cutter, gets the charge attack priority tie. Absolute perfection from Out of Pocket. Dondozo survives. The surf has been reached, and Out of Pocket's moving on to losers round 5.
Absolutely incredible plays. Dondozo showcasing once again why it is so formidable in this meta. Malamar coming in, going for these sideways, but there's nothing Jai can do. Out of Pocket advances.
This is the Out of Pocket we are used to seeing on an international stage. The Out of Pocket who took home the North American International Championships in years past. I have seen him locked in on that occasion, and I feel a little bit of deja vu here. Pocket in top form. That gameplay, the charge attack priority CMP Zack swap was absolutely dazzling.
Beautiful plays, masterful images across the game, and I absolutely love to be able to see Out of Pocket at the top of his game, as well as seeing the love story develop a little bit more between Henry and Dondozo. You've got to be happy to see that Pokemon advancing.
Oh, Dondozo advancing in the World Championships. I couldn't ask for anything more than that. It has been a fantastic day here at Worlds. The gameplay has been incredible. The competition has been ferocious. And Dondozo continues to show that it is a Worlds caliber Pokemon time and time again. Jai finally got the Air Cutter boost. Maybe there was a hope that it could farm down, but it's a Dondozo. You're never farming down a Dondozo.
Yeah, my heart did break a little bit for the Corviknight. A little bit too little, too late. However, you did get the Air Cutter boost, but already it was spelling disaster as Out of Pocket was just in such command. The Ninetales putting in some really good efforts though with the Weather Ball, but I think losing all of that energy in that turn, you know, wasn't able to get off the charge attack was really where the momentum swung to Out of Pocket's favor.
Not having to deal with that second Weather Ball was so strong, and this is the moment right here. He farms up, he switches one turn before the Air Cutter to get the catch and lock him into the Air Cutter and on the CMP tie. That is one of the most difficult plays you can possibly make in the championship series. He was actually able to see the Air Cutter boost because of how large the Dondozo is. The camera angles go a little bit crazy, but look at this. Dondozo refusing to get farmed down. The fist pump there from Out of Pocket. He is feeling it here, and he's moving on to top 8 at the World Championships.
Dondozo truly did drive the getaway car to victory there for Out of Pocket, and phenomenal plays to be able to behold. But of course, the Pokemon action does just keep going. We still have some more incredible battlers in the loser side of the bracket to contend with. In fact, coming up next, we have PvP David versus Beelzeboy, our reigning world champion.
Wow, David, a multi-time regional champion, Beelzeboy, our reigning world champion. Two of our best. I feel like I keep saying this, but it keeps being true. The level of competition at this Worlds is staggering. The amount of talent and just the plays we're seeing, absolutely unbelievable. It almost feels like a crime that we can only have one trainer left standing at the end of Sunday, but it's an absolute privilege to get to be here and watch these players play at their absolute best. Let's take a look at these teams.
Yeah, as a little bit of a recap, we've got, once again, some familiar faces with the Licky and the Ninetales apiece. Also the Malamar on both sides of the field. But there are a few changes, particularly with the Flyers on the side. We've got the Togekiss on PvP David's side, and we've got that Mantine on Beelzeboy's side.
Beelzeboy also has that Jumpluff, and Jumpluff can be a bit of a problem for this team. Azumarill, it can outpace and hit for super effective damage. Even though Ice Beam hits for double super effective onto Jumpluff, Ice Beam actually does not pick up the one-hit KO there. This is the non-Shadow Jumpluff, so as long as the Jumpluff has its health intact, it should be able to hang on there, and it ends up being a surprisingly decent matchup where the lightning-fast pacing of Jumpluff can kind of make Azumarill feel a little bit outdated and slow.
Yeah, exactly. It can be quite slow to pace to these attacks as well. And the critical thing for me with the Jumpluff, it has great play into Pokemon like the Malamar, being able to go for those Fairy Winds, and at the same time the Energy Ball. Azumarill's not appreciating that. Quagsire certainly is not appreciating an Energy Ball to the face. So I think if you can get the alignment right on the Jumpluff or possibly utilize your shields in the right way, it can be a really critical piece of the puzzle for Beelzeboy.
Now, one very interesting thing that I've noticed about trainers who play against Beelzeboy's team is very frequently they will run the Kanto Ninetales into him because oftentimes there's not a lot of Jumpluff checks available. Even something like a Togekiss, which in theory you would think, okay, I have a Flyer, it's a Grass type, this should be pretty good. They're not running Dazzling Gleam, they're running Psyshock, and Jumpluff is so bulky that even though the Peck's hit for super effective, Psyshock doesn't really do a lot of damage, and Acrobatics does actually do a significant amount onto Togekiss. So in this matchup, he might have to rely a bit more on Pokemon like the Licky, like that Kanto Ninetales, because if the Jumpluff is brought, there's quite a few targets on David's team.
Now, we mentioned the Ice Beam previously as well, going into something like the Jumpluff, but PvP David's actually running a really unique Azumarill here. It's not running the Ice Beam, it's running the Hydro Pump. So it doesn't have the utility against the Jumpluff, leaving it a little bit more vulnerable, but critically, I think it gives it a lot more play into Pokemon like the Ninetales, for example.
Oh, not having Ice Beam means the Jumpluff is even safer. Because at the very least, if you can get some damage onto that Jumpluff, that would be kind of nice. But Play Rough, I mean, if you throw a Play Rough at a Jumpluff can tank 2 of those so comfortably. Your bubbles do nothing. That's really going to constrict the lines that David can run. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to build around basically Licky, Kanto Ninetales, maybe putting a Togekiss on the field as well. Just because outside of that, if this Jumpluff is brought, that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Jumpluff looking really strong. You want to just try and avoid, obviously, the fiery flames of that Shadow Ninetales. Ember, Weather Ball, we know how quickly the Ninetales can pace to that, and that can make things very difficult for the Jumpluff. But at the same time, on Beelzeboy's side, you do have Pokemon that have the utility to deal with that Ninetales as well.
The Quagsire is a bit of an interesting shout because normally Quagsire is a pretty good bring into the Flyers, but a Pokemon like Mantine doesn't have that one-shot pressure into a Jumpluff. If you throw a Stone Edge at a Jumpluff, it's just going to no-shield and throw a bunch of energy balls at you, and you're always getting that one-hit KO. Whereas the Mantine, for example, Water Pulse, that's really fine for the Quagsire. Quagsire can survive that very comfortably. So the dynamic of having the Jumpluff as well as the Mantine does complicate things a little bit because as we've seen both David and Boom run this exact same team, they really like running that Quagsire. And even if they do run it here, it's going to have to be supported with Pokemon that have better play into that Jumpluff.
Yeah, that's true. You've got kind of 2 grass-type coverages in a way. You've got the Jumpluff that actually runs grass-type moves because it is a grass-type Pokemon, and then you have the Ninetales with that Energy Ball as well. So as long as the Quagsire can kind of pivot around those 2 Pokemon and have the utility to deal with it elsewhere, then it possibly could be a prime choice. Looks like our trainers, however, are starting to lock in. At the end of the day, there is one match between advancing in the competition and being sent home packing.
Another interesting thing that I've noticed about players playing into the David/Boom team is the fact that opposing trainers will very frequently run the Empoleon, and that's because normally, why would you run a Steel type into a Ground type? There's the Quagsire, but this Quagsire has opted for Aqua Tail Stone Edge, which means that the energy is actually walled by the Empoleon. So in a very similar way to how we've seen trainers let's say a Man team get an energy head start and then bring in an Empoleon, or vice versa, you can let a Quagsire get a pretty significant energy head start, bring in the Empoleon, and then that defensive typing, that Water Steel typing, makes life really awkward for that Quagsire.
I'm interested to see potential coming through from Malamar as well, because Malamar we know can farm up lots of nice energy with the Psywave. You have the utility for something like the Foul Play to just do some very consistent damage, but Superpower I think is critical when you're dealing with bulky Pokemon like the Licky. If you can get the energy lined up and unleash that onto an unshielded Licky, it's a great way to start breaking through that bulky Pokemon.
And Malamar, because it is the non-Shadow Malamar, does actually have a winning matchup into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The Shadow Malamar actually ends up losing the 2 Protect Shield scenario just because the Embers and the Weather Ball end up just being enough to take the knockout there. But as the non-Shadow Malamar, even if you end up no-shielding a charge attack, you're never really getting Ember down, so it does end up being a bit safer into those Kanto Ninetales teams.
Well, the trainers are locked in and ready to go. Give it up for PvP David and Beelzeboy as they jump into game 1 of this losers round 4. The leads are out front and center. It's going to be Quagsire versus Malamar.
This is an exceedingly neutral matchup. David's going to opt out. He's going to save switch into the Togekiss. Beelzeboy doesn't really have a strong answer to this energy. Stays in with the Malamar, goes for the Foul Play. But David, more than happy to no-shield here because this is a non-Shadow resisted Foul Play. Togekiss, not the tankiest Pokemon around, but this could incentivize Beelzeboy to look to try and stay in here because Beelzeboy really doesn't want to take the Aura Sphere on either 2 of his fighting weak Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, in contrast though, Togekiss can go for the Aura Sphere into the Malamar, get a significant amount of damage on the board, pushing it down into the right, but both of these fast attacks on either side actually putting in a ton of work. Another Foul Play ready to go. David lets it go.
Can he potentially get an Ember down here? If he's able to secure the knockout in 5 Embers, that could be massive. In comes the Ninetales, he's not gonna find out. Pivot out by Beelzeboy, sending out the Licky. Energy is banked, in comes the Quagsire, and that energy could be a big problem for Beelzeboy later in the match, especially if Protect Shields are preserved for that Ninetales.
Yeah, Ninetales keeping the energy saved up for later. Quagsire now in play to just start farming up of its own and putting in some work against the Licky as these switch timers start to reset. Licky, of course, able to apply pressure of its very own with something like that Shadow Ball, but it looks like Quagsire has energy for days.
And the non-Shadow Quagsire, one of the matchups that it's actually teching for is this Licky matchup. You'll notice that the Shadow actually is in kind of an awkward position where 2 Shadow Balls can just about pick up the knockout. The non-Shadow Quagsire can survive 2 Shadow Balls. That's why Beelzeboy, after firing off the Shadow Ball, is forced to go for a double body slam instead.
Keeping an eye on these timers as well, it looks like Beelzeboy has the utility to switch after this charge attack comes through from the Quagsire. The question is, are you going to use a shield? No. Allowing Licky in its bulk to be able to take this, put it in the red, and allow the switch for that Malamar.
In comes Malamar, able to get a little bit of damage down onto that Quagsire. But Quagsire very quickly making it to the Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail will pressure away a shield. David's going to pivot out. He brings in the Ninetales, but Ninetales cannot get the farm down. Malamar hangs on, and now this is going to pressure David to have to put up the Protect Shield.
Exactly, you want to keep your Ninetales in the game right now. The Superpower as well will put the debuffs onto the opposing Malamar. Even though it was a low HP as well, it does just give a little bit more of a confidence boost, let's say, to that Ninetales with the Ember to finish it off. But now, David wants to be able to rack up that energy and start dealing with Pokemon like the Empoleon. You're at the Weather Ball already. Can you get through to this Empoleon?
David has so much energy on this Ninetales. Beelzeboy forced to no-shield the first. Weather Ball does just under 50%, but with the Embers, it should come very close to picking up the 2 with KO. But David ends up playing to the charge attack priority tie. He has to put up the shield. That Hydro Cannon would secure the knockout, but he has locked into a Weather Ball that should just about knock out the Empoleon after that Ember damage.
Looks like they're both playing the same game, however, energy on energy. This one Weather Ball will come through. Beelzeboy letting it go through, but you know that there's another one primed and ready to go on that Ninetales that's going to try and get on the Licky, but Licky gets the advantage. No shields remaining on PvP David's side, so the Shadow Ball will connect.
Will this Shadow Ball take the knockout? Ninetales should hold on.
Oh, it holds
does.
on.
1 HP. In comes the Quagsire. Can Quagsire get the farm down here? Yes, it can. Quagsire farms down the Licky. David survives and takes game number 1.
Not only taking game number 1, but also going one step closer to knocking out the reigning world champion from the competition. Whew. Things got very close there between the Ninetales and the Quagsire. Fantastic plays once again.
I feel like in a lot of Beelzebub sets so far today, we've seen him drop that first game, but it almost feels like he's the king of adjustments, where you can take one game off Beelzebub, but now is the hard part. You have to win a second game. Beelzebub has routinely been down, but managed to find a way back and get the reverse sweep. So if you're David, you know you're so close to making it to the top 8, but getting another win off the reigning world champion is no easy task.
That's the thing, you've got to take the disappointment and learning from that previous game, shake it off and advance into the next match with a clear slate ahead of the game. PvP David's not out of the woods yet either as well. You are playing a best of 3 set, and if you're going up against the reigning world champion, you know, as you said, Henry, if his back's against the wall, he's going to come out swinging.
And that was as close as it could have gotten there. The Ninetales with the 1 HP survive, but he pivoted out into the Quagsire, and these mud shots doing enough to get that farm down, deny Licky an ability to make it to a charge stack. The Kanto Ninetales actually did survive with that 1 hit point remaining with a charge stack loaded, so even if Quagsire couldn't finish the job, Ninetales was ready. So either way, David had options there, but it's only fitting. It kind of feels like Quagsire has been the signature Pokemon for this team, so it's kind of fitting that Quagsire was the one who was able to secure that final knockout.
Do you know who I want to see though, because there's a Pokemon that can deal really well with Quagsire, is that Jumpluff.
Yes.
Do you think the Ninetales is leaving it scared though?
Ninetales is always a bit of a worry, but if you can kind of surround it with bodyguards, so like run the Jumpluff with 2 anti-Ninetales Pokemon, you're kind of hedging your bets that if the Ninetales is brought, then Jumpluff should hopefully be able to avoid that matchup, and if it can avoid that matchup, it looks really, really good here.
Well, if Beelzebub does want to make that adaptation and bring in the Jumpluff, it is going to leave the Quagsire quaking in its little boots, because one of those devastating energy pulls will be able to completely wipe Quagsire off the map. But of course, the alignment is going to be key, and both of these trainers are well versed in thinking turns ahead, trying to see where their opponent is going to go. Looks like, however, we're going into game number 2. The leads are out. It's going to be the Malamar versus Malamar Mirror.
Here we go, the perfect mirror match. This matchup is heavily determined by who wins charge stack priority. Typically, in this matchup, 2 foul plays will come very close to securing the knockout, but should barely miss the knockout unless there is more Psywave damage. So usually, as we see this first foul play connect, this Malamar should survive this just into the green HP. Oh, but it looks like Beelzebub might not be running as high of a rank of Malamar as some might, because he ends up in the yellow.
Yeah, it is able to retaliate with a foul play of its own, though, also taking down the yellow there onto the opposing Malamar. But look at the energy just being farmed out. The backlines are interesting, too. There is a Quagsire, and there is the Jumpluff.
He's going for the harder hitting superpower. He's going to try and take the knockout here. Beelzebub has to make a call. He lets it go. The superpower connects, but the Malamar hangs on as low as it can get. In comes Licky, reading that Togekiss switch in.
Malamar gets out of there, but that energy is banked for later on Beelzebub's side. Now, once again, you've got Licky versus the Togekiss. The rollout's going to start stacking up some damage, but we know that the Aura Sphere is that utility move on the Togekiss to apply pressure to Licky in return.
If the Togekiss can be removed from the field of play, that would clear a path for Jumpluff to be able to sweep. Body slam bait comes out from Beelzebub. David is going to let it go. Very nice bait call from him, and now he has access to that Aura Sphere.
Thing is, with the body slam connecting, it's doing exactly what Beelzebub needs to do to this Togekiss, constantly trying to remove it from play to make things easier for this Jumpluff. You don't want to have to take those pecks. The more damage, the more work that the Licky can do right now, the better for that Jumpluff later on.
Oh, but he ends up double shielding. He's heavily investing in the Licky. This means that all Protect shields are now down, and that could set the stage for that Quagsire to actually land 2 Stone Edges into the Jumpluff. An aggressive pivot out. He gets Jumpluff on the field. Jumpluff is behind on energy, but with that insane pacing, it's not even really going to end up missing being a little bit behind on energy here. The Stone Edge will do quite a lot, but he should be able to double up on these energy balls momentarily.
Jumpluff is desperately trying to catch up here. As you said, 1 Stone Edge comes through, does a huge amount of damage, but that energy ball is ready to go. There are 2 shields up on PvP David's side, however, so even if you utilize these against both of the energy balls on the opposing side, it looks like the Jumpluff is still going to be vulnerable.
Oh, he overfarms. He plays to the charge stack priority tie. This is going to be incredibly close. If the Jumpluff hangs on here, it would be with fractional HP remaining. Beelzebub crosses his fingers, but it takes the knockout, and the energy has been lost.
That is not what the reigning world champ wants to see. Jumpluff goes down. The pressure of that second energy ball, removing a shield or a Pokemon from play, is gone. Now everything rests on this Licky.
He committed to the Licky, putting both Protect shields on it, but unfortunately that left the Jumpluff vulnerable. Shadow Ball, that's just not something Quagsire has to worry about, as Quagsire gets closer and closer to the back-to-back Aqua Tails.
That's the thing, you get one Aqua Tail through, you can get another one through. You also have a shield for good measure to keep your defensive capabilities in play. The Malamar on the back for Beelzeboy, though, I believe does have a lot of energy, but it has very little HP remaining.
And that is going to do it. The charge attack priority win for the Quagsire. Licky Licky will fall. In comes the Malamar. Malamar falls as well. And the world champion goes down. PvP David, he's top 8 here in San Francisco.
David does quite literally take down Goliath here in this match. PvP David advancing, knocking out the reigning world champion in this tournament. Congratulations. Incredible play, Quagsire once again proving why on this team build between David and Boom, it is one to watch in the competition.
What an incredible series there. Brilliant gameplay by David. Everyone in the arena collectively held their breath to see would Jumpluff hang on there. That was about the exact hit points where it could have been maybe a 1 hit point survive or a knockout, but the Jumpluff didn't have what it took. It got knocked out, and with that energy lost, it just felt like David was just unbeatable at that point.
Yeah, the momentum completely dropped away, and you could see the method in the madness as well, getting the 2 energy balls, trying to get that pressure onto the Quagsire and remove the shields from play. But I think banking all those shields on the Licky Licky, the return of the investment was just not there in turns for Beelzeboy, and unfortunately, once the Jumpluff went down, that really spelled disaster.
And right there, you could see it on his face. He knew the moment Jumpluff fell, all was lost, because the Quagsire was just too far ahead. He had energy stored on the Malamar, energy stored on the Licky Licky. He had a game plan there that he was going to try and play to, where if he can get that shield down, trap David into the charge tech priority tie and survive that on 1 hit point, then maybe with all the energy, there's actually an opportunity to win the game. But unfortunately, it just did not have the hit points there. We saw from the first Stone Age landing, it was as close as it can get there. Even just the extra mud shot that David did there, because every fast move has to do at least 1 damage, even if it is triple resisted there. So even just the extra mud shot that David did before throwing that could have been the difference between a knockout and a survival.
Honestly, PvP David has got to be feeling on cloud 9 right now, so I think it's time to go hear words from the man himself with an interview with Farid.
David, you're into the top 8 of the World Championships, and it's not the first time that you've been into the top 8, because 2 years ago, you played against Beelzeboy and he knocked you out, and you've just done the same to him. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels quite nice to get some, I guess, revenge a bit from Hawaii, and yeah, top 8 feels amazing, yeah.
Now, you're going to be going up against Out of Pocket next, who you played already this weekend, and you won. What are your thoughts going into that matchup for a second time?
Not much I haven't really thought about it that much, but I'm just looking forward to the match. Aiden is a good friend of mine, so I'll just take 1 game at a time, I think, yeah.
And now, taking a step back, obviously Worlds last year didn't go as well as you wanted it to. This year, you've really locked in. You started team building with Boom, you've had a good season already, you've got a title. What were your expectations coming into this weekend after that prep?
Coming into this Worlds, I wasn't feeling like super great, but always the support around me has kept me going and cheered me on and given me some motivation for this tournament, yeah, I would say so. Especially my dad, yeah.
Now, you've always been someone who's had a very calm demeanor, but I feel like this season you've really focused, locked down, and you've got a level of composure that has elevated your gameplay. Is there something that you do to try and improve that mentality year on year?
Definitely, yeah. Like each year that goes by, you have to really not only focus on your gameplay, but also the mentality, go into different types of game. You have to always lock in and stay focused and stay calm, even if you have a pretty bad situation ahead of you.
Now, you mentioned your father already. I know there's a lot of people supporting you from friends and family. Who would you like to give a shout out to?
Obviously, Boom and my dad are staying with me, and all the Team Pizza crew as well, and my friends at home and my family at home.
Now, we heard Pocket earlier. He said that the chances of him winning this weekend are 100%. How do you feel about that?
Well, I would say 1,000% for me.
I love to hear that, PvP David. Best of luck in the rest of your matches. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Farid. Good to hear a young trainer with confidence on stage there. David, he said 100%. I got 1,000% for you. So now our top 8 is set. And we're going to be moving into these top 8 matches. If you win, you move to top 6, and then you end up playing some of these trainers who ended up dropping to losers from the winners semifinals. They have been waiting quite a few hours while the losers bracket progressed to get there, but The action only getting better as the day goes on here in San Francisco.
And with every victory, they're getting closer and closer, not only to the title, but also to more prizes, to the coveted trophy as well. There's so many amazing things up for grabs for these players, alongside the glory and memories they make along the way. And day 2 has been such an intense day of competition. You mentioned as well, you know, how these trainers, some of them have had very long breaks since their last game, and it's quite hard to sometimes keep up that momentum and the adrenaline, but at the same time, some of them I think will appreciate a little bit of rest and recovery.
Whereas for the trainers who have started in the losers bracket and have made these deep runs, they probably have a lot of momentum as they've won a lot of games in a row, but they also probably haven't had a lot of time off, because if you win, you keep going, you keep playing, and we've been progressing straight through these losers rounds. So sounds like we've got the players ready on stage, top 8 here in San Francisco, and we've got Caspian Pike versus King OWT.
Now, start your timers. How long is it going to take Henry to mention one specific Pokemon?
Dondozo.
There we go. That was like half a second on the clock, 1 count in Pokemon Go. I mean, Dondozo is definitely one of the key Pokemon to talk about, but on the opposing side, there's actually the nemesis of Dondozo I want to talk about, the Hisuian Electrode, having Thundershot, Wild Charge, and Energy Ball. That's one way to counter the dominant force that is Dondozo, right?
Shadow Kingdra also could be a pretty significant problem. If shields are down for Dondozo and Outrage lands, works out pretty well, but you would have to always guarantee that you get that shields down scenario. So I don't think this is actually a particularly strong matchup for Dondozo. So Caspian may have to rely on his other picks. And a lot of the other Pokemon on his team, specifically the Fortress, the Licky and the Stunfisk, were actually kind of the core that he was able to build his team around in Indianapolis. So he's very familiar with these Pokemon. Even if Dondozo isn't bringable here, he should have an ability to still utilize his other Pokemon and craft a line that can set him up for success.
It's a good job there's 5 other Pokemon on the team then, eh? To be able to carry the ship for Caspian Pike, a trainer who won a regional right at the very end of the regional season here in 2026 and has come in as a hot favorite to the World Championships. But King OWT also an incredibly strong contender and ready for this match. The leads are out front and center for our trainers. Give it up for Firo and for Fortress.
That is the lead King OWT was hoping to see. There's a safe switch into the Licky. Does Caspian consider throwing on alignment here? No, he does not. And that's going to actually give a free Drill Peck over to the Firo. No shield comes out from Caspian Pike. He would rather take the damage here than anywhere else. But since the Licky has taken a lot of damage, now suddenly Shadow Kingdra will have a significantly easier time getting rid of it.
The shields, I think, are going to be critical here. You've got 3 Pokemon on King OWT side that are slightly on that frailer side as well. So making sure you're utilizing those shields is going to be critical. Big damage coming down onto the Kingdra, but once again, these Dragon Breath stacking up. The issue is the fast pacing of this Licky.
Back-to-back no shields for King OWT. Shadow Kingdra now into the red HP, but should be able to overfarm quite significantly. The rollouts are getting it pretty low, but he will be able to fire off energy right before the body slam is reached. Caspian will actually invest a Protect Shield. He wants the energy on this Licky.
Looks like the Kingdra just is hanging on in the game here. Does manage to get to the Swift, though, before it is felled by those rollouts. So a shield coming up on Caspian Pike's side, wanting to keep the Licky in the game. A shake of the head, though. Caspian Pike feels the heat.
Caspian Pike, that is not what he was hoping to see. He desperately needed that rollout to secure the knockout. In comes his Hisuian Electrode. These Thunder Shocks are adding up. Caspian shaking his head. He does not like his positioning in this game. He will go for the Shadow Ball. Shield comes up. Does he have the Body Slam here as well? He does. So he will get guaranteed damage onto the Electrode.
Yeah, Electro just going to roll around and take this damage here in play. You're going to be able to absorb it quite nicely and start using its attacks to start farming up the last little bit on that Licky, possibly trying to put it into a good position against something in the back. You know that you've got that Fortress. The energy is banked, and Firo finds its mark down onto the Fortress once for all. These pecks going to start putting in some work.
He banks a lot of energy. He brings in the Stunfisk. I really love the decision-making here by King OWT to not throw the Wild Charge first. If he throws the Wild Charge, it telegraphs a pivot out, and Caspian could then read that, get the zero-turn switch into the Stunfisk, and then outpace the Firo. But by not throwing the Wild Charge right away, he doesn't telegraph when he switches, and that gives Firo the 1-peck head start that it's going to need to be able to outpace the Stunfisk and reach the double drill run before double discharge.
It truly is an information game out there, so really great play on Caspian Pike's side to preserve that information. Firo, however, once again, being ferocious, going for another drill run. This is something that is going to be able to do a huge amount of damage to the Stunfisk on Caspian Pike's side and actually remove it from play.
Back in comes the Fortress, but Fortress is in danger. This is about to be a charge attack barrage from King OWT. Here is the Drill Peck. This will not take the knockout, but there's the Wombo combo. In comes Electro. There is the Wild Charge. Fortress has no hope of withstanding this Wild Charge as King OWT takes game number 1.
I love the contrast here. The Wild Charge kind of preserved on the Stunfisk side, whereas the Electro just able to unleash absolute chaos there to close out game 1, giving King OWT one step closer to staying in the competition.
That was an incredibly well-executed endgame from King OWT. Slight miscalculation from Caspian in the mid-game, as Caspian did not want to have to burn the second Protect Shield, but the Shadow Kingdra held on, barely clinging to life there with a tiny little bit of its HP bar, but it made the second Swift. It got shields down, and then again, I can't stress enough how important it was to not throw the Wild Charge. Don't telegraph your switch in. Get the Fearow on the field. Caspian cannot hope to react in time. He ends up staying in and banking energy, but it still just was not enough.
I really like the way these Pokemon made work through that Licky Licky that was able to, apply a lot of pressure with the rollouts, farm out a lot of energy, but just the constant pressure coming through on King OWT side, particularly from Pokemon like that Fearow, just stacked up and up and up. And then once that Licky Licky was down, the alignment was really in King OWT's side.
And Caspian Pike's last opportunity to win the game was when he tried to go for a Drill Peck catch. But King OWT, he knew he just had to keep farming at that point, and as long as he kept farming, he still had a Protect Shield. So even if he stayed in and threw a charge attack, as long as you just keep farming, I mean, I feel like it's kind of a common saying in our community where they can't catch if you don't throw. He just doesn't throw the Drill Peck. Caspian tries for the catch. He does not get it. And now Caspian facing elimination at the World Championships. He's going to have to dig deep and craft the perfect line to mount this comeback and win game number 2.
Let's see if there's any adjustments from either trainers coming into game number 2. It is looking like a run back. We've got Fearow and Fortress once again.
It feels like deja vu, the exact matchups that we saw before. In comes Licky Licky. Licky Licky gonna look to fire off the body slam. An instant adjustment from Caspian. He wants damage on the Fearow to potentially, if there's ever a world in which he can bug bite it down with that Fortress later on. Landing that damage, actually very, very important.
Yeah, Fearow does have a lot of energy up on the board, but we know Licky Licky is easily going to be able to take this. Fearow able to unleash some of that with the Drill Peck, getting the edge with the same type attack bonus onto Licky Licky.
This time gonna bring out the Electrode. Oh my goodness, making the read that it's not actually the Stunfisk in the back. Now Kingdra into Stunfisk, still not a good matchup for the Stunfisk. We've seen Shadow Surfs connect, that damage is deadly, but it is better than the Electrode matchup. So for Caspian, not out of the woods yet by any means. King OWT will have to be very precise with his overfarms.
Now we saw in game 1 Caspian Pike preserve the Licky Licky with a shield at kind of a very similar point in time. This time preserving those shields, letting the Licky Licky go down to the discharge and releasing all that energy on Electro's side. Electro, however, has another Wild Charge ready to go. His defenses are dropped, but it means that the Fortress is forced to go for that shield.
Is Fortress ever able to get a Bug Bite down of the Electrode, Bug Bite down of the Fearow, and then get debuffs onto the Kingdra? I think that might be the win condition here, as Caspian just looks to farm up. There comes the Drill Peck. Caspian has to decide, is this worth the Protect Shield? He says yes, but King OWT will have the ability to pivot out if he thinks that he cannot survive the barrage of Bug Bites.
That Bug Bite farm down is a tall order, but wilder things have happened here at the Pokemon GO World Championships. Fortress now in a position where it can go for this Rock Tomb and just start getting some of the debuffs rolling on King OWT's side.
Caspian is really hoping that with the attack drop, he will be able to survive that Shadow Surf. Surf does a lot of damage, but even the Dragon Breaths are hitting so incredibly hard. King OWT has to really hope this does take the knockout here. Surf connects. Fortress able to hang on with enough hit points remaining to make it to a Sand Tomb.
Does manage to connect through on that Sand Tomb. There is one shield remaining on King OWT side. You can see him calculating, does he want to preserve this Kingdra? Yes, he does. Keeping it in the game. It will be lowering its defenses, though.
In comes the Stunfisk. This endgame is going to involve incredibly precise energy management. King OWT gets the Shadow Surf. This does a lot of damage. It is debuffed. Caspian has to perfectly manage this endgame, and he needs the charge attack to land on the Kingdra.
That Shadow Surf putting in some work as Fearow takes the scars. It is going to have to withstand some of the damage, but the Stunfisk is there.
And he gets the double up. King OWT tried for the catch, but Caspian Pike with the patience. He gets the back-to-back discharges. Kingdra not anywhere near the Swift, and despite an exact run back of lines, Caspian Pike, the master of adjustments, plays differently, gets the equalizer. We're going to game number 3.
Whew. Oh my goodness. You called it perfectly, where it was going to come down to the finest of margins with that energy. And the way that the Stunfisk got to the double discharge just meant there was so much momentum on Caspian Pike's side that there was nothing King OWT could do.
I'm honestly at a bit of a loss for words. I don't think I've been at a loss for words much during these World Championships. The plays have been incredible, but that is the perfect demonstration of the insane level of skill these players have. You have identical matchups. Quite literally, Pokemon for Pokemon, the exact same. How do you make the difference there? And Caspian Pike, it all started by throwing the Body Slam at the Fearow to get a little bit of chip damage to then potentially set up a Bug Bite down. King OWT threw back-to-back Wild Charges to actually limit the farm of that Fortress to try and get himself farmed down faster, but it still didn't matter. That Shadow Fortress so incredibly impressive. And in the end game there, King OWT, his last out was a catch attempt on a Fearow, but the patience of Caspian Pike does not let the catch happen, doubles up on discharge. And now it's a winner-take-all game number 3. This is top 8 at the World Championships. This is win or go home.
The Shadow Fortress as well put in so much work with the debuffs, Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb. You have your choice of when you want to lower the attack or defense, and that gives yourself, the trainer, so much flexibility. Caspian Pike playing so beautifully in this game. But coming into a game 3, do we predict any adjustments?
One interesting thing to note about the Shadow Kingdra on King OWT side is because it is the Shadow Kingdra, it actually gets what's called a Dragon Breath breakpoint into Mantine. So if Caspian ends up adjusting to Mantine, because it is Shadow, each Dragon Breath does 1 extra damage onto the Mantine, meaning that what's normally a pretty rough matchup for Mantine, sorry, a pretty rough matchup for Kingdra, if it's the non-Shadow Kingdra, is a pretty okay matchup with shields up for the Shadow.
Exactly, and it looks like our trainers are ready. Give it up one more time for King OWP and Caspian Pike. We're going to see a change. The steel types are on the field. It is Tinkatongue and Fortress.
Even though the Bug Bites are resisted, the aggressor in this matchup is definitely the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress. Caspian Pike reaching for the Sand Tomb, not quite able to get there. King OWT full sends the Gigaton Hammer. This is going to hurt. This is going to be a significant amount of damage landing onto that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress.
That is a swing and a connect of damage onto the Fortress, but Fortress does have a retaliation of its own. Being able to go with the Sand Tomb, going unshielded into King OWT's Tinkatongue does super effective damage, but in contrast to that, Gigaton Hammer is so underwhelming.
In comes the Ninetales, a bit of a slow counter switch there from Caspian Pike, and if you give even an inch of wiggle room to that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, it can put it to devastating effect. Mantine hits the field, but Mantine is already at a pacing deficit. Now when you give that Kanto Ninetales an energy head start, Caspian feels like he's behind. He's going for the Twister bait. King OWT calls it, he no-shields it, what a play!
This Ninetales doing what it does best, farming up the energy and taking names in this game, being able to not have that shield, energy ball is primed and ready to go, going to be retaliating with some good offensive pressure.
This energy ball will not take the knockout onto the Mantine, and Caspian Pike knows it. He is not going to be putting up the Protect Shield. Can he potentially get the double up here? No, he cannot. That's where the energy advantage on the Ninetales is such a problem. Despite the fact that this is allegedly a bad matchup for the Ninetales, Ninetales basically removed the entire Mantine, and there's almost no residual energy.
Twister comes through, does fell the Ninetales, but now the Kingdra is in play, going for these Dragon Breaths, farming up energy and putting in some work against that opposing Licky Licky. Kingdra in that Shadow form as well will be able to deal additional damage with this Surf. We've seen how these can stack up even into a Pokemon like Licky Licky.
This Surf is going to be no-shielded. Licky Licky now approaching a perilous health range. Caspian Pike, he builds up past the Shadow Ball. He baits with the Body Slam. King OWT has to make a call. He will put up the Protect Shield. He called one bait, but this time ends up shielding it.
Once again, we're just going to see these Shadow Balls come through. This is a great coverage move that the Licky Licky has, able to deal that additional bit of damage, particularly into a Shadow variant like the Kingdra. Does a huge amount, but does not secure a knockout. King OWT shaking his head, though, banks that energy. Tinkaton comes back in, just trying to get down these Fairy Winds into Licky Licky.
But Tinkaton could not get the farm down. Licky Licky will make the Shadow Ball. King OWT puts up the Protect Shield, but now Caspian Pike can pivot out. In comes the Fortress. Fortress getting ever closer to the Sand Tomb. There's still 2 Protect Shields to hide behind. It just seems there is no path for King OWT.
Looks like the Sand Tomb will come through onto this opposing Tinkaton. Is it going to be enough at this point to get the KO? No, Tinkaton's still in play. It does have a Bulldoze of its very own. In fact, I think it's got 2 of them.
There is a lot of energy still on that Kingdra. That Bulldoze missing the knockout. Caspian is going to force out energy here, but the problem is, even if you're able to get all Protect Shields down, there's still fast attack pressure available into the Kingdra. There's the Mantine, there's still the Licky Licky. Caspian having all 3 Pokemon alive is a little bit tough here. In comes the Kingdra, goes for the Surf, but the question is, can Kingdra actually get a fast move farm down?
The thing is, Caspian Pike's Pokemon are so low on HP. Can the Dragon Breath do it?
Dragon Breath does do extra damage here. Caspian, he's gonna fall. Hold on a moment. This could be turning. In comes the Licky Licky. Licky Licky gets the farm down. This is gonna be close. Does one Fairy Wind take the knockout here? He survives. He gets the farm down. A miracle win. King OWT.
If you're gonna come for the King OWT, you better not miss. And Caspian Pike misses the mark. King OWT remains in the Pokemon Go World Championships.
That game looked over. How did he do that? Sensational. You can see the emotion there for King OWT. All looked lost, but that's why you stay calm under pressure. You do not give up. He finds a way. He had no hit points on any of those Pokemon, and he's able to take all 3 knockouts. And that extra breakpoint you get from being the Shadow King, farming down the Mantine, that made the difference.
My heart is absolutely racing. We were full on jumping around backstage here because that was such an electric race to the finish line, and that Shadow Kingdra just able to pip Caspian Pike to the post. The Dragon Breath, we've spoken a lot about how it can be so relentless, constantly farming away, and the HP deficit Caspian Pike had was just not enough to keep him in the game.
Caspian Pike was so far ahead that entire game. It felt like it was like a 99% win probability there, but that's why it's not 100, because King OWT, those Dragon Breaths hit so hard on the Mantine, got the farm down there. Licky got the farm down, but the Tinkaton, was it at 1 HP? No, it survives the rollout, and King OWT, he couldn't believe it. He was at a complete loss. What a magical game there. Incredible run by Caspian, making it to top 8, but it's King OWT moving on to top 6.
My heart does go out to Caspian Pike because that was such a beautifully played game, but unfortunately when you're going up against someone like King OWT who has his eyes set on the next stage of the competition, it can just be too much of a mountain to climb. Whew. I think I really do need a little bit of a break after that one. That one was intense. But again, showing the high caliber of play from our trainers. At the end of the day, this is the World Championships. We have put the best of the best into this competition, and we are whittling it down to just our remaining contenders vying for that World Champion title at the end of Championship Sunday tomorrow.
That match was absolutely incredible. That's the gameplay we expect at the World Championship. And we've been seeing it all weekend. It's been absolutely unreal. And the action doesn't stop here. We're going to be taking a quick break, but coming up on deck, we are going to have a high-octane matchup between PvP David and Out of Pocket. PvP David, an incredible regional champion from Sweden. Out of Pocket, a former international champion from the United States. Don't go anywhere. These battles are going to be incredible.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon GO finalist, your champion from Spain, Baston!
My name is Leo, and I'm from Spain. I will be the water type, that's because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place, and then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I have a gold trophy, which was the EYC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Ottoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
It was like a really fun experience because also the final was against a really good friend of mine, which is Cisuidus, and I actually lost a final against him in Barcelona, in my home city. So I'm really proud of that, and I think it's a really memorable moment.
Patoman, he is going for the triple crown here.
Basically, my team has Polysopod, which is a really good Pokemon for this meta, so I think my team is really fun to play.
The 3-ball flex from Patoman, he is so on point.
So if I had to say an MVP for this weekend, I would say Gus Corsola. I really like that Ghost type for this meta. He did really help me to get this far in the tournament. Yeah, actually, I was really worried about the Moltres, and I had to face a Moltres in the grand final, so that wasn't really good for me. And then maybe Scizor, because I didn't have a real response, but I think that's all, because my team, I think it was really safe into a meta.
Execution is just on another level.
So the grand final was the most difficult matchup I had this weekend. Because of the Moltres, and also Belzeboy is a really good player, so I had to play around that. Also, his Omniscape did really good bench pressure, because the counters to the Moltres, which are not really counters, got really offended by the Shadow Annihilate. So I had to manage those two, and also Steelix and Lapras, which were like really good into my team, and I think I don't really have that much of play against that.
We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon GO! Oh, no! Candy swung out. Oh, he did sideways down!
Suddenly.
Bracket reset here. Oh, maybe a miss. And it catches the absolute most perfect lead. We're going to game 5! This is game number 5 of the grand finals!
Let's go!
He goes on ice speed!
I feel good, but also maybe not disappointed, but like feeling that I could have done more. But still, I'm really proud of myself and happy with this tournament. My most memorable moment on this weekend was Saturday when I qualified to the grand finals in the winners bracket, because I feel like I had all the momentum I needed, and everyone supported me, really helped me to feeling more confident for the next day. I think it's like the love I have for Pokemon, because I really like playing the game, and also the community, the funny players that always support me, also a friend of mine, and I appreciate a lot, so that will be the main reason why I keep traveling to this event. You have to be competing constantly and never give up. That's the way to fulfill your dreams, and that's what I want to do for the next season.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side, we've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer. But I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop outs. Boom, pop out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag, also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. You just got a little preview of the Pokemon Center, and we're going to have a little patented Spraggles pop out onto the cast. Welcome back, everybody. Speediest Chief 2 with Amanda Lundberg.
And it's not the only one that can do pop-outs here at the World Championships, but it was a great look through the Pokemon Center. So much stuff going on here, and so happy to be with you guys as we're completely narrowing down the field to our top performers here at the 2026 San Francisco World Championships.
Amanda, I realize I need to get my Twitch watch minutes in so I can claim Beelzebub's Tinkaton. So I was looking at the chat. There's over 25,000 people watching right now. What? Let us know in the chat if you claimed your drops yet.
Oh, and speaking of, you're going to want to make sure that you are, because Beelzebub has actually been knocked out of this tournament, but you can still get the Tinkaton that he won last year with. And speaking of, we're going to go swoop down to the stage because those players are ready, and one of them was the person who did knock out the champion.
Let's head down to the floor, everybody. This is going to be Out of Pocket taking on PvP David on stage. Out of Pocket has made some of the most insane plays I have seen him make in his entire career. Mainly, it was that swap-in charge attack priority tie with his Dondozo. Hit him with the Dozo, as I say. And he was able to win a close series doing insane things like that.
Will is always saying that.
Now he's got to do even more crazy things if he wants to get past PvP David.
Now listen, Out of Pocket, he was the trainer who knocked out 2 Worlds finalists, being both inadequate and also now it's slipping my mind. Pato Man here.
Yeah, how could Pato Man slip your mind?
PvP David knocking out the actual world champion, facing off against each other in this losers round 5. We're hopping right to that floor.
One of our trainers is already locked in. This is losers round 5, everybody. Again, all these matches are such high stakes because if you lose this, your tournament is over. And I know you like battles. And what do we have for him, Amanda?
We've got battles. Let's hop into it.
Game number 1. PvP David leads Malamar, and so does Out of Pocket.
That's everyone's friend Malamar onto the floor here as they both start to charge up a little bit of energy. There's a lot of important things that maybe these trainers know about each other already if they've ever scrimmed against each other. Such valuable information as who wins charge attack priority. The Malamar with the higher attack will be the one who gets to throw first. We didn't see it on the first one as Out of Pocket threw before PvP David, who is now throwing no Protect Shield used on either side.
And we don't know which one is going to win that charge attack priority tie, right? But a lot of trainers who are confident in their attack throw their attack first, and we see a little bit of hesitancy so far out in this mirror matchup. Superpower, though, is going to hurt. Will Out of Pocket sustain? And he does.
Powerful there. We'll see a quick swap out into Azumarill trying to go for a snipe. Now met just as quickly by Out of Pocket's Corsola. Both of these Pokemon very bulky, taking a bit of time to charge up, but already that Corsola throwing some shade at the Azumarill in this mid-game matchup.
What I've been so impressed with Pocket on has been his team predictions, He actually sent out that Galarian Corsola against the Azumarill. He's keeping that Clodsire in the back, which means he's calling that it's not Quagsire from PvP David as the 3rd Pokemon, and I think that his call is going to pay off again.
Going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield off the side of Out of Pocket, correctly shielding up that play rough. Keep in mind, there's not many Azumarills in this tournament. Usually Azumarills running Play Rough and Ice Beam. This one of PvP David is on Hydro Pump to hurt the Tinkaton just a little bit more, but what a catch here by Out of Pocket.
He just did it again. He just switched in a Pokemon, threw a charge attack on charge attack priority, and even if the Azumarill would have hung on, would have wasted its entire Hydro Pump. Out of Pocket playing out of his mind.
Yeet there, going ahead and just coming in now with that Clodsire, but PvP David's Togekiss already has a bit of an energy advantage, and these Psyshocks are going to do a lot of damage to another bulky Pokemon that has taken the field. Look at that super effective damage, almost bringing that Clodsire down to half.
This is tricky, right? Because it's only 10 turns to each of the Psyshocks for that Togekiss. Meanwhile, 776 for the Stone Edges on the Clodsire. Togekiss has a clear pacing advantage, but it's got to respect these Stone Edges because it would do way more damage than a Psyshock in kind.
Pacing advantage, energy advantage, and shield advantage. PvP David looks in a good position, though Out of Pocket was able to negate all that energy that Azumarill was building here. Stone Edge is already ready on the side of Out of Pocket. Does it get the last Protect Shield from PvP David? Does he want to keep this Togekiss in the game? Content to let it go down. Togekiss falls from the sky, and now we got that Malamar coming back in.
Yeah, Poison is weak to Psychic, and the Malamar looking to melt the Clodsire. Out of pocket bails it out, sends out his Galarian Corsola now, but the foul plays are also going to hurt. This Malamar has perfect coverage for the remaining 2 Pokemon on Pocket's team.
PvP David recognizing that even though that Malamar is a bit low in health, it can start putting in some heavy work, using that last Protect Shield to shield up the Nightshade thrown from the Corsola. We might see a Psy Wave down to have some energy to throw at that Clodsire that's coming back in. You see a shake of the head of Out of Pocket as the next charge attack is reached.
Betrayed by its pacing, Clodsire, such a mighty Pokemon, but just so slow in this metagame that's full of Pokemon like Malamar, like Kanto Ninetales and Togekiss. It's very difficult for Clodsire to find an edge unless it's already built up a head start.
PvP David taking game number 1 off of the last North American trainer left in the 2026 World Championships. He just needs one more game to continue on to losers round 6. If this team looks familiar, it's probably because you've seen it played quite a few times so far on stream, both by PvP David and another trainer who he built the team with, Boom20, who made it into day number 2 but was knocked out of the tournament by Michi from Japan.
Such an incredible run so far from PvP David. I remember last year at the World Championships, we saw PvP David and immediately dubbed him a rising star, the next generation of PvP trainers in the Pokemon Go competitive community. He's showing that he's still got what it takes. As we take a quick look back at that game number 1 and our trainers get ready for game number 2.
I mean, I tell you what, it's in the name, right? He's not just David, he is PvP David. He knows how to play this game, and this first game against the North American International Champion is a good way to show your prowess.
Out of Pocket already locked in his trio. Again, if Out of Pocket loses this next game, his tournament is over, and the last trainer from NA, as you pointed out, Amanda, is eliminated. PvP David wants to get everything right, though. He's mulling over his options just a little while longer. We didn't see a couple Pokemon in that game number 1. We didn't see the Quagsire or the Ninetales, so PvP David could reach for some of those, and Pocket needs to adjust.
Go Pocket takes a deep breath as both of these trainers lock in, getting ready for game number 2 here in Losers Round 5. We have that Licky Licky in the lead up against the Quagsire. This is a regular Quagsire, not a Shadow, which we've seen many times in the past, and one of Out of Pocket's actual favorite Pokemon, so maybe a little bit of a betrayal here on the screen.
That's a big Stone Edge to start as well. That takes about 35% or so of that Licky Licky's HP pool, but the Shadow Ball is going to be fired off in return. This will probably take about an equivalent amount in this matchup.
Going ahead and not using Protect Shield, either one of these opponents just continuing to charge up energy. Quagsire will be able to throw its attack first should it choose to, but PvP David, recognizing he can tank a Body Slam, goes ahead and just charges up a little bit more, as he can actually threaten the knockout with his next charge attack should there not be a shield used by Out of Pocket. Stone Edge going up, and Pocket uses his first Protect Shield.
Yeah, Stone Edge number 2, and it's looking like a bit of a rocky road for Pocket to start off this game number 2. He throws the Body Slam, it gets caught on the Azumarill, but that's actually very valuable information. That's the first time Pocket has seen Azumarill in this matchup, and now he can adjust accordingly. Gonna go ahead and stay in with Licky Licky though, because he realizes he needs some chip damage to get the job done.
Last game, Out of Pocket ended up negating all of the energy that was put onto that Azumarill with his Malamar. No Malamar to be found this game, but now Azumarill with quite a bit of energy, not playing nice at all, playing rough into this Dondozo, getting it as it connects, and now just a little bit of water on water damage, which takes a while to get to. Neither one of the charge attacks of the Dondozo is going to really hurt the Azumarill with its very typing as well as water.
Exactly. Water is one of the most prominent typings in all of competitive Pokemon Go, and it's been that way since the very beginning. So flexible, so versatile, and a lot of the neutral picks like Azumarill and Dondozo are able to hang with the best of them, even at a typing disadvantage. Also, Pocket keeping that Clodsire in the back. Maybe he's calling that Togekiss again in game 2.
Going ahead and just charging up a lot of energy. Azumarill paces quite slowly here, but even still, you see Out of Pocket shake his head a little bit as he's got so much energy on this Dondozo. Even though it wouldn't threaten the knockout quite yet, he doesn't want to lose it all. Throwing now that first into the Azumarill, no Protect Shield used by PvP David.
One of the rare moments when you lose count. Out of Pocket, such a talented player, but it is late in the day and he's been battling since the early morning. Great catch by David as well to absorb this Surf, but at least it neutralizes one of his Pokemon off the board for Out of Pocket.
Well, you can see Out of Pocket saying that's perfectly fine. Let's get that Quagsire off of the board. Show me what else is in this. And then now the Togekiss comes in. It's very dangerous for out of pocket. A very low health Licky with a lot of energy behind its name, but a Clodsire with no shields into a Togekiss. We saw that last game and it didn't look too pretty.
Yeah, this might not be easy for out of pocket to come back from. That second shield does not get used here. PvP David still has not even seen the Clodsire from out of pocket, and we talked about pacing. That Clodsire is super far behind, and look at this Togekiss. It's already got 7, 8, 9, 10 pecks to its name.
Going ahead, just charging up a bit of extra energy. You see really talented trainers doing this. Even though they have energy, they're not throwing it right away. They're building up even more. They're making sure that they're going to be able to throw. PvP David knew he was going to win charge attack priority, throwing right before that Stone Edge was available for Pocket.
Well, honestly, Pocket might need to just poison this thing down. I don't know if there's any other win condition. Out comes the Azumarill. Doesn't have the energy for the charge attack yet, but the bubbles are super effective. Stone Edge will deal 1 damage even though the shield comes up. Can out of pocket poison Sting one more time and get the KO? No, he can't. Azumarill, play rough, clutches it up.
Play rough coming through here. No protection shields left on out of pocket side. That Clodsire was so bulky, but it is going down. Now comes in that Licky trying to get as much damage off as possible. Wants to be able to get to one more so he can get to a body slam. Will it be enough?
Oh my goodness, out of pocket can't do it. PvP David stays alive in the loser side bracket, round 5.
All of these games down to the wire there. If Pocket was able to reach that body slam, he might have been singing a different story, but PvP David, calm and collected, recognizing what he needed to do, 2-0 sweeping to stay alive, going to losers round 6.
What a run from out of pocket. He showed us the best he had to offer in these last few rounds, but the road finally came to an end. Meanwhile, PvP David looking to carry that torch forward as he advances, I believe, Amanda, into like top 6. I mean, we're getting pretty high up there.
We are slowly narrowing it down to see who will be performing tomorrow on Championship Sunday on the main channel. So don't forget, that's where you can be watching these battles. But you're absolutely right. Out of pocket had a wonderful tournament run. I hope he's so proud of how well he did, because he started today on that loser's side of the bracket, which means he came in yesterday from that. He's been playing so many games, able to make it to losers round 5, losing to a very talented trainer from the EU. And unfortunately for North America, the dreams of maybe another world champion from the region has come to an end.
I mean, not once, but twice. Taking that one-turn switch, throwing that Pokemon out, and using the charge attack on the Captai to win it and get off that damage. I mean, out of pocket, mechanically, one of the best in the world, and he proved it here on the world stage. I agree with you, Amanda. I think that a lot of the trainers, maybe they think if they don't win, then it's a disappointment, right? The standards are so high, especially for someone like out of pocket, who has won regional competitions, who has won NAIC. I feel like there's a risk that you think it's a failure that you made it this far, but it's absolutely not. It's a massive accomplishment.
It's a massive accomplishment indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at that accomplishment, because there's been so many trainers, and a lot of them we actually didn't get to feature online just because there was so many trainers still in this. But throughout the day, little by little, it's getting narrowed down to this. We are in losers round 6. The winners of this will continue on to that losers semi-finals.
It's going to be so exciting. Only a few matches left, everybody. And I'm telling you, if you've been following our storylines, first of all, thank you so much. But if you have been, you definitely want to tune in tomorrow on the main channel to watch the grand finals and figure out which trainer takes it all. You can't talk about grand finals without the winners finals first, right?
Look, going through there, we got Hiromaru coming in, playing up against M.E. Weedle, our only senior world champion. Can he do it again on the main stage? For it, we'll have to see, and you guys will have to find out. Don't go anywhere.
A few more matches today, though, and we're not going to slow down anytime soon. Next up, we're going to see Marto Galladay taking on King OWT, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be a really hype match as well.
Very talented trainers. We've seen them throughout the day. Marto Galladay, one of the most, I would say, acclaimed players that we've had in Pokemon Go. He's no stranger to the main stage, especially at the World Championships and International Championships, getting top placements at those. but King OWT has only competed in a few tournaments this season and has done extremely well at all of them, proving how good he is, knocking out so many good players left and right.
And that clutch win he just had during Henry and Lou's commentary.
Ooh, down to the wire.
Oh my goodness, guys. After this live stream is done, you gotta go back and watch the VOD and check out that series. It was insane. Let's see if he can do it again, though, because as you pointed out, Marto's been on the big stage. He's been there, done that. Can he continue his winning ways in losers round 5, or excuse me, losers round 6? We are very deep into this bottom side bracket.
Yes, the winner of this matchup will continue on to the loser semifinals. They are getting ready to go. So let's go ahead and take a little peek at the teams. As you can see, not a lot of crossover between the two of them. The only ones really that we can focus on that are the same is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Tinkaton, which has been quite prevalent not only in day 1 but also day 2 here in San Francisco.
Absolutely, and the question is, can these trainers find a fit for their signature Pokemon? And lucky for us, both of them are flying types. That Altaria from Marto Galde and the Fearow from King OT, striking fear into the hearts of everyone that he came up against. Hisuian Electrode has also been pretty good for him thus far.
I think that, yeah, absolutely. Both of these trainers have been piloting their Pokemon to great success. It's not like they're just relying on 3 of them to do the job every single time. They're really digging deep into that utility belt to see which ones are the best for these actual matchups.
What's fascinating as well is that I thought this matchup looked familiar. Amanda, when we started today, Marto took on King OWT in round 1. His Altaria conquered that Shadow Kingdra. This is a rematch, everybody, and it's all the way in losers round 6.
So this is what we like to call a grudge match. Since this is a double elimination tournament, if you're on that winner's side of the bracket, losing your first best of 3 will knock you down to that loser side. Now that they are both in this loser side bracket, will King OWT have the wherewithal, recognizing what he didn't do maybe correctly in those first games, maybe a missed call that could really secure him into those losers semi-finals?
Last time these trainers competed, we saw a lot of Hisuian Electrode, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Fearow from King OWT, and I believe Marto also brought his Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but he also paired it with his Altaria and Licky Licky. So there's a lot of background to this matchup, and I think that changes the dynamics quite a bit. I'm sure that when these trainers saw each other on the bracket, they started to game plan almost immediately. They said, okay, recall back, what were the lines, what were the tendencies, how often did they bait, when did they shield, what did they swap? All these questions need to be recalled. And again, as we get later in the day, it's already 6 o'clock here in California. These trainers have been battling since the early hours of the morning.
Now, keep in mind, too, the last time that these two battled, those battles were extremely close. So you're going to want to keep your eyes on the screen here as we're jumping into battle number 1, because these are going to be fantastic. Leading up, we have that Altaria up against the Malamar on the side of King OWT.
Neutral matchup to start us off. Malamar with a slight energy pacing advantage, only 10 turns to each of the foul play. Meanwhile, Altaria's got to muster up 14 Dragon Breaths for a Sky Attack.
As foul plays, as you know, this part very different. Not going to be doing too much damage, but actually still threatens a decent chunk with the Psy Waves coming afterwards. Altaria going for his first Sky Attack, didn't use a shield on the side of Marto Galde, and King OWT puts up a shield for the first time.
Going to see Malamar likely fire back pretty soon here, and as this Psy Wave damage adds up, the foul play will start to threaten, but Marto Galde trusts his Altaria. He knows this Pokemon can hang on through this next charge attack, and it absolutely does. Do we see a swap out to catch a charge attack? He throws the flamethrower just in case of the swap. I really like that play.
Going ahead, doing just a bit more damage, and he knows that there's not a lot of health left on the Altaria either. Doesn't want to leave a lot of farm for whatever comes in, and is able to fast attack down, being 1-turn attacks. In comes a Tinkaton for that first hammer swing.
Very tough for King OWT to lose shield and switch advantage early on in the battle. Now we get the Tinkaton mirror match. Marto Galde and King OWT very close in terms of energy, but the Gigaton Hammer is going to get fired off by King first.
Going ahead, he did have one fast turn advantage there, but Marto Galde has a shield advantage. You see him nodding as he correctly shielded up that first Gigaton Hammer, now throwing his own. Now, they look a little, but they are pretty tough.
Now, Marto probably remembers that Firo was a key part of King OWT's team last time they battled. It's probably really tough to throw the bulldoze here, because if you get caught on, you waste a boatload of energy. Another Gigaton Hammer getting fired off.
Yeah, a bait is great when it lends a shield, but horrible when it's not very effective against a Pokemon. Marto Galde looks like it's not going to take that risk. No Protect Shields remaining on King OWT's side. Going to have to take this full force as its hammer slams down, knocking that Tinkaton down into the red.
Both Fairy-type Pokemon definitely weak, but the Bulldoze and that one Fairy Wind advantage is going to give King OWT the leg up here. That Bulldoze pulls away the final shield. Marto investing in the Tinkaton. What does King OWT decide to do? He goes right to the Firo.
Going in with Firo, there is a ton of energy on that Tinkaton, so we have to remember that even though the defenses are lower, this will do a major chunk of damage, and we see Marto immediately pivot into that Licky for the rollout damage to finish off the Firo and almost finish off game one.
I don't know, Amanda. When that Gigaton Hammer hit the Firo, it hurt me. That was so much damage on the board, and the Shadow Ball for Marto is going to seal this up nicely. That's game one, going to Marto from Argentina.
The hammer went down, and the floor shook, and even the Firo felt it in the sky.
You know, I would say the hammer went down, and the feathers flew up, because that was absolutely devastating. Marto recognizing the pressure point of the matchup, shielding his Tinkaton, keeping it in the battle. In spite of that one Fairy Wind disadvantage, he was able to outpace, get to that Gigaton Hammer. Very well played. I mean, like you said, the first time these trainers battled, it was right down to the wire every single game. That was the cleanest game between these two that we've seen so far.
Well, let's go ahead and take another look at it as we see how much this Gigaton Hammer actually does to a Firo, almost knocking it out. Licky going for a little tag team effort there, securing the game for Marto Galde. Keep in mind, this is the loser's portion of the double elimination tournament. Marto Galde is one game away from going to that loser's semifinals.
This is so tricky for King OWT. There's so much bulk on Marto's team, deceptively a lot of bulk. He's got to figure out a way to get past it. And keep in mind, in that game number one, we just saw that Licky came out basically fresh when King OWT was barely limping along. That was really tough in terms of matchup pacing. It didn't feel like there was a realistic window for him to win, but Amanda, he must be confident because King OWT has already selected his team and locked in.
I mean, sometimes trainers end up trying to go for a little bit of an energy advantage, right? Sometimes that extra Fairy Wind or two from the Tinkaton could actually completely change a matchup being ahead. However, Marto still had two shields to hide behind by King OWT only having one, and with such a heavy impact move like that Gigaton Hammer, just throwing one after another was too much to overcome.
Hisuian Electrode was very helpful in their previous series. King OWT could opt to start bringing that Pokemon, try to break some of these shields and gain some leverage early on, but let's see what he's decided to do. Game number two coming at you, everybody.
Hopping right into it here. It looks like we have a great lead for Marto Galde as King OWT puts his head into his hands. He's going to do a quick pivot out into that Firo, and Marto Galde is staying in for a little bit longer, gathering some energy, and wants to chip the Firo that came in for perhaps dipping himself or even staying in this matchup since he has shields to hide behind.
Disaster strikes early, and the pivot out now into the Licky. This is very, very tough for King OWT. There's a lot of pressure being applied across the board. Drill Pick comes through, but Licky is bulky enough to take at least two of these.
Sticking out its tongue at the Firo, saying, all right, come at me. Took it down game number one, and already another Drill Pick coming through, actually forcing that first shield from Marto Galde here as he doesn't want to get any more HP loss on that Licky, especially as he started gaining up so much energy. One more rollout and a body slam.
There aren't many things faster than Peck to Drill Peck, but rollout to body slam is just by one turn, and the pacing war is going to be won by that Licky the longer this battle goes on. Looks like another body slam coming through to secure the KO and maintain control of Switch.
You see King OWT, he's thinking here, you know, he's still nodding. This is not over for him. Yes, that was a horrible lead, but what we saw before, if Tinkaton has a little bit of an energy advantage, it can really go a long way, and throwing right before the Licky even got off a Shadow Ball is great for him because this is going to mean that he doesn't have to take any extra HP damage from that Licky Licky.
I mean, that's a small loss for a huge upside, right? The Licky Licky was already weak. Now we get the Dragons on the field. Kingdra and Altaria. We've seen this matchup a couple times before. That Kingdra being a Shadow variant will take a bit more damage from the opposing Dragon Breaths, but the Swifts are much faster than the Sky Attacks too. This is likely going to be a very even matchup.
The duel of the Dragons. One of them is from the skies, and one of them is from the water, and one of them has just taken the last shield of King OWT as he protects up that Kingdra so close to another Swift and so far away from another Sky Attack on the side of Marto Galde.
Kingdra is the key. Marto has to decide, do I shield and try to farm down a little bit more to make it easier for my Ticketon, or excuse me, easier for my Ninetales, or do I save the shield? He chooses the latter. Out comes the Kanto Ninetales, needing to make some energy and definitely shield this Surf, but it's all on that Ninetales for Marto at this point.
Going ahead, actually going for the heavy hitting Surf, recognizing that maybe it's not even good to do a bait at this point, but trying to force Marto Galde to actually throw some energy to knock that Kingdra out himself. The Weather Ball, normally Kingdra doesn't have to fear, but there aren't any Protect Shields, and we have a Tinkaton in the back.
Marto needs 2 Weather Balls before King OWT can get to the 1 Bulldoze.
We'll count
He's
him.
got both charge attacks loaded. This might be it.
Going for number 1 here. He is cooking as this first one goes through.
First one connects, and here is number 2. Marto Galde advancing to losers round 7 at the World Championships, and King OWT's run comes to an end.
King OWT takes the crown off his head, puts it on Marto Galdes as he continues on into the losers semifinals. Marto looking calm, looking confident, able to take King OWT completely out of the tournament, as this is the person who King OWT was knocked to the losers bracket to originally.
Think back, everybody. Think back to what Marto said about LAIC. He finished 3rd overall. A lot of trainers would have been content. They would have been happy. But he said, you know what? I could have done better. I could have played differently, more cleanly, made less mistakes. At the World Championships, I'm sure that's his number 1 goal, to make the fewest amount of stakes possible and to fight as hard as he possibly can, because he believes he's capable of winning it all, and he is about to knock on the door being in the loser semis.
He's been a title champion, but he has never been able to be that world champion, getting so close in Honolulu, being so close time and time again. I think a lot of eyes are on him to see if he will be able to do so, because I also believe he's the last Latin America trainer in this tournament, and Latin America is the only region that has not gotten the trophy yet.
Carrying the torch for an entire region, all the pressure on his back. King OWT, very impressive run, so much to be proud of as well. Trainer from the UK. I mean, that Firo, I don't think it was on anyone's predictions, but it really exceeded all expectations.
I think many trainers had learned to fear the Firo after they saw it in the hands of a trainer like King OWT, making it so far in the tournament into losers round 6. But of course, in this double elimination, 2 Weather Balls were enough to seal the deal for Marto as he continues on.
You see the clap, the rise, and the handshake there. Great sportsmanship as usual. In competitive Pokemon Go, we're kind of known for that kind of thing, but what an incredible performance by both players. Sadly, King OWT will not be returning to the stage. His tournament is over, but Marto battles on.
And he will be in that losers semifinals. We're still in losers round 6. We just saw PvP David playing a little bit earlier on. He will be now up again. Blinking him, it's like he's you go to take a bathroom break, you go to make some popcorn, you come back and you're like, is this still the same match?
It's funny, right? Because the way our tournament bracket is set up, maybe you played the first round of the day, and unfortunately you might not win it, so you fall to that loser side bracket, and you have to wait several hours until you go on. But as we narrow down the field and the air gets thinner in that loser side bracket, you battle more and more and more often. And you're right, PvP David had a long break. That break's over, David. You got to get back on the stage.
So let's kind of go over the people who are still left in the tournament. PvP David is one of them. He was knocked down to that loser side of the bracket by M.E. Weedle, who is in the winner's side, who's going to be competing in the winner's finals against Hirmo. And I tell you what, there's 2 UK people, or 2 people from Europe still left. There are 2 people from Japan still left, as well as Marto Galde.
That is incredible. A lot of trainers that have been watching our broadcast so far will recognize that fellow on the left. That's Contino, the trainer with that Shadow Gliscor, which honestly, I gotta say, that's a fan favorite Pokemon. I think everyone's been loving his gameplay with that. And if that wasn't cool enough, he's got a Shadow Politoed paired next to it.
I mean, you talk about spicy teams being able to make it so far, and you can hear the crowd cheering for him as he takes the stage. He's rubbing his hands. He's getting ready to play with arguably probably the most spicy, interesting team that's left in this tournament.
It's so funny. The personalities of these trainers, we're going to see those on display as well. Somebody called Katy Perry because we got hot and cold here. You're going to see a lot of expressions from Kantono. I really enjoy seeing him wear his emotions on his sleeve. Meanwhile, PvP David, I mean, he's unshakable. I don't think he ever goes above 60 BPM on his heart rate.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber there, ready to be able to play, grinning at the camera. He knows that he's doing quite well, and I hope he's extremely proud of this. Only Azumarill that's definitely been making it so far, and Azumarill running Hydro Pump at that.
Well, Azumarill's got to watch out for some electricity because that Charge Bug has been inching along all the way to losers round 6. It was a little slow, but luckily it caught up. And I think that Pokemon could spell trouble for this team from PvP David.
Well, I tell you what, Charge Bug, yes, is a decent Azumarill counter, and of course Tinkaton, we've seen how much a Gigaton Hammer can do. Licky, you know, it's a slow pacing game and it slightly favors that Licky, but that Politoed, the Gliscor, and the Pangoro don't want to face that Azumarill at all.
Wait, you're right. So it kind of forces Kantono to bring that Charge Bug, or at least bring a harder answer, because otherwise he's totally exposed to one of these staples of Great League PvP ever since the very beginning.
So going ahead, both of these trainers getting ready, getting locked in. They're exchanging team sheets. Of course, in Pokemon Go, it is open team sheets, so the trainers get to see which charge attacks are on each team and giving them a little bit of time to, you know, mull it over, decide what they want to bring into this battle number 1.
Well, everybody, let's see if we get some Charge Bug action. I want that Shadow Gliscor to hit the field at least once. And PvP David has been leaning a lot on the Malamar. He's very technically talented and his timing is perfect. It's likely going to bring that Pokemon as well. In spite of the obstacles, sometimes you just need to rely on the Pokemon you know the best and you play the best.
Now, Charge Bug is something that you've called out and does really well against that Togekiss on the side of PvP David. Can hit back for the Azumarill as well as some of the charge attacks to the Malamar. But with the Quagsire on the team, does that also maybe make you pause and decide if you want to bring it or not? Because yes, it is a water typing, but with that ground typing as well, it negates a lot of that fast attack damage.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. I think a lot of the times you see an obvious pick. You say, oh, this one Pokemon I have is strong into 4 out of 6 or 5 out of 6 or maybe all 6. And you say, okay, well, I'm going to lead that Pokemon. Well, then it kind of becomes obvious to your opponent what they can expect, and then you fall into a hard counter situation. So there is a lot of prediction and reading your opponent, and I think Henry said it really well backstage. He says some players play the team, and some players play the player.
And we'll have to see what these players want to do. Kantono is someone that we haven't seen so often before this tournament play, but I think a lot of people will be recognizing and remembering his name after this, doing so well. This was the first year that more players from Japan got to compete in the World Championships, and at the beginning of this day number 2, there were 8 trainers from that region showing absolute dominance. Still 2 left.
We are almost locked in, everybody. PvP David already selecting his trio. Kantono rubs the hands together and locks in as well. Let's jump right into it. Losers round 6. Let's hear it for our PvP David fans and Kantono fans in the stands.
As we get ready to hop into the battles here, we have a Tinkaton up against a Quagsire at the very beginning here. PvP David actually opting for an ABA water team. So going to maybe do a little bit of spam, trying to find specific targets. And now it's definitely going to outpace that Tinkaton and throw this first Aqua Tail.
Finding the charge tag priority there was finding a needle, was like finding a needle in a haystack. What an odd time for both of these players to throw with that Gigaton Hammer. Although it's not going to be super effective, it is going to do a lot of damage to that Quagsire.
This is the problem with the Tinkaton. Even though it's not very effective, it still does so much. It does as much damage as a super effective Play Rough does. So, I mean, at that point, can you imagine how much damage it does to something that actually is weak to the Gigaton Hammer?
Wow, great swap out by Kantono, sending out his Politoed to absorb this Aqua Tail for the Quagsire. Definitely going to catch some resistant damage here and maybe get ahead on energy, but a counter swap into Azumarill.
This is the best answer to that Politoed, and you see Kantono nodding his head, recognizing, okay, this is going to be a bit of a problem, as neither one of the charge attacks nor the fast attack does that much damage to the Azumarill. The only thing Kantono has really going for him in this part of the matchup is maybe wearing down that switch timer, because Azumarill paces so slowly to its attacks.
I think a lot of trainers focus on the big, sweeping, super effective attacks, the one-hit knockouts and that kind of thing. But if you're patient, if you pace yourself and you deal neutral damage or even resistant damage long enough, eventually you will wear down your opponent. Politoed is not dealing a lot of damage, but it's running circles in terms of pacing around this Azumarill.
And now you look at that, so much energy banked up, one away from 2 Weather Balls. This Tinkaton swapping back in. Both switch timers are up. PvP David letting this go through, knowing it's not quite enough to knock out, and continuing back to that Quagsire, hoping to outpace or at least farm down. Give him a pair of boots and a plow. This Quagsire's a farmer.
It looks tough from a typing perspective for Kantono, because he does have the Shadow Gliscor, which does not want to take any damage from the opposing Quagsire. So his Politoed needs to help his buddy out and take down this Quagsire for him.
I don't doubt that PvP David wanted to use a shield here, not because the Quagsire does so well against that Politoed, but because he's got so much energy here. Going 2 shields down in this matchup, you see him shaking his head no, saying, oh, that's not really where I wanted to spend that energy. Kantono is now coming out with a shield advantage, but down goes that Poliwhirl.
Exactly. There might be a gap in the armor here that Kantono can exploit. Suddenly, he's up 1 Protect Shield to 0, and he's got a matchup where he can deal a ton of damage with his Shadow Gliscor. Weather Ball Fire coming through here. No Protect Shield. Gonna hold on to that for the final moments.
Going ahead and just continuing to farm up a little bit of energy. Sand Tomb Acrobatics going for the heavier hitting Acrobatics, because there's no Protect Shield, swiping all the bubbles, getting that fire typing out of there.
Kantono just saluted that Ninetales as he KO'd it with Acrobatics. Pure aura on the stage here, and now he's gonna outpace the Quagsire. And this Shadow Gliscor might just sweep PvP David in game 1.
This is getting very close. PvP David came back in. He wanted that Gliscor to expel some energy, because Azumarill is in, but there's just not a lot of health left. He's got to go for a complete bubble down, and he's not able to do so before that Gliscor takes out the team.
Wing attack, Acrobat, Shadow Gliscor, claiming that battle number 1 for Kantono. Very impressive, and I gotta be honest, Amanda, looking at the teams of 3 when they first appeared, I thought Kantono was at a huge disadvantage.
I mean, I tell you what, this player has made it so far for a reason. These picks might seem a little unique, but in the hands of a trainer like him, they seem perfect for this meta. Even getting a Politoed stuck on an Azumarill, not that bad of a thing. He came out of that matchup with so much energy.
Exactly. Patience pays off. We saw that time and time again throughout this matchup. Even when it looked pretty dire, Kantono wasn't focused on what was going wrong. He said, how can I make this matchup go right? How can I gain leverage and gain an advantage and build some distance between myself and PvP David? And over time, he was able to accomplish that.
Even though PvP David had a very dominating points of the matchup, being able to knock out that Politoed able to get both of those shields off of PvP David's side. But we're gonna hop right into game number 2. PvP David, can he do it? Can he pull back in what we call a reverse sweep? Kantono just needs 1 more battle to be able to continue on to the loser semifinals.
Probably going to shield this one up here. Foul play would deal quite a bit of damage to Shadow Gliscor, and it was his MVP in game number 1. But Kantono choosing a different route here in game number 2, builds to the Acrobatics, throws the Sand Tomb, and gets the shield.
We've seen Sand Tomb on Fortress and now on Gliscor. It is an automatic debuff of the opponent's HP there. And look, it's still able to make another foul play, but at what cost? It's such small health left on that Gliscor. Gliscor just, claps his little claws and says, no problem.
Well, the problem here now is that Kantono has to farm down this Malamar somehow and get rid of it before it wreaks any more havoc on his team. It's already KO'd his first Pokemon and taken about 15% of his Politoed. Weather Ball's not enough either. PvP David is confident.
Well, keep in mind, it has now had its defenses dropped a little bit, so while that wasn't quite enough, it's getting pretty close. Does Kantono want to end up using his Protect Shield here as this Malamar is putting in a ton of work? Absolutely he does. Down goes the Malamar, but it definitely did its job as Azumarill comes in to just start cleaning up all of this water or ice.
Yeah, such a clutch foul play there. I think that's going to be crucial when we look back at this game number 2. Weather Ball from the Politoed. Politoed put in work last game, but it's got a long road to travel against this healthy Azumarill. As we take a peek at the back lines, that Licky Licky versus the Quagsire doesn't really give either trainer a typing advantage.
Even though the PvP David had to use that foul play on a very low helpless score, at the same point it put him in a really good position to line up the Azumarill against that Politoed as they both pivot out now to keep that matchup for later. Quagsire coming in against that Licky Licky, going for that heavy hitting Stone Edge right away.
Stone Edge connecting into the Licky Licky. Stone Edge plus Aqua Tails not quite enough. You need 2 Stone Edges or a Stone Edge and 2 Aqua Tails in this matchup. Gonna fire off the Shadow Ball in kind, and this is one of the benefits of running regular Quagsire. You need every single bit of the 2 Shadow Balls to pick up the knockout here.
Yeah, you can tank it, says PvP David. That's why I'm running the regular version. Those rollouts aren't doing too much at all, relying solely on the charge attacks, still surviving in the red to be able to now throw off his own heavy hitting attack.
So
this is also the thing with the Quagsire. Could it be a bait, or is this the real thing? This is the last Protect Shield.
Oh, well, I think the question as well is, do I try to farm down the Quagsire? No, instant pivot out into the Azumarill. This is a real question. Can this Politoed outpace the Azumarill one more time and secure a Game 2 victory for Contino?
Go ahead and just keep in mind there was a really quick blink and you miss it moment where that Licky Licky did not get knocked out. They both pivoted into this. So as the switch timers go, as you keep throwing these water weather balls, it still might end up being enough to maybe catch a swap. I don't know. At this point, it's getting pretty dire for Contino.
Politoed hangs on by the tip of its tongue. Maybe you can get one more water ball, water weather ball out, and it does against the Azumarill. That is valuable chip, but like you said, Amanda, that Licky Licky's around, but it is so weak.
It's around, but let me tell you, now it's going down. Not even able to make it to that body slam. PvP David tying up the series, saying, I don't want to be counted out so quickly here. I want to be going to those losers semifinals.
What goes around comes around. That loss in Game 1 for PvP David, he returns it back to Contino in Game 2. We're headed to a decisive Game 3, everybody, in Losers Round 6 between 2 supremely talented trainers. If anyone's looking for a team that they want to play at their next regional competition, or maybe just queue up when they go Battle League, snag 3 of these Pokemon and lock those in.
3 of our most popular Pokemon are on the teams, but it's kind of spread out. We have that Tinkaton and that Licky Licky on the side of Contino, and we also have that Ninetales and Licky Licky on the side of PvP David. This middle matchup got very close, but actually going for the Stone Edge, getting that Licky Licky nice and low, and getting what he wanted here with that Politoed onto the Azumarill is what really helped secure it for PvP David.
There's been so much water, especially on the side of PvP David, and you know what we haven't seen a single time?
What?
Charge-a-Bug.
Absolutely.
No Charge-a-Bug action from Contino. Maybe he feels like it's too obvious to bring that Pokemon to this matchup, but eventually he's going to need to answer for the Azumarill. He got creative, and he did it in Game 1. Game 2, he fell short. What do these trainers decide to do in the most important games of their careers?
This is a big moment for these trainers because this is the go big or go home. Whoever wins this best of 3 continues on in the tournament, but since this is on the loser side of the bracket, it will be the end of the road for one of the trainers, and their champion dreams will be put on hold.
So much on the line. Honestly, this is nerve-wracking to watch, but we're heading to Game 3. One of the trainers is already locked in, already decided and set the course. Hopefully it's the right one. But Contino is taking just a few more moments, making some final adjustments and trying to figure out what the right read is. He's trying to read the waves here, man, to read the seas, find his North Star, figure out how he can win this series.
Saying, yeah, water everywhere, but definitely not a drop to drink. I would like to actually get them off of the field. We're hopping right into game number 3, decisive game number 3. This is the water-type Pokemon that Contino was actually hoping to be faced off against because these weather balls are going to be doing much more damage to that Quagsire than it would to the Azumarill.
And on top of that, the Politoed's pacing is way faster than that Stone Edge to the Quagsire, and the Politoed's going to win that charge type priority tie when it does occur. So this is definitely where Contino wants to see the Quagsire matchup, especially with his Shadow Gliscor in the back.
Going ahead now, using that first Protect Shield very early on, correctly shielding up the Stone Edge. In matches like this, it's very hard to bait when you know that if the bait fails, it's not going to do very much damage at all. Contino actually building up to the Ice Beam is heavier hitting, would guarantee the knockout. Does PvP David recognize it? He does not, as it connects, and actually the Quagsire goes down. Politoed still looking mighty healthy, but Azumarill coming in to sop up all that damage.
Ice, ice, baby. That was a big knockout from Contino. I think that's the first Ice Beam he's thrown all weekend, and it was a big one. Water Ball, excuse me, I keep saying Water Ball. Water Weather Ball is going to connect into the Azumarill now.
Going ahead, just making a splash here, waiting a second, making sure this isn't going to be caught in something where it wouldn't be very effective. This Play Rough will connect, this Politoed will go down, but it has done a lot of damage. Actually, not even going down, just now coming in with a Gliscor. And let me tell you, Will, it's not often that you see a Gliscor coming in to an Azumarill matchup.
I mean, my jaw's on the floor. I'm not exactly sure what Contino is cooking, but let's let him cook, everybody. Sand Tomb into the Azumarill. Does it proc the defense drop? Yes, it does.
Well, keep in mind, this Azumarill is not running Ice Beam, which is actually the attack that is super effective and scary to that Gliscor. Contino not even bothering to shield up. He's got two very low health Pokemon, but he's able to just go ahead, get a little bit of extra energy, and now double debuff the Azumarill here, as PvP David doesn't want to use a shield at this time.
Excellent mechanical awareness to throw two wing attacks and the Sand Tomb, getting just a bit more damage. That will make all the difference, but out comes the Kanto Ninetales, and Contino's been used to running circles around his opponent with pacing. This Kanto Ninetales, though, is way too fast.
Licky Licky does a great job into that Kanto Ninetales, because both of the attacks are going to really chip away quite quickly, but PvP David has two shields to hide behind, and he's using that first one as Contino actually goes for the heavy-hitting Shadow Ball, the one that takes more energy and time to get to, because that's why he's got that Weather Ball here, getting that last shield from PvP David.
Oh my goodness, and the Ember's not enough either. Politoed putting in so much work for Contino. He's got a second Water Weather Ball. He's going to fire that one off. This is super effective damage.
You can see in his face, he says, okay, I can't miss a moment of this. I have to play so precise, as this Azumarill comes back in, not even able to take another Weather Ball here. Does the Licky Licky have it, or does PvP David?
There's still a shield in play, but he doesn't even need it. Contino taking game 3 over PvP David, and Japan continues to ascend.
As he grins here, he takes off his helmet, he shakes his opponent's hand, and he continues on into those losers semifinals. Two Japanese players still left in this tournament. What dominance they are showing here at the World Championships here in San Francisco.
If you would have told me at 6:30 at night on day 2 of the World Championships that a Shadow Gliscor Shadow Politoed team would be this deep in the bracket, I wouldn't have believed you.
Not on my bingo card.
Contino is making us all believers here as PvP David exits the stage. His tournament run is over, but what an impressive performance it was.
Absolutely. PvP David is one of those trainers where you don't hear so much from him, but when you see him play, you recognize that this is a trainer to be feared. This is a trainer with so much skill behind his name. He's done incredible throughout this season. He's a great team builder. He knows his matchups in and out, but in the end, knocked down to that loser side of the bracket by Emmy Weedle and knocked out by this Ice Beam and Contino.
That was the Ice Beam that started the avalanche. Just after that, a cascade of charge attack swaps and plays is what elevated Contino above the PvP David there. What an impressive series of events. My goodness, that Weather Ball Water, such an effective charge attack. Doesn't look that potent in terms of energy cost, but it hits hard.
Going ahead now, it's saving that shield for literally a rainy day, and that's exactly what he needed it for. PvP David had that energy on the Play Rough, almost at a Hydro Pump, but when there's a shield to hide behind and Azumarill's bubbles are just going so slow, it wasn't enough quick-paced energy. Contino taking it on to that loser semifinals.
What a day it's been. Again, this is just day 2 of the World Championships. We have Championship Sunday tomorrow on the main channel in the Chase Center. It is going to be absolutely epic, Amanda. We've covered some pretty insane battles, but there are still more battles to come. You know who's up next?
Tell me.
Marto Galde is returning to the stage, and he is taking on Contino, so you don't want to miss it.
They say every Pokemon is somebody's favorite. We're testing that at the World Championships here in San Francisco. I'm going to find some players, and I'm going to ask them who their favorite is.
Favorite Pokemon is Mewtwo. I think I just like the way he moved. His style is kind of sleek, and I enjoy playing with him. And actually, when I catch one, I'm happy and excited.
I think everyone is happy when they catch a Mewtwo. That is a powerful Pokemon.
My favorite Pokemon is Milotic. I just think it looks really nice, and I'm a little bit sad because when it's printed in cards, it's usually some kind of like walling defensive Pokemon, and that's not my playstyle, but I hope that one day I can play with Milotic.
So right now my favorite is actually Greninja. I've just loved it in the anime, loved it since I was maybe like 10 years old. It's just a cool ninja Pokemon. That's it basically.
Have you ever got to play a Greninja deck in the TCG?
The Mega Greninja deck, yeah. But I chose to play Festival Elite this weekend.
Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite grew up on the original 151, and I like the fact that they swim and then eventually could fly. And the Ice Beam too.
How long did it take you to get your Dragonite fully evolved when you first played the game?
Before the Elite Four for sure. So we're talking, what, level 60?
My favorite Pokemon is Giratina. I really like the two forms that he has, and I like it because I played Lost Box and it was a very fun deck, and the Giratina was really good on that time.
My favorite Pokemon is Mega Manectric because he has a big hair and he has a mad face when he gets Mega.
That might be the best answer I've heard all day.
My favorite Pokemon has got to be Rayquaza. I just think the Delta episode is really cool, and I like its dynamic with Deoxys.
My favorite Pokemon is Metagross, and I'm wearing it here today at my first ever World.
Why Metagross?
Oh, it's just really cool, isn't it? It's like powerful, it's smart, it's got a Mega, the shiny's really cool. I'm actually using it in Champions, which is amazing because in the trading card game, you don't always get to use your favorite Pokemon, but now I get to do that. So yeah, it's always been my favorite.
My favorite Pokemon is Speel because I think it's really cute. And yeah, I have a whole collection at home, just all the cards.
How big a collection we talking?
Just like all, I have one of each, and then I'm trying to get people to sign them, but yeah, still working on that collection.
My favorite Pokemon is Oranguru, and it comes back from a control deck with Pidgeotto that was premiered at one of the World Championships, and I continued to play that after and after. And that was until Sword and Shield, where the new Turn 1 rules came out, and then that deck sort of went off.
My favorite Pokemon is Cradily. It's because I played Unlimited 20 years ago. It's very good and choose this.
I've started to say Samurott instead of Oshawott because I realize not enough people appreciate Samurott because he's on all fours. I guess that's the whole reason people are like, oh, he's the worst of the line. I don't know. You haven't played with Samurott. You haven't gotten him to level 100 at least 30 different times.
I think you might be the biggest Samurott fan I've ever met, and I say that with nothing but love.
It's actually Zorua. It is Zorua. So I am cosplayed as Eevee because Eevee merch is really easy to get a hold of. Zorua because I really like black and white. It was the era that I grew up playing, but I really did like the gimmick of like transforming it into a different Pokemon and switching out and being able to basically trick your opponent.
My favorite Pokemon is Ditto because he is the biggest reminder that you really can be and do anything that you put your mind to.
So there we go. We've met some players. We found their favorite Pokemon. And now it's time for you to think, who's your favorite?
There were thousands of players this season competing to get a chance at the World Championships. Over 300 competed, and we are down to the final four. It's the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships, and we have 3 matches left. I'm Caleb Pang, I'm joined with Chuo Butters, and we're here to close out day number 2 to find our top 2 players for Championship Sunday.
Over these next 90 minutes, we're gonna find out who is gonna be in the Chase Arena tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We have 2 trainers from Japan remaining, 1 trainer from Europe, and 1 trainer from LATAM. First off, we have the loser semis, Marto Gaude versus Contono. Contono with the Spice Picks, the Shadow Glaze score, and the Shadow Politoed, making it all the way to the end, of course, against Marto Gaude, a 5-time champion, an international champion, a 5th place world placement, and a 3rd place as well. Can he go from 5th to 3rd? Now to 1st here at 2026 Pokemon GO Worlds. They're ready on stage, so let's get these losers semis started.
Let's go. Constantino in his first ever World Championship has made it into at least a top 4 finish. I wouldn't say he's a rookie, but is at least his first time on the stage, on the world stage this week against a veteran in Marto Gaude. But Constantino has been no stranger of creating the upsets all tournament long and has to go through Marto Gaude to have a chance to make it at losers finals.
And remember, to get to this point, he actually had to go through a Dondozo, and that Dondozo was protected by a Clodsire, excuse me. Now it's not, so maybe we could see some more Charge Bug. Yes, of course, there is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and that there is the Ataria on the side of Marto Gaude, but there is no clear protection for that Dondozo like there was in that first matchup. But Dondozo, once again, looks really strong against Constantino's team.
And Constantino actually ran the same exact team in PJCS, the tournament that qualified him for World Championships. Last year, only went 3-3, but also brought the Politoed, probably one of his favorite Pokemon, as you see the blush on the desk. And he's found a way to make it work. A Pokemon that I don't think anyone else in the tournament has really decided to even think it was even meta relevant. He might be the only one in the tournament to have even used the Politoed, but it has shined in so many moments when other water Pokemon have faltered.
And it really has been the story of those water Pokemon, right? To be able to counter that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, just like Dondozo has been doing all tournament long. Dondozo has been one of the heroes. It's definitely been the MVP and hero for Marto Gaude. Remember that moment where he was faced against a Lapras and he was able to out-fast attack a Lapras using a neutral side wave with a resisted waterfall, getting 3 of them off. Marto Gaude could not believe it. He couldn't believe that he's still in the tournament, and now he has taken advantage of that opportunity, and he's made it all the way to the loser semis, an area that he has been before because he has been a 3rd place finisher. But can he get into that coveted top 2?
And Marto Gaude, 2022, he got 5th place, 1 spot away from a trophy in that top 4. Goes into 2024, his 2nd ever World, saying, you know what? I just want a trophy. I want one of those trophies. He gets that 3rd place trophy. But this time around, you know he's raised the bar. He wants more than just the 3rd place trophy. He wants more than just the 4th place trophy. He wants to win it all. And there's only so few chances that a lot of players have in their careers to even get to this point. And Marto Gaude has made 3 separate top 5s in World Championships. Absolutely incredible consistency on the biggest stage. No shy, no stranger to the stress, to the situations where he has to rise himself to the occasion. But Constantino, the dark horse, the pick that probably most people didn't even expect to make it this far, one of many qualifiers from Japan, but he has proven that he is much different than any other competitor here, and he's running it with the spicy team of Shadow Gliscor, Shadow Politoed. I mean, everything on his team is spiced pretty much except for the Tinkaton and the Licky Licky.
Well, it's not that it just has the spice on his team. How many times does he have that Shadow Gliscor and Shadow Politoed in his team of 3? So how is Marto Gaude going to be able to deal with that? But it looks like we're getting these loser semis started between Marto Gaude and Contono. We got the leads. It is going to be a Shadow Sableye, which has that dark subtyping versus the Tinkaton. You don't love that matchup, so say swap into the Dondozo. No clear answer, so Contono is just staying in the matchup.
Might go for a chip and dip, might tank a Surf versus only neutral damage, as Constantino is going to throw the Kikaton Hammer. Resistance damage still hits quite hard, as Marto Gaude respecting and saying, you know what, maybe he didn't bring the Charger Bug in. If it's not a Charger Bug in the back, he has play into everything. Constantino tries to go for the catch, ends up, Marto Gaude starting being patient there, didn't throw right away, doesn't allow Constantino just get the free rollout there. Constantino now coming in with the bulky Licky Licky.
Caleb, did he just get the shield against a Dondozo with a Gigaton Hammer, which is resisted into the water typing? That is shocking from Marto Gaude, because we know Dondozo is so bulky. He wanted to keep it healthy enough, I believe. And there's the swap, and it is a swap on the Shadow Ball. That is going to be double, not very effective for Marto Galde as it tickles Licky Licky.
A lot of energy completely wasted. Even Constantino has to give the respect nod to Marto Galde. What a beautiful catch from Marto Galde. And yes, it might be a weird shield to shield the resistant Gigaton Hammer, but that's how good Gigaton Hammer is. And we see so many of our world's competitors shield that resistant move in so many situations. Now comes the swap back over from Constantino, and now Constantino gets the matchup he wants. Gigaton Hammer should be close enough to go for a KO and drops his first shield on the Shadow Ball.
And it looked like he was trying to swap on that body slam, but no dice there. He's going to be able to get that Shadow Ball, but cut off from the Gigaton Hammer. No! Actually, Contono is just going to save that energy, endure this Shadow Ball, and try to bank some extra energy. Do you have the swap available? Here's the swap. There is no combo play available, but I believe you can easily waterfall down. You're going to be able to take this resisted Meteor match. And does Contono have his switch available?
Switch is not available yet. This Dondozo is going to get a lot of value almost at the serve. Goes for it, but the Gigaton Hammer is reached. And Marto Galde just going to tank two Gigaton Hammer, drawing a lot of energy away from the Tinkaton. Tinkaton now maybe in a farm down range, but Constantino has the switch available, trying to go for the Polygon. The only Pokemon he has left, his signature Pokemon. Can it do it into the Sableye and the half-health Licky Licky? Here comes Sableye. It is ahead on energy, but the Weather Ball is going to be reached before the Drain Punch is there, before the boosted defense is possible. Does Marto Galde decide to shield? He knows what it is, but at this point, wants to preserve the health on the Sableye.
And that's so useful for those 4 fast attack users that are able to get to a charge attack, because he was a half a turn ahead, Marto was, because of that swap, but then he came in and cut that off with that Weather Ball. Here comes the Drain Punch, which does raise the defense from that Shadow Sableye. He used the first Protect Shield in order to take less damage on this Weather Ball right here. Let's see how much damage it does to remaining health. The next Weather Ball will be able to knock off. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining, and now it is down for Contono.
And Constantino going to shield this up, trying to preserve his final Pokemon. He still has 2 separate catch opportunities. Does he try to go for one? There is still the Licky Licky in the back, but even Marto Galde catches the Weather Ball. It's still a decent, solid situation with Constantino being, but no, Constantino throws it against the Sableye. Does Sableye handle it? No, does not. In comes the Licky Licky, but there's no health left on the remaining Pokemon of Constantino.
And he was trying to swap out to maybe transfer that damage and keep that Weather Ball. He was unable to. There are 2 Pokemon remaining. The Energy Drive Body Slam is able to be reached, and it's probably not going to be enough to knock out Marto, but it's going to be so close here. Marto needs to knock out both Pokemon. He's going to do one more round. No, he actually already has the double Body Slam, and that's going to be enough.
Constantino doesn't have to bulldoze yet. Maybe hoping that the Body Slam is not there for the back-to-back, but I think he knows as Marto Galde gets one more win. One more win will bring him to his highest finish ever at Worlds, a top 3, but you know he is hungry for more.
Seems like fate is on his side. Every 2 years at the World Championships, he just gets better and better. In 2022, he was 5th. In 2024, he was 3rd. We are now in 2026. If he continues that trajectory, he will be our world champion. But of course, he has to get through Contono first. And remember, he is also on the loser side of the bracket. So he needs to win this next matchup to ensure he gets to that losers finals, which will be a best-of-5 series.
And that would be quite the storyline if he does make that every other year, every 2 jumps in placement. That is just a fantasy, almost a fairy tale even, that players can't even dream of. But that is the reality that Marto Galde possibly lives in. Constantino could be his final game, has to decide on final line. He knows how much pressure is on the line, but a player that's played so creatively with his team building is not going to go down without a fight.
And remember, before he had issues with the Dondozo in game number 1 and went down, but then he made his adjustments and he was able to land his Shadow Politoed into the Dondozo, bank up energy, and close with that Pokemon. You said it's his signature Pokemon. I agree with you in this tournament, because oftentimes he is closing with that Pokemon. You have seen it in so many series where he's able to bank extra energy or keep that in the back with either an energy advantage or a shield advantage. Can he use that MVP Pokemon against Marto here? You even have the Ice Beam that's double super effective against the Altaria. It's an incredibly safe Pokemon against Marto's team. So it could be the story of the water types. In game number 1, it was Marto, but in game number 2, it could be that Shadow Politoed.
And Martragalde, he knows there's a lot on the line as well, too. If he loses this game, momentum has completely stopped and shifted over to Concerno. Can he win this game? Match point for Martragalde, and it's going to be the Tinkaton into the Sableye yet again.
And this is not a great matchup, but he doesn't have the Dondozo like he had before. And instead of say swapping Dondozo, he say swaps into a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but it is met by a Licky Licky, which is one of the better neutral answers to that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. In almost all of the shield scenarios that are neutral, Licky Licky does come out on top.
And you're going to land the first energy ball, meaning that the next one can threaten a knockdown, could force Continental in a shield position, but we've seen so many Licky Licky players not even shield this, knowing that so much value is there with energy lead and shield advantage. Martragalde farming up even more, doesn't even throw a move before the second Shadow Ball is reached. He's dropping both shields on the Shadow Ninetales, trying to do everything he can to flip switch advantage.
And he got the extra Ember there as well, because Continental was just trying to get that damage off before having to use the Protect Shield. Now, he's just going to use both of his Protect Shields in the back line, maybe for his signature Pokemon in that Shadow Politoed. Will we see the Shadow Politoed come in? Yes, it is the Politoed, but there is double Energy Ball, and he's making such a risky bait. And Continental calls it! He instantly no shields, and it's not very effective.
The biggest no shield of Continental's career, and Martragalde full sends it again. He
No
shields
way!
to where the ball baits.
Nerves of steel for Contono as he lets two fire attacks through, and Marto was expecting the Protect Shields. Instead, he swaps out into the Sableye. I don't think he can believe it.
Ice in his veins is Contono as he lands a Weather Ball, doing half the health of the Sableye, and this at least allows Contono to leave with a Weather Ball. Now comes in with the dominant matchup of Tinkaton. Probably can go for a Fairy Wind down. There's still the Ninetales in the back, and the Licky Licky that hasn't been shown yet, but energy on Tinkaton can be absolutely devastating, as we've seen how strong it is. And if you let another Drain Punch go, that's going to do a lot of damage. So Contono want to throw the Bulldoze, meaning that he doesn't get nearly as much health remaining, but he knows Ninetales has energy. He knows there's still a third Pokemon on the back, so he has to do everything he can to keep this Ninetales healthy.
He just didn't want to get that Tinkaton low enough to get Ember down, so that's smart to throw the Bulldoze there. And now giving up a Protect Shield to have, no, you actually can't get back to your Switch Timer, so gonna throw this Bulldoze. There is no swap. Yes, there is. There is a last second swap, and a full rollout comes through. Maybe that is the last ditch effort for Marto that he needs. He is behind in this battle. Can he avoid a debuff? No, he does get debuffed.
That debuff is huge because this Tinkaton Hammer might threaten a KO. Martragalde doesn't get the body slam off. Let's see how much it's going to do. It's going to bring the Licky Licky very low on HP, but it hangs on for a split second and gets the body slam off. Concerno again, no shielding, saving the energy for the Politoed to clean up and force a potential game 3.
He was maybe expecting the swap there into the Politoed. There was no swap, and now the Politoed does have energy. There is no protection remaining for Marto, and Concerno is able to tie up this series.
Locked into this game. Concerno down a point, one game away from elimination, and no shields, two potential energy balls on the Politoed. The confidence, the guts, that's what it takes to make it into the top 4 of Worlds.
And that's what's going to need to take to make it to Chase Center on Championship Sunday. Plays like that, because if those were energy balls, he could be eliminated right now.
Concerno giving it a little stretch, knowing that this could be his final game of the tournament, but he's not acting like it. He's saying, you know what, I got more in the tank. I'm ready for that losers finals. I'm ready for the upsets. But Martragalde, he's been in so many elimination matches in his career, and he has not faced either.
Well, the story of this series so far has been the Say Swap Pokemon. In game number 1, Dondozo was so effective as that Say Swap. Game number 2, Shadow Kanto Ninetales was the Say Swap, but he gave up both of the Protect Shields against the opposing Licky Licky. And with that Shadow Politoed in the back, and also calling all the baits, as you can see right here, it just wasn't enough. He didn't get as much value in that game number 2 with that Say Swap, with that bold strategy as he would have hoped for. So, does he make an adjustment now? It worked in game number 1, the Say Swap. It didn't work in game number 2. Now, does he go back to Dondozo, or maybe is he going to try to catch his first lead?
And Concerno, wow. We got to think about this, right? In Martragalde, he had 2 chances to land that energy ball. 2 chances to go straight into a top 3. And part of it, it's got to sit with you. It might mess with you as well, as you know, you were just 2 buttons away from making it. But the guts from Continental to prevent that from happening can keep a man awake at night. Marshall Godley doesn't want to make that mistake again for this third and final game. Let me hear it, folks. It's going to be the final match between Marshall Godley and Continental. And here comes the shiny Pegoro.
It is dark type on dark type here. One has a fighting subtype, the other has a ghost subtype. So this is kind of a neutral matchup, but you will take super effective damage from this Drain Punch here. Here comes the Night Slash into this Shadow Sableye. I don't expect a Protect Shield. Actually, yes, Protect Shield early on, showing that maybe he's going to try to invest into this Shadow Sableye.
And gets the Drain Punch off. This is super effective damage, but you can't really Shadow Call down afterward. Maybe scared that it could have been a close combat dip, but instead that's not the case. Shadow Calls are starting to add up, and Continental building up to a close combat. Marshall Godley, does he decide to spend 2 shields? Wait, throws on really weird timing. Didn't expect Continental to throw right away, and now Marshall Godley caught in a tough position. Going to have to let this move go without having to spend 2 shields right off the bat.
From bad to worse here, this is not very effective. You can hang on, but it was charge attack priority, as you mentioned. At least the Sableye is boosted up. It has +2 on its defense right now because of those 2 Drain Punches. Here comes the Licky Licky. At least you are going to get to a foul play. You probably want to throw the foul play. That's a smart play from Marshall Godley, knowing that one foul play does more damage than a Drain Punch, even though the Drain Punch is super effective.
And boosting your defense at this point doesn't really do much as you're closing in on KO range no matter what at this health. And Continental farming out as much energy as possible. Gets the catch on Dondozo, gets the waterfall through as well. A good solid position for Marshall Godley as he can still save the save one for a catch and maybe a play later.
But he baits out the Politoed. That was the strategy right there. He knew he had to pivot eventually to bait out that Shadow Politoed. He is down a Protect Shield here. Here comes the Outrage into 2 Protect Shields. He throws it.
Shields. Continental making all the shield decisions correctly in this matchup of Marshall Godley. He resists all this energy, not out of it yet, but laying that Outrage could have been massive.
And if he can get that second Protect Shield and get this Politoed in range of Energy Ball, he can close it out with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Remember, he does have that third Pokemon for a sacrificial swap available as well in that Shadow Sableye. It's not very effective. It will take 2 Weather Balls at least from this range to take out this Dondozo. You do have the switch available. Does he try to make it into the Sableye? No, and he's right before the Outrage. There is the perfect timing, and actually he Protect Shields on this Weather Ball to try to hit the Outrage, but Contono could switch into his Lick Licky. There it is!
He sees it coming, he catches the body slam. Huge plays from Marshall Godley, banking the energy for later, and Continental trying to make the comp play, not going to get it yet. There's still shield though on Continental's side. This is kind of tough. However, any damage from Licky Licky is fairly inconsequential because the Weather Ball is what you really need to watch out for. And here comes the Shadow Ball. Marshall Godley, he's not feeling this one. He doesn't think he's in a good position, but he can still overrun this matchup and get energy for the Politoed for later.
And remember, he does have that attack bank in the back, and there is a Protect Shield remaining that was on charge attack priority. The problem for Marto on throwing charge attack priority is it means if you Protect Shield in Contono, you're going to be able to register this attack and knock out the Ninetales, and there's no way Dondozo can knock out both Pokemon. It just doesn't have the reach.
And do you believe in the underdog stories? Champions can fall and
wait a
rookies
second.
can win it.
How much energy does Politoed have? What if he gets to a Surf? Can Surf be enough?
I don't
does
think Surf's
Politoed
gonna
have
be enough.
energy? How much energy is left on this Politoed?
One
There's enough!
One shot will do it. Continental coming back down one. Takes a 2-1 victory over Marshall Godley to find a top 3 finish in his first ever World Championship.
The reverse sweep, just as he did earlier on in the tournament. He went down to Dondozo in game number 1, but then battled back to come up on top, and now he is advancing to the losers finals. He is top 3 here at 2026 Pokemon Go Worlds. But I believe there is something going on. I don't know if Marto is trying to point out something to the judging staff that might have occurred in that decisive game number 3.
Yeah, I believe the request is there was a 1-turn lag when he came in with Ninetales. So that could be crucial, right? Because I think he had back-to-back Weather Balls. So Continental did shield, not allowing him to throw both of them, right? Because he was behind a turn because of that. We'll take a look, and the judges will take a look and make an official ruling on that. But either way, what a close back and forth, and what a series between these two.
And because it's so close, I completely understand trying to go to the judging staff here, because I saw that moment of frustration from Marto as well. It was when that Licky Licky was able to get to that Shadow Ball energy a little bit before than Marto thought would be possible if he didn't come in a turn late. And then we do know that Marto did throw on charge attack priority as well into that Licky Licky. Maybe could have had another charge attack in the back there. It was just so close in the end game, literally just one turn away from the surf as well. So it was a game of inches. We're gonna see exactly what happened, the infraction was, but what a series so far.
What a series. And again, that game 2 was absolutely wild. The no shield calls from Constantino. Yes, he had 2 shields remaining, but 2 shield Tinkaton could not sweep the entire remaining 3 Pokemon of Marto Galde, but he just called it. All right, let's take a look right here. So at the point at which he might have lost a turn, it's a little hard to see on the slow motion. I'm gonna have to use a little assistance from you.
Let me put on my glasses. Hold on one second.
Professor Butters is in town.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, I think at regular speed it's actually a little bit easier to see, and it's a little bit hard to see actually here. But all right, in comes the Ninetales. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's the moment of frustration for Marto there. That's for sure. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I put on my glasses. I put on my glasses.
Yes. What's the information that you deduce from this replay?
You know, I was spending too much time counting the Ninetales. Can we run it one more time so I can now flip to counting the Licky Licky? Run it back one more time. All right. So now let's count the Licky Licky. How many rollouts does the Licky Licky get off? All right, so the Licky Licky gets 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Or did I double count because of slow motion?
No, it was 4.
Okay.
I mean, Control ends up throwing on bad timing, right? Like that's essentially what happens.
Okay, so
why the Ember comes through. I mean, I'm not a judge myself, right?
Yes.
And obviously no one at home is either. Well, actually maybe some people at home are, but But I mean, this Ember ends up sneaking through, which is correct because he threw on bad timing, right, to get the Shadow Ball off.
But shouldn't you sneak through and get your 7th? Because 4 times 3, 4 rollouts at a 3-turn fast attack. 4 times 3 is 12.
Yes.
And
plus 1 for the charge attack.
Exactly.
13.
And then on the other side, there is a 2-turn fast attack, which is Ember times 6, which is also 12. Yes. So he should have been. He should have been at his 12th at the same time as the Licky Licky's 12th. And then when you throw at the same timing, a fast attack goes through, which would give him his 7th. So maybe that is exactly what's happening there. He got 6 Embers where he should have got 7th. All right, putting glasses away now.
All right. Fantastic, fantastic math there from Professor 2-0 Butters. As we see the judges are explaining the situation, we'll keep you all updated on this. I mean, most importantly too, does it make a difference in the outcome is the most important question, even if there were any lost turns. That was a really close one, so potentially that could be the case, but we will all keep you updated.
All right, well, I wouldn't be too upset if we saw another one of these. It has been absolutely epic. I actually want to go back to that moment that you're talking about a little bit earlier on those no shields, because I don't hate the play from Marto, because I believe a Shadow Politoed is a pretty bulky Pokemon. It could take 1 energy ball. So you need to throw 2 charge attacks to knock it out anyway. So you might as well go for the bait on the Weather Ball, because you're gonna also need to have to land an energy ball. And then once he didn't shield it, you're thinking, okay, there's no way he double no shields because he's in energy ball range now. But then he did it. So I don't blame the play from Marto. I think that is a pretty reasonable action. It's just crazy that Contono called it.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, I think that's a great bait too, right? Your opponent has 2 shields.
It's a great bait.
And even if, you're right, it might not one-shot KO because it's not, you know, it's not a Mud Boy, it's not Water Ground, it's not double weak to it, but it's still a Shadow Water type, and it's still going to do a lot of damage, and that's a lot of damage mitigated if the no shields came through. As it looks like the judges are explaining things to the players. We'll keep you all updated on the final result here, as it looks like players are still discussing a little bit. But yeah, what a series so far. What a tournament run from both players.
I don't want to understate how much is on the line here, right? Yeah. In terms of prizing, also in terms of having the opportunity to move on to the losers finals and then potentially to the grand finals to be able to participate in the finals
and
at
to be
Chase
the
Center.
World champion.
Yes, and eventually could be the world champion still, because we have seen multiple times the world champion come in on that loser side of the bracket, reverse sweep.
Yeah, a little replay here.
Reset the bracket, and then able to win it all. So yes, we are going back to see what exactly happened here. I mean, they're looking it over because there's so much optionality in a Pokemon Go in-game that any little difference in energy generation can change so many things, and you really have to try to theoretically think of what could be those alternate scenarios. There's multiple Pokemon around, there's multiple energy pools around, there's different health amounts. It is really complicated. That's why it's so hard to play at this top level, because you have to react and think about all the possibilities in split seconds.
Definitely, and we counted it again, well, I counted again, and that was indeed 6 Ember, just like you said earlier, right? And 12 should have been the 7th Ember, especially when Contino decided to throw that Shadow Ball. And I think the most important thing is, does it make a difference, right? And we have the head judge on the floor as well, just making sure everything's going correctly. I mean, this is one of the closest matches, one of the most important matches as well. I mean, every match is important, but on this level, there's so much at stake here. We want to make sure every call is done correctly.
All right, well, remember, they are tied 1-1. That was the decisive game number 3. So whoever does win that, which of course the only possibility is it's either Contono winning the game or there's a rematch. So it's either going to be Contono moving on to the losers finals, or they will rematch that decisive game number 3. I mean, we've said it so many times about what's on the line here, but I just want to go back to their journey once again. We focused a lot on Marto Gaude, of course, when the year ends in an even number, he is dominant at the World Championships, but I just want to give out a shout out to Contono getting this far in potentially even 3rd place with an insane team composition of a Shadow Gliscor, a Shadow Politoed, a Charjabug, and a shiny Pangoro. That is no small feat. Even in a widespread meta like we have at Pokemon Go Worlds, to do this at the top level against the best trainers in the world is absolutely incredible.
All right. Well, we'll have an update for you all very, very soon. And like you said, what a performance, really from both trainers as well, right? Marto Gaude, one of the best players in the world, but even the best players in worlds can be beaten, and we've seen that in so many of these, so many of the matches throughout this week. And Marto Gaude has really stood above the other players, the other previous champions, the other international champions, to make it 3 separate times into the top 5. There is no player that's ever done that before. There really isn't. I was going to say there might be, but I just thought it through. There really isn't. And in 5 years, make top 5 at Worlds, 3 out of the 5 of them is absolutely wild. And he didn't even play in the second Worlds. So that's 3 out of the 4 Worlds he went to. He's gotten a top 5. Absolutely wild. And he didn't even have a team before this until the day before he said he copied someone else's team.
And I'm genuinely not trying to pat myself on the back here by picking Marto for my most likely trainer to make day number 2, but there are those trainers that live up to the moment. And Marto's one of them. 3 out of 4 World Championships with dominant performances. Abizo Boy's on that list. I know he got eliminated on the loser side, but what a run he had against the top 300 trainers on the planet, and he is the reigning champion, and then the year before, he got 4th place. So that is just ridiculous. I'll actually even give a shout out to a trainer that's not at this year's Worlds, but Lurgan Rocket is actually one of those trainers in my books too. He always performs well in the World Championships.
That's right. And I mean, yeah, and Abizo Boy, again, our reigning world champion, obviously won't be the world champion this year, but 3 years straight. He's only gone to 3 Worlds, made top cut in all 3, made day 2, and again, top 4 finishers in 2 of them. Obviously, one of them being his world championship title is absolutely huge. And Marto Gaude definitely in the conversation of one of the greatest players of all time in our circuit. And that just adds even more emphasis on how impressive a run Contino is to go toe-to-toe against someone that impressive in his first ever world championship.
It is truly incredible. And also shout out to the Japan region as well. Had 8 trainers coming into day number 2 out of 32. And now out of the top 4, there are 2 standing. So 50% left are from that region of Japan, and still with the opportunity to have a Japan versus Japan grand finals tomorrow.
That is all a possibility, and that would be absolutely wild. Before this, even I think the highest finishing player from Japan ever was Crescent Angels back in 2022. And now both Kanzano and Hiromaru have done that, have eclipsed that even, right? And one of them will definitely eclipse, well, no, actually, I shouldn't say that. That's actually not true, right? That might not be the case, but they both, or one of them at least has tied that, right? And Kanzano might be able to tie that as well or go even further.
All right, well, we're still waiting to find out what the decision is, but I just saw Marto get up and shake hands with Kantono, so that likely means that our winner in Kantono just joined the top 3 at Pokemon Go Worlds.
All right, and the final conclusion there is it was inconclusive. The one losing that one turn was inconclusive to the end game, so the Politoed can still finish off the Ninetales, I think, even if the turn was lost, which we saw there too, right? So again, that's a really important factor. Even though the turn is lost, doesn't impact the end game. And we had the judges review the footage extensively, and that was the conclusion. So a great matchup and a great run from Marto Galdi, one of the greatest, another top 5 finish at World Championships. But it's all about Kanzano in his first ever World Championships, as he has locked in that top 3 finish, which means that at least one of these remaining Japanese players will eclipse Crescent Angels' run back in 2022 and get at least a top 2, maybe even becoming the next world champion.
And Kantono does advance. Congratulations, one of the spiciest teams ever to advance this far in a Pokemon Go World Championships. He is making history as we celebrate history. 30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon Go, and now in our 5th Pokemon Go World Championships. It is just absolutely incredible what he is doing to be able to bring this team to that level. And I want to shout out Marto once again. He is always making trophy moves at the World Championships, and he did it once again.
And he locked in another World's Trophy. What an impressive feat from Marto Galdi. And you know what? These battles have been incredible, Butters. Best of 3s are great, but you know what's better than a best of 3?
Best of 5, and that's what we have the rest of the way.
Yes, we have a best of 5 for the winners finals, and then we'll have a best of 5 for the losers finals, as we have Hiromaru in the finals, winners finals, against M.E. Weedo. M.E. Weedo going for his 2nd ever World Championship title, the first in the planet to ever possibly achieve that, if possible. But Hiromaru also in his first ever World Championship, looking to pave his own legacy. And of course, Kanzano waiting in the wings, waiting to lose the finals with the Shadow Politoed, with the Shadow Gliscor. You know he's not scared, and he's gonna be watching this winners round to see any strategy he can pick up as he awaits to see who he's gonna face off.
And Emmy Weedle is one of those rare selective few in Pokemon Go Championship Series that has that trifecta. Has a World Championships, has an International Championship, and has a Regional Championship as well. And he's on a similar every 2-year trajectory that Marto Galdi was on, because he was the World Champion in the Seniors Division in 2022. Then he was the European International Champion in 2024. Now 2026, he has the chance to become a 2-time Pokemon Go World Champion.
That's right. He also had a regional win in 2023. So very impressive run, especially, you know, once the senior division was essentially, they combined it, he still won a regional right away in the Master Division. And you said small company, right? To have a regional title, international title, and world title. There's only one other person in the world that has that, and that is It's Axon, our former world champion from Yokohama, and also a 2-time international champion, and Emmy Weedo trying to pave his way to becoming the first ever double world champion title. But Hiromaru, a fantastic player, played so well throughout this tournament, even besting Beelzeboy to start things off, the reigning world champion, in the first match of his day. And Hiromaru, again, just like Kansuno, first ever World Championship and has already made it into a guaranteed top 3.
And we mentioned it before, but there was an increase in the amount of trainers that could qualify for the World Championships from the Japan region and also some other APAC regions as well. But I'm so glad that that happened, because without that, maybe we wouldn't have this moment. A top 3 with 2 trainers from that Japan region. I feel like this was one of the most feared regions coming into the tournament because they did have the most amount of trainers from APAC region. And when I was doing that unofficial questionnaire and asking some trainers, many of them mentioned that it's really hard to know what is coming out of the Japan region because you don't have as many statistics. You don't have that data of what they're using and what they're bringing. They're playing in a whole different atmosphere, and what they're bringing to the Pokemon GO World Championships is legit.
And we know a lot about Emiwito, but let me give you the limited information we know about Hiromaru. He has attended PJCS, which is the final tournament of Japan every year to get your qualification. And for the last 3 years, last year, he came in 17th place, the top 16 making the Worlds. He was the 17th player, 1 spot away from making World Championships. And the year before that, he came in 41st. So last year was as close as he got. This year, he makes it onto the world stage. And we're already seeing right now what he can do if he makes it to this final stage. What a performance, what a run, what a year for Hiromaru.
Well, we buried the lead a little bit because whoever wins this winner's finals punches their ticket to Championship Sunday on the winner's side of the bracket tomorrow at Chase Center. He was 1 win away from qualifying in previous competitions. Now he is only 1 series victory away from coming in the best position possible going into those grand finals. And another trainer with some more spice. He has the Shadow Hippowdon, he has the Jellicent, and he has the last remaining Hisuian Electrode. Hisuian Electrode is looking very safe and neutral versus all of Emiwito's team besides that pesky Shadow Kanto Ninetales. But that's why you have the Hippowdon, and that is why you also have the Jellicent.
And you have the Licky Licky as well, a mirror matchup. There's a lot of answers to the Kanto Ninetales. We've seen Emiwito play it to perfection in this tournament, but he hasn't seen a Shadow Hippowdon yet. But here we go, the winners finals between Hiromaru versus Emiwito, and it's going to be a fantastic lead for Hiromaru. And it is going to be that Electro, the grass type. In comes the Kanto Ninetales, but here comes the Shadow Hippowdon.
And it is that trio right there with the Hisuian Electro, the Shadow Hippowdon, and the Jellicent in the back. And he actually does use a Protect Shield on that Weather Ball, because if it was a super effective Energy Ball, that would do a lot of damage into a Shadow Hippowdon. So you have to respect it. And you get a Protect Shield back, and it wasn't the Earth Power, so he used less energy here. Let's take a look at the pacing. He will be outpaced, though, to the next Energy Ball.
Let's see if Hiromaru's going to shield this up or not. Ground Rock coverage has perfect coverage, and nothing is going to resist all of it on the side of Emiwito. Shields the harder hitting. Energy Ball gets the debuff, and you see Emiwito getting a little excited here. As look at the sand attack damage, almost putting the Kanto Ninetales into the red. He's going for it. He's going to try to get to the Energy Ball. Maybe getting a Weather Ball off with a debuff might be huge. Can he get to it? And he is going to throw the Weather Ball. Is this enough to KO the Shadow Hippowdon?
It's going to be so close here. It is going to be neutral, but remember, the defense did drop, and so does the Hippowdon. And now you have an awkward situation, because I don't think you can Hex down before an Energy Ball is reached. You actually can't. Do you try to go for a swap? Does he try to swap into the Electro? He does!
A beautiful swap from Hiromaru. And now Emiwito is in a slightly weird position, because does he want to come in to Electro with energy with his Quagsire? No, but now he has the Leaky Leaky, which was the answer to the Jellicent.
Well, he's getting so close to Shadow Ball range. This is so risky here, because a Shadow Ball landing at this health is incredibly close to knocking out a Hisuian Electrode. He didn't want to go for the Wild Charge. He didn't want to drop his defense by 2 stages. Instead, he went for the Energy Ball. There's a swap. It is a swap on a Wild Charge. What plays from both of these trainers in the winners finals?
Emiwito catching the resistant Wild Charge. He's excited about that one, but Hiromaru can still get to the energy ball. Emiwedo not going to let it happen. Throws the neutral mud bomb, and this is huge. Look at this. He is pumped up as he's trying to get his first win right off the bat in the set. What a beautiful play. I believe he even paused even to get that catch off.
Well, what a risky play. If he was wrong and it was that energy ball, it would have get a one-hit knockout. But instead, this Quagsire is around to take the Surf. The Surf doesn't quite knock out. Can you get to another charge attack? And yes, you do get to one parting Aqua Tail that will do a little bit of chip damage into the Jellicent. Now it's going to come down to the backline matchup. We do have the Jellicent versus the Licky Licky, but is now this Jellicent in range of one Shadow Ball. It's going to be so close, but I think Jellicent might be able to hang on.
That Aqua Tail was crucial. It puts it in potential range for the Shadow Ball, but not quite enough. Can't get there with the body slam, though. And Emiwedo, he's already giving the fist bump. He knows that this will be enough. What an amazing catch from Emiwedo, recognizing every win condition possible to pull off such a disastrous lead.
We see the brilliant swap from Hiromaru to take that resisted energy ball from the Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Hisuian Electrode. The previous world champion says, I can do that too. Instead of getting one hit knocked out, I will take a resisted wild charge and win game number 1. And remember, we said it before, this is a best of 5. So either one of these traders needs to get 3 game victories on the board to move on to Championship Sunday.
And it might be a best of 5. But a win in game number 2 for Emiwedo will put Hiromaru in such a bad position, forcing him to go for a reverse sweep 3 in a row against one of the best players in the world. As we see the amazing catch from Hiromaru, but what you can do, I can do better is what Emiwedo says as the energy ball lands. Does he go for the pause? He pauses there, expecting the optimized timing from Hiromaru, and what a brilliant catch from him to secure the victory.
Usually when you are using a 3-turn fast attack, a trainer will use their 2-turn fast attack and throw their charge attack right before the damage registers from your fast attack. I know that's a mouthful, but that is the standard in Pokemon GO PvP. Emiwedo was able to pause for those 2 turns, let the Thunder Shocks through, and then swap, call out that it's going to be a wild charge, and take game number 1. And now we're locked into game number 2, and it's Hiromaru who calls the lead with his Shadow Hippowdon. It's the same team of 3 for both of these trainers.
And Emiwedo trying to figure out how to play this one out as the Rock Weather Ball is going to come through. Going to have to shield this up. It is the less effective move than Earth Power, but if you land the Rock Weather Ball, it's already going to do so much damage that you could potentially just fast attack down. Goes for the bait yet again. Does Hiromaru call this or not? He knows losing this game could put him in such a bad position. Does he expect it? He throws up the shield at the last second, and then indeed it's just the Weather Ball bait. And now trying to reach for it. Does he try to go for it and throws the Rock Weather Ball yet again before Emiwedo goes for the next move?
And it's so hard because you really don't want to swap out of this matchup because you don't want to take a super effective Weather Ball on your Electrode, and you don't want to take that Energy Ball onto your Jellicent. Here comes the Weather Ball. I don't think this one's going to be able to knock out because there was no debuff from the Energy Ball, and it is no shielded by Hiromaru. And now suddenly you can get to that Weather Ball yourself, but you get cut off, and you're in the same situation where you're going to have a hard time farming down with your Jellicent. So maybe he's going to try to make the same swap, but this time he has the Protect Shield advantage.
It's the same 3 Pokemon, but in a slightly different order, and more importantly, yes, you lose the switch advantage for Hiromaru, but if you don't let this go, he lets it go. He expects to Licky Licky it. What a great call, because now the Quagsire has nowhere to go into this back line. You come in Electrode, he has to come in the Licky Licky to neutralize the Grass-type Pokemon, and that gives the Jellicent a lot more play in the back, and here comes the Licky Licky. Emiwedo doesn't have anywhere to go, just wants to try to take out this Electrode as much as possible, but now the Quagsire, it actually could have played into the Jellicent, I would say, in this health range.
Well, the thing is, you have to get through this Licky Licky. You have that Protect Shield advantage. Luckily, Double Energy Ball can do it. You don't want to debuff yourself with that Wild Charge to drop your defense by 2 stages. And here comes the Body Slam bait, and it is effectively Protect Shield by Hiromaru. And now, there's the swap. He tried to do it once again, but he knows it's over now because now he can just throw a charge attack priority into that Mud Bomb, 1-hit knockout, and bait the charge attack in the back, which is a wild charge. It's going to be back-to-back charge attacks and back-to-back knockouts for this Hisuian Electrode as Hiromaru was able to tie up the series.
And this is Electro, but Lightning does not strike twice as Emiwedo tries to catch a resistant wild charge, but Hiromaru's not going to fall for it again. evens up the series 1-1. Now we have a best of 3 on our hands.
And this is what best of 5s is all about, the little micro adjustments. We saw that same team of 3 from both of those trainers in game number 1 and game number 2 in different orders, but Hiromaru was able to get another Protect Shield for that backline, use that same Electrode, but instead of getting swapped on, he was patient, had the Protect Shield, and closed it out, and we got a tied series.
Wow, what a series we have here between our 2 players. And Hiromaru, he's here for a reason. He might be facing off against a multi-title champion, a former world champion, but he came here to play, and play he certainly is.
And you're going to see that team of 3, I think, from Hiromaru a lot of times. I'm actually more curious if ME Weedle switches something up, because you do have some flexibility with some neutral picks. I'm looking at you, Galarian Corsola. You have some opportunity to come into this battle and maybe soak up some energy and go for some key farm downs with a fast attack as well. I don't see a reason for Hiromaru to switch it up, but ME Weedle has now seen the same look twice. Does he double think what he's going to be bringing into this battle? I think he might adjust a little bit.
Let's see how they're going to make the adjustments here. A win here is crucial as that puts them on match points. ME Weedle feeling poised. He knows that the Electrode is still a pain from him, forcing him to bring that Ninetales in so many matchups, but that just makes Hiromaru's matchup a little bit easier. Bring that Hippowdon in so many matches. Bring the Jellicent enough to tank the Energy Ball in some of these matchups. And I think there might be a chance both players lock in the same 3 Pokemon yet again on both sides.
And remember, this is a best of 5, so the winner will not advance. The winner will just have a 2 next to their name and have that advantage. This is the Jellicent versus the Shadow Quagsire. It is the same team of 3 from Hiromaru, and it's the same team of 3 once again for ME Weedle.
And let's see, ME Weedle. The Quagsire is not amazing into Jellicent, but it's still a decently neutral matchup, especially the Mud Bomb being able to do some effective damage. A little bit better and more consistent than the Stone Edge, I would say. And here comes the catch, gets the rollout through, but it's still the right move, so it's not too bad. Could have been a Shadow Ball, but Hiromaru throws the neutral Surf, and now we get the Licky Licky out of the way, and here comes the Hippowdon.
And the Hippowdon is baited out. That is maybe what ME Weedle was looking for. He was trying to bait out that Hippowdon so he could have that Shadow Kanto Ninetales for the backline of the Hisuian Electrode. He did effectively do that. So I don't know if Hiromaru just fell into the trap of ME Weedle, but I think it is a slight advantage that you now have that Shadow Kanto Ninetales for the backline.
Yeah, this is a really great bailout from ME Weedle on how to deal with the Shadow Ninetales. It is the story of Worlds. It is the story of this tournament, and it may be the story of ME Weedle's historic run to go back to the Grand Finals after 4 years and try to become a repeat world champion. Hiromaru goes for the Earth Power. ME Weedle might just not shield this. He knows that the Ninetales is so strong, and he doesn't, drawing all this energy away. And now comes the Ninetales 1v3. Can he do it? As the Ember's adding up, but the Sandtack's throwing so much damage on top of it.
Possibly the strongest Pokemon in the current Open Great League meta has an opportunity to full sweep the backline of Hiromaru, but first is gonna have to land an Energy Ball. It gets protection. I believe a Surf is already available, but the key thing is, as soon as this Ninetales gets in range of a Wild Charge, that is also risky. Here comes the last Protect Shield of the battle, but how much can you overfarm here? I know that Electrode doesn't get knocked out by one single Weather Ball.
That's absolutely right. Maybe going to go for the Charge Attack priority throw. Throws right before the Surf is reached and spout as much energy as he can possibly get against the Jellicent. Hiromaru still has a catch potential as well, so keep that in mind as this is going to be two-turn. ME Weedle, great on the pause mechanic. Could potentially go for that pause, but let's see if Hiromaru's going to go for it now, because a failed pause can also give ME Weedle all the energy he needs to close this out.
It all comes down to this. Can Electrode endure to reach a Wild Charge? It's super effective, but not effective enough. And Hiromaru is able to reach the Wild Charge and take game number 2.
Hiromaru smiling, a sigh of relief, going up 2-1 against ME Weedle, putting him on match point in history is in the making for Hiromaru, for the Japan region, and for the entire circuits. And let's see if Emi can withstand and force a pivotal game number 5, or will he drop to the loser's bracket and have to do it all over again?
Look, when Emi was preparing for this tournament, he wasn't thinking that he was going to have to deal with the trio of Jellicent, Shadow Hippowdon, and Hisuian Electrode. But now he is here, and it's the only trio he is seeing. He has seen that in the first 3 battles. I'm gonna say it again. I think Emi is the one trainer that could change up the formula, change the strategy a little bit, because so far, I feel like Hiromaru knows having that Hisuian Electrode in the back, having the pressure from the Jellicent and Shadow Hippowdon is just enough. I wanna see if Emi brings out some more neutrality, bulky picks to try to make some plays to outplay his opponent to move on to the grand finals.
Hiromaru could potentially be locking in a final line. Everyone knows how powerful it is to go into Championship Sunday with the winner's bracket on your side. Only one more set away to becoming the champion, and Hiromaru needs one more win to do it. And here comes the Grand Course of the first time Emi brings it out, but it could be absolutely pivotal as there's no true answer for it on the side of Hiromaru.
And there it is, the adjustment from Emi has 2 of the 3 same Pokemon, but brought that Galarian Corsola that has a ton of neutral play. He is facing the same 3 Pokemon once again for the 4th game in a row, throwing the energy ball for Hiromaru so he doesn't drop his defense, so he can take this Nightshade no problem. And it looks like Electrode can win this 0 Protect Shield situation pretty confidently with the Wild Charge.
Absolutely wild as well, because Galarian Corsola is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this meta, but Hiromaru is going to be able to win switch advantage, which is absolutely huge. Actually, the Corsola not going to be able to do it as Hiromaru goes for the swap right away, but now comes the Quagsire. This is everything Emi needs to get back into this game.
And look at the backline matchup as well. It's gonna be the Jellicent into the Licky, the Ghost type into the normal type. Here comes a Protect Shield, but it's on a bait. It is gonna be on the resisted attack of Weather Ball Rock. And here comes the back-to-back Aqua Tail is already reached. Do you give out both of your Protect Shields in this situation? I feel like you have to keep this Hippowdon around.
And Hippowdon trying to do everything Hiromaru can will it to do as Emi goes for another Aqua Tail. Emi got to suspect that there could be a swap, a catch happening as the timers are coming up soon for Hiromaru. And does Emi stay in? Does he throw the Aqua Tail? Tries to throw it, but the Earth Power comes through, and Emi makes the correct shield call. Hiromaru has a catch potential on the Electro. That would be absolutely huge. Even the Jellicent would be okay.
He might go for it. No, he doesn't actually go for the Aqua Tail here. It's gonna let this Hippowdon go down. But the thing is, there's enough health on this Electrode to possibly get to a charge attack. A charge attack could be so useful. The Mud Shot might not be enough damage to knock out before he gets to his own attack. Does he come in, get some Thunder Shocks, and then swap on the Aqua Tail? I think he's gonna swap.
He catches it on the Jellicent! Exactly what he needs, but now Emi has the switch advantage, can lock the Lickitung in, and Licky in, but more importantly, he can even farm up extra energy, leave with the Aqua Tail for later, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
But he's gonna lose charge attack priority if Electrode somehow does get to an attack in the backline, but it's all about getting to your timer right now. If you are Hiromaru, you're gonna be able to throw this Surf. 1 Surf is not gonna be enough. 2 Surfs is not gonna be enough. I believe you need 3 Surfs in this match.
While trying to put it in a situation where the Electrode has to absolutely throw the move to have a chance. I think he has a Body Slam remaining, and you can't Thunder Shock this down. You can't get to back-to-back moves. Jellicent does indeed endure, but one more rollout would do it. Actually, Emi goes for it. I like this play. Taking it out. If the combo came through, he takes out the Electrode. But either way, the Electrode has to throw the energy. And Emi is going to force a game number 5 in this winner's finals.
If we wouldn't want it any other way, we are tied up 2-2. The winner of this next battle will advance to compete for the World Championships in Chase Center, an NBA arena. It's gonna be one of the most epic Pokemon experiences ever.
And there's so much on the line for both players for so many different reasons. Emi, as you see on your screen, a world champion looking to do it yet again. looking to be the first person ever to raise that trophy twice in a lifetime. And that's something that players can't even imagine to do once. And Hiromaru putting so much pressure on himself to have the performance of a lifetime himself, to also put Japan back in the map and in contention from being one of the best regions in the world, already tying the potential and the max peak that Crescent Angel set 4 years ago. But a grand finals and a potential world champion title on the line would be historic.
And a quick salute to Hiromaru for running the exact team composition for 4 straight battles in a winner's finals, knowing that the Hisuian Electrode, Shadow Hippowdon, and Jellicent is so strong versus Imi Weedle's team. But now, with everything on the line, does he second guess himself? Does he make that last second adjustment? We know at this point Imi Weedle is expecting those 4, and it doesn't even matter because he knows how to play around it now. So do you give him a little bit of a different look, or do you know, I think I believe in this team, I can get it done? We're gonna find out right now. The winner advances the championship Sunday. What a lead for Hiromaru with the electric grass type into that Mud Boy. Here comes the swap in the Shadow Cancer Ninetales. It's met by the Licky Licky, the adjustment.
The adjustment is huge, but there's a Licky Licky Ninetales matchup on the reverse end in the back as well. But Electrode has so much play into the remaining team in end game of. And
the defense drop!
Right away is massive as Hiromaru is going to go straight for the Shadow Ball. I think he feels calm that even if he doesn't win Switch advantage, he could potentially do something, as we see energy lead on the Ninetales. Shield advantage can still take out even the Quagsire.
And now you might be in danger of getting knocked out by a Weather Ball here because your defense has dropped by 1 stage. It is a no shield. Can Licky Licky hang on with just no health? No! Licky Licky goes down, and now it's all up to the Hisuian Electrode in the back. But Imi Weedle and the Shadow Cancer Ninetales is very healthy. Here comes the swap into the Licky Licky.
And Licky Licky brings it in. Hiromaru has to figure out a way to deal with this bulky normal type. Imi Weedle pivoting out, a great play, because now he saves the Ninetales with energy for the Electro in the back. He might be down a shield, but he has a lot of energy to contend with.
Well, that's a great point, because you really can't devote shields right now, because you know those Weather Balls are sitting there in the back, threatening your Hisuian Electrode. You need to bank them up. And do you make a swap to try to go for Thundershock down? No. Instead, just trying to get this Licky Licky out of here. Imi is Weedle thinking about it. Do I give up my last Protect Shield in the battle? He does so. It is going to be a 2 Protect Shield advantage for Hiromaru in the backline with his Electrode.
And Electrode trying to sweep it all the way, but you have to throw a wild charge. Oh, the back-to-back Weather Ball is there, and Imi Weedle going to dump all this energy. Hiromaru going to spend both shields right off the bat, can still overfarm quite a bit, and this is a tough part for Imi Weedle. If he gets taken out by the wild charge, his timer's not going to be up to potentially even go for a catch. Hiromaru's going to have to overfarm as much as possible in this matchup. But
Caleb, he's going for the energy ball.
Oh, this might be enough. He doesn't have to debuff himself either.
He's going for the resisted attack. Grass in the fire. It doesn't matter because one more Thundershock, that Ninetales is going down. But remember, Imi Weedle still has that backline Pokemon, has the Licky Licky. Actually, he's going to come into the Licky Licky here. He's going to throw that Body Slam. But unless he gets the 2 charge attacks, he can't knock out here. But I think he will be able to get the 2 charge attacks. Hiromaru is in a touch position. Does he swap? No, he throws the energy ball.
And this is going to be tough for Imi Weedle. He has no catch opportunities left. He's grimacing a little bit. He was in such a great lead position. Can he get to the Mud Bomb? Can the Mud Bomb KO? But only we're a few Thundershocks away, and Hiromaru has done it. Japan has waited 4 years. 1,470 days, but Hiromaru has changed the script, and he is making to the grand finals of World Championships.
It is double super effective as Hisuian Electrode and Hiromaru is able to take the decisive game number 5 to advance the championship Sunday here at 2026 Pokemon Worlds. He will be on the winner's side as well. Double super effectives and double trainers from Japan are still in these top 3.
And history has been made, but there's still more history to be made as Hiromaru is going to lock in the highest finish ever from his region, the highest ever finish for himself, the first ever World Championship he's even attended, and he has gone undefeated, taking out multiple World Champions, taking out Beelzeboy and Emiwedo, two former World Champions to get here. There was no easier, there's no harder path than the one he took, and having that set advantage for Grand Finals tomorrow is absolutely massive for the player from Japan.
And look, as a Spice appreciator myself, after 30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon GO, I feel like a big part of Pokemon is sticking with the Pokemon that you like and you believe in. And that is exactly what Hiromaru did to get to this moment. He stuck with his strongest Pokemon that were fringe meta, the Hisuian Electrode, the Jellicent, the Shadow Hippowdon. He stuck with that trio for 4 straight battles, only making one slight adjustment to use a 4th Pokemon in Licky Licky in that decisive game number 5. And it is a huge reason that he is going to be participating in the biggest Pokemon event that we might ever have a championship series. It's crazy.
And you can see the sportsmanship from Emiwedo as well, clapping for his bonus. He knows it was a tough one. He knew he was in such a good position, but he has to do it all over again in the losers finals. He's got to recollect himself, right? Because Kantono has been rested, he's been watching, and he's taking notes, but Emiwedo, he's got more work to do to get back to that grand final stage, possibly for the 2nd time ever. And Kantono, he's been playing amazing all tournament long. The only person he lost to was indeed the player that just beat Emiwedo. So both of them have something in common here. But that's about it, because the teams are nothing in common in this one. It's Politoed versus Quagsire, it's Shadow Gliscor versus I don't even know what, but it's going to be a complete Spice Fest in this losers finals.
That's what I'm chuckling to myself here, because if you thought Jellicent and Shadow Hippowdon was weird, guess what? Now open the new door. It's going to be Shadow Gliscor and Shadow Politoed. And Kantono, just like Hiromaru, is a trainer that sticks with his signature Pokemon. The Shadow Politoed has been the standout, the Pokemon he often has in that backline. And now we have our losers finals set. We do have our one trainer solidified from the winner's side, but whoever wins this series, this best of 5, will come in on that loser's side of the bracket for Championship Sunday.
And I can't remember if I talked about this on the broadcast with you, Butters, but in my mind, coming into this tournament, I thought APAC had such a great chance to win it all. Not only were our 2 previous world champions from that region, but this year they increased the amount of spots from the region, from all the APAC countries to participate in world championships. And so well deserved it is. Look at this. Top 3, 2 are from APAC, 2 from the exact region, 2 from Japan. And they have so much potential. And if you think about it, Hiromaru last year got 17th place, missed out on World Championships. If that was this year, he would have qualified and just be, I can't remember how well he did at PJCS this year, but if he got, let's say, 17th again, just allowing him to even have the chance to make it onto this big stage, to compete with the best of best, to show up what he can do is an opportunity that we love to see from them. And especially from these APAC regions too, and their tournaments, their qualifiers, it's very, very tough because they have one chance. That's it. They have to qualify on their final playoff tournament or the qualified tournament, depending on the region. But it's not like North America, Europe, Oceania, or LATAM, we have multiple chances to earn championship points, win a tournament to get the all qualification. There's only one chance from these APAC players. And yes, they might have smaller numbers than these other regions, but every one of these players coming out of those regions are absolute monsters in the battlefield, and we're seeing it right here.
Well, sometimes in life, all you need is a chance, because we all have greatness within us. And that is the point proven by these trainers from the Japan region. It is the point proven from all of these trainers in our top 32 for day number 2. We are still down to our final 3, but we are trying to get to our final 2. It is between Emiwedo and Kantono. The winner of this series will advance to Championship Sunday. It's going to be a wild matchup. Emiwedo was just facing the Spice. He's going to face it again. It just looks a little different. The water Spice got a little spicier. The ground Spice maybe even got even spicier as well.
Definitely. And, you know, there's so much on the line as well, right? The biggest world championship for Pokemon to date. The 5th ever World Championships for Pokemon GO, the 10-year anniversary for the game, the 30th anniversary for Pokemon as a franchise at the biggest stage, at the biggest arena, Championship Sunday, at the Chase Arena even, and both these players want a chance to be a part of that history, but only one will be able to make it there and join Hiromaru in that grand finals.
It's the stuff of legends, and we are going to get into this series. Let's look at the teams once again. On Emmy Weedle's side, it's the Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Empoleon, the Shadow Quagsire with Aquatail Mudbomb, Licky Licky, and Florges.
Do you believe in the Pangoro? Because look at the team of Emmy Weedle. Triple weak to Pangoro in the Licky Licky, the Empoleon, and the Corsola. And then you have neutral play into the Ninetales and the Quagsire. Only thing that's going to resist the damage from the Pangoro is the Florges. So if Emmy Weedle wants to play this and have a decent answer to it, he has to bring the Florges, but he could opt to play more neutrally into it if possible, because Pangoro, not the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, a little bit more frail. You can handle a little bit better in neutral matchups, so the pacing's fast and the potential close combat is scary.
Well, it doesn't come down to my belief. It comes into the individual belief of the players in their Pokemon. And I know Contono believes in all of his Pokemon on his team of 6. Shadow Politoed has been the standout, has been the Pokemon he has leaned on, but in this matchup, I have to agree with you, Pangoro just looks awesome. It has to avoid that fairy type, but otherwise, it's gonna be neutral to strong against the entire team of Emmy Weedle. The flexibility that he has, and even look at a Pokemon like the Shadow Politoed, that also looks incredibly neutral. Yes, you might have a little problem in some certain matchups knocking out against, say, like an Empoleon, because you don't have charge attacks that can knock it out, but you're also only taking Metal Sounds and Drill Pecks in return, and it looks like we are going to get these losers finals started. It is a best of 5, and to start us off, we got the Licky Licky versus Tinkaton.
And Consono trying to catch the Florges, expecting it, doesn't bring the Pangoro, but expecting Emmy Weedle to bring the Florges. That's exactly going to be the case, as Emmy Weedle a little bit weak to Tinkaton in the lead and in the back, so kind of has to stay in at least to chip down some damage before potentially swapping out.
And Tinkaton just looks really good against everything that isn't Shadow Kanto Ninetales against Emmy Weedle's team as well. I feel like Contono has a team composition advantage into this matchup, as Emmy Weedle is going to be able to land the Shadow Ball. A double Shadow Ball doesn't quite do it against Tinkaton, but Tinkaton does have to commit to... Oh my goodness!
Taking a book out of Marco Galde's strategy, as that was done to Contono, but he does it to Emmy Weedle in this losers finals, catching the double resisted Shadow Ball, and there is no fighting type on the side of Emmy Weedle. There's no Tinkaton either, so this Licky Licky is so safe into the team Emmy Weedle.
And this is a bit awkward for the Shadow Quagsire. You would think that it's a good matchup because you do resist those rollouts, but as you can see, once a Shadow Ball lands, the second Shadow Ball will knock out, and the more rollout damage you do, you can maybe even knock out with a Body Slam and maybe a pivot with a couple fast attacks. So Quagsire, you think you're strong, but Licky Licky is #1 usage for a reason. Here comes the Shadow Ball, but gets cut off by the Mud Bomb. Contono knows he can endure, so he instantly lets the shield go.
It's going to put the health on Licky Licky quite low. Can you catch the Shadow Ball back? Not going to be available, as Contono does get the Shadow Ball off. Does Emmy Weedle decide shield? No, going to let it go. It's going to allow Contono to take out the Quagsire, maintain switch advantage, so has 2 shields apiece, and in comes the Florges, but in comes the Politoed.
And maybe he was expecting that Pangoro in the back. He hadn't seen it yet. He's thinking, okay, this is great. I had my best counter to the strongest Pokemon against my team, but it is not that Pangoro. It is actually the Shadow Politoed that has been leaned on so much. And you know what he also leans on? Calling baits, because he let that chilling water through. That's not very effective, but it does drop the attack of the Politoed, which is maybe what Emmy Weedle was looking for.
And you can see Emmy Weedle acknowledging as well. I mean, there's a few things that could to signal to Contono that that is exactly what's going to happen. Emmy Weedle first, shield the Florges. Second, even if it's the Disarming Voice, he can tank it. So if it was a bait he at least would be in a good situation if he no-shields it. But he's been no-shielding all day long, and he's also been shielding all the right moves all week long as he gets to another weather ball against the Forges.
And will this be enough to knock out? Remember, the attack has been dropped by one stage. It's not enough to knock out, and that means there is one more disarming voice that Cantano has to deal with. He's gonna let his trusty Politoed go down and try to rely on his backline Tinkaton to finish up this matchup. Already the Licky Licky is in close range of Bulldoze. Here comes that Bulldoze. I think it's gonna be enough. There's a no shield from Emmy Weedle.
Emmy Weedle acknowledging and conceding them matchup here. Way too much health left, way too much energy left on the side of Cantano, and such a great line call from Cantano, expecting Emmy Weedle to bring that Forges in case the Pangoro isn't brought. And Cantano, he brings the Pangoro when it counts. He's brought it so many times in pivotal game 3s in the lead, and he has found such great positions for it. And Emmy Weedle, I'm sure, has seen that happen. But Cantano, amazing line compositions, amazing no shield and shield calls throughout this tournament. Such smart strategy and planning from this young trainer from Japan.
Well, speaking of the team line compositions, it was looking very similar because both of these trainers had the Licky Licky. Both of these trainers had that mud shot user and getting to quick energy with that Aqua Tail and that Weather Ball water on the side of Shadowed Politoed. And both of these trainers had a Fairy type. But in all these scenarios, it seems like Cantano had slight advantages Pokemon to Pokemon. He has the advantage of the Tinkaton into the Forges. I feel like even Politoed has decent to great play into that Shadow Quagsire as well. Although Shadow Quagsire does have the Mud Bomb, it just felt like in those mirror compositions, the Spice was winning out.
And I feel like Cantano, we're gonna have to check this somehow, but I feel like he's brought Shadow Politoed into every single game. Speaking of every single game, here it is in the lead for game number 2. A fantastic matchup for the Politoed as the Weather Ball is going to be doing some solid damage, but Mud Bomb is also same type of attack bonus. However, the Weather Ball just slightly faster.
And the Weather Ball does land into the Shadow Quagsire here, and it does about half of the health. We're gonna see how much damage this Mud Bomb does into the Politoed. Politoed does have decent bulk to its name. Of course, this is a Shadow Pokemon, meaning that it's gonna take 20% more damage. Mud Bomb is gonna do over half of the remaining health, but you just outpace to those Weather Balls. Gonna throw on charge attack priority, and Emmy Weedle is forced to use his first Protect Shield.
But now the Politoed is closing in on Aqua Tail range. And more importantly as well, Emmy Weedle could potentially catch Aqua Tail or a Weather Ball on to his opponent, but no, it's going to be Cantano catching the Aqua Tail on his own Licky Licky. And again, Licky Licky is so safe for Cantano. He can just bring this into almost anything at any time into the team of Emmy Weedle.
And here comes the Empoleon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen much in these last series. The Empoleon is going to be able to take this Shadow Ball no problem, but you don't want to take a double Shadow Ball from the Licky Licky. The problem is also that this Licky Licky is slightly out of Hydro Cannon range. You are at one Hydro Cannon, but if this Licky Licky can barely hold on to get to either a Body Slam or a Shadow Ball, we're going to find out right now. This is neutral. It's a Community Day attack. Can Licky Licky endure?
And Licky Licky sure does endure. One more rollout will get to the Shadow Ball. And Emmy Weedle grimacing a little bit, maybe getting a little too greedy with this. He knows losing this game will put him in such a deficit going down 0-2. He cannot risk it. And the Politoed gets to the Weather Ball at the same time. But Tropec is going to be reaching. Cantano going to let this go, trying to clean up with his other spicy Shadow Pokemon, the Shadow Gliscor.
And there goes the Politoed. He is busting out that Shadow Gliscor for the first time in this series. He's going to try to go for the wing attack down, but that is trouble for the Gliscor. Does usually in the past have some options for some fast attacks that are ground, but now has that wing attack that recently got buffed. And here comes the Forges. Is he going to send it? He has been sending it the whole time. Of course he will. There's no Protect Shield remaining. Here does come the Chilling Water to try to nullify some of the attack of the Gliscor.
I like this play for Cantano. Lets the Chilling Water go. Notices the Quagsire in the back, but that still does a good chunk of super effective damage. Now throws the Acrobatics. Can he hang on to the Mud Shot damage to get another Acrobatics off? Switch Timers will be available soon for Cantano. Not quite yet ready for Emmy Weedle as he has a decision to make. Still a shield remaining, and Cantano needs to land the Acrobatics into the Quagsire. But a catch might be possible, not quite yet, as Cantano can't take more Metal Sound damage. And Emmy Weedle, he might have a chance to tie it up 1-1.
And he lands the Sand Tomb into the Empoleon, and now he is trying to get to one more attack somewhere, and no, there is going to be a mud shot down, and now there is a charge attack bank. It doesn't matter, another mud shot goes through, and it is tied 1-1.
And Emiweedle staying true to form, having the grit despite the tough situations he was put into this game. And you can see, look at the players, so they're smiling as well, they're having fun, they know what's at stake. But at the end of the day, we play this game because it's fun. We play it because we're enjoying it. And these players are enjoying themselves here. I mean, the respect they have each other is huge, right? They know how good each other are. They're taking games back and forth off each other, calling each other's base, calling each other's catches, doing everything you can to outplay their opponents. And what a fun time it is to see them on the stage.
Just incredible, talented trainers. And it doesn't get any better than this. How many tied series have we had? It seems like it's always 1-1, 2-2, and always going to that decisive battle. And now suddenly the spice, the rubber has hit the road a little bit against Emiweedle. He did bring out that Shadow Gliscor, but do we see the appearance from the Pangoro? You said, do I believe? Does Contono believe in that Pangoro backline?
And I like the Polysome from Contono. I like the Licky as well. I don't know if the Shadow Gliscor is going to do it for Contono because it doesn't have any really dominant matchups against the team of Emiweedle. It does have a lot of neutral damage to get hit for everything, and you know, a little super effective damage here or there with the Sand Tomb into the Empoleon, but it kind of needs a lot of shields. And you know, if you don't land the acrobatics or if you just take too much fast attack damage, it could be troublesome, as everything on Emiweedle's team can hit back into it. But here we go. Game number 3. It's going to be the Licky into the floor, which is a very safe lead for Contono.
All right, the floor just is met by the Licky here, and now you can try to go instantly for that Chilling Water debuff to try to lower the attack by one stage of the Licky.
And Body Slam going to be thrown before the Chilling Water comes through. Contono getting the chip damage needed. Still no Pangoro throughout the series. And Emiweedle going for the Disarming Voice. I like this play because you don't know if Contono's going to swap out and clear the debuff. So goes for the harder hitting neutral Disarming Voice to bring down the HP of this bulky normal type. And now comes another Disarming Voice. Contono, does he shield? No, he doesn't. Has the Shadow Ball ready, and there's nothing really Emiweedle can catch on the backline. There is no Licky of his own. Shadow Ball going to be a good move to throw regardless, and Contono, I think, paused there even to avoid any potential catch. Throws the Shadow Ball to potentially KO the Fortress, and I think he's just going to swap out. I mean, this is how neutral it is. You don't really care about switch bans, and in comes the Politoed.
The Politoed comes out, so does the Shadow Quagsire here. That means we're going to have a rematch of some backline matchups with that Empoleon and the Shadow Gliscor as well. Here comes the first Aqua Tail. We know that does about half the damage of the Quagsire here. Do you try to make a swap into the next Weather Ball? Here comes the Mud Bomb into the Politoed. Does pick up a protection. Remember, Emiweedle does have his switch available. He can come into his Empoleon and take that not very effective Weather Ball. He's not going for it yet. He is reaching for his charge attack, but first, there is one more Weather Ball.
I like the patience of Emiweedle. Doesn't throw the move right away, expecting that there could be a potential catch on this Mud Bomb, maybe on the Gliscor, which would put him in a really bad position. But Contono, actually switch time wasn't even up yet. Doesn't want to throw on charge attack priority. Now gets the Mud Bomb to land. Now the Empoleon on the back is pretty strong for Emiweedle, resisting the wing attack damage on the Gliscor. Tries to come in with the Empoleon, and now Contono throws a resisted Weather Ball, trying to figure out what to do to take out this pesky Empoleon. Emiweedle even looking over like, what could possibly be in the back? What could compel you to throw the resisted Weather Ball? But here comes another resisted Weather Ball. Emiweedle, does he throw his final shield on a resisted move? He says no.
He does 2 resisted Weather Balls, and Emiweedle was looking at that team sheet like, what could it be? I'm just going to go for the Metal Sound down here and bank all of this energy. There is 1 protection remaining, and there is 1 swap out for Contono, but remember, he just swapped, so he has to get all the way back to his switch timer, but he is running out of time because a Hydra Cannon is going to be super effective, and Emiweedle, he knew it. He knew it was the Shadow Gliscor in the back, and Contono is shrugging right now because this is not where he wants to be, and he can't get back to his switch timer.
And there is no time remaining, like you said. Back-to-back Hydra Cannon will seal the deal, will seal the fate for Contono in this third and pivotal match. There's only 1 more win that Emiweedle needs to get back to the grand finals of a World Championship. Can Contono do it again and force a game number 5?
And what a bounce back for Emiweedle to be defeated in that decisive game number 5, to be put in this moment with 1 game victory away from getting to the grand finals and getting his rematch against Hiromaru as well. He is 1 step closer, but don't count out Contono. Yes, he has not had a great matchup with that Shadow Gliscor in the back, but I just keep thinking, is it time to sit the Gliscor and time to bring the Pangoro?
I don't even know, Butters. I looked over at you for a second, and I looked back. Obviously, we could see a little bit more information. Contono just locked in the team in half a second. I have no idea what he's bringing. He is confident. He's saying, you know what? I'm full sending this game number 4. If it happens, it happens. I think it might be a Pangoro, but he's brought in so many pivotal games. Does he bring it into potentially his final game? Here we go. Match point for Emiwedo, and it's going to be the Pangoro, the shiny one, right in the lead, right where he wants it, into the Galarian Corsola.
And it's not core breaking right now because there is no Pokemon weak to the Pangoro in the back, but there are 2 Pokemon that can deal with it strong and 1 neutrally, which is this Shadow Quagsire. The Shadow Quagsire does come in to take that Night Slash. Now, do you see a chip and dip? There it is, the chip and dip into the Politoed.
And this is a tough part for Contono because this is not a situation where you can just give up switch advantage. There is the Fortress in the back, and he's got to suspect it with the Corsola in the lead. It's the most reliable and the only real check to it, as Contono now has put this Quagsire in range of Weather Ball, and Emiwedo might be completely hard counter. Can he find a way to do this? Because you resist the Astonish, you resist the Nightshade, you resist the Power Gem, and Forge is not going to do amazing into Licky with still 2 shields. On top of it, you also get chip damage.
This Corsola has absolutely nowhere to go. It is walled by that back line. 1 dark type and 1 normal type. What reads from Contono, whatever he did in that 3 seconds to pick his team composition was exactly spot on. He's able to land the Weather Ball into the Corsola. 1 more Weather Ball will threaten. Here comes a pivot because he knows he has 2 answers no matter what for the Corsola, just trying to bait out that Forges.
And Contono, the Politoed might be his signature Pokemon, but the Shiny Pangoro is the ace up his sleeve when he needs it most. It comes through for him. Can it come through for him one more time in this game that he needs to win to force a Game 5 against the former world champion Emiwedo? Shadow Ball is going to be shielded, a massive shield for Emiwedo.
Contono is going to be very hesitant to use a Protect Shield in this matchup because he knows there is that Fairy type charge attack on the Florges that will be double super effective against that Pangoro in the back line. So I think he's going to keep those Protect Shields for the Pangoro in the back. Going to be able to get the Protect Shield from the Florges here. So that means Emiwedo is all in right now. He's probably going to try to land the Chilling Water right before the Shadow Ball is available.
And Contono, this is so weird and dicey for him. Do you want to shield and throw a triple debuff Shadow Ball at the Florges? Goes to the pause, throws it right away. I think this is a solid play from him because he needs to put the Florges in Night Slash range, but Emiwedo, he does still have energy on the Corsa. In comes the Pangoro. Chilling Water going to be thrown. Do you ever call it? And no, going to throw up the shield. It's still neutral damage that he's going to, negate.
And there comes the Protect Shield from Contono. There are no Protect Shields remaining. And where do you throw your energy? There's a swap available. Here comes the Night Slash, which is resisted against the Fairy typing of the Florges. And remember, there was an attack drop. Is it enough to knock out the Florges and take game number 4? Yes, his charge attack priority once again. That's going to be super effective. Emiwedo is grimacing. He thinks he knows this is super effective and enough to seal the deal for Contono. No! Corsola does hang on!
Charge attack priority is massive enough for Contono because there's still the Licky in the back. Can you get the rollout down? Double resistance Astonish, not going to be enough as the rollouts will do it. And we have another Game 5 in this loser's finals.
And with the biggest Pokemon GO World Championships, the biggest Pokemon World Championships yet, it is only fitting that these trainers are pushing each other to the absolute limit. We have another decisive battle, number 5.
Emiwedo might be one of the best players in the world. Might be a former world champion, an international champion, and a regional champion. But Contono is not going to make it easy for him to make it to that grand finals stage. He wants his ticket to the Chase Arena tomorrow. And again, and again, and again, the Shadow Pangoro has coming so clutch for him on these pivotal must-win games to keep his tournament dreams alive. And we are locking in for one final battle, one final best of 5 on day number 2 to determine who are grand finalists. Let's hear it. It's going to be the Tinkaton Intercoursula to start things off.
And of course, it's going to be the Shadow Politoed in the back for Contono, the Pokemon that he's relied on the entire tournament with his tournament dreams on the line. He wouldn't want it any other way as he's going for the Gigaton Hammer into the Corsa. Emiwedo is already not liking something in this team composition.
And that Gigaton Hammer does so much damage. One of the strongest Pokemon in this meta for a reason. And the Nightshade is going to land. There is no Pangoro in the back, but you have the safety of the Lickitung, Licky, I should say, and Emiwedo scared of the Pangoro, brought the Florges, but Florges not going to have nearly as much play into this back line.
And going for the Bulldoze. The Bulldoze is not enough to knock out the Corsa. Here comes a swap into the Shadow Quagsire. It is met by the Shadow Politoed, but the Shadow Quagsire was able to get Mudshot advantages. So now going for the Mud Bomb and does get the Protect Shield from Contono.
Contono, I love the line calls here, right? Because he has so much safety in the Politoed and the Licky. Shielding either can provide value, but shielding the more frail Politoed is the play he's going for. Has the back-to-back Weather Ball. Does Emiwedo decide to let both go? First, it's going to come through. Second one is waiting in the wings before the Mud Bomb's thrown. Throws down Charge Attack priority, but Emiwedo doesn't fall for it. Farms up extra energy, tries to save the Mud Bomb for later.
And the Protect Shield comes up for Emiwedo, and it's going to be the Switch Timers that are coming up really soon, but you can't escape yet if you're a Contono. There's only one Protect Shield remaining, but you know the Shadow Politoed can take it from this range. Now Emiwedo does have his timer available. Does he try to go for a swap? No, the swap comes in from Contono to go to the Licky to try to take some of this energy onto that and then knock out with the Body Slam. But remember, Emiwedo does have access to his timer.
Contono, I love this play. Tries to get a little bit extra energy, and now this matchup is a little bit weird for Florges. Yes, he got chip damage, but the Licky has a lot of energy now ahead of the Florges, and Florges not going to shield up the first move, expecting the Body Slam, and that's exactly going to be the case. Not shielding the lesser damage move, but it is not a debuff. Licky and Emiwedo reaching for 2 disarming voice. No shields, a Shadow Ball. This is going to do so much damage neutrally to the Florges.
And the Shadow Ball lands into the Florges here, but is able to hang on just barely to get the Disarming Force. Contono can't believe it. The Disarming Voice does get Protect Shielded, and there's no more Protect Shields remaining from Contono. Emiwedo still has 1 left, but his Pokemon are very low health.
And Contono, a great call, knowing the rollout's going to be enough, and there's only 1 final shield protecting Emiwedo. 1 final opportunity to keep him in this game. Can he do it? He's going to try to overarm as much as possible. He knows energy is crucial. Goes for it, but the catch is huge onto the Corsola. And this might be what Emiwedo needs. He's almost at back-to-back Aqua Tail. Can he do it?
Can he full sweep with this Shadow Quagsire? 1 Pokemon down. Now the Tinkaton comes out. He's going to be able to throw a Charge Attack whenever he wants to. Another Pokemon down. 2 down. 1 to go from Emiwedo.
Emiwedo on the precipice of making history. Can he go back to the grand finals? 1 Aqua Tail and 1 Mudshot away. And Emiwedo will secure his spot in Championship Sunday yet again, and he does do it in the 5th and final game, and he makes his return to have another chance to raise that World Champion trophy.
It was just a 1-turn difference between these trainers in game number 5, and Emiwedo outpaces and succeeds and moves on to Championship Sunday. He will be on the loser side of the bracket. He is one of the last remaining 2 trainers remaining at Pokémon GO Worlds.
And look at the support, look at the crowd. I think there's a shot of him, his mom, one of his biggest supporters there 4 years ago in London, cheering him on. Yes, it might have been a small field in the seniors division, but it was still a stacked division, and he's shown in every single year since then that he could hang with the best of the best, and that's exactly what he did here in these back-to-back best of 5, going 10 games, going the absolute distance. And now he has another shot at making history yet again in the grand finals on Championship Sunday.
He is already one of 2 trainers that has coveted history in Pokemon GO Championship Series, having the trifecta of a Pokemon GO World Championship, an International Championship, and a Regional Championship. Can he be the first trainer ever to have 2 World Championships. It's gonna be the rematch that maybe you wanted. It's going to be M.E. Weedle versus Hiromaru, and of course, the trainer that you don't know as much about versus maybe the trainer that would be looked at as the top dog, but the top dog is coming in that loser side of the bracket and already lost to Hiromaru earlier on in the winners finals.
And we talked about how M.E. Weedle coming in his first World Championship as in the seniors division. Actually, fun fact, he was only 4 months into playing PvP when he won that first World Champion title, and he was a young player back then. But speaking of young players, I got word that someone that really knows Hiromaru very well is actually a 17-year-old player himself, and the young players in their circuit are on the top of their game, and Hiromaru only 1 set away from becoming the world champion. But if anyone has grits, if anyone has determination and can challenge Hiromaru on the biggest stage tomorrow in the Chase Center, it is M.E. Weedle.
And we've seen it before with the trainer coming in on that loser side of the bracket, resetting that bracket and becoming the world champion. He only lost that series by 1 game. He can bounce back and win. I see him on stage right now. He is emotional. Let's hear from him. Fareed, take it away.
4 years ago, M.E. Weedle became our first ever senior world champion. And tomorrow you will have the opportunity to become the last ever in this era Pokémon GO world champion. Maxwell, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's hard to describe. I mean, so many emotions. I felt, you know, slightly disappointed after the first set. I feel like I could have played that final game a bit better after playing what I believe was a decent 4 games before that. So being able to bounce back and make it through to tomorrow, I mean, it just feels so good.
Contono is a great player, but he also brought a crazy team, one that you would have never thought to prepare for. What was that like?
I mean, it's a crazy team, and he's been playing it for a long time as well, and he's been doing so well with it. So honestly, like, it's difficult. I felt like it was difficult in this meta to run anything other than the hard, solid meta. But he's just making this crazy team with Politoed, Gliscor. He's made it work so well, and he's, yeah, an amazing team builder.
I've spoken a little bit about mentality with some players today, but going from that first best of 5 down to the losers into another best of 5, what was that like for you to process?
Well, not great, because yeah, I mean, especially on that final game, which I felt like was the game I misplayed the most. That one being the decisive game doesn't feel the best, but you know, I feel like I did a good job at resetting my mental and locking in for the final set.
Now, you're going to get a rematch tomorrow against Hiromaru. You've had an opportunity to play against him, learn some lessons. What's it like for you now, thinking and approaching that grand final?
The alignment wasn't quite in my favor when I played him in the winners finals, but I think if I play like I did against him the first time, then I can make it close at least.
Maxwell, I can see your friends and family in the audience watching and cheering for you. Do you want to give them one last shout out?
Of course, shout out to my mum, she's here, to my dad, to all of Tea and Pizza, to every single person who has supported me this weekend, the build up to this weekend. Just thank you so much, it means so much, like seriously.
Congratulations, Maxwell. Best of luck for tomorrow in Championship Sunday. But we've got a little surprise for you coming right up, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you for the wonderful interview, Fareed. And you can see a very humble trainer as well. He's excited. He knows that getting here wasn't a solo task, thanking so many players, his family members, and his mom being in. I think she's actually at every tournament I've seen him in, supporting him in the crowds. And what a proud son that he must be to her throughout the years. And we got a special reveal, Butters. Yeah, but before that, hang tight. Grab your popcorn. We'll be right back with a special reveal. And before then, let's talk about some primary Pokemon. All right. And we got a special guest here, our referee, Tomahawk.
I'm back.
UK. He is back. I mean, you're teleporting.
He's quick.
You're faster than a lot of these. You're faster than Ninetales charging up to those weather balls.
I had to run.
Yeah, of course. For those that are just joining us now, too, if you're here for a little, maybe a special review, let's take a look at the bracket on how we got to this point to get to that championship Sunday. As you can see on that loser side as well, Emi Weedle fighting in that losers finals after dropping from that winner side. But look at Continental as well, going down at some point in the winner side, but still battling through some of the best players. He beat David, Marto Galde, almost beating Emi Weedle and so many of our other trainers throughout this day number 2, fighting for their spots in a farther and farther placement in the World Championships. But it can only come down to 2 as we take a look at the winners bracket and how we got there.
It's crazy because we've watched so many of these players month in, month out, both across Europe, North America, and the rest of the world, but we don't get an opportunity to see some of the Japanese players. And we've had 2 brilliant Japanese performances today. Hiromaru leading the pack with that brilliant victory over Emi Weedle on the winner's side of the bracket, putting his name into the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
And I think Emi Weedle spoke eloquently about how it is difficult to be able to team build the way that we saw some of these Japanese trainers team build, especially Kontono, right? Even though he was eliminated, he got 3rd place with one of the most unique teams that I've ever seen. That might have been the spiciest team to get as far as it has in Pokemon GO World Championship history.
Shiny Pangoro, absolutely love to see that. And Gliscor as well, something that we've seen Gligar perform well before, but never a Gliscor, definitely not this level of success.
Oh, I was a big Shadow Gliscor fan, doubter, not just this year, but like maybe my whole lifetime, right? But he has changed my mind on that one. He's made it look so good. 35 years. Yeah, 30 years of Pokemon, 30 years of doubting the Shadow Gliscor, not anymore.
And it's also worth mentioning, actually, that Emi Weedle, obviously our first ever world champion. He got that senior title just before Dancing Rob, technically. But next year, we're going to have a 3v3 format. So in terms of this era, in terms of 1v1, Emi Weedle does have an opportunity to become the first and the last world champion.
And how about him possibly stamping himself in the history books as that historic period for Pokemon GO World Championship does end and another one begins, to be able to start it off as the first, technically the first ever Pokemon GO champion, to become the first ever 2-time Pokemon GO World Champion. We're celebrating 30 years of history in Pokemon, 10 years in Pokemon GO, and will we be celebrating the unique history of Emi Weedle tomorrow?
But all of that will be revealed on Championship Sunday. In the meantime, we've got a very exciting reveal for you right now. Let's go through the attack update that we are going to get after this season ends. It's Twilight Trails.
Roll it. A little spooky in this theme right here. I'm very excited to see what we got in store. And Twilight Trails will be starting in early September, September 8th. To be exact, on Tuesday, 1 p.m. Pacific, GMT -7. You did a conversion of anywhere else in the world.
And this is one of the most fun moments for you trainers that enjoy the GO Battle League, because all of these changes will be implemented next season. And the first one there is the Air Cutter. The power decreased from 45 to 60.
Energy increased as well.
Wow.
Bulldoze also getting an energy and power increases. So these are pacing nerfs. Body Slam is going back all the way up to 65 power, but the energy cost increases. That's not something we expected to see. Sand Tomb going up to 55 power. So many nerfs to the pacing of all of these attacks.
Brian with the 100 power now, but also the energy cost has increased. Bubble Beam going up in power, but the energy cost has increased. Mirror Coat as well, but look, the power went up, but it's the first one that the energy cost decreased.
There we go. High horsepower as well. Energy cost decreased. That was already a pretty strong attack. Now it's going to be very efficient. Charge Beam, Lantern lovers, watch out. Lantern could be back.
Oh,
Blaze Kick, energy cost decreased. I'd love to see a Blaze Kick. We saw one in VGC this weekend. Iron Head up as well.
Draining Kiss as well, going up in 20 damage, as well as a guaranteed chance to raise your defense by a Sage, a massive buff there.
Poison Fang, Nidoqueen could be back. Lunge also going up in power. Bug type's getting a buff there. And Bite, it's going to drop in power. It's going to halve, but the energy generation is increasing. That is massive.
Similar to Dragon Breath, right? Where it's doing less damage, but now it's generating getting more energy. We got Takedown with the more power, but the energy generation increase. We got Scratch as well with a little bit less power, but you get some more energy out of that. And a big one right here, Moonblast goes down in power, but you can reach it faster now.
Shadow Ball nerf,
Oh,
there was
wow.
an infestation buff
Linky,
earlier that
Linky's
we
getting
went
a little
over.
weaker.
Dark Pulse is going to get a buff. Mandibuzz might be a big beneficiary of that. Psycho Boost, look at that, that's quite a big change. Energy cost decreases in gyms and raid battles. It's obviously already at 35 for Pokemon Go. Rage Fist, look at that, it's a nerf for Rage Fist.
Let's go. Magnet Bomb is lower energy now. Also, the double Iron Bash has more power.
And Shadow Board's right here, a
Is
Giratina
Inadequate's
special.
watching? Shadow
Time, where
Pulse
you
has
at?
got a buff. Low Kick is going up in power. Annihilate lovers, c'est moi. I am absolutely loving to see that. Attack availability now.
Look at this, Volpe with a double buff there, getting Infestation and a lunge. Illuminise getting Infestation as well. Brutal Swing on the Arbok, as well as the Eric Dack.